In the year 3069, 6 ancient supermassive monoliths fell from the sky, bringing with them a great flood that attacked the entire planet. Creatures known as demons rose from the monoliths, ruthlessly attacking and annihilating humanity. This young man once single-handedly destroyed all the failed demons. However, Aki did not expect that within the monoliths there was the existence of the Baki demon. These demons were millions of times stronger than the failed ones. When he was exhausted, Aki had no choice but to accept his fate and was destroyed by the Baki demon in an instant. In darkness of despair, suddenly a light appeared, and Aki unexpectedly woke up to the sound of a familiar military command. He looked around in shock, the unfamiliar scenery making him confused. Could it be that he's dreaming? Just a second ago, he was facing death, now he finds himself here. However, this sense of reality didn't feel like a dream. Realizing something was wrong, Aki began to feel his body and then held his head in confusion. This is not my body, not the solid physique and masculine, attractive face like before. Who am I? Where am I? His head was full of unanswered questions. First, he recognized that he was in Fulvenous city, protected by strong and towering city walls. The one speaking is Juku Yudu, the captain of Team 3 in Venus City. You must understand, what does participating in the warrior examination represent? A warrior represents protection and hope. Then, Juku Yudu began telling the history of the warriors and the Battle of Dawn that took place 60 years ago. Aki was horrified to realize that he had traveled to the future after dying, but the history he was hearing seemed wrong. The strongest demon is not the failed ones but the Baki demons. Though unclear, he had indeed seen it. Humanity still doesn't fully understand the true strength of the demons. The more Aki thought, the more scared he became. Meanwhile, Juku Yudu's inspirational speech continued. Without those warriors, we wouldn't have survived. Without warriors, we wouldn't have the life and home we have now. It is a great identity, representing hope and protection. You understand what a warrior represents. The warriors participating in the examination shouted in unison, showing their determination. At this moment, Juku Yudu heard a mumble from behind. No, no, the Baki demon. These words caught his attention. Juku Yudu approached Aki, with killing intent clearly visible on his face. It seems you still don't understand what a warrior represents. What's your name? Aki hesitated to answer but then reconsidered. Should I say my name is Aki? Would anyone believe that I am Aki from 60 years ago, traveling back in this weak body? Just then, Juku Yudu looked at his name tag and laughed. Unexpected, haha, truly a disgrace to the great name. You bear the name of the greatest warrior, Aki. Fool, you don't even understand the basic qualities of a warrior and you dare insult the great name. Is that your reason? Juku Yudu could not contain his anger. He raised his hand and slapped Aki hard. Aki couldn't react in time, and blood sprayed from his mouth as he fell backward. Damn, this body is truly useless, couldn't even react to such a blow. Aki felt the pain but thought about the fact that he shared the same name as his past self. Fortunately, someone caught him, so there were no serious issues, but he had attracted Juku Yudu's attention during the upcoming warrior examination. After dealing with the disruption, Juku Yudu ordered all the warriors to head to the physical examination area. Following the order, all the warriors walked towards the physical examination area. Only Shino looked worriedly at Aki lying on the ground. Are you okay? Are you Aki? That name is really powerful. I'm Shino, nice to meet you. At this moment, a girl named Pseudo Liu sarcastically said, HMPH, as expected, you dare to take the name Aki, foolish. You think just because you have the same name you'll have the same power? Okai being insulted just because of your name. Aki was extremely angry. What does my name have to do with her? Shino spoke, you don't even know her. She is the most important warrior in this examination. Pseudo Liu, also known as Miss La Si Kong No Smile. She is the eldest daughter of the Pseudo family, the most famous martial arts family in our Venus city. Speaking of the Pseudo family, Aki felt a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't remember anything. After waking up, Shino helped Aki up so they could make it to the examination ground in time. At that moment, a flash of light appeared. Ah, the friendship between men is truly charming. Well, you don't need to mind me, just continue. Aki looked at the girl seriously and asked, who are you? Your face is cool, but with blood running from your nose, you look kind of silly. However, Shino was more focused on the photo the girl had just taken. Speaking of the photo, the girl's eyes lit up. I'm Tomo, nice to meet you. I'm just drawn to the affection between you two. Ha ha ha, truly great material, I'm speechless. As they approached the physical examination ground, Aki walked confidently forward. Haha, even in this body, I'm still the strongest warrior. Daring to talk about warriors right in front of me? It's hilarious. With this kind of assessment, you're showing off. Let me use my overwhelming achievements to scare you all. The first round of the assessment was a stamina test. As soon as it started, Aki was left far behind. He planned to sprint for first place, maybe even break the record, but life doesn't go as expected. He was ranked number 1 from the bottom up. He even set the worst stamina record in history. Aki collapsed to the ground, panting like a dog while others mocked him. Not just stamina, Aki became a joke in the other physical tests. Not only did he fail, but he almost broke his own arm. In the end, he ranked last in the physical tests, with such a terrible performance that he was immediately disqualified. Aki couldn't believe he was once the strongest warrior in the world, now so weak. In despair, he held his head and collapsed to the ground. Only Shino came to comfort him. Meanwhile, Tamo seized this moment to take a picture of the final, foolish moment between the two of them. The examiner walked over to speak with Jiu Diando. Captain Jiu, Aki's result doesn't even need to be checked in the second round. At this level, straight disqualification is fine. Despite being displeased with Aki's attitude earlier, Jiu Diando just shook his head. Even though there's no hope, he still has the right to enter the second round. Perhaps this will be his last assessment. After saying that, he turned and gave the order to begin the second round of the assessment, testing synchronization with the Exo-suit. Hearing the announcement, Aki smiled confidently. Synchronization with the Exo-suit. This is my chance. 60 years ago, I was the strongest, with an average synchronization rate of over 96%. My body may be weak, but synchronization is determined by willpower. Do you think I'm a joke? Well, watch closely. The synchronization rate of the strongest warrior, let's see what level it is. Aki's eyes suddenly became sharp, completely different from earlier. He walked straight toward the next checkpoint. Putting on the Exo-suit, Aki couldn't help but marvel at the current technology. Compared to 60 years ago, its convenience had clearly increased. At that moment, the result for Zichuo Liu was announced. Synchronization rate of 39%, passing the test. Hearing this, the warriors below immediately started talking. Wow, Zichuo Liu, 39%, that's impressive. That must be the best result this year. A family from a martial arts lineage, no wonder they're different. How could one catch up with such an outstanding sister? That girl looked like she was glowing. Hearing the children talk, Aki sighed in frustration, as he hadn't cared about romance in a long time, then prepared to take his own test. After completing the test, Zichuo Liu removed the Exo-suit and walked proudly into the waiting room. Judging by her expression, this result was not surprising. The whispers about her continued. Everyone wanted both a noble background and strength, not to mention beauty. But once she entered the waiting room, Zichuo Liu showed her true nature. She blushed deeply, feeling as if she was about to burst into flames. Well done, Zichuo Liu, 39%, hee. Everyone must have seen that, right? I really stood out this time. Indeed, being cold and aloof attracts more fans, but it's still better to be a bit humble. Calm down, Zichuo Liu, calm down. It turned out this girl was suffering from teenage syndrome. In the test area, Aki was quite surprised by her result. He didn't expect her to reach a synchronization rate of 39%. Just then, Shino came up and patted him on the shoulder. She's really strong, isn't she? She really has that presence. I can feel the overwhelming aura from her. He didn't know how to respond, so he just agreed. He could feel that too. Then Shino suddenly asked why Aki didn't seem stressed. After all, with such a terrible result, passing the warrior assessment seemed almost impossible, but Aki calmly said he was used to it, which made Shino even more curious. How could someone their age be used to it? The test continued. Many people who were using the Exo-suit for the first time showed signs of pain. For first-time Exo-suit users, the body had to bear a certain load. Subjected to the shockwaves from the core of the demonic energy, some couldn't handle it and voluntarily gave up. As long as the synchronization rate exceeded 10%, they passed. Of course, there were some surprising results. Shino achieved 24%, Tamo reached 30%. Watching the entire process, Jiu Diando smiled with satisfaction. He realized that he had likely found a few outstanding seeds, and the assistant beside him immediately reported the test results. That's right, including the girl named Tamo. This time, 6 people achieved synchronization rates over 30%, far surpassing the average of C-class warriors in our assessment. Overall, your ability isn't too bad. At this moment, Jody Long suddenly stepped in. There are also some people who lack ability. His gaze stopped on the next examinee, Aki. When Aki stepped onto the stage, the others couldn't help but mock him. Hey, look, Aki's up. His body's probably going to be crushed and cough up blood. Haha, the first round of testing is full of low ranks. Hearing this, Aki tried to appear calm, but in reality he was very flustered. Laugh on, just laugh, kids. You don't understand life yet. Don't be too surprised later. When stepping onto the stage, Aki pointed toward the red core, including the power core and demon core recovered from the battlefield. There are 6 types, the most common being red, yellow, green, and blue. Red symbolizes strength, yellow for defense, green for recovery, and blue indicates agility. In particular, the purple core represents illusion abilities, and black represents space and time, extremely rare. Among them, the black core is even rarer, indicating synchronization rate. The most important factor is willpower. The intensity of will determines the ability to withstand the demon core and control it. Before starting for the first time, the staff carefully asked Aki if he was ready. Having gone through this many times, Aki didn't hesitate and requested to begin the test. As soon as it started, red light engulfed the entire hall, even visible from the lounge. He shouted, eyes full of confidence, looking down, extremely satisfied. Open your eyes. Let me show you the synchronization rate of the strongest warrior. Aki's results astonished everyone. In no time, the synchronization rate reached 40%, but Aki was still not satisfied. 40%, haha, I once reached a 96% synchronization rate. Increase it further. The power radiating from Aki at this moment didn't feel like measuring synchronization. The number kept rising. In the monitoring room, Jody Long got so excited he nearly smashed the glass. It was the first time he had seen the demon synchronization rate reach this level. When the number hit 80%, everyone panicked. Meanwhile, Aki spread his arms like a savior. I am the strongest warrior, Aki. If it weren't for this core being too weak, and this body too weak, my presence could make you all kneel. This is the difference between me and you. Aki felt extremely satisfied taking revenge on those who mocked him earlier. But suddenly, the surging power unexpectedly dissipated, and the demon core showed signs of damage. Aki couldn't endure it anymore, collapsed on the ground. No, this body can't take it. The staff screamed in panic, full of anger. What the hell? Turns out the device miscalculated. Synchronization rate dropped to 10%, the secretary reported to Jody Long. The captain just saw the demon core broken. Probably an abnormal core caused the data to go haywire. Truly terrifying. Hearing this, Jody Long sighed regretfully. He had thought humanity had produced another super warrior, but it turned out not to be the case. Aki's 10% result just barely passed the test. The crowd of warriors began discussing Aki's pitiful state. I told you that abnormal demon core caused this. Such a synchronization rate is almost only achievable by S-rank captain-level warriors. Only Sino rushed to the stage to check on the newly acquainted friend. Tamo recorded the impressive moments. Elsewhere, Zulu exhaled in relief. Almost scared me to death. Thought someone here would outshine me. Aki was nearly exhausted, pale, spitting blood. Absolutely unacceptable. I've been too competitive with these kids. Luckily, I passed finally. After recovering, Aki sat in the waiting room, carefully reflecting on the recent situation. What was that just now? It felt like someone pulled all my strength from deep inside my heart. This had never happened before. Clearly, my willpower could withstand at least 80%, even for the lowest level core. It shouldn't have broken. Why? His mind was full of unanswered questions. Even a veteran warrior like him couldn't find a reasonable explanation. At that moment, the waiting room door opened. Aki tried to stand at attention according to protocol and stepped into the room, then spoke up. Congratulations on reaching the final test. Combat simulation. You are about to face a demon for the first time in your life. I hope you pass the test safely and smoothly. After these words of encouragement, all examinees were instructed to line up and proceed to test Area 3. He panted heavily but struggled to drag himself forward, moving despite his exhaustion. He was so tired that he didn't notice the examiner's piercing gaze upon him. Suddenly, the examiner noticed something near where Aki had been sitting. When he picked it up, he realized it was a fragment of a demon core fading away. He clenched the fragment in his hand and looked toward Aki's back. You intrigue me, Aki. I want to see how you'll perform in this wall-hunting test. Once all examinees had gathered, the massive gates of Venus City opened. The children witnessed it for the first time. The view outside sparked chatter among them. Wow, my first time outside the city. Tell me, is the area beyond the wall really always shrouded in mist? Aki was amazed to learn that after 60 years, humans still lived isolated in fortresses like this. He observed the youth who had not yet faced the challenge. The strict examiner reminded, don't dawdle, stay quiet and head out of the city. If you have time, check your equipment. Otherwise, who knows what might happen later. Aki carefully inspected the perfect energy core he had just been given. He didn't think the earlier issue was related to the energy core. At that moment, his power vanished suddenly, as if something was rejecting the core. But he couldn't figure out a reasonable explanation. Could it be a post-time travel side effect, he thought as he continued walking. Aki followed the group out of the city, stepping onto the ground beyond the walls. Immediately, he sensed a signal emitting from his body. The signal spread, attracting nearby demons. The signal extended to a mysterious cave, from which a chilling voice emerged. No, impossible, more advanced than me, the demon is superior to me. The scenes before him left Aki stunned. What is this? What I just saw was a demon. In an instant, Aki felt a resonance deep inside. At that moment, Sudurayu spoke, snapping him out of it. Are we going or not? Aki felt embarrassed, unsure how to explain, and simply apologized. Shino and Tamo approached when they noticed the commotion. Suddenly, the examiner looked at the four and shouted, You four at the back, form a team. The rest are ready, move quickly. Tamo misunderstood, thinking this was Aki's team-forming strategy. Before Aki could explain, Sudurayo interrupted. Just don't be a burden. Though she appeared cold, she actually felt relieved. Earlier, she worried no one would team up with her. Shino patted Aki's shoulder. Let's go. Aki, we also have to do our best. Tamo recorded the team's first moment with her camera, but she had no idea something bad was about to happen. This test was made possible by an object called the Scatterstone Tablet. The black tablet, made of solid rock, contained a special material capable of dispersing the mist. Once everyone had gathered, the examiner announced the test rules. Round 3 would be conducted in teams of 4. Most participants already understood the task. It's hunting mist beasts outside the wall. Each team will receive a tactical map and a small mist-dispersing device. Your mission is simple: enter the mist, reach the designated point, and place the device. No hunting demons along the way. Individual performance will depend on personal skill and team coordination. Judging will determine success. Good luck! Mist hunting outside the wall is the ultimate fear for newcomers in this mist-covered world. The dangers faced by a warrior are unpredictable. To become a warrior, one needs not only strength and talent but also a strong mindset, fearless of the mist. Facing the unknown, rely on team cooperation to overcome fear. Gain vision, fight demons that appear randomly on the battlefield. Ultimately, survive your first battle and earn the warrior title. Teams moved out to the outer area to perform their tasks. Meanwhile, Team 2's captain, Azego, observed from the city wall. This time there are quite a few outstanding newcomers, but the one I'm interested in is Tsudurayo. What about the others? Team 2's captain, Joel, carefully watched. From martial families, they must be trained well. They could become excellent warriors. Jiayu Tang crossed his arms and announced that there was another standout in the rookie group. His gaze fixed directly on Aki below, checking his core and confirming there were no issues. Jiayu Tang was wondering what had happened to him when suddenly Jago tapped his head teasingly. What are you thinking, Tang Tang? Jiayu Tang blushed and shouted, Don't call me Tang Tang. It was clear the three captains shared an extremely close bond. Joking around, Zago suddenly turned serious. By the way, have you confirmed the demon rank yet? Within the inspection range, it must be confirmed that only correctly ranked demons exist. Jiayu Tang once again confirmed he had checked carefully, ensuring no mistakes. Joel smiled confidently. If there really are any, we'll eliminate them to protect these future warriors. After a few teams passed the check, it was Iki's team's turn, drawing all eyes with a mix of the best and worst performers from the previous 2 rounds. All 4 members were confident they could complete the test quickly and easily. Suddenly, Tu-Du Liu snatched the device from Aki and dashed forward. In my opinion, as always, Tu-Du Liu's head was full of childish thoughts. Though slightly annoyed, Aki still chased after this radiant figure. Entering the maze, Tu-Du Liu leapt and performed a beautiful flip over the central mount. She aimed precisely, placing the device in the correct position. Jago praised this performance. See, the core is clearly restored, and her agility is no weaker than the nimble blue core. This is the skill of a martial family. 3 blood-red demons charged at Tu-Du Liu frantically. Aki immediately signaled Shino to advance. Shino followed instinctively. He jumped off Tu-Du Liu and raised his shield against the demons. Jiayu Tang commented, Not bad, already mastering the use of the core's power. As the demons were knocked onto the central mound, Aki signaled, and all 3 charged forward, each handling 1 demon. Round 1, with a nimble core, Tamo slashed repeatedly at the demon and kicked it to the ground. Seizing the moment, Shino added a punch, sending the demon flying against the beam. This coordination earned Joel's praise. Oh, these 2 unexpectedly work well together. Especially that girl, nimble blue core. Making the body even more balanced and harmonious, he smiled cunningly. Truly speechless at this first team captain, round 2 was Tu-Du Liu's battle, while the demon was still airborne. She quickly drove the blade into its body. A green light flowed from the blade into the demon. In no time, the demon's body swelled and exploded into pieces. Truly worthy of being the best, absolutely overpowering. Finally, it was Rhoda, Aki's battle. In a short time, Aki identified and struck 3 weak points on the demon: neck, chest, and abdomen. But not only was the demon knocked down, Aki also tumbled on the ground. Luckily, the blade stuck into the ground, stopping him. The explosive power of this weak body was limited, but the opportunity to test combat capability made his eyes shine. Aki dashed at the demon without hesitation, dodged an attack, and stabbed into its side, but the blade couldn't penetrate deeply due to his weak body. The demon suffered only minor damage, and immediately countered with a kick. As fast as lightning, Aki leaned back to avoid the strike, then switched hands and stabbed the demon's abdomen again. In pain, the demon lunged at Aki, attempting to crush him with its massive body. Aki leapt back. Taking the opportunity, he slashed at its throat, causing the demon to fall. Despite perfect technique, Aki assessed this body as very weak. Reaction speed was too slow, body temperature too low, and explosive strength insufficient. Fortunately, thanks to combat experience, this demon posed no real problem. Another person would have failed long ago. Moves that toyed with the prey left Shino extremely impressed. Kamo also watched everything from start to finish. From the beginning, Tu Liu hadn't been very happy. He was annoyed. How dare he steal my spotlight? He's clearly doing it on purpose. The three captains' eyes fixed on Aki. The fact that a thin boy can perform such fluid movements really surprises others. Jiku had noticed Aki earlier, but he kept observing silently without saying anything. He felt that Aki had many strange qualities that he couldn't explain. Back to the test, the judge announced the end, while Aki was still panting heavily from the series of movements. His entire body and the skills he'd used before were now unusable. Even the slightest movement made him gasp for breath. It feels terrible. My test is over now, and I should finish him off too. After catching his breath, Aki rushed straight at the demon, determined to free it from its pain. Suddenly, something shot up from the ground, piercing the demon's stomach. Aki reacted just in time, backing away and avoiding the attack. But by now, he was surrounded by vines, making it difficult to escape. The whole group looked around in confusion, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, a demon tore open its stomach and crawled out from the previous demon's body. The demon growled, and a killing aura spread all around. It had only just growled, but the killing aura had already spread everywhere. Jiku sensed the killing aura and frowned, shouting, "Most dangerous demon!" Everyone returned to the city. Upon hearing this, the examination warriors immediately lost their will and fled in panic. Immediately, Zago and Joel jumped down from the city wall, charging straight at the most dangerous demon. On the way, Zago reassured the examination warriors, "Don't panic too much. Once we reach a safe spot, Captain Jiku will protect you." Inside the vine wall, the most dangerous demon suddenly spoke. "Human, I smell a demon's scent. Who is it?" Aki widened his eyes, utterly confused. Do humans have the scent of demons? What is it talking about? As he spoke, the most dangerous demon advanced toward Aki's team, its killing aura making them tremble with fear. Even the person considered to be the strategist didn't dare move. Is this really the most dangerous demon? The previous lower-level demons were completely different. It could easily tear us apart in an instant. We can't move. With this weak body, even a seasoned warrior like Aki felt suffocated. This frail body clearly wasn't a match for it. For the first time, I understand what other warriors usually say, what this feeling of pressure is like when facing powerful demons. At this moment, the most dangerous demon seemed to be searching for the person with the demon scent, so it didn't strike immediately. Unable to distinguish, it decided to attack all four of them, launching 4 blasts of air straight at the group, immediately knocking them off balance. At that moment, the vine wall showed cracks. Zago and Joel had reached the spot and charged in. "Try touching them," Joel threatened, but the most dangerous demon merely sneered in contempt. "Hello, come with me," it said, and countless vines from the ground wrapped around the demon and Aki's group, dragging them into the earth. Standing at the edge of the pit, Zago and Joel froze, unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, the ground began to shift, moving in one direction. It seemed this was the direction the demon was moving underground. Seeing this, Dossio shouted and chased after them, but after running for a short distance, the tracks vanished. "We've lost the trail here," Dossio said. "The road has been confirmed for several days. How could the most dangerous demon still appear? He had never been sloppy in this area. Damn it, something like this has never happened before." At this moment, Jiku arrived and stabilized the situation in the city. On arriving, he loudly asked, "Zago, Dossio, how are the kids?" "Why did you stop? Keep chasing," Dossio reassured. "Calm down, Jiku, the trail ends here." Zago also gave his own analysis. "The most dangerous demon seems like it stopped here and didn't go any further. Up ahead is an unexplored area. Going further wouldn't be a wise decision." Jiku placed his hand on the ground, recalling the terrifying memories from his childhood. Unable to hold back his anger, he punched the ground and began to blame himself. "It's all my fault. I didn't confirm it properly. It's all my fault. I knew that leaving it like this wouldn't be good." Joel then suggested, "Let's head back. The city must be in panic by now. We can't leave the 3 of us there. We'll send a scouting team later to monitor the area around the city to confirm if there's any sign of the most dangerous demon." Zago also came closer to comfort him. Jiku, those 4 kids, the situation right now is not something any of us wanted, but we need to stay calm. I understand you're frustrated right now. Before she could finish, Jiku swatted her hand away and stood up. Jiku stood up, his gaze full of determination, not saying a word. You two go ahead, I'll stay a bit to observe, don't worry. Joel tried to stop him, but Jago interrupted. Then we must return before sunset, okay? Extremely determined, Buffer agreed and headed straight into the maze to search. Watching their backs, Zago felt helpless. He knew they couldn't persuade him. Joel could only scratch his head and sigh. I know, back then his younger brother was taken by demons. He always blamed himself. Thinking about it made Zago sad. If his brother were alive, he'd be about the age of those kids. Those kids reminded him of his brother. Turns out the extreme determination saw his own reflection in Aki, which is why he paid so much attention to him. Fate is cruel. On Aki's side, he drowsily opened his eyes and looked around. Oh, where is this? Underground, everyone seems alive. At that moment, the voice of the first demon echoed from behind. Can you wake up? Waking up this fast, impressive. Impressive, I'm very curious. The first demon slowly advanced, then suddenly grabbed Aki by the neck. Let me ask. What do you have our aura? A human-s aura, how is it stronger than mine? Aki didn't understand. What are you talking about? But it was just a ruse to deceive the demon. He used the core energy in his chest to burst with power for a moment and break free from the ropes. The first demon was also pushed back by this forceful aura. Free, Aki picked up a bone at his feet and attacked. At this speed, the first demon easily leaned aside to avoid, not caring, and immediately counterattacked. Not bad. Knowing he was at a disadvantage, Aki chose to dodge instead of blocking, leaping back and thinking, damn it. In his previous life, he could have struck first before the opponent reacted. He had to save the 3 of them. It was a red core demon, agile. Its joints allowed quick reactions. But those joints lacked sturdy protection, both an advantage and a weakness. Using experience, Aki analyzed its weak points. Before Aki's attack, the first demon didn't even move. It only thrust one hand toward his head. Aki didn't react in time, so he used his shoulder to block part of his plan. Just as the demon's arm hit his shoulder, Aki grabbed it. Only then did he have a chance to attack the weak joint. Enduring the pain, Aki repeatedly stabbed the bone into the joints of the captured arm. Then he yanked hard, severing one arm of the first demon. Don't underestimate me, bastard. Just a first demon, I've killed countless. Aki landed a strike, but the demon became complacent. Immediately, he was slapped. Despite losing an arm, the demon's combat strength didn't diminish. Before Aki could react, he was kicked away. The demon reattached its arm. You know my weakness, but I'm a root type, red core root, I can regenerate. Aki lay on the ground, struggling to open his eyes and recover. Not only green core demons can regenerate, it's a type. Could demons have evolved in half a century? He realized the truth. Aki was shocked, having underestimated the demon race. After reconnecting its arm, the first demon said, "You are the one underestimating your opponent." The first demon, seemingly new, used just one finger. Countless vines from the ground pierced Aki and pushed him forward. The demon grabbed Aki's head, sneering, "I don't understand you, just go." In desperation, Aki was dazed. Through my organs, it hurts, I can't breathe. Do I die just from this? They would die too, like teammates in his past life. Would they die beside him? Sorry, everyone. You don't need to care, pathetic. Losing too much blood, Aki began to deliriously lose sense of reality. The first demon sensed Aki weakening, opening its mouth to feast. Dead already, humans are weak. Evolve, eat, eating can make you evolve, just eat. At this moment, Aki's aura erupted. Instinctively, the first demon retreated from Aki. Aki's body transformed, chest core cracking. This voice isn't yours, you cannot die now or the plan fails. The first demon trembled, intimidated by Aki's aura. Aki's final energy burst, forcing the first demon to be cautious. His chest core shattered, body transforming. Unexpectedly, Aki's last bit of spirit manifested here. The first demon trembled, fearful of his overwhelming power. The core gem on Aki's chest glowed in 5th and 6th forms, shining a deep red, while his wounds gradually healed. From the core gem, red threads suddenly extended, wrapping around his entire body, and his hair turned white. In an instant, Aki's body transformed into a demonic form. The moment he opened his eyes, a massive blood-red energy burst forth. The energy pierced the ground and shot skyward, spreading across the surroundings and reducing all ordinary demons to ashes. Then the energy retracted and focused on Aki's body. Wings sprouted, and he hovered before the first form demon. I am the soul 8th form, the strongest red core, the king of all of you. Hearing this, the first form demon trembled in fear, unable to stand. Eighth form, king, our king, it spread its arms wide. A voice of authority echoed, kneel and speak my name. The first form demon immediately fell to the ground, trembling, and replied, Red Wang Qi. Elsewhere, Jia Yutang frantically searched through the mist. Whenever he encountered any demon, he instantly attacked and destroyed it. After surveying the area, He confirmed there were only 2 ordinary demons here. Looks like the kids aren't here. Keep searching. We must find them before sunset. He looked up at the sky, heavy with worry for the children. At that moment, a column of blazing red energy shot up from behind. Even the aftershocks of that energy were nearly impossible for Jai Yu Tang to withstand. Once he regained his composure, he quickly pinpointed the source of that terrifying power. Back at Red Wang Chi's location, the structure of its feet began to adapt for standing on the ground. It stepped before the first form demon and said, I never expected that even outside it's still a place shrouded in darkness. Answer me, since my disappearance, is Wang Chi still the same 5? The first form demon dared not look up, stammering, yes, still those 5, the 5 Wang Chi. Hearing this, Red Wang Chi became agitated. Still 5, the 5 Wang Chi unchanged. Looks like they've been living peacefully together. Could they have forgotten? What did they do to me 60 years ago? With just a flick of my hand, my overwhelming presence made the first form demon wet itself in fear. After calming down, Red Wang Chi looked at his arm and muttered, choosing this body called the strongest warrior as a vessel, yet after traveling through time, it's so weak, truly disappointing. My final consciousness is wasted in this ridiculous situation. To manifest again, I must wait until I am fully awakened. Truly a test of my patience, waiting for this strongest warrior to gradually inherit Wang Chi's memory. Hearing this, the first form demon felt confused. Wang Chi's memories, the king said they're used for evolution as a granted favor. Red Wang Chi then clearly explained it to him. The bumps on our bodies determine our rank. The more there are, the higher the rank. Our dark clan produces new bumps, evolving and memorizing the memories of the bumps. This is the special ability of our race, and also the reason why our power surpasses other races. The human named Aki now resembles you, but unlike you, they must consume Dark Clan members of the same level to evolve. He must take over higher-level Dark Clan members before he can feel the memories of the bumps, then he will evolve. This is also the gift I give him. After hearing this, the most extreme demon seemed to go mad, raising his head to the sky and shouting loudly, my lord, I will give everything to assist you. He will become your right arm, helping you awaken. But before he finished, he was destroyed by the shackles of the Lord. You're not worthy. Your value is to become a memory for the human warrior to awaken the extreme demon. Human warrior, I have arranged the first step for you. Do not disappoint me on the road to promotion. I need you to awaken step by step, reaching any limit, and when that happens, I will wake up from my sleep and return to Aki's body slowly. The light on his chest grew increasingly red, as if a genetic code was infiltrating his body. The demon power seemed to envelop all of Aki, making him relive the final moment of his previous life. Lying in a pool of blood, Aki, the strongest human warrior, gasped as he looked at his teammate beside him. I'm not ready to die yet. She's still waiting for me to come back. You won't die, you won't. I'll get everyone out. Suddenly, the corpse of his teammate grabbed his hand with a face like a demon. We are all dead. How are you still alive? Aki startled awake in the hospital bed, drenched in sweat. Realizing it was all just a dream, he held his head and forced a painful smile. At that moment, 3 teammates drew the curtain to visit. Before Aki could react, Tomo moved closer. But why did your hair change color? Did the extreme demon take you to diet? Aki jumped at the sight. He suddenly remembered an important issue and asked, wait, are you 3 okay? I remember we were taken to the demon's lair by the extreme demon. At this moment, the extreme road stepped in to interrupt. It seems like you remember something. Tell us what happened in the lair. It turned out all 3 team leaders were behind the curtain, ready to question Aki as soon as he woke up. Looking closely, Aki recognized that the 2 people behind the extreme road were the 2 team leaders who had been standing at the city walls during the inspection. Though he guessed the reason, he still pretended to be clueless and asked, Team Leader Extreme Road, why are you all here? Zago immediately spoke up. You 4 were brought back in front of the new recruits. The Extreme Road quickly reminded Zago, don't call me in front of them. Zago winked. In front of them, it's really embarrassing. The image of the stern team leader vanished. Sino's group had to hold back their laughter at hearing the name in front of them. At this point, the pigtailed person spoke up, discovering the group lying outside the lair. At that time, you all were unconscious. Fortunately, the extreme demon seemed to have disappeared without a trace. If not, it would have been hard to say whether you could return safely. Then Zago handed Aki a mirror. The 3 of them had woken up, but they had no memory of the cave. Only Aki had been unconscious and some changes had occurred. You just mentioned something in the cave. Try to think if you remember anything. Aki held the mirror, surprised at his new hair. What Tomo just said was about this. What's going on? After the time travel, everything is so hard to believe. As for the cave, I only remember losing consciousness after the attack. I don't know what happened after that. Should I tell them about the time travel? No, that would be troublesome. Moreover, would they believe it? I'm still unclear about my current condition. I must still act as a key to clarify everything. After thinking carefully, Aki looked up and replied to the team leaders. I only remember vaguely waking up, so I know I was taken to the cave. Then I passed out again and I don't know what happened after that. When I woke up, I was here. Upon hearing this, the extreme road pondered. So you also passed out. I've been overthinking things. I noticed there were bloodstains all over the walls in the cave, as if it had been violently splashed. What could have caused that? At this point, the pigtailed person approached. Your name is Aki, right? The same name as our great warrior. Narrator, I have reviewed your performance in the test categories, the lowest score, but when fighting demons, you remain very calm. Dialogue, have you fought demons before? Narrator, Joel's smile hides many unpredictable things, as if concealing a secret. Dialogue, being called a secret. Dialogue, no, it's just that I've always been interested in fighting. Narrator, Aki had once gathered and analyzed the demon's weaknesses. Zago praised him after hearing that. Dialogue, oh, looks like reasoning is required now. Narrator, such a skilled warrior deserves thorough training. Aki then asked about the test results, wondering if he had passed. Dialogue, I've passed the warrior assessment. We are still a team. Narrator, since this incident was considered a chance encounter, Jaehyun Road had divided the four into one group. Narrator, the quiet one Sato Liu, spoke up and reminded that they had fallen quite behind the other teams. Dialogue, the test just ended. How could we have fallen behind so much? Narrator, Jaehyun Road explained that teams need to accumulate points by accepting missions, and since Aki was unconscious for 3 days, their team was still at 0. Dialogue, I was unconscious for 3 days. I thought I just fainted for a moment. I didn't expect it to be so long. Narrator, after Aki fully recovered, the four immediately put on their gear and prepared for the upcoming journey to accumulate points. Narrator, at the gathering place, the townspeople began to gossip. Just 3 days ago, they had seen a new group of warriors assemble here. Narrator, all the warriors were very young, a new hope for humanity. After assembling, Jaehyun Road spoke sternly. Dialogue, next I'll briefly explain. First, congratulations to all of you for officially becoming warriors and for safely returning from the demons. Truly, I'm very happy for you all. Narrator, as mentioned, the 4 of you will be assigned to a squad under my management. Dialogue, which means I am the team leader responsible for you. Narrator, I am responsible for a total of 9 squads, hoping that you all can become successful. After hearing that, Aki raised his hand to speak. Dialogue, successful means the warrior rules are much more difficult now compared to 60 years ago. Narrator, back then, strength and identity were based on killing demons, but now times have changed, and Aki still didn't fully understand this. Dialogue, Aki, haven't you ever heard of the squad ranking chart? Narrator, seeing Aki's confusion, Shino continued explaining that their squad was at the bottom of the ranking. Sato Liu remained cold and disdainful. Dialogue, don't trip me up. Narrator, Jaehyun Road explained that success just referred to the squad ranking chart. Narrator, each squad, led by a squad leader, has a ranking chart to compete and encourage progress. I am responsible for 9 squads. Narrator, you need to compete with the other 8 squads, accepting different level missions to accumulate points, with higher points leading to a higher rank. Narrator, every month the subordinates of 3 squad leaders, precisely the 2 highest ranking squads, totaling 6 teams, will compete in a squad duel, with the winner receiving a reward. Narrator, on the other hand, the squad ranked last will be punished, temporarily called the cleaning squad, until the next last place team is formed. Narrator, after hearing that, Aki looked around. Dialogue, what a hassle, no wonder the city is so clean. Dialogue, these are the warrior rules. Only through competition can there be progress. Demons continuously evolve and warriors must not slack off. Narrator, the squad can choose Sato Liu, who has the highest total score, to be the squad leader. Dialogue, no objections. Narrator, Shino and Tamo both agreed, only Aki seemed unhappy. Dialogue, why not choose me? I'm Aki, called the king. Narrator, he only dared to think this to himself, as his test result was at the very bottom. Dialogue, definitely going to complete the mission. Narrator, she was so happy inside that she almost laughed out loud. Dialogue, wow, I'm obviously the team leader, who else could it be? Dialogue, alright, it's still noon. You can go check the mission board to see if there are any missions, and conveniently check the points of other teams. Dialogue, also the nano wings of the combat suits, you need to figure out how to adapt them in real combat. If there's any problem, just come directly to me. Narrator, dismissed. Jaehyun Road left and Sato Liu signaled for everyone to follow. Dialogue, let's go, we'll check the mission board. Narrator, they had missed 3 days and needed to catch up. Dialogue, wait, there's something more important before that. Narrator, Sato Liu turned around and asked. Dialogue, what's the matter? Narrator, she felt a sense of panic, fearing that she had forgotten something important. Dialogue, arrange positions for the members, prepare the backup supplies. Narrator, no, these things can be done after accepting the mission. Dialogue, did I make a mistake right after becoming the team leader? Has my perfect leader aura been ruined? Narrator. It's true that thinking too much in this final stage, this situation cannot be saved anymore. However, Tamo requested to take an official team photo, which made Tsutokoyu feel very uncomfortable because of the hard hair spray. But he didn't think the idea was that bad. He also wanted to keep a little memory with the new teammates. Meanwhile, the three team leaders stood at a nearby high place and observed the situation. When asked how it felt, Zago stretched out tiredly and said that all the evil demons around the cave had been eliminated. Zago also asked if there was any trace of demon blood in the cave. Joel took a puff of his cigarette and gave his guess. Joel said, "Are you suspicious of those kids? Let me think for a moment. I suspect Iki has something strange. My nose is very sensitive. On him, I always smell that familiar stench, very unpleasant." The air became tense, and suddenly Zago hugged him tightly. Zago said, "You're overthinking it. It's good that the kids are back. On the contrary, their squad is also very strong. Don't let them beat my team." Shino blushed with embarrassment when he felt the mountains pressing down on his back. Joel remained calm. He thought it was necessary to observe the situation first, and if anything unusual occurred, they would handle it later. On the other side, Iki focused on the central mission board and saw that there were still 3 A-level missions. Each mission earned 10 accumulated points, and Iki happily shouted. Shino and Tamo explained it to him. Shino said, "Aki, it seems you don't know yet. An A-level mission is the highest level mission we can access. The remaining 3 missions are definitely the hardest A-level mission. Compared to B-level missions with 6 points and C-level missions with 3 points, and a level mission with 10 points is really tempting. But B-level and C-level missions can be completed more easily and safely. A-level missions often result in casualties." Iki sighed and said, "I'll take them all." Coincidentally, Tsutokoyu approached and accepted all 3 missions at once. Tsutokoyu said, "This idea is great." After accepting the missions, the team immediately set off to carry them out. In the fog, the 4 of them moved forward without hesitation. He gently pressed the core node on his chest, and the nano wings were successfully activated. He ran to a nearby rock, leaned against it, and tried using the nano wings. Then, he imagined and manipulated to disassemble the nano wings, creating weapons. It was only the first try, but he succeeded in creating a sharp weapon. After 60 years, humanity's technology had advanced significantly. The others had also successfully created weapons for themselves. After preparing, the mission's target was in sight, 2 evil demons. At Tsutokoyu's command, the team split up as planned, with the team leader leading the mission. Tsutokoyu, with 3 A-level missions waiting to be completed, couldn't afford to waste too much time fighting and needed to finish quickly. First, Shino blocked the enemy's line of sight, then Iki and Tamo worked together to disable their ability to move. Next, Shino struck to stun them. Finally, she finished the fight herself. Everything went according to Tsutokoyu's plan without any mistakes. With her back to the explosion, she struck a pose and praised herself. She said, "Great, this time I was perfect, really shining." After eliminating the 2 evil demons, the main part of the mission was to eliminate the mist. Compared to when they tested it, real combat was much harder. But luckily, one of the 2 evil demons contained a crimson core node. Overall, this mission was quite profitable. After completing the A-level mission, 10 points were accumulated, and the mission was automatically cancelled. Aki was once again amazed by the advancement of science and technology. Tamo, used to Aki's curiosity, explained it to him. Tamo said, "Anyway, all technology is now focused on demons. Every mission has a chip linked to the points board in the city. Thus, when a mission is completed, the points board in the city will automatically calculate the points. We just completed the mission of eliminating the mist outside the city." She said, "Now let me see the others." As she spoke, she reached out to take the mission sheet from Aki's hand. The remaining 2 missions were to capture 3 evil demons and obtain 10 evil demon core nodes. She quickly looked them over. Tamo fell to the ground, helpless. Just looking at it, it seems difficult. Evil demon core nodes, it took the whole afternoon to get 3. There are still 7 left, and we also have to capture them. I heard that's the hardest mission. Sino comforted, "Ha ha ha. Looks like we won't have time to relax. Anyway, other squads are also constantly earning mission points." Tsutokoyu said, "Complete the remaining 2 A-level missions, then continue accepting A-level missions and charge straight to the top." These words ignited the fire within Shino. Tamo didn't forget to record the cool moment of the team leader. Seeing Iki saying nothing, Shino asked, "What do you think?" Iki smiled and agreed that everyone was right. The other teams were probably trying to score more points too. If we don't act faster, it will be hard to catch up with the other teams. No matter the circumstances, only those quick on their feet and hands can win, while just standing by achieves nothing. At that moment, a strange emotion surged within Iki. He thought his heart, over 50 years old and through 2 lifetimes, had grown hardened. yet being around them made him feel oddly rejuvenated. The resilience and unyielding spirit of youth truly conveyed an abundance of life force. Afterward, the team agreed to continue moving forward to complete the mission before sunset. After a tough struggle, the task of capturing the 3 rare demons was finally complete. Luckily, the tranquilizer rounds used to subdue them ran out exactly at the right time. The rounds allocated to each squad were already very limited. Seeing Aki studying the gun in his hands, Tsu Duliu sighed helplessly. Why do I have to explain everything from the beginning? This is also a synthesized nano product, a specialized tranquilizer gun for demons. It's like a dagger. Both are starter weapons integrated into the nano wings, just with more complex assembly standards and operation. Then Aki looked at the demons lying on the ground and silently reflected. We now capture demons using medicine tea. Before, we could only knock them out before capturing them. The research staff always complained that we sometimes crushed a demon's brain by accident. Aha! After cleaning up, Shino finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to capture demons right after running out of ammo is already very good. Thanks to that, this mission can be considered complete. To capture these 3, we had to eliminate a small group of demons, more than 10 in total. Looking at the scene, it's clear the battle was far from easy. Only now did Tomo stretch wearily. Warriors must return to the city before sunset. It's the rule, latecomers will be punished. Let's go home and have dinner. Hearing the word home, Aki suddenly realized he knew nothing about the background of his current body. He didn't even know if he had a home in this world. Tsu Duliu took out a device, preparing to return to the city. I also have to return to the training hall soon. Now I just need to send the coordinates via the locator to the research staff, and they will retrieve these 3 demons. Our mission is considered complete. Then Aki spoke up. By the way, did you sense a murderous aura? Before he could finish, a bullet whizzed past in front of the 4 of them, instantly killing 3 demons. We won't let you complete this mission. You are the rookie squad taking all the A-level missions on the board. That's the mission we wanted to take. Who allowed you to take it? 4 strangers appeared suddenly, clearly with no good intentions. A single glance was enough to see they meant no good, making Aki frown in annoyance. Who are you? The red-haired one, apparently the leader, replied. We joined Captain Jai Yu Tang's squad during the last assessment. Our squad is named Black Spear. Simply put, we are your seniors, one of the 9 squads. You are from the new squad and didn't even greet your seniors properly. That's disrespectful. And you did it without our former members' consent. You took all the A-level missions on your own. Are you saying you don't care about us? Tsu Duliu's eyes were fixed on the corpses of the recently killed rare demons. The result, her team had risked everything to capture. She absolutely couldn't ignore this. The red-haired leader continued. Who is your squad captain? You didn't even lead your members to greet us. As soon as he finished, Tsu Duliu charged to attack. The red-haired one wasn't ordinary and dodged immediately. You dare strike a senior? You insolent rookie. Tsu Duliu was furious, ready to strike again. Someone like him doesn't deserve to be a senior. Shino and Tomo, seeing the danger, held her back. Liu, don't act rashly. They are still your seniors, talk first. Tomo turned to the red-haired leader, trying to reason. Why don't you explain yourselves? But that doesn't mean you can kill the demons we worked hard to capture. The red-haired one ignored her, glaring and shouting. Explain. Competition here is always like this. Are you really that naive? That remark infuriated Tsu Duliu, igniting her anger. And you dare ruin our mission? We worked so hard, you bastards. What about the dignity of a squad captain like me? Enough talk, I'll risk it with you. Seeing their captain about to lose control, Shino quickly looked to Aki for help. Aki, the sun is almost down, tell them. The atmosphere grew extremely tense as both sides struggled, with conflict ready to erupt at any moment. All eyes were on Aki, waiting for him to resolve the situation before darkness fell. He hadn't even finished speaking when Aki flew into a rage. Get lost. The red-haired guy hadn't even regained his composure before taking a full-force kick that made him spit blood, while Aki shouted fiercely, oppressing a newbie. I've never heard anything so despicable. Do you know how much effort it took us to capture 3 demons alive? In decades, Aki had never faced such an awkward situation. Truly a messed-up rule, yet his action was praised by the team captain. The others could only stare in shock, while the red-haired guy trembled with rage after the kick. How dare you treat a senior like that? All of Black Spear team prepare for combat. Upon receiving the order, the remaining 3 members immediately drew their weapons, ready to charge. The other side refused to back down and assumed a defensive stance. Just as the clash was about to erupt, Hugh Yudo suddenly appeared. He shouted to stop them, and with just a few simple moves, blocked the attacks of the red-haired guy and Aki, pushing both of them back. Seeing this, Aki felt a twinge of regret, as he had planned to test the young warrior's true strength. Hugh Yudo exuded a heavy aura and sternly reprimanded the 2 squads. You reckless kids, the sun is setting and you're still fighting. Want to be demon bait? The red-haired guy immediately tried to talk to gain the upper hand. Captain Q Yudo, they struck first and even knocked off my mask. Standing nearby, Tsudu Liu sneered. Are you a child, tattling to Captain Q Yudo? The red-haired guy was speechless, angry, but unable to argue. At that moment, Tomo raised a camera and said, I have photos as evidence. They killed the 3 demons we captured alive. He even dared to counter-accuse, a true professional photographer, capturing every moment. Hearing that, Q Yudo stepped closer to question. Capture demons alive? This is an A-rank mission. Did your squad accept it? Tsudu Liu clasped his hands behind his back and calmly reported. Reporting, the mission was already completed but was ruined by the Black Spear Squad. After understanding the situation, Q Yudo seemed about to leave, saying, I see, you probably found them outrageous. But what you're experiencing now, they also went through as a rookie squad. How you handle it is up to you. Rookies are ultimately graded on points. Besides not intentionally causing injury or threatening life, other forms of competition are allowed. All towns apply these rules. When you become full warriors, you'll face even tougher situations. It won't be low-level training like this. I intervene not to stop your sharpening, but because the sun has set. Go back to the town immediately. Then he turned to the Black Spear Squad. As for you, having your A-rank mission stolen by rookies and getting beaten, I'm already embarrassed for you. He told them to reflect on themselves. The red-haired guy fumed but swallowed his anger and left, glaring at Iki as he passed. Hey, dare to give your name. The tension was thick until Iki calmly stated his name. Hearing it, the red-haired guy sneered. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? He dared to share a name with the greatest warrior. Laughing, he shoved his hands into his pockets, looking threatening. Iki, I won't let you easily earn points. I promise your squad will be last this year. As for this incident, I'll repay it tenfold later. Saying this, the red-haired guy put his mask back on and led his team away. Kyudo reminded them that the Black Spear Squad may not be the strongest, but is famous for handling missions quickly. They will definitely go all out to interfere or sabotage your missions, and their captain is an exceptional marksman. In the last encounter, he hadn't even used his gun. You may be capable rookies, but they also have gifted warriors. If everyone fights at full power, you're not guaranteed to win. All right, head back to town. These words left Tsudu Liu deep in thought. She suddenly realized her impulsiveness earlier could have put her teammates in danger. She then asked everyone to return. Passing Aki, she added, what are you standing there for? Trying to look cool, that kick was very cool. Looks like he's got his first female fan in this lifetime. On the way back, Sino invited Aki to dinner at his place but was refused, as Aki had other plans. Tonight he had to capture 3 demons alive. As night fell, all gates were locked and alarms blared repeatedly. Attention, for your safety, please do not leave the town. In the night, a shadow lurked near the gate. After careful observation, Aki analyzed silently that the only exit was the repeating loudspeaker. Few people were seen because the town was fully locked down. At this hour, everyone must be indoors, probably waiting for me to finish the mission and return. The gate guard doesn't seem as strict as expected. There's only this sign. Is it due to lack of manpower, or did no one expect anyone to go out at night? Leaving a small gap seems strange. Unlike in my past life, we didn't worry about day or night, and we often conducted night hunts. Even at night, the fact that there are no demons to worry about is not a cause for concern. Using methods from my past life to capture the 3 demons was no challenge. The masked man seems determined to stop my group, but I will complete the mission when he least expects it. It seems I am still a genius, Iki thought with a smug smile, but a voice suddenly sounded next to him. Iki felt so smart, but as he was laughing to himself, a voice came from beside him. Sure enough, Aki turned around and saw Pseudo Liu leaning against the wall, having appeared out of nowhere. Though she looked silly on the outside, she was secretly very excited inside. This is so exciting. Tonight's outing was so fun. After becoming a warrior, the sense of freedom is amazing. It's a good excuse to leave the temple. Hee. During the day, when I heard Aki talking about the plan, I knew he would act tonight. I am really looking forward to tonight. Even though I've become a warrior, I'm still just a curious girl wanting to explore everything. Aki, with a silly face, tried to avoid the topic. What are you talking about? I just went out for a walk. I'm full, so my stomach is still bloated. This was Aki, the strongest warrior from his past life, but in everyday life he was a bit silly. As soon as he finished speaking, Aki's stomach growled from hunger. He really didn't know what to say about that excuse. With no other choice, Aki had to admit, all right, I really plan to surprise everyone tomorrow. I just wanted to take advantage of the night to complete the mission that those people disrupted earlier this afternoon. The mission time is not up yet, right? But if you found out, there's nothing I can do. Don't report it, I'll head back immediately. He thought that Pseudo Liu had come to stop him, so he tried to turn away. But unexpectedly, she said she would join in and asked Aki about the plan. She praised herself as a genius for coming up with this excuse to go out at night. Just thinking about the Black Squad tomorrow made her excited. When she saw Pseudo Liu smile, Aki knew something was off. On top of the high city wall, a guard was yawning, looking very bored. Standing guard like this is so tough, I'm so sleepy. Who would go out at night, looking for trouble, just close the gate right. The guard sitting next to him, eating, also reminded him, SHH, idiot, don't let the three captains hear. Leaving the gate open is only for emergencies. Did you forget? A few years ago, someone escaped and came to ask for help. In the end, the gate was open for just a few seconds, and everyone was killed horribly by the demons. Since then, all the cities have emergency gaps in the main gates. This world has nothing more important than survival. After hearing this, the guard understood and apologized. Then the two continued enjoying the 18+ magazines, something very rare. It's unbelievable that these two guards were like this. While they were engaged in depravity, Aki and Pseudo Liu had sneaked out of the city. Ahead of them was the area that had been hard to deal with last time, and tonight the fog was much thicker. After easily following Aki's instructions, the two of them arrived at the intended location. Pseudo Liu quickly assessed the area. It's far from the city wall, we can avoid being detected. The rotten trees are excellent hiding spots. Aki began explaining the plan. My plan is to lure the monster to attack its head, and by hitting it repeatedly, it will faint. Aki, wait for me to come back. Aki disappeared into the thick fog. Pseudo Liu was a little worried, trembling slightly. Although Aki was very confident, she still worried about whether Aki would be safe entering the night fog. But then she calmed herself and prepared to be ready. Am I scared or excited? No, I need to focus and be ready to support Aki. Aki used his experience to lure the demon, which amazed Pseudo Liu. Aki always lured one demon at a time, making it easier to capture. This method of control was something Pseudo Liu had never heard of, and she found it very fresh and interesting. She gradually adapted and grew quickly. Following Aki's instructions, the two of them skillfully attacked the demon. Its head was attacked repeatedly, causing it to become exhausted and faint. This method was an ancient hunting technique, revived again tonight. Although everything was going smoothly, this method tested Aki's stamina. After struggling for a while, Aki was exhausted, covered in sweat. He needed to train his body for better physical fitness. In the past, hunting demons alone had been like a game. Now, Pseudo Liu pulled the third unconscious demon, completing the final task. On her first hunting trip, she found herself more exhausted than during the physical training at the academy. When she heard Aki say that they would leave the three demons here, she was immediately stunned. Seeing her surprise, Aki explained that the demons had no intelligence and didn't know how to save their kind. He also mentioned that they wouldn't approach the city walls, so leaving these three here wasn't a problem. This method of hunting, attacking straight at the head, would render them unconscious for a while. We'll leave early tomorrow morning and just directly submit the mission. After a moment of contemplation, Pseudo Liu wondered why a rookie like him knew all this. Having slipped up too many times, Aki became flustered, unsure how to explain himself. Just then a chilling voice rang out, found it. Found humans, it really tastes the same. The appearance of two high-level demons made Aki freeze in place. Not good, why are there two high-level demons? The situation right now is completely out of our league. Damn it, why are there two? From the city walls, alarm bells rang urgently. The three squad leaders quickly gathered. There's a high-level demon reaction, turn on the searchlights. Two guards quickly put away classified documents and carried out the orders. Zago couldn't understand why the high-level demons appeared at this time. She speculated that it might be the same demon that appeared during the trial, but Kai Tang had said it died in the underground cave. So it must be another one. When the searchlights scanned the area, the positions of the two high-level demons were revealed. Their sudden appearance together was truly strange. However, this wasn't the time to think further. Joel immediately issued orders to his subordinates. Don't panic, close the gates, they can't harm us, prepare the defensive cannons. All the cannons on the city wall began to charge. They could fire at any time. Just then, Kai Tang shouted loudly, wait, don't close the gates, there seems to be someone down there. After enhancing the light towards the demons, Kai Tang gritted his teeth. Those two, why are they there? Zago completely didn't understand why these two rookies were outside the city in the middle of the night. Kai Tang helplessly spoke. The three unintentional demons we trapped, I understand now. It turned out that they had completed the mission of capturing the three troublemaking demons from the past 3 days. Pigweed gritted his teeth in anger, thinking that having some ability didn't mean showing off hastily, a common flaw in rookies. No more time to waste, Kai Tang rushed towards the two high-level demons. Seeing this, Zago immediately chased after him, leaving Joel behind to command the city wall defense. The two high-level demons sensed someone closing in. Aki, understanding the situation, instructed Pseudo Liu to hide behind him. At this moment, the best option was to buy time and wait for reinforcements. He carefully thought about why the situation had turned out this way. Was their target him like the last high-level demon because of his reincarnation? Or had something happened in the cave earlier, just as the tension was at its peak? Su Tu Liu suddenly stepped forward. No, we fight together. She didn't want Aki to face the two high-level demons alone because of her. If they had to fight, she wouldn't stay behind. But in the eyes of the two demons, her action was nothing but a joke. They both jumped down, ready to attack. However, only the green demon landed, while the gray one suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the gray demon appeared behind the two and swung its sharp claws at Su Tu Liu. Kill the useless one first. Luckily, Aki reacted just in time, twisting his body and pushing Su Tu Liu aside, saving her by a hair's breadth. The blow from the gray demon was so powerful that the ground cracked open with just one strike. Immediately after, Su Tu Liu kicked back, but her strike was blocked. When she looked closely, her body was tightly bound by green threads, which was the power of the green demon. Caught off guard, she was restrained and unable to move. Seeing this, Aki intended to rush to her rescue but became the target of the gray demon. Distracted. Distraction is not good. Just then, Caillou Tang appeared just in time, landing a punch directly on the gray demon's face. Don't you dare harm them. As soon as he arrived, Zago quickly analyzed the traits of the two demons. HMPH looks like it's the water-type blue core and the earth-type red core. The urgent task now was to get Su Tu Liu back safely. However, the gray demon that had just been knocked back immediately turned around. Covered in rocks, it seemed unharmed. Fortunately, it was avoided just in time, or a blow could have shattered his brain. Seeing the situation getting tense, Lieutenant immediately ordered the defense guns not to fire, to avoid harming anyone on the team. Suddenly, a warrior rushed over to report. Captain Joel noticed a horde of rogue demons approaching. The horde was massive, countless in number. Under the blood-red moon, the ground began to shake violently. Beneath the walls, innumerable rogue demons had gathered. The scene was terrifying. Joel broke out in a cold sweat and shouted orders for his subordinates to sound the alarm. All the warriors in the city immediately went into combat mode. As the alert sounded, everyone focused on the city walls. They were all determined to protect the citizens at any cost. From Aki's side, the rogue demons completely ignored them and headed straight for the city core. It was clearly called by the two elite demons. The two captains had no choice but to fight quickly and return to defend the walls. Seeing the urgent situation, Officer Liu took a risk and shouted, "Forget me, go reinforce the city core." She felt responsible, thinking her mistake had put the captains in danger. But before she could finish, a blue demon covered her mouth with water. "Perfect, shut your mouth." At this moment, Ju Du decided not to turn back but charged forward to attack the two elite demons, followed by Yago and Aki. The gray demon, seeing this, placed both hands on the ground, and countless sharp stone pillars shot up immediately. Its target was only the two captains. It dashed past Aki without attacking her. "Haha, you go that way." The action was baffling. Judu was stunned, not understanding why. But now was not the time to think about that. The two captains were held back by the gray demon, unable to advance. At this moment, the blue demon gestured with its hand, "And you, follow me." Then it turned into water and dragged Officer Liu into the forest. Iki stood still, her mind in turmoil. 7. Separate myself and the captains, clearly 7 people. Damn it, I must stay calm and not be provoked. My current strength is still not enough. Although the battle is fierce, the two captains are almost completely stunned. Aki, don't go there, you're no match for it. Aki trembles, grinding his teeth in anger, but Suchu Liu could be in danger. This gaze is so familiar. How could I not chase after her? How could I leave her like this? After making a firm decision, Aki rushed with all his might to chase after her. He swore he would save Suchu Liu at any cost. The monster carried her a distance, then suddenly stopped. It stood before her and began speaking. Humans are truly interesting. We are very curious about your rich emotion. I've heard that humans scream for mercy when desperate. I want to hear you beg. Realizing it was covering the hostage's mouth, it intended to hear the desperate scream. It removed its hand and prepared to listen. All right, scream, beg for mercy. But contrary to expectations, Suchu Liu's eyes were filled with nothing but resentment. You don't deserve, the monster, confused, asked again. Don't deserve, do I deserve it or not? Though the monster had some intellect, it didn't seem particularly smart. Suchu Liu explained, I was born into a martial arts family. I will never bow my head to those who dare to oppress me. Being weak is the greatest disgrace to us. Either kill me or fight me. After a long pause, the monster angrily kicked Suchu Liu in the face. Angry, I'm angry, you will die. Suchu Liu fell to the ground, her eyes filled with resentment, wishing she could fight to the death. Iki had caught up. Hey, let her go, I'm your target, right? The monster jumped in excitement when it saw Iki. "Ha, you really came, you're the target, indeed the target." After hearing that, Aki understood. Tsuchu Liu was completely confused, her mind flooded with questions, but Aki still cared about her situation first. She shouted loudly at Aki, "I'm fine, why did you come alone? You're no match for the most evil demon." The monster kicked her stomach to silence her. It didn't want anything to interfere with its target. Aki angrily said, "Hey, don't harm her. If I'm your target, take me in exchange for her. Let her go." The monster scoffed. Exchange, you all must die." It charged at Aki with terrifying speed. Aki's attack missed and was instead punched hard in the ribs. With his current body, Aki couldn't react in time. The monster turned its body into water and continuously attacked. "You smell like us, curious why." Aki defended while trying to think of a counterattack. This is the water element. The demon had evolved many attributes. This weak body only had martial arts, no other skills. If this continues, I fear. Tsuchu Liu lay on the ground, helplessly watching the battle, realizing that if things continued like this, Aki would die. Suddenly, she noticed a sharp stone nearby. Unable to remain still, she crawled with all her strength toward the stone. On Aki's side, one of his hands had been enveloped by the monster's water. Though unable to move, the distance had shortened, offering an opportunity. He immediately used his sword to slash forward. Good idea, but with his current speed, his slash was easily seen through. Now both of Aki's hands were under the monster's control. "You were in the cave, killed the most evil demon. You shouldn't be this weak. Are you pretending?" Aki struggled, trying to fight back. "I don't even know what you're talking about. What do you mean by killing the most evil demon?" Aki's defiant attitude angered the monster. It punished him by twisting both of his arms. Aki spun around, screaming in pain. The monster wanted to torture him further. "If you're not honest, you must die. Quickly tell me the secret on your body." Aki was kicked away, lying helplessly on the ground. "It hurts so much. Have my organs been crushed? Never imagined falling into the hands of the most evil demon." Tsuchu Liu desperately tried to escape the ropes, ignoring her bleeding hands. The monster paid no attention to her, slowly advancing towards Aki. "If you don't admit it, I'll kill you and eat you. I believe your feelings will help me evolve." It was about to grab Aki when it suddenly sensed danger, tilting its head to avoid Tsuchu Liu's knife. After pushing the monster away, Tsuchu Liu stood in front of Aki, her gaze sharp. "Don't touch my team member." To kill one of Aki's teammates, the enemy must defeat Aki first. At this moment, Aki vaguely notices the wounds on her wrist and ankle. He realizes she had tried to break free, and never expected that one day a girl would stand up to protect him like this. Following Lu's intention, the demon decides to attack. From its body, droplets form countless sharp needles. All the needles shoot forward at terrifying speed. Aki whispers, feeling like a burden, "Lu, step aside." Yet Lu refuses to run, using all her strength to deflect the needles to protect Aki. She keeps Aki safe. At this moment, the demon reaches forward, focusing on her feet. The needles that had been deflected suddenly regroup, piercing Lu and pushing her toward the demon. The demon grabs her neck, grinning gruesomely. Aki watches this in a daze, his inner self screaming in helplessness. "Let go, let her go," Aki shouts. He must witness a teammate die before his eyes again. Nothing changes. In the end, he still has to rely on a girl to protect him, unable to protect himself. Aki mutters, "Talk about protecting others." At this moment, the core on Aki's chest suddenly shatters, and his eyes burn red. He emits a terrifying energy, determined not to helplessly watch a teammate die. Aki punches the ground, sending violent tremors everywhere. As the demon reacts, a shadow flashes past. The shadow snatches Lu from its grasp. Aki hasn't attacked yet, but the demon's arms are already covered in wounds. All from the wind pressure. Aki carefully carries Lu, speaking gently. "Your first time as captain, you did very well. Lu, leave her to me." One of Aki's eyes turns red, completely abnormal. The demon notices the change. It pants. Your breath is intense, mysterious." Aki gently sets Lu down and turns fiercely. Aki doesn't understand what's happening, his head full of pain. The power in his chest spreads, feeling like it wants to tear his body apart. The power erupts violently. On his chest, where the demon's core once was, a new core appears with a special symbol. The demon immediately realizes it is the heart of Wang Qi. Lu, lying on the ground, vaguely senses something unusual in Aki, but lacks the strength to speak, helpless. After fully releasing his energy, Aki's body transforms. The left half of his body becomes a demon with horns and sharp claws. The powerful form awakens. Each step Aki takes forces the demon to retreat. "Time for you to die." Elsewhere, the gray demon holding two captains feels the tremor from afar. It pants, its companions distracted. Meanwhile, the extreme force suddenly attacks. Zago kicks the demon in the face, sending it flying. The two captains immediately strike in succession. The demon is hit, thrown into chaos. It cries, "Too strong, can't resist." Before it can recover, the two captains punch a hole in its body, transforming it into Donald Akma. Finally, Zago's kick sends it up to the central stage. The Akma is still slightly alive, reaching for the core on its chest. It digs a hole into Zago's body, shouting, "Humanity, die with me." Seeing its self-destructive intent, Zago immediately shields the extreme force. She understands that if the Akma self-destructs, neither can withstand it. She is ready to sacrifice herself to save her teammate. At this moment, the demon is struck, crashing to the ground. The self-destruction process stops before completion. The object that flew past like lightning, arrow-shaped, is a defense bullet fired. Despite the fortress being in danger, Joel issues orders in time, successfully saving the two captains. At this moment, Joel continues fighting on the fortress. Despite many kills, the number of demons doesn't decrease. If this continues, the demons will bypass the fortress and slaughter humanity. With no other choice, Joel shouts toward the two captains, "Return to the city immediately, demons are attacking." Receiving the news, Zago prepares to return and rescue. "We must return to the city at once, they need us inside." However, Jukyu Duong still hesitated, glancing back, silently cursing for the two children, not knowing how to proceed. Understanding his teammates' feelings, Jago couldn't help but speak up. "I feel the same as you, but we're not just leaders, we are also warriors." Those words made Jukyu Duong snap to his senses, gritting his teeth, swallowing his helplessness, and immediately returning to the wall area. On the opposite side, the green demon trembled uncontrollably. "You how, our kin, humans, you the most evil demon." "HMPH, no, that's not it, you're even stronger." "Haha, how can humans grow horns?" "Well, no, that can't be, why?" Its mind was filled with questions that had no answers. Such an absurd situation had never happened before. On the contrary, Iki calmly gathered a small ball of light on the tip of his finger. "Perhaps this is the meaning of my resurrection, to possess all the power of the demon and then change everything." With a snap of his finger, the ball of light shot straight towards Si Du Liu and healed all her wounds. Seeing this, the demon's mouth fell open in shock. "What healing, you?" "Wood system?" Iki placed his hand on his chest, muttering softly to himself, feeling as if the memory from that time had returned, perhaps because he had absorbed the previous highest-tier wood demon. "If I absorb you, maybe I can gain the power of the water system." As soon as he finished speaking, countless roots emerged from the ground, forming a massive throne. Standing majestically on that throne, Iki spread his arms wide, his appearance increasingly resembling that of a demon. "Ah, I'm starting to look forward to the power of a demon now." Hearing Iki, the demon was completely overwhelmed by fear, absorbing the core of the highest-tier wood demon. Become one of us." Seeing it tremble in fear, Iki smiled with satisfaction. "How interesting, even in my past life I never saw this. So demons can also know fear like this." So he decided to stretch this moment a little longer. Branches began to stretch out, wrapping around Iki's feet. As the branches grew, Iki moved nimbly, floating before the demon. "Come on, attack me with all your strength. I want to see what kind of power this form of mine still has." Unable to withstand the barrage of questions in its mind, the demon went mad, shouting loudly, "Are you human or demon?" While shouting, it formed a water blade to strike forward, but in this state, Iki easily dodged the attack. "Ah, elemental control. I remember the wood demon I absorbed had this move." Iki stretched out his hand, slowly tightening it. Countless branches immediately shot up from the ground, binding the demon in the blink of an eye. Not stopping there, he tightened his grip, crossing his arms, causing the branches to press harder and harder. He could easily manipulate the wood elements around him, as if they were a part of his body. Choking, the demon screamed in agony. If this continued, it would be torn apart in excruciating pain, so it had no choice but to use its trump card. In an instant, its body turned into water, breaking free from the restraints and charging towards Iki. Though Iki dodged, it quickly reformed its upper body and attacked furiously. "Not enough, you can't kill me. The wood system, like you can't disintegrate yourself, right?" It grabbed and tore off one of Iki's arms, then continued to attack relentlessly. "Ahaha, you human don't understand the power of a demon, I'm stronger." Iki was overwhelmed, unable to fight back, and was finally kicked away. But he smiled confidently, creating a giant hand to catch his flying body and slowly lowering himself to the ground. "You're right, I truly don't understand how powerful a demon can be. But do you know, I am the strongest warrior, my learning ability is very strong. To kill you, all I need to do is keep learning to master the power of demons." In the blink of an eye, Aki's severed arm began to regenerate, slowly growing back just like the highest-tier demon in the cave. This scene left the green demon stunned. Wood system, self-regeneration, what? Immediately understood. Soon after, Aki's arm was fully restored and he charged forward, beginning to attack with demonic power. At the point of landing, countless small branches shot up from the ground, continuously pushing his body forward. By the time the demon recovered, Aki was already right in front of it. It hurriedly retreated to avoid the strike but found its legs held tight. At this moment, Aki grabbed its head with both hands, his eyes filled with brutality. "HMPH, don't run anymore, I'm already starting to find this battle a bit dull." The pressure from his hands tightening made the demon struggle desperately in despair. But the more it struggled, the more the control from the wood elements around it intensified. Held tightly, unable to escape, It could only scream miserably in midair, while Aki remained coldly looking down, fully in control of the battle. This scene is difficult to describe with words. The demon feels its body is failing. It suddenly swells up and then explodes. Just like the technique that Zhuo Chalu often uses, it seemed like everything was over. But from the demon's core, drops of water began to gather to form the demon's body. Foolish, ha ha ha, I can separate myself. The demon laughed joyfully, thinking it was smart, but immediately, countless branches pierced through its body, leaving no way to resist. Of course I know, but as a demon, the core of your body cannot be separated. You fool, do you have too much confidence in your abilities? The demon's core was pierced by the branches, so its body could no longer separate. It watched as its core slowly moved away. The demon reached out helplessly. My core, Noko clung to its last hope of survival, but it was too late. Iki grabbed the core and smiled fiercely. The core is destroyed. Even if you are a 7-tier demon, you will still die. I'll take your water-type ability. Losing the core, the demon's body gradually became immobile, and then melted into a pool of water. Aki then crushed the core, enjoying the energy from the water core. Ha ha ha, help me grow even stronger. This form doesn't resemble the strongest warrior of humanity at all. The thoughts of the demon began to invade Aki's mind. After completely absorbing the water core, Aki's gaze turned towards Zhuo Chalu. Though he had only absorbed the core, he was already able to turn his body into water with ease. Standing before Zhuo Chalu, Aki more and more resembled a vicious demon. Demon, devour human, kill. Demon, devour human, kill. Under the blood-red moon, Aki repeated this phrase incessantly. It seemed like his mind was being controlled by an absolute command. Without hesitation, he used his sharp claws to pierce straight into Zhuo Chalu. Breaking through the wood-type healing shield, blood splattered, staining the sky red. But that blood was Aki. In a critical moment, his human side regained control of half his body and used his hand to block the blow for Zhuo Chalu. Stop, damn it, stop. How could I kill my own teammate? How could I? I have to bring her back, this damn voice is tormenting my mind. Aki held his head and shouted loudly. The demon's core shone brightly once again. At this moment, Ikai Zai Wang Chi was sleeping soundly, unable to resist my will. Interesting, on the city wall, all the warriors were fighting desperately. The demons had successfully climbed up. They began attacking the city. During the battle, Shino shouted loudly to Tomo, "Why can't I see Aki and Liu? Our squad only has 2 people, it's not enough." Tomo calmly answered while killing demons. I just heard other squads say that 2 warriors sneaked out of the city and were targeted by a 1-tier demon, she said. It seems like it was Aki and Liu, they were afraid of death. After hearing this, Shino gaped in astonishment. What did you say, sneaking out of the city? I can't believe anyone would do something as crazy as that. Tomo could only hold her head and sigh. She couldn't bear to think about the consequences if 2 1-tier demons targeted them, but now wasn't the time for such thoughts. The 2 of them needed to focus on the battle if they didn't want to die here. At this moment, Siku Yudeng and Zago had also returned and joined the fight. As soon as they saw them, Joel asked about the state of their core. Siku Yudeng answered while fighting, "The consumption of the 2 is not too great, they can still continue to kill these damn demons. The warrior's core will be consumed. The higher the burst, the greater the consumption, which weakens the strength." Luckily, the 2 captains teamed up earlier to deal with the 1-tier demon, and the core status has temporarily stabilized. Otherwise, the demon attack this afternoon would have been very troublesome. Soon, the 3 captains gathered together. Zago asked Joel what the next move was, and Joel spoke out the plan while fighting. The 2 will kill 1-tier demon, and the attacks from the nameless demons will be greatly reduced. The remaining 1-tier demon is not here. These nameless demons are like headless snakes, attacking aimlessly with no discipline. These nameless demons have no thinking but are afraid of death, so they fear me. This weakens their desire to attack, giving the warriors on the wall time to recover. Each grasping the core of the other, they burst with energy. Understanding the plan, the energy of the 2 captains exploded. Both leaped into the air, then dove down like bombs, crushing countless demons into pieces, including the previous attack. Today was the 2nd time they had burst their core energy. Without the limits of their cores and bodies, Siku Yudeng would continue using this state to kill. Siku Yudeng and Zago turned into 2 red streaks of light. They madly swept everything in their path. The burst state of the red core was truly fierce, but the blue core, like Joel, was no less. With incredible speed, he charged forward, leaving no demon behind. At that moment, Tomo suddenly paused to record. Incredible, it was the first time I had witnessed this attack from the captains. Wow, so powerful, the opponent is completely stunned. Meanwhile, Sino watched closely how the 3 captains engaged in battle. This is the strength of the most elite warriors that Hang always aspired to reach. He promised himself that one day he would achieve the same level. After the massacre, the three captains stopped at the city gate. Their condition remained stable, showing no alarming signs. The demons, terrified by the earlier slaughter, did not dare approach them. At that moment, Joel looked up at the city wall and commanded, "Warriors, restore your status and continue fighting. The demons will be repelled." Encouraged, the warrior's spirit soared, ready to face battle again. Only then could Joel breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and he shouted, "Be careful, something is coming." The three captains immediately heightened their alert, preparing to confront the remaining elite demon. From far, the common demons all knelt, creating a clear path, but what appeared next left the three captains speechless. In the middle of the demon circle, Aki held Su-du Liu in his arms, slowly stepping forward. Zago looked at Aki, completely bewildered. She clearly remembered Aki had been chasing an elite demon. That Aki could save Su-du Liu was truly unbelievable. Joel was utterly panicked. "Hey Aki, even though the common demons were crushed and lost all will to attack, you can't just stroll through like that. If this continues, the two of them will be swallowed by the demons in an instant." Sure enough, the demons immediately rushed at Aki to tear him apart. Seeing this, the three captains charged forward. Even at the risk of their own lives, they could not let their subordinates be killed right before their eyes. Amid the dense circle of demons, Aki remained completely still. His mood refused to be disturbed. Just a cold glance from him sent all the demons reeling back. Each trembled, unable to advance another step. When terror reached its peak, they chose to flee. They knew that staying meant certain death. Even distant demons, unaware of what had happened, mimicked their kind, panicking and fleeing. Aki stood in the middle of the demon horde, yet completely unharmed. Seeing this, the three captains paused. Witnessing the demons retreat, the warriors on the city wall mistakenly attributed it to the captains and praised them endlessly. But the very people being praised had no idea what was actually happening. Was it because of us, or was it because? At that moment, Aki collapsed from exhaustion. In his daze, he felt as if lying on a giant demon head, surrounded by an endless sea of blood. In the dark space, a voice echoed, "You really enjoy my power, don't you?" Aki remained calm and asked, "Who are you?" The voice continued, "You've met me before just half a century ago. Surely you remember." Aki paused, then replied, "Uncle Kai. Are you one of the two Uncle Kais I saw back then? How many Uncle Kais are there?" Suddenly, a voice whispered next to Aki's ear, "Oh, don't worry about that. You'll understand later." Turning his head, Aki saw a blazing red demon sitting next to him. "For your information, I am Red King Kai, the strongest Uncle Kai. Seeing me without fear, it's no wonder your mind is strong enough to resist my suggestion. As expected from the strongest warrior, but I assure you, I won't harm you now." Ignoring those words, Aki leapt up, firing question after question. "Why choose me? Why my body? What exactly happened?" Too many questions annoyed Red King Kai. Suddenly, another Red King Kai appeared, hugging Aki from behind. "You'll find out, no need to rush. As for your body, now it is mine too. For some reason, I might have to sleep for a while. To ensure my safety, later you will have to strive to evolve. Then continue progressing toward my perfect era." Hearing this, Aki's anger became uncontrollable. He gathered all his strength to stand up, throwing a punch straight at the demon in front of him. "HMPH, you demons, what do you take humans for? Bastard, I'll kill you." At that moment, a voice snapped him awake. Aki, wake up, when he realized he saw two mounds in front of him. The softness made him realize the situation was extremely wrong, but his gaze did not waver. What am I doing?" Immediately after, he was grabbed and beaten by Su-du Liu's guards. "Kid, where did you get the nerve? Even if you saved the young lady's life, you won't be forgiven. Damn it, how dare you disrespect our young lady? This arm will be chopped off and then killed." At that moment, a man entered the room, shouting angrily, "What chaos is this? Is this how you treat a lifesaver?" Everyone in the room immediately bowed in respect to the man. Su-du Liu called out, "Father." Aki looked around in confusion, completely unaware of what was happening. Joel then spoke to introduce. "This is the head of the famous martial arts clan in Zenith City, known to everyone. Su-dao Ra, Su-dao Huan, you are from here, right? Why do you seem not to recognize me?" Aki guessed that he was well taken care of while unconscious, so he immediately bowed. "Greetings, Master Su-dao, apologies for the rudeness." Su-dao Huan laughed heartily, appearing very friendly. "Aha, it's fine, you saved my daughter, Su-dao Ra. We must thank you for your bravery." Then he spoke to the three captains. "Tonight everyone can rest at the dojo. Then we'll celebrate this afternoon's victory over the demon together. You three have grown under my watch, no need for formalities. Consider this dojo your home. On the other hand, my daughter may have troubled you. She's quite stubborn and has been punished often, so later I'll need you to help teach her." Kaio Dutang replied, "Uncle Huan, don't worry, we'll do our best." It's clear that Su-dao Ra holds a very high position in Zenith City. Even the three captains showed respect when facing Su-dao Huan. At this point, Kaio Dutang asked everyone to leave, keeping only Aki. With just the three captains and a key, Kyodu Tang asked seriously. From the appearance of the first demon during the warrior assessment to this afternoon's demon, what do you know? Joel suddenly interrupted. Duang Duang, even for your own team members you can't hesitate like this. Let me handle this. The three captains exuded killing intent, staring at Aki. Are you Akmas? Aki paused, scratching his head awkwardly. I'm a demon, ha ha ha, are you all teasing me? Lu and I just escaped the first demon. The remaining first demon was eliminated by Duang Duang and Zago. Could it be that you defeated that first demon alone? Tell me, how did you save Su Dao Lu from the demon? Aki panicked, unable to think of a reasonable explanation. At this moment, Joel's eyes lit up. Could it be because you're a demon ally, that's why you always escape? Aki gritted his teeth, unsure what to do. Really, do I have to reveal my secret here? Can I tell them my secret? If I do, what will happen to me? They'll kill me immediately. They can't believe I'm human, they only see me as a demon. Anyway, inside me is the strongest demon. Seeing Aki remain silent, Joel prepared to draw his weapon. If you don't speak, I'll act. Aki clenched his fists, considering the worst case, having to fight the three captains. The atmosphere was extremely tense, ready to erupt into a fight at any moment. At that moment, Zago stepped forward to stop him. Don't make a scene, only the fourth demon can take human form. Currently, Aki isn't the fourth demon, right? Even if he could at sea level Zenith City, there's nothing to worry about. Kyodu Tang also spoke. Another point, demons won't save teammates, they have no concept of friends, they are ruthless. But he risked his life to save Su Dao Lu. I don't believe he's a demon. Joel finally relaxed, smiling cheerfully. I knew it, just wanted to tease him. Why so serious? You and Lu have been through the Devil's Gate, well done. I'm speechless at this, Captain, almost fought a big battle. Although no longer suspicious, Kyodu Tang still had a question for Aki. But Lu told us that when she fought the first demon and then fainted, she remembered nothing after that. Finally, you saved Lu from the demon, what really happened? Zago had the same question, did you really defeat that first demon? This question helped Aki find an answer. He always focused on the demon inside him, forgetting other possibilities. Without hesitation, he answered confidently, actually, I'm a genius. Seeing the surprised reactions of the three captains, Aki continued. I can absorb most of the core energy in a blink, temporarily unleashing power beyond my current ability. This is my secret weapon. Zago asked again, you mean absorbing core energy in a blink, like how we trigger core power? Aki nodded without hesitation. The three captains looked at each other and continued questioning. You mean, last time and this time, you used this ability to defeat the first demon? Aki didn't hesitate to invent a few details. Yes, the first time was also when I discovered this ability. My body absorbed all core power and explosively attacked. While the demon wasn't prepared, I blew up its body. Since it was the first time awakening, he lost consciousness afterwards. This time, he used the same method to defeat the demon, capturing Liu immediately. Because the body couldn't handle the sudden surge of power, he could only endure until Liu was brought back, at which point the body finally stopped. Extremis Path listened and pondered slowly. If it's really as he says, this could explain why I discovered the chest core in his body ruptured several times. It's because the power inside the chest core was overdrawn. Could it really be true? Aki is a genius, Zago spoke up. If what you say is true, this ability of yours truly exceeds the current limits, but you can control it. This is very similar to the way captains trigger their energy. Our captain, through training, can minimize the body's overload when activating power, so we can control it. Therefore, before you learn to control it, try not to use this ability. It could be dangerous. Extremis Path nodded, agreeing with Zago. Then I'll test your ability, Aki said. If you're a genius, I want to see for myself. Let's go to the training arena. After changing clothes, they both headed to the arena to spar. Extremis Path still didn't fully trust Aki's words. Right from the start, Extremis Path adopted a stance as if he wanted to devour Aki. Aki couldn't counter this time. Although the captain's abilities in the previous life were basic, Aki's current body could not utilize that technique at all. Aki placed his hand on the chest core, hesitating whether to use the demon's power. At that moment, Extremis Path charged with incredible speed, and Aki narrowly dodged the strike. From the force of the kick, it seemed Extremis Path no longer intended to hold back. Zago, watching from the sidelines, had to warn Extremis Path not to go overboard. Still, Aki's reflexes were truly commendable. This entirely relied on Aki's combat experience, and his current skill level was at its peak. Without letting Aki rest, Extremis Path launched a punch straight at his face. Even the reinforced training arena shattered from the impact. Fortunately, Aki dodged in time. Suddenly, Extremis Path appeared behind, grabbing Aki by the neck. With Aki's weakened body, escape was impossible. Extremis Path slammed Aki into the wall. Seeing the situation, Joel wanted to intervene but was stopped by Zago. Extremis Path gripped tightly and taunted. Is that all your strength? You're not worthy of being a genius. Aki was genuinely angered now, thinking, I hate being underestimated. After all, in the previous life, I was praised by all warriors as a king. Extremis Path, you're just my descendant. You claim to be a genius, but if you can't match the strength of a genius, you won't pass. If you're reincarnated, you can't judge yourself by past standards. Try using the power of the demon in your body. Extremis Path didn't take much notice of this 200-month-old kid, thinking he was just playing tricks. When Aki stood up, the chest core glowed, and his aura completely changed. He stepped forward without hesitation. Captain Extremis Path, it's my turn to attack. Aki's aura erupted, spreading everywhere as he used the demon's power. His body was surrounded by red energy, and synchronization rose from 19% to 30%. The low-level chest core synchronization also increased. It seemed he could unlock more potential and abilities with just his focus. Leon widened her eyes in surprise, sensing Aki's synchronization continuously rising. Zago was also amazed by the aura radiating from Aki. This is definitely not a C-rank tremor, not in our city of Phosphorus. Is there really a genius among geniuses like this? Extremis Path gritted his teeth, looking at Aki with unease. With this situation, his synchronization is at least 40% now. Still rising, I remember Tizu's synchronization was 39%, so Aki just surpassed Su. Suddenly, a voice cut through Extremis Path's thoughts. Captain Extremis Path, Aki is moving in the smoke, don't get distracted. In an instant, Aki teleported to Extremis Path, swinging a punch. Here I come. He struck Extremis Path's stomach with a powerful punch, but he blocked it barehanded. Extremis Path couldn't hide his excited smile. This kid Aki moved twice as fast as before, his body stats increasing and his voice rang out. Captain Extremis Path, spin and kick. That was just a fake move. Aki kicked at Extremis Path's ankle, making him lose balance. Extremis Path saw Aki struggling a bit against him, but still couldn't stop laughing. The kid Aki's speed had doubled earlier. His body stats also rose, and Aki's voice rang out. Captain Extremis Path, spin and kick. That was just a fake move, then I kicked your ankle to throw you off balance. Seeing how Aki fought, he struggled a bit against him but could still laugh. Taking advantage of the opponent's momentary distraction, the boy launched another attack that caused the opponent to lose balance. The attack was calculated, and he sensed something unusual when he looked down. Aki suddenly charged at him without warning. Jian watched the match and admired the rapid-fire attacks. He couldn't understand where Aki got such rich combat experience from. A voice suddenly came from behind, closing in a classic close combat style. The newcomer was Tsutung Huangong, the leader of the Tsutung family. Leon and Zago immediately shouted upon seeing him. Tsutung Huangong, Zago grabbed his hand, looking excited. Uncle Huangong, when did you arrive? Tsutung Huangong looked quite relaxed. Just arrived, you two were too focused. Jian scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Sorry, Uncle Huangong, we borrowed the training field to spar with this boy. Causing a bit of noise, Tsutung Huangong shook his head while looking at the training field. The kids call that a little commotion. Jian remained confident. All right, let me continue. Tsutung Huangong simply smiled and let it go. It's fine. I also want to see how this boy, sharing the same name as the great warrior, will counterattack. Zhu Ru Dung had grabbed Aki's leg. He pulled his leg back for momentum, his eyes sharp, signaling, got him. In the past, Huangong had mentioned Zhu Ru Dung's past and was confident that he would win. Little Dung had always been strong, just needing an opportunity to counterattack. Though still young, he had the ability to grasp situations. Many years of fighting demons had honed his timing and judgment. With his leg captured, there was no escape. The boy Aki would definitely experience a memorable beating. At the same time, Zhu Ru Dung swung his fist to strike Aki. Aki wasn't scared, even mocking him. His eyes gleamed menacingly, just like the great warrior. He smiled confidently. I've got you, Captain Zhu Ru Dung. He jumped, threw himself backward, and slammed his back into Zhu Ru Dung. The three watching were shocked by this move. Zhu Ru Dung leaned back, clutching his aching back. He released Aki and stepped back a few paces. Seizing the opportunity, Aki jumped off, landing with bloodshot eyes. The human head was tough, but his heart was weak. He charged toward Zhu Ru Dung. Building up momentum, Captain Zhu Ru Dung's eyes lit up, his body seemingly changing. He regained his fighting stance, his body emitting a red aura, ready. As soon as he arrived, Leon immediately sensed something unusual and warned everyone. It seemed Zhu Ryu Tang no longer intended to raise his hand, while the large stones closed in to surround him. At a glance, Aki immediately recognized Zhu Ryu Tang's combined offense-defense technique. Instead of feeling worried, he looked extremely excited. Just a little more, let's see the power of this demon. He reached out, controlling the demon's hand to grab the stones. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Ryu Tang's technique was completely destroyed, leaving him utterly unprepared. What just happened? Aki's figure flashed and vanished instantly, suddenly appearing behind Zhu Ryu-tang. Zago was once again amazed at Aki's move. He used the dust and smoke to slip into the blind spot of his opponent, while countering with Zhu Ryu-tang's own technique. Xian could only sigh, remarking that revenge was truly characteristic of him, while Tu Du-hun Gong spoke up to object. No, it's better described as an incredible learning ability. At that moment, Zhu Ryu-tang spun around, reaching out to grab Aki. Don't forget, this is my technique. I understand it better than anyone, but unfortunately this match already has its outcome. Zhu Ryu-tang could not defeat Aki. Tu Du-hun Gong perceptively noticed that Xiao Tang had lost. Before he could speak further, Aki's fist shot forward, striking Zhu Ryu-tang's abdomen with force. However, Aki intentionally redirected the punch, leaving Zhu Ryu-tang stunned by the impact. He deliberately deflected the blow, then slowly retracted his hand, returning to his original stance. Captain Zhu Ryu-tang always uses grappling as an offensive method. If he had used his full strength from the start, I might not have gained the advantage. He continued his explanation. When the pupil is attacked, visual duplication appears, leading to misjudgment. I just happened to exploit that point. He smiled, winking. So everyone believes me this time, right? Zhu Ryu-tang quietly closed his eyes, saying nothing, internally wondering. A genius! Tu Du-hun Gong, having watched the entire match, couldn't hide his excited smile. Aki, if it's this teenager, perhaps he really could. Suddenly, a noise came from behind and Tomo appeared with two others. What are you all doing if you're not eating? Hearing the commotion, they approached, finding a table full of delicious food in a beautifully decorated room. Seeing the scene, she couldn't help but be astonished. What is everyone doing? The room was a complete mess. Aki scratched his head and forced a smile. Well, most of it was Captain Zhu Ryu-tang's doing. Tu Du Liu looked at the mess, wondering, is it that serious? Jian stepped up to Zhu Ryu-tang and asked, you've lost, right? He just snorted lightly. Aki explained on his behalf. Captain Zhu Ryu-tang is used to fighting demons. Suddenly switching to a kid like me, it's natural he's unfamiliar. Suddenly, Tu Du-hun Gong laughed heartily, winking, and said with a smile, no need for formalities, just some friendly sparring. The celebratory feast tonight is about to start too. After saying this, Aki left but still turned back to give thanks. Just in time, I'm hungry too. Thank you, innkeeper, I won't be formal. He quietly watched, his gaze fixed on Aki's back. He silently evaluated him, unyielding, competent, measured, and preserving Xiao Tang's dignity. He judged that he possessed excellent combat thinking and limitless potential, then turned to call Tu Du Liu. His tall figure made her seem even smaller. He suddenly asked her, that boy isn't bad, are you interested in him? She blushed, startled, exclaiming, ah! Soon after, under the gentle moonlight, everyone in the dining room gathered with Tu Du-hun Gong for a warm meal. He raised his cup, solemnly addressing everyone. I, on behalf of all the town's residents, thank you for your protection. And to the warriors who fought until the very end, immense thanks to them. He looked toward Aki. And you, young and talented, thank you for saving my daughter. Hearing himself mentioned, Aki raised his cup, stood, and bowed politely. Captain Hun Gong, no need for formalities. As he was about to clink cups, Zhu Ryu-tang lunged and punched him, causing his vision to blur. You're of age, yet you dare drink. Aki, unaware of his exact birthday, still protested. I'm of age, I'm 18. Sure, isn't 18 the minimum age to participate in warrior trial? Zago laughed at the scene. Ha ha ha, Zhu Ryu-tang is taking his chance for revenge. Tu Du-hun Gong also smiled gently, showing no fuss. It's fine. It's fine. He glanced at his daughter with a meaningful look. Of age, making Tu Du Liu blush and nuzzle slightly. She sighed, recalling her father just now with his hands behind his back saying, I just observed the match and he's really impressive. His talent and potential are not inferior to yours. If it were him, he might stir the heart of this proud child. Tu Du Liu pretended not to understand outwardly, but inwardly she was flustered. What are you talking about? Stir my heart. Remembering Aki tugging her shirt and popping a button earlier this morning, she felt even more embarrassed. Stop joking, father. Besides, that boy is just a fool. Meanwhile, Tomo's eyes sparkled as she continuously photographed the food. Then couldn't help but feel amused, but he and Sino had benefited from someone else's luck. Sino also had the opportunity to see Aki now, and that made him feel a little embarrassed. But Aki, how could you defeat such a powerful demon? Truly impressive I was. You don't understand my explanation. Fortunately, someone else stepped in to explain. He can absorb most of the core power. For now, the power surge exceeded his current abilities. Zago continued to explain, like how our captains often draw strength from the core. He might have unleashed the power at a life-threatening moment, but she also showed concern. However, this is extremely dangerous. After all, he hasn't been trained, so his body will bear a heavy burden. If it continues like this, he could suffer severe injuries, Joel added. Just now we saw Aki try his strength. He laughed and lifted his glass. Indeed, his strength is impressive, but Aki needs more training. Otherwise, his body won't be able to withstand it. At that moment, Aki was thinking something different. If he told them that he had absorbed 2 demon cores, he had the recovery ability from the wood system, so even if his body couldn't bear it, he could still recover quickly. But he knew it wasn't the time to reveal the truth, so he just smiled and let it go. Forget it, I can't say more. Let them think that I can only absorb the core like the captains. Everything is fine, the captain is right, and then I lost consciousness. It seems physical training needs to be intensified. Haha, Shino looked at Aki with admiration, while Tomo kept taking pictures of Aki as if meeting an idol. I didn't expect you to have this ability, Aki. Amazing, we can't fall behind either. So impressive. Lu couldn't help but silently acknowledge this. He has such an ability. No wonder he could save me at that time. Just then, the rich man sitting with his arms crossed spoke up, recalling what Aki and Lu did the previous night. That act was wrong and needed to be punished. But after that, the following words made both of them feel relieved, although they were thinking about possibly eliminating the most evil demon to erase all sins. Joel and Zago laughed and reminded, hee, but don't celebrate too soon. Your team's match is still going on. Your team is still at the bottom of the scoreboard. You need to try hard to earn points tomorrow. Aki clenched his fist and affirmed. Of course, our team's goal is to be in first place. After the demon event that afternoon, a month passed quickly. The competition for team points had also entered a tense phase. Because they needed to compete for points, many teams targeted a level mission. At this point, even a level missions had become harder to acquire than ever. So, after discussion, Lu and his teammates decided to find an easier target, gather points to gain an advantage, and challenge another team, aiming at the Blackthorn team. When the information about the challenge was announced, the leader of the Blackthorn team sneered. Using accumulated points to challenge us, haha, don't you remember the last time? He was interrupted by Lu. Stop the nonsense, 10 points. Solo, the captain of the Blackthorn team, wearing a mask, immediately agreed. 10 points. This match, Aki will get points from an A-level mission, dare to play. I don't mind. This time, there will be no miraculous intervention from the captain. Recalling old debts, the entire Blackthorn team was ready, eyes full of killing intent. A while later at the small arena, it was heard that someone had issued a challenge, and a large crowd had gathered to watch. Is the new team using points to challenge the old one? Are they serious? A 10-point match, the new team doesn't know the sky from the ground. They probably haven't even killed many demons. Which team is so arrogant? They probably won't be able to take the mission by the end of the month, so they have to use this trick. How interesting. The Blackthorn team isn't an easy team to deal with. How dare they? The redhead looked at the 2 girls on the battlefield and advised, but Aki didn't care. More and more people gathered to watch. Don't say we are bullying the newcomers. Who will be embarrassed, we still don't know. Aki glanced and asked, why doesn't your captain come up? The redhead made it seem like he wanted fairness to easily score points. You guys send a girl up. If we lose, don't make excuses about not sending the point collector. He pointed at one of the girls on the battlefield and said, just happens, our vice captain is also a girl. To deal with you, it's enough for face right. Hearing this, Aki smiled. Oh, is that so? I advise you not to underestimate our captain. Aki's eyes flashed yellow as he turned to look at the redhead, reminding, she's not an ordinary girl. Tomo continued taking photos on the battlefield. Lu is starting. So Lu moved toward the opponent, taking the initiative. She channeled the power of the blue demon core to quickly score points. Quick battle, quick win, 10 points, get it now. The lady over there still liked to talk first. You're the young lady Lu, known as the girl who never smiles. She channeled the green demon core energy, jumping to the sharp tree in her hand. Today I must learn a lesson. Lu wasted no time, rushing toward the lady with extreme speed. Go, before her, a powerful punch came near, forcing the lady to raise both hands to block. Sister Ong tried to suppress her anger and think clearly. Isn't she a recovery system of the 6th node? Why is her speed so fast, almost like an agility blue node? Sister Ong felt a flow of energy from her arm, looked down, and noticed Su Du Liu channeling energy through her body via contact. Sister Ong quickly dropped her opponent's needle, the weapon used, and thought silently, my plan worked, everything went as expected. Even as an old team member who became a warrior before us, she mostly relied on team cooperation during solo fights. Both offense and defense lacked order, teamwork was excellent, but individual skills were overlooked. Sister Ong gritted her teeth and thought silently again. She continued to channel energy into her body, tightening her muscles, creating coercion, then transferred energy from both hands to her opponent. She lunged forward like an arrow, her hands quickly striking multiple acupoints of Sister Ong, leaving her no time to react. Redhead standing below couldn't believe his eyes. Every strike hit precise muscles and joints so fast, Sister Ong fell to the floor and lost her ability to fight. Su Du Liu glanced down, her gaze cold but inwardly pleased. Master of physical arts, she thought, flicked her hair and walked away like a victor. The other team members hurried onto the arena, witnessed by the crowd still complaining about the recent match. Vice Captain Su Du Liu truly was the best among the newcomers. Their team definitely relied on her to climb higher. No wonder she was called Silent Executioner. So clever, starting from the beginning, really hard to surpass. In terms of physical arts, perhaps no one could challenge her. Tomo smiled and turned to Redhead, reminding him. Remember to give 10 points to our squad. Redhead fumed, eyes bloodshot, thinking, damn it, Su Du Liu not bad. He stepped forward, staring at Aki's group, challenging, I'll handle this personally. You still dare to fight? Full 20 points. Su Du Liu's eyes gleamed. Her face was cold, but her heart was pleased. She activated her demon core with a hand gesture. All right, 20 points it is, but Aki raised a hand to stop her. The captain just finished fighting, take a rest. He gestured confidently toward himself, infuriating Redhead. Let me, seeing this, the target got angry, pointed at Su Du Liu, shouting, you're not qualified. Get out, I only fight your captain. Aki smiled at him as if watching a fine play. I'm saying she is our captain, so shouldn't you defeat me first to have the right to challenge our captain? He shrugged and sighed, even having the confidence to fight me you don't, no problem for me. People behind whispered, this guy's plan is falling apart. The target raised his index finger toward Aki, taunting, fine, I'll beat you so badly you won't recognize yourself. People behind panicked. The captain bit the bait. Shino looked back at Tomo. Aki is on the stage. She held a camera, face made up, taking photos. The target and Aki stepped onto the stage. The crowd gathered around to watch. The target pulled out a gun and said, I've replaced it with air rounds for training. He looked arrogant. No need to worry about injury, but it still hurts. Aki looked at him, thoughtful. Now there's even training ammo. Impressive, he thought further. Back then we didn't have this. A sharpshooter warrior could only use real guns with real bullets in battle. He slowly stepped forward, confident posture, unreadable expression. Better aim carefully, someone below yelled. No wonder he's a new warrior. Even the captain's aiming skills among warriors can't be underestimated, the person said, unafraid of losing face. The target looked at him, frowning. Confidence is good, he said. His stance was battle-ready. I allow you to use any weapon. What do you want to use? Don't say the old type, I'll bully the new. Aki propped his chin, thought for a moment. Weapon? I'll just use a small hand axe for precise combat, my weapon from a past life, his gaze resolute. Feeling nostalgic, that unique existence, also my comrade, I wonder if it's still there. Aki regained his confidence. He rubbed his hands, walked off, no problem, I'll use fists, right? The target was surprised. What fists? The black squad below was equally shocked. Fists, what is he saying? The target mocked. Ha ha ha, wants to fight me unarmed. The newcomers are this arrogant now. He added a few sarcastic remarks. I already gave you a chance. Since you chose unarmed, I'll grant you that. Aki looked back annoyed, said, so talkative. Should put a soundproof device on his mask too. The target suddenly spoke, near shouting. But I warn you, even a lion using full strength against a rabbit, eyes full of warning, I won't hold back, I'll take back all lost points in one go. Aki's face calm, confident, said, fine, best to go all out. The crowd below cheered. Shino babbled to Tomo, genuinely curious. If they knew Aki alone fought the top demon last season and even beat the extremely skilled captain, what would their faces be? Tomo agreed, exactly. Really looking forward to this battle. Su Du Liu's expression was slightly sad, her mind full of thoughts. Beating the supreme captain in the sparring match. Truly eye-catching, does that guy have more talent than me? Su Du Liu doubted herself. As a captain, I cannot be weaker than my members. Her face gradually flushed as memories of her father's words from years ago surged back. Seeing that fool again reminded her of what he had said. No, she can't dwell on this now. The scene shifted to the arena. The referee signaled ready and shouted start, and the target immediately lunged forward. His body moved so fast it left an afterimage, dust swirling everywhere. The closer he got, the stronger his moves became. I'll spray bullets all over you before you can get near me. Shiro Liu was surprised as he realized something. He didn't fire immediately but used his footwork to find the right position. At that moment, he was lost in thought, which also allowed the three captains to gauge his true strength. Then there's no need to hide anymore. His mood was unpredictable. His goal now was simple. Win first place this round, his spirit seemed to awaken again. Moreover, to confront the demon within, he had to quickly restore his former strength in the shortest time possible. No, he also had to surpass his past self, stronger than before. His speed suddenly surged, and the target seemed to sense the approaching danger. He raised his gun, quickly aiming forward. Daydreaming, looking for death, I told you I won't go easy. As soon as he finished speaking, he fired and advanced. The power was significant, using all his strength, meaning the demon within would have to wait. He tilted his body slightly, dodging the bullet from his opponent, his eyes cold and focused on the target. He remained unfazed, preparing for the next shot. Charging forward is the right move. The gun reloaded instantly, and he aimed and fired continuously, his tone provocative. Right hand is the decoy bullet, got it, fool. 3 bullets fired in rapid succession at an incredible speed. These high-speed, sticky bullets were difficult even for agile demons to dodge. He calculated silently. As long as one hit, the rest would follow and strike, concentrating force while calculating, perfectly timed. I deliberately provoked him to test my own ability. Water element, move fast. He bent and twisted, dodging each bullet in turn. The crowd below was stunned. Did he just dodge the captain's bullets? Moving like liquid, nothing is clear, the target is being toyed with. He never expected his opponent to dodge his bullets so easily. Damn, I didn't intend to use my ultimate to win. He surged in front of the target at a speed hard to track with the naked eye. Below the stands, observers analyzed the match. Captain Blackthorn's weapon was strongest at storing energy, then combining it with bullets for a powerful strike in the arena. The target raised a gun to block. Let's see how you dodge a high-precision explosive bullet I've maxed out at point-blank range. He clenched his fist, gathering strength. He seemed to anticipate the opponent's movement. Vines appeared at his feet, surprising the target. That bullet shot straight up. Everyone around was shocked. Did Blackthorn miss? The chance to counterattack had arrived. He dashed instantly, grabbed the gun barrel, and delivered a punch down onto the target's arm. The target lost balance immediately while he continued the attack, kicking straight into the opponent's stomach. Blackthorn's squad below shouted in worry. Captain, they watched the target get sent flying over 10 meters. He set down the opponent's weapon and loudly declared, 20 points secured. The target turned pale, unable to believe the strength before him. How is this possible? Below the stands, the team erupted in joy. Shino cheered excitedly. Awesome. Tamo continuously captured the moment with a camera. So cool. Shiro Liu folded his arms, thinking, even I can't see it clearly. Where did he even learn such agility? At this point, they easily gained 30 points from Blackthorn's squad. Liu's challenge smoothly drew attention from other squads. More young fighters became eager to challenge, and many old squads also actively entered battles after seeing the benefits. The 4 members of Liu's squad accumulated points by the challenge rules, continuously fighting. Shino and Tamo also displayed their abilities effectively. Liu's squad won more than they lost, steadily increasing their points. The ranking rose at an astonishing speed. By the end of the month, Liu's squad's rapid rise left everyone stunned, topping the point leaderboard of Supreme Path. The group stood proudly side by side, each face radiant as they earned the right to enter the final match. The finals between the last 3 squads were about to begin. Time passed swiftly. At the arena's end of month, the sun shone brightly. A voice echoed somewhere. Every month end, the ruins in town stirred countless emotions as squads gradually matured and improved. Even though it was always familiar faces, haha, Joel thought while commenting. Liu's team rose from last place to first in just a few days. Surpassing 9 squads is no easy feat. Zago crossed his arms, adding, I heard they used accumulated points to wager, competing with other teams, winning more than losing. She ran her fingers through her hair, voice slightly reproachful. That's quite a reckless move, and I didn't see you stop them, Supreme Path. Supreme Path replied, using strength to gain points is justified, there's no reason to stop them, he explained seriously. Aki and Liu, their squad was never weak, and I had been quietly observing their matches. The expressions of the other 2 also changed as I watched. Shino and Tamo also fought impressively, all 3 stopping before the stone door, as if they had arrived at the gathering grounds, making Joel's eyes light up with delight. Years have passed, and this is the first time the finals have included new squads. He added that outside, everyone is extremely excited. The Supreme Wine Hall gently pushed the stone door, and a dazzling light shone through, everyone eager to see who would win. Behind the main door was the gathering ground. All squads had gathered here, all eyes on them, while the elite squad leader looked down on them with disdain. Even without fame, reaching the final made the other squads of Supreme Wine Hall wonder about this. The black-haired person next to them whispered, warning not to let others hear. The elite squad leader inhaled deeply and fell silent. They were the winning team of Ungar's squad. The Dawn squad leader also spoke up. The exquisite hall leader explained that the new team had earned the highest accumulated points. I thought it was just a threat. He crossed his legs, mocking, and concluded that the previous team was Joel's winning squad. The Radiant squad cutting to Tamo, she bent to observe, full of vigor. Shino folded his arms, looking at her and the Elite and Radiant squads, gently explaining that these were the strongest squads under Olga and Joel. They're also famous in Fort Worth City, and he seriously respected his opponents, even hearing many rumors. The next 3 squad leaders would be chosen from this group, and Iki began to warm up. He rolled his shoulders with excitement and emphasized that their squad must give their all. He observed carefully, though his body still had weaknesses, now relying on his secret ability. At least in the battle against the exquisite hall leader, the key fighter would not be at a disadvantage. He was full of confidence, and the number 1 position seemed within reach. The question was the reward. Zago, determined, stepped in, confidently calling the members to gather, and the group of 4 immediately ran over. Leader Olga reached out to pat the Elite squad leader's head, looking at them fondly, making the Elite leader beam. Elite declared they were ready to take first place and wanted additional rewards, such as being sent to a B-rank city to shop. Someone interjected, mockingly asking if going to a B-rank city to shop was Elite's big goal, impressing the listeners. Dawn's squad leader sneered, saying they truly looked forward to the chance to meet stronger fighters in the B-rank city. He put his hands in his pockets, arrogantly mentioning that they could spar with them. The Elite leader, seeing him, showed aggression, challenging the others' knowledge. A member of Elite emphasized that shopping was also a form of training for girls, expressing frustration. Dawn's squad often clashed with them. Another voice rose as 2 young men appeared. It was Joel and the exquisite hall leader. Joel teased, making the Elite leader angry. Joel's leader was known for never being serious. Exquisite Hall called Aki's group to gather, and the team responded in unison. Liu's group led the way, all squads assembled. Exquisite Hall introduced some basics, and everyone understood each other. He didn't introduce more, seriously explaining the finals rules, divided into 2 phases: team competition and individual challenges. Finally, ranking would be based on scores, and Zago continued explaining the detailed rule. When the phase started, details would be explained. First, they revealed this round's reward to motivate the participants. She winked, saying this reward would not disappoint them. Joel announced with open arms that first place would get to visit a B-rank city for a week of study and observation. All squads were excited, cheering with joy, truly going to B-rank city. They were determined to win first place while staying focused. Sino looked at Tamo curiously. Tamo thought, wanting to buy a better camera when they really went to the B-rank city. Exquisite Hall continued the announcements. The squad leaders stepped up to draw lots, with the members below watching noisily. This B-rank city was larger with more varied items than C-rank. The leaders stepped up one by one, and the crowd below grew rowdy. Is level B very far? Level B has warriors with dual-core nuclei. The murmurs of conversation continued non-stop. So, warriors with dual-core nuclei are even stronger than the 3 captains. In theory, that's true. I've been looking forward to meeting the dual-core warriors. In contrast to the noisy atmosphere around, Aki sat silently, deep in thought. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking about the fact that he had crossed over 50 years into the future, and everything had changed so much that it was hard to understand. Level B, back in my time, we didn't have such a clear division. Everyone fought on their own, taking care of everything themselves. Aki sank deeper into his thoughts. His face became serious. Earlier, he had heard Shino mention that Feverous City was a level C city, the lowest level. Above that was level B, then level A. In his mind, he gradually sketched out the diagram. The rank of cities was determined by the strength and rank of the warriors. Cities with single-core and dual-core warriors were usually ranked level C. Dual-core and triple-core warriors made level B. If there were triple-core, quad-core, or even a few quintuple-core warriors, it would be a level A city. A whole bright city appeared in Aki's mind, and the one who decided the ranks of those cities was the only level S city. Sunrise City, located in the Hope Territory, its location was firmly etched in Aki's memory. It was said that Hope City was vast, not only housing quintuple-core and sextuple-core warriors, but also the strongest septuple-core warriors. The image of that person gradually emerged. Right in the center of their chest was a strange mark. It was the strongest strategic hub of humanity today. Aki recalled the past. The only level S city was Sunrise City. That name sounded so dazzling, far surpassing the city of command he once knew. Who knows what it's like now? As memories flooded back, Aki felt a bit melancholic. He sighed softly. 60 years ago, after that great war, he didn't even know if his city still existed, let alone his trustworthy teammates. Thinking of this, Aki's face showed a hint of worry. The images of his former teammates appeared one by one in his mind. Were those comrades he fought alongside still around? Suddenly a voice interrupted his train of thought. Aki, it was Shino and Tamo. Shino looked at him with concern. Aki, you're zoning out again. Tamo grabbed his hand. Stop daydreaming, we're about to go out. After saying that, she looked toward the captain. Su Duliu looked at everyone with a calm expression. She held up the ticket with the number 1 first match. At that moment on the field, the referee announced loudly that the weapons had been changed to training tools. Team Sunrise versus Team Liu. The two teams faced each other, seemingly ready to charge at any moment. Tamo spoke up. Our team still doesn't have a name, does it? What do you think, should we come up with one? Shino laughed and agreed. That's true, the team name is important. If we get famous later, it'd be cool to announce our name. Aki nodded in agreement. Not bad, we'll talk more after the match. Su Liu looked uneasy. Things are getting tense. The captain of Team Sunrise spoke with irritation. A team this slow still wants to fight for first place? He frowned in annoyance and ordered, listen up, everyone choose your targets, I'll take care of that, Captain Liu. The entire team behind him responded in unison. The referee signaled the start. A loud shout rang out. Then came the order, scatter the formation quickly. In Su Liu's mind, the plan she had prepared earlier immediately came to mind. A one-on-one tactic, huh? This strategy works well when you have the advantage in strength, but unfortunately, her eyes sharpened as she fully entered battle mode. She signaled, fight together. Immediately, the members behind Team Liu charged forward. Aki continued to calculate in his mind. It seems like Liu has figured out the opponent's tactic. For our team, the most effective strategy is to break through the captain. Aki observed quietly and made his judgment. The weakness of separating into individual battles is that each person must fight on their own. If the captain fails, the other members will quickly lose morale. He watched Su Liu's back, silently assessing that her judgment was quite good. Some members of Team Sunrise also realized the issue and decided to break through the captain first. Team Liu quickly acted. Retreat to defense, encircle them, change tactics, break through the captain first, target. Su Liu. Suddenly, 3 enemies appeared behind her, charging forward to attack. She calmly ordered, hold the formation, cover each other. Immediately, Shino and Tamo rushed to break the siege. The captain of Team Sunrise felt the pressure. You want to take me down directly? His eyes were filled with determination. Don't underestimate me. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. He readied himself to counter Su Liu's move. At that moment, she swung her staff down from above. The captain of Team Sunrise charged at her. He smiled and looked at her coldly, his hand preparing his move. Come at me. He jumped, throwing a direct blow towards her. Take my Zen light. Su Liu immediately reminded. Everyone close your eyes to defend. She silently gathered her energy, channeling it into her hands, forming a light explosion. Even his teammates were affected. The attack was so strong that the light flashed, causing everyone to raise their hands to shield their eyes. Extreme Art Path shielded his eyes and spoke. That kid is still using this move. Aren't you going to remind him? A single skill of his is still considered an advantage, but fighting as a team will definitely affect the whole squad. Even after repeated reminders with no effect, personal habits only change after hardship. The Radiant squad leader spun his sword while observing. Young birds shouldn't show courage in front of my Zen light. Take out the leader first and your squad will lose all strategy. He swung his sword. I don't care if you're Ludo or not. Aki lunged forward to block a strike for Ludo. Have you ever thought your teammates would be affected too? Aki lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to his shoulder, sending him flying. The Radiant squad leader frowned at him and said, that is, when did that kid start wearing the tactical water glasses? Aki didn't answer, just smirked and explained with a gesture. In battle, setting aside your teammates is not a wise choice. Waterform glasses bend all boundaries, binding absolute light to the eye. Ludo stared at him in surprise, unaware of when he had done this. Then Aki slid past her, smiling, and said, next you handle him. She looked at the struggling figure who hadn't yet straightened up, thinking silently that Aki had already put him at a disadvantage. As everyone closed their eyes, Aki was ready. Ludo spun toward the Radiant squad leader. He braced for the strike and thought, still daring to charge directly just in time for her attack. Suddenly, he felt his arm weaken, unable to raise it. This guy deserved to die. His arm was jammed. Unable to counter, he took Ludo's strike. She attacked while her sharp gaze said, you were right just now. Quick strike, swift victory, Mafia Aki. He's easy, basically just randomly supporting Shino and Tamo. The two were naturally strong seeds, gaining advantage as the fight continued. After a while, a loud crash drew everyone's attention. Ludo stood proudly and said, your squad leader lost and you still fight. Everyone was exhausted, no strength left to continue. On the fortress wall, the announcement marked the end. In the simulation, Zago looked at Aki and said that Aki still hasn't used his ability. The elite squad leader was not surprised by the result, asking, did you really lose or is this a joke? Is it because of Ludo? She's that strong, the Dawn squad leader bowed his head. We were only temporarily underestimating her. Next it's your turn, facing an opponent for many years. A warning for standing before Aki and his teammates. She pondered silently. Radiant Squad's words shook her mentally. Zago stood on the wall, shouting, Ludo Squad versus Elite. Weapons have been switched to training props. The match began. Right as it started, the Elite Squad leader charged quickly and reminded everyone. Don't let Radiant Squad's words shake your will. Follow the previous training method, do not break formation. Understood, Sun struck, focusing all strength into his fist, punching the ground, shattering the area around him. Aki waited for the right moment to strike. Good, with the dust covering eyes, we can make our move. The sudden attack caught the entire Elite Squad off guard. Where did that goat come from? Aki laughed quietly, seeing the effect. Element absorption from the demon had multiple uses. Water, wood, and other elements he called Sino clearly. Then he dashed like lightning toward the Elite Squad. The speed left the Elite Squad leader only able to shout, scatter. The team regroup at the next point. Forced to break formation, Tomo and Ludo charged together to attack the Elite Squad leader. A combined attack, yet both strikes were blocked by her. She then called for backup, but Aki blocked his teammates from reaching. She recalled what the Dawn Squad leader had said. Next is you, a long-time opponent, consider it a warning. Watch that Aki, to me he's the strongest in that squad. He controls the battlefield, she kept thinking. Then Tomo pulled her back to the present. Hey, you can't ignore us. She raised her voice, so what, I'm the agility type. Tomo attacked while taunting, be quick and light, I have to too. Then he struck, leaving her unable to move. Cheers erupted in the stands, victory, well done Tomo. On the fortress wall, Zago commented, looks like this match is over. The Ludo Squad won the team battle. Next is individual matches. Both Elite and Dawn Squad leaders were serious, cold eyes on Aki. Both spoke in unison. You may challenge any member of the opposing squad. Quidwang said, I want to challenge Aki from Ludo Squad. Individual challenge, one-on-one. Aki didn't refuse, saying anyone's fine to save time. Both joined Lenny. He didn't hesitate to stand among the challengers in the individual match. Aki stood facing the two, adjusting his gloves. Long silently thought this was the final battle, and he would really fight them now. Team leader of the Minor Light Squad frowned and said with dissatisfaction, looks like we're being underestimated. The team leader of the Essence Squad, wearing protective glasses, stood alongside the team leader of the Minor Light Squad. She clenched her fist and declared, I'll make him regret that arrogant attitude. Zago, the leader of Olga's team, stood on the city wall observing the battle and declared, the rules are no different from the usual challenges. The fight ends when one side surrenders or loses the ability to fight. The challenge round began. She gestured with her hand and shouted, start, as soon as Zago finished speaking. The two team leaders, Minor Light and Essence, quickly separated to opposite sides. They rushed towards Aki with the team leader of Minor Light shouting, don't forget our plan. The team leader of Essence glanced at him and replied, shut up, I won't forget. Aki stood still, crouching to gather strength. He unleashed his power, and the ground beneath his feet shattered as his eyes lit up. He charged towards the team leader of Minor Light with lightning speed, and the two figures quickly collided. The team leader of Essence shouted in worry, hey, be careful, do you think I'm useless? The team leader of Minor Light responded, using his power to unleash a bright red beam from his palm. Don't underestimate me, you bastard. The team leader of Essence looked at him, startled, feeling a deep shock inside. Lightning flash, are we already in the plan? Recalling their discussion before the match, they had thoroughly planned it. The team leader of Minor Light said, listen up, this time we team up. We must win, not lose. Only then can we continue challenging and have a chance to move up to level B. I have a foolproof plan, he said, holding up the glasses in front of the team leader of Essence. There's only one pair. The specially made yellow protective glasses were in his hand. This tactical glasses can barely block my light. I want you to take advantage of the moment I blind him to strike at his weakness. The team leader of Essence took the glasses without hesitation and asked, is this really for me? Hard to believe. The team leader of Minor Light frowned, his fist clenching tightly. His eyes lit up, his determination clear as he said, that Aki isn't simple, he's made it to level B city, we need to team up. Remember, use the lightning flash as a signal. When you see me use lightning flash, that's your cue. Back in the present, the team leader of Minor Light was using the lightning flash. A powerful light shot from his hand as he charged towards Aki, who crossed his arms to shield himself and shouted, don't think you can escape, this is a 5 times stronger lightning flash. The spectators couldn't look directly at it. They had to turn their faces to avoid being blinded by the intense light. Zago said in amazement, this kid has gathered so much energy, this lightning flash is much stronger than the last time, way stronger. Joel stood nearby, observing the situation. It had barely started, and yet so much energy had already been expended. The core forces couldn't hold up much longer. It seemed like they were trying to end this quickly. Tomo shielded her eyes, slightly regretful as she said, what a shame, I couldn't get any shots. The squad leader of the elite unit stared intently at Aki. In her mind, she thought, he must have temporarily lost his sight. Increase maximum speed, just defeat him quickly. Thanks to the protective glasses, the squad leader quickly pinpointed Aki's location. She tensed her arm. The squad leader of the elite unit charged toward Aki, ready to deliver a direct attack. Lung thought to himself, this blow will knock him out. In that crucial moment, Aki's eyes suddenly flashed with a golden light. He turned his head and looked at her, saying, as expected, you're the one in charge of the attack. The squad leader's gaze, through her protective glasses, showed signs of surprise. Her entire body suddenly stiffened, unable to move. A deep fear took over her. She didn't understand why she felt as if Aki's eyes were locking onto her, as if something terrifying was pulling her down into a cold, deep sea. Aki coldly waved his hand and said, "Water system." A stream of water slowly flowed from his hand, and the stream grew stronger. The water surrounded the squad leader, transforming into a giant water hand that squeezed her body tightly. The attack caused her protective glasses to fall off, and she screamed in pain. The squad leader was close to her limit, trembling as she tried to maintain her lightning flash. She shouted, "Why are you screaming?" The lightning light shone into her eyes, forcing her to shut them tightly. Gritting her teeth, she growled, "I'm being attacked, you idiot. My glasses are gone, I can't see anything." Aki controlled the water, holding the squad leader in place. With a cold expression, he said, "Sorry, your plan has failed." As soon as he finished speaking, Aki immediately used his strength to make countless vines sprout from the ground, striking directly at the squad leader's body. The lightning flash was no longer effective. Aki used the vines to send the squad leader flying out of the arena. At the same time, he controlled the water to throw the squad leader behind. Aki took down both of them at once. His power caused dust to billow around the arena. Kuk Duong stood on the stands looking down. The dust made it difficult for him to see clearly. He felt uneasy and thought to himself, with the lightning flash and all this dust, I hope these kids don't cause an accident or there will be casualties. Thinking this, he quickly jumped down to the arena. Kuk Duong didn't know that someone else was already concerned about the situation. He landed safely. He looked up at the center of the arena. Immediately after, his eyes widened in astonishment. He still exuded an incredible aura, like a monster preparing to devour everything around him. Kuk Duong immediately stepped forward. He thought to himself, this aura, I don't even know how to describe it properly. He coldly spoke, cutting off his train of thought. It's over. The dust in the arena gradually cleared. Members of Team Light and the elite team hurriedly rushed over. One of them said, the dust has cleared. It seems like someone has won against the captain. What about our captain? A clear voice suddenly rang out, no, I think it's Aki. Tu Dulu crossed his arms and continued, I bet it's Aki. Sure enough, in the center of the arena, Aki was adjusting his glasses. Aki looked at her, smiled, and the other 4 members of his team rushed down to the arena. Sino happily said, well done. How did you counterattack in such bright light, and you managed to defeat both of them at the same time? The lightning flash ended, and we could finally see again, yet you were already done. Aki picked up the protective glasses he had conveniently grabbed and winked at Sino, saying, I snatched their glasses. Though he said that, Aki secretly thought, good thing I picked them up. Shino embraced Aki, ruffling his hair excitedly, and shouted, that's so you. Tomo stood beside them, constantly taking pictures of this moment with her camera. Tu Dulu looked at them, thinking deeply. Aki, why does he always give me such an unpredictable vibe? Kuk Duong's voice interrupted her thoughts as he walked up to their team. He raised his voice, stand still. The members of the team immediately stood at attention, shouting loudly, yes. Kuk Duong then stood before them and declared, your team has won and taken first place. Congratulations. With that, Kuk Duong looked at Aki and praised him. Aki, you did really well. Every time you fight, you surprise me. Especially just now when 2 squad leaders attacked you, yet you still managed to counterattack. Aki smiled humbly and replied, heh, you're exaggerating. But inside, he still maintained his confidence. Thinking, I'm the strongest warrior. Even this body can't lose to those 2 kids. I probably won just based on experience. To win better, I had to use a bit of power. It was just bullying them. Kuk Duong's eyes lit up. Kuk Duong looked at Aki, his eyes sparkling, showing that he was truly impressed by Aki's fighting ability. Narration, this time you placed first and received a reward. Tomorrow morning, you will pass through the underground tunnel to the nearest level B city. Dialogue. To continue, in short, you placed first this time and also received a reward. Tomorrow morning, you'll pass through the underground tunnel to the nearest level B city. Narration, the 1-week study period began. Aki and Su Du Liu appeared calm while Tomo jumped up in excitement. Jiang Jiang raised both arms and shouted loudly. Dialogue, none. Narration, Sino could not hide his excitement and clenched his fists, announcing that they would assemble here in the morning. Dialogue, great. Awesome, it's been a long time. You all prepare a little, we will gather here in the morning. Narration, after Ju Tang finished speaking, Team Liu shouted understood and left together. Dialogue, none. Narration, the level B city was said to have core fighter squads, which made Tomo excited. Aki suggested taking a photo with them. Dialogue, I heard that level B city has core fighters. So exciting, I'll help you take a photo with them. Narration, Aki asked Su-do Liu about her plans when they reached the level B city. Dialogue, Liu, and what about you? Anything you want to do when we get to level B city. Narration, Su-do Liu calmly crossed her arms and answered. Joel looked at their backs and smiled, commenting on Aki. Dialogue, I'm thinking that Aki is really intimidating. Narration, Ju Ryu Tang looked at Joel and hesitated, assessing the strength of the group. Dialogue, if we used our full strength, we might not be able to defeat them. Narration, Joel looked at Aki's confident back and commented on him. Dialogue, not someone to be taken lightly around here. Narration, Joel planned to lead them through the underground tunnel. Dialogue, he will move ahead, I'll lead them to the underground tunnel. Narration, Zago agreed, thinking it would be safer than the surface route. Dialogue, fine, it's safer than the surface route. Narration, Zago crossed his arms, appearing worried, reminding everyone to stay cautious about demons wandering into the tunnel. Dialogue, we still have to stay alert. Sometimes demons wander into the tunnel by mistake. Narration, Juju Tang, even though he was a core fighter of the highest rank, confidently responded. Dialogue, don't worry. Narration, he assured them that they could handle demons of the highest rank without needing to intervene. Dialogue, for demons of the highest rank, we'll kill as many as we encounter. The 4 of them, even without me stepping in, will be fine. Narration, the underground tunnel was complex and abandoned, only used for travel between cities. Dialogue, none. Narration, a frightened soldier ran ahead through the underground tunnel. Dialogue, none. Narration, a red light chased closely behind him. Dialogue, none. Narration, the red light transformed into a hand, killing the soldier and lifting the head of another soldier. Dialogue, none. Narration, the red demon, burning like fire, scratched its head, thinking the human soldiers were weak and insignificant. Dialogue, none. Narration, it dropped the dead soldier onto the ground and wandered through the tunnel looking for an exit. Dialogue, none. Narration, the second-rank demon passed over the soldiers' corpses, its abilities unclear. The soldier underground had lost his way. Dialogue, I'm lost, how did I get lost underground? Narration, the diary recorded the number of soldiers killed according to rank. Dialogue, none. Narration, Aki's group began entering the tunnel. Dialogue, none. Narration, Tomo held the camera, her eyes shining as she took photos of the underground tunnel. Dialogue, wow. Narration, this was Tomo's first time seeing this tunnel. She moved from the front axis to the rear axis. Dialogue, so this is the underground tunnel. I didn't know there was something like this underground. Narration, Juju Tang closed his eyes, commenting that this tunnel had existed for a long time. Dialogue, this underground tunnel has been around longer than me. Narration, Tomo didn't overlook the cobwebs, crouching down to collect a piece as a souvenir, curiously asking. Dialogue, it seems really desolate, is anyone actually using this? Narration, Juju Tang explained the situation after the dawn battle. Dialogue, after the dawn battle. Narration, many great soldiers disappeared and the number of elite soldiers decreased, making it impossible to develop territory or undertake large missions. Dialogue, none. Narration, energy glass for survival was in severe shortage. Dialogue, none. Narration, the vast network of underground tunnels was abandoned, built during the time of the Great King. Aki was looked at by everyone in Team Liu. Dialogue, none. Narration, Tomo at the back laughed and called Aki. Dialogue, oh Aki, this was built during the reign of a king with the same name as yours. Narration, Juju Tang took the credit for himself while Aki stood casually. Dialogue, strong, that's how it is. Narration, Juju Tang got angry and shouted at Aki. Dialogue, he couldn't help but turn around and shout at Aki. So what? You just have the same name, it's not your achievement. Don't bring up the greatest soldiers to joke about. Narration, Aki was yelled at and tried to ask him not to be mad. Dialogue, Aizo, please don't be mad. Narration, Tomo laughed loudly, feeling like Juju Tang was about to explode with anger. Dialogue, haha, it feels like Captain Juju Tang is about to explode with anger. Narration, Sino laughed happily and Su-do Liu also covered her mouth and laughed. Dialogue, hee hee. Narration, Juju Tang cleared his throat to lessen his embarrassment. Dialogue, silly. Narration, he thought to himself that being with this group was a bit of a loss of face, glancing at them seriously and ordering them to continue walking. Dialogue, hurry up, continue forward. Narration, Aki looked at the underground tunnel construction and realized this plan was his suggestion but felt too shy to say it. Dialogue, none. Aki followed the group forward, his gaze growing more serious. The captain explained that the passage he mentioned was actually a vast underground network beneath the city, once connecting many major and minor settlements. Moreover, it served as a safe and prosperous trade route. Aki placed his hand on the passageway, marveling at what was considered a great architectural achievement, now abandoned. Aki's eyes flickered with sadness, the image of a great king with a sense of regret appearing in his mind. Zeno suddenly asked, "Captain, the energy crystal you mentioned, is it like the demon core in our chest?" Captain Kyudo replied, "Exactly, you can think of it as a collection of demon cores." He explained that a single demon core could supply energy to a warrior. When concentrated and refined multiple times, the principle would produce results. After many experiments, the synthesis and refinement of large energy crystals succeeded. The energy from them could operate the current settlements, similar to how electricity once did. Advanced settlements collected demon cores, refined them into energy crystals, and then distributed them by area S, A, B, C. Kyudo led the team forward, saying that this time, the B-level settlements they were visiting weren't just for knowledge, but also to receive energy crystals for distribution to the prosperity settlement. You are going now not only to expand your knowledge, but also to receive energy crystals for distribution to our prosperity settlement. Tomo curiously asked, what happens if the settlement's energy cores are used up without replacement? Kyudo turned with a slightly frightening expression, complete paralysis. Hearing this, the team members were terrified. Without energy, normal life couldn't continue, weapons and defenses would fail. Ultimately, without protection and functioning equipment, people would be forced to abandon their homes. This would be a massive disaster for the settlement, leaving the team worried and sweating. Kyudo laughed, "Ha ha, no need to worry too much. Our settlement isn't large and the current energy crystals are enough for about 3 months. Every month we come to the city, this time is just precautionary. Relax." Tomo Elias looked at him, sticking out her tongue and rolling her eyes. "Really, Captain, you're too scary, Teehee." Kyudo led them, "This time you must prepare thoroughly. The settlement is now B-level. There are not only second-rank core warriors, but also 2 third-rank core warriors," he said, his expression serious. Hearing that one had a 69% synchronization rate, everyone was astonished, eyes wide. Sinnoh repeated, "Third-rank core warrior, 69% synchronization." Tomo exclaimed, "Really? That's powerful." Aki stood behind everyone, one hand on his hip, the other holding his backpack. "Behind you is a 7th-rank core warrior, the strongest, with a stable 96% synchronization," Aki explained. Tomo accidentally noticed a red button on the wall. What's this?" she asked, reaching to press it, but Aki shouted urgently, "Stop, don't press that." Kyudo ran over, angrily tapping Tomo on the head. "Don't touch things randomly," Aki warned. Tomo held her head, frustrated, "But that button, I couldn't control my hand." Kyudo covered the button. "This is the emergency shut-off in case of danger." The button separated the passageways, with a yellow-black warning label. Kyudo looked up at the ceiling, the rear loop. "Pay attention. Once pressed, a heavy metal plate will fall before your eyes. This is for emergencies to protect the passageways and other cities." Aki stood nearby, hands in pockets, the passageway still operating normally. Suddenly he felt a strong tremor, frowning, eyes sharp, his body fully alert. A heavy aura approached from ahead. Aki readied for battle and advance. Kyudo worriedly tried to stop him but detected the scent of blood. Aki was already a step ahead. Kyudo looked at Aki's back. Is his sense sharper than mine, only relying on instinct? But now was not the time to dwell on that. Kyudo shouted, "Everyone prepare for battle. Put your bags down, maintain formation, shout together." Moments later, the passageway ahead was covered in blood. Kyudo was shocked, observing the city. What happened? In the dark passage, a red light appeared ahead. Kyudo gritted his teeth. What is that? A demon, also a warrior, was charging toward them at high speed. Jiro and Aki shouted loudly, "Are you a soldier of the city now?" The warrior was badly injured, stumbling back toward them. "You are from First City." He didn't finish his sentence before his eyes rolled back. His body collapsed to the ground before everyone's eyes. Aki looked at him with worry and asked, "Hey, what's wrong?" Jiro rushed over. "You're injured. What's happening in the city now?" The heavily wounded warrior collapsed to the ground, trying to say a few final words. "It's the evening demon. The evening demon attacked Pesser City. The city has issued an evacuation warning." Jiro opened his eyes wide, unable to hide his horror. Todoroki looked at Jiro and shouted, "Captain, what's an evacuation warning? Should we go to reinforce them?" Jiro was silent for a moment, then painfully spoke. "An evacuation warning is issued only in one situation, when a city has lost all its soldiers. That is when every soldier in the city has been sacrificed." Everyone froze, terrified. Aki tightened his grip on his dagger. His hand trembled. "Breaking the city. How many more people have to die?" Before anyone could react, a golden light shot out from the dark tunnel. The golden beam headed straight for the warrior lying on the ground. Aki jumped in surprise. "Damn, I got distracted." No one had time to react as the golden beam pulled the warrior into the darkness before everyone's eyes. The demon grabbed his head, found him. It dragged the body out of the darkness. "How are there still people?" It bared its sharp teeth. "If I don't kill everyone, it'll be hard to explain." The warrior of Pesser City used his last strength to say, "Hurry." Hurry and run. He didn't finish his sentence. The demon twisted his neck and the dead could no longer speak. It slammed its hand against the tunnel wall, blood from the warrior still on its hand. Its mouth full of sharp teeth opened and closed repeatedly. Continue, kill them all. It pressed its hand against the wall and stepped into the light. A second-class demon, red core, fire attribute, slaughter record, 21 new soldiers, 10 first-class soldiers, 2 second-class soldiers. The second-class demon wielded a long whip with a small sharp blade at the end, stained with the blood of innocent soldiers. It scanned them with its eyes, so many humans. As it spoke, it moved toward Gyro's group. It tightened its grip on the whip's handle and spun it at an extremely high speed, causing the blade to form a sharp, golden ring of light. Who should I choose, which one first? It opened its mouth, thick liquid dripping from inside. I've decided it's you. The moment it finished speaking, the blade on the whip was launched, turning into a golden beam flying straight toward Shino. Shino didn't have time to react, standing still and staring wide-eyed as the blade drew closer. A red light flashed. Gyro rushed forward at incredible speed, blocking the blade with his hands, struggling to stop it. A loud explosion rang out. The blade was knocked up to the tunnel ceiling. The demon scratched its face with its claws. Oh, you're not bad, stronger than the previous guy. Gyro's arm, which had blocked the blow, was bleeding and shaking uncontrollably. He gasped heavily. Second-class demon with fire attribute, stronger than I thought. Damn it, I can't take another blow like that. Gyro gritted his teeth. Now's not the time to show off. I need to protect the kids first. He had no time to think about anything else. There's no choice. Gyro grabbed the hands of Aki, Todoroki, Tamo, and Shino tightly, turning and leading them to run at full speed in the opposite direction. Run! The demon immediately sped up, chasing them. You think you can escape. It stomped its foot and launched the whip's blade, chasing closely behind. Its power was so great that even Gyro struggled to withstand it. He quickly shouted, press the button, get through the door, I'll press it. The demon wouldn't let go, rushing to attack Gyro before he could get everyone through the door. You will all die. At that moment, Aki suddenly stopped. He shoved Gyro forward, then took the demon's attack head-on, rolling a few times on the ground. The other four were pushed through the door, falling to the ground with a loud crash. Shino and Gyro shouted together, Aki. Gyro turned around. Aki thrust his dagger into the ground to steady himself. The demon moved closer. You'll only live a little longer, I told you. It charged forward. You will all die. Aki stood up, glancing at the demon, then turning to face it. One hand gripped the dagger tightly. The other smashed through the protective layer on the button and pressed the red button. The door behind them immediately began to close. Aki, Todoroki yelled and rushed over. Be careful, come here. Aki turned to look at her, his expression strangely calm. The demon closed in on him until the door fully shut. The door closed tightly, completely separating the two sides. Aki Tsu-Du-Liu fell to the ground and immediately got up, frantically pounding on the door and calling Aki's name. Aki, are you all right? There was no response. Juju Tang turned pale, bowed his head, recalling the moment before Aki pushed him away. You said you had to protect the three of them. Juju Tang looked at Tsu-Du-Liu, Tamo, and Shino. His face showed no emotion. Everyone stay calm. Aki gave us the chance to live. We can't waste his effort. This place isn't safe. We need to leave immediately. Shino shouted. Captain, that's a second-class demon. Even if Aki faces a second-class demon, Tamo quickly followed. That's right, we can't leave Aki behind. Tsu-Du-Liu punched the door hard and shouted, break the door, save Aki. Juju Tang explained that this door was made from special material, reinforced with alloys, and could at least withstand the attacks of a third-class demon. It's not easy to break. The security system is also very good. We haven't even heard any sounds from the other side. Unfortunately, we can't do anything. Shino impatiently tried to charge forward. Captain, please reconsider. Tamo agreed. That's right. Is there really no other way? Tsu-Du-Liu clenched his fist. Let's choose a more feasible plan. We'll go back and call Captain Joel and Captain Olga. Please give the order, Captain Juju Tang. Juju Tang closed his eyes and helplessly said, no, even with Joel and Olga, we can't guarantee anything. As if realizing something, Juju Tang suddenly opened his eyes wide. That's right, there's still one way. Follow me. He led the team quickly forward. These are the forks in the tunnel. One of them leads to the B-level town O'Brien. We can go there for help. Juju Tang stopped at a fork in the tunnel. This is it, let's go. The group rushed forward with all their strength. Choosing this path meant ignoring the other door and what would happen to the B-level town. We all believe Aki can survive on the other side of the door. The green blood of the demon splashed onto the door. It stared at Aki, surprised that this seemingly weak soldier was able to hurt it. Aki pulled out a dagger. A kick knocked the demon back, then Aki placed his hand on the ground. After taking on demon form, a red horn like blood appeared on his forehead. Finally, I don't need to hide my power anymore. The demon looked at Aki, confused. What do you mean, human? Aki smiled. I'm not sure either, I just had to try a little harder. Perhaps I couldn't avoid transforming in front of them. But now, I'm just curious about your fire attribute. As soon as he finished speaking, Aki immediately unleashed his power. His eyes lit up, licking his lips in a manic manner. A fiery aura surrounded his body. The demon was stunned. First class? No, the aura is stronger than first class. Aki completed his transformation, and countless vines began growing around him. He controlled the vines to rush toward the second-class demon. The demon was not afraid, it crouched and growled. If you're a first-class wood attribute, then my fire will counter you. As soon as it finished speaking, large flames erupted around its body, burning all the vines Aki controlled. Aki remained silent and calm, watching. The demon didn't realize the danger had already approached. It bared its sharp teeth through its fiery mouth. Then I'll eat you. Transform you into my power, heh heh. It opened its mouth wide, and a fireball began to form inside. It roared, and the fireball immediately shot out, flying straight toward Aki. Aki's eyes flashed, and he swiftly dodged. The fireball slammed into the door but caused no effect. Aki used the force from the vines to speed toward the demon. It was momentarily stunned. But quickly it became dismissive. Close combat, you can't even touch me. Getting close will just burn you. Aki didn't care. He circled behind the demon, his hand tightening into a fist. If one looked closely, they would see a few drops of water on his hand. Aki used his water attribute to rush forward, his hand piercing through the demon's body, precisely grabbing its core. Who told you I only have one attribute? Now I'm the one who counters you. Water attribute. You human, 2 attributes. The demon was terrified. Before it could speak any final words, Aki directly pulled the core from its body. A loud explosion sounded, and the demon's body exploded. Dust and smoke billowed up thickly. Through the smoke, Aki looked terrifying. He still maintained his demon form. One hand tightly gripping the core, the other holding the skull of the second-class demon. At the same time, dozens of demons rushed toward him from the tunnel. They shoved and trampled over each other, eager to attack Aki. Aki heard the noise. He glanced toward the tunnel. The demons quickly rushed forward, baring their sharp teeth to attack. Aki thought to himself, a demon without a class. It seems the sounds of battle earlier attracted them. Then he looked at the core in his hand and mumbled, a second-class fire core, what kind of power will you bring me? He decided to act immediately, decisively crushing the demon's heart. As Aki did so, a surge of powerful energy erupted, pushing back the demons and forcing them to retreat. Aki raised his hand and shouted, infernal fire, become my power. He then focused that energy into his demonic core. Immediately, Aki stretched out both hands and the energy began to spread, enveloping his entire body. Finally, the energy reached Aki's eyes. At that moment, he completed his evolution, transforming into a second-tier demon. 2 red horns appeared at his temples and his eyes turned golden. He felt the scorching heat of fire surging within him. The demons continued to roar fiercely, baring their teeth as if to attack, but seeing them, he thought silently, these demons are relentless. He realized something, remembered, and opened his mouth to mimic the attack motion of the demon he had just fought. He gradually accumulated energy, forming a fireball right in front of his mouth, and thought, this is how to use fire. He blew a powerful stream of fire toward the demons like a whirlwind, reducing them to ashes. His attack reached so far that no demon survived. While the demons screamed in the sea of flames, Aki calmly walked through, ignoring the chaos around him. He said, use your pitiful cries to comfort the fallen warriors in the tunnel. After speaking, Aki continued forward, leaving the burning demons behind. He moved toward the tunnel exit, leaving the charred corpses of demons behind him. Around Aki, fallen electrical equipment sparked, and suddenly a flame burst from below, blowing the exit door away. At that moment, Aki saw a figure ascending the stairs through the thick smoke. As he stepped onto the ground, Aki froze at the sight before him. All around lay the corpses of innocent civilians, scattered in pools of blood. The city seemed engulfed in flame. Buildings had collapsed into piles of rubble, leaving no signs of life. Aki looked around and thought silently, B-class city completely destroyed. He walked lightly, observing the dead civilians. He thought to himself, this is a high-rank demon. He saw a warrior sitting among trees pierced through the body, imagining the demon that had impaled the civilian. He recalled the one-strike total kill move. Aki continued forward, realizing this was a large area skill, likely a third-tier demon slaughtering civilians. Aki imagined people being incinerated and cursed silently. Damn it. He also realized 2 third-tier core warriors were still alive. The wind began to blow strongly, carrying thick smoke. The crows also took flight in the gust. Aki looked up and suddenly saw a pair of legs dangling high above. In the tree were 2 warriors pierced through by branches. Aki looked closely and realized they were third-tier core warriors, but they were dead. He stood silently, saying nothing. He used his decay power to slowly pull the bodies of the 2 warriors down. He gently laid the bodies down and bowed before them. They were all skilled warriors. Aki raised his hand, softly closing the eyes of one fallen warrior. Aki looked at the two warriors with sadness and said, "Rest in peace. At least you can rest well." He recalled everyone fighting bravely against the demons and thought silently, "This is a horrific war." Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "You damn demon, what do you want to do to them?" Aki was surprised and thought silently. He turned around and saw a survivor, holding a knife, body trembling, eyes watery, but still shouting. He said, "Your form must be a higher-ranked demon, capable of taking human shape. They saved my life. If you touch their bodies, I won't forgive you." Aki closed his eyes, looking sad. He thought, "This kid doesn't believe me at all." His form so damn, Aki thought, "This kid doesn't believe me." Aki thought, "This is awkward," and immediately the demon attacked the man. Aki was shocked. The survivor lost consciousness from the attack. He gradually fell. Aki quickly used his power to defeat the surrounding demons, catching the man so he wouldn't hit the ground. Damn it. There were still low-tier demons hiding in the city. Aki used his wood power to heal the man. "Don't speak, let me help you recover." The survivor was exhausted. He only had a little bit of strength left to whisper, "Is this person a demon or still human?" Then he collapsed into Aki's arms, surprising him for a moment. Aki questioned himself, "Am I a demon now or still human?" The demon seemed to sense someone's presence and immediately surrounded him. Aki stood up, whether a demon or human. He glanced at the demons and furrowed his brow. The one thing that didn't change was his determination to kill all the demons. He prepared to use his power to attack. As the demons charged, Aki's fiery wings transformed completely. He stomped the ground hard, cracking a large portion, then shot like a missile into the center of the enemy's formation. But he didn't attack directly, instead flying into the air. Then he released fireballs in a wide range to clear the demons, landing gently nearby. He looked back and muttered, "Turns out the firestorm behind me not only boosts speed, it can also release explosive fire sparks. Can't fly, what a pity." He continued attacking the demons. "Let's try this." The demons hit by the attack couldn't resist being knocked away. Aki immediately rushed over and grabbed the neck of a floating demon. "If I pour firestorm into a demon's body, and then transfer energy into it," the demon's body burst into flames. He threw it down to the ground and shouted, "Go back to your filthy hole." Aki gave a faint smile and whispered under his breath. Surprised, the demon he threw exploded, shaking the ground. Aki looked at the scene, feeling pleased. He suppressed the firestorm and transferred it into the demon, turning it into a demon bomb. "Check out this elemental energy. Combine it with thought and you can create many games." The demons witnessed their comrade's explosion and, terrified, immediately fled. He watched the demons run and whispered, "I won't let them go." Without saying anything else, he charged at the demons like an arrow. As soon as he landed, he thrust his hand into the ground, creating 2 columns of fire that burned the demons to ash. He stood in the middle, watching the demons wither away, and smiled. "Too late, beasts." After a moment, the entire fleeing group of demons was eliminated. Aki stepped on the head of a dead demon and thought about the people in his team. Originally, Liu and the others were really looking forward to this trip, and the captain even wanted to get the energy crystals. I wonder how they are now. Fulvenous town, the energy core, could only hold for 3 more months. The road to Pesser is blocked if we don't bring the energy crystals back. The entire town will be in danger. He was determined to find the place where the energy crystals were stored, at least bringing one back. After thinking, Aki observed his surroundings and realized there was no way through. He furrowed his brow and calculated, "I can't just wander around." He had to consider resources and equipment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had discovered something. He used his power to call out tree roots. Coincidentally, he could use his wood system powers to control the roots to probe around. The energy crystal is a fusion of the core, emitting 3 types of energy waves. He tried to scan around the town. He sensed the energy waves and located the crystal, and the tree roots slowly dug down into the ground. They searched the area, and Aki sensed they were about to find what he wanted, so he used more power. Finally, the tree roots found the energy crystal. Aki looked and felt delighted inside. Found it immediately, Aki shot forward like an arrow, spotting a large hole in the ground and jumping into it. Below, the energy waves were very weak, well protected. Great, without hesitation, he jumped straight into the pit. As he jumped, looking at the energy crystal, he was amazed. There was a cave underground. Finally, Aki landed lightly and looked up at the crystal. This was the B-level energy transmission system of the town, truly magnificent. But the energy crystal. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Soldiers, please defend the energy crystal." "Please, soldiers." Hearing this, Aki turned his head towards the sound. "Automatic transmitter, it's here." He quickly rushed toward the crystal's storage, unsure how many were hidden, and stepped inside. He widened his eyes in shock at the scene. Behind the door, it was all ruins, bodies scattered everywhere. These were the people who had tried to protect the crystal. Seeing this, Aki was frustrated, silently cursing the demon. He stepped forward, looking around with suspicion in his eyes. Despite the dangerous situation, he did not give up, determined to protect the precious shard of glass until the very end. He approached and touched the red shard, his actions decisive. A demon appeared, clearly with the intent to destroy this glass. This was definitely a mission, and this demon seemed much smarter than previous one. He sighed, realizing that the energy shard was no longer intact. He needed to find an underground base for resupply and new equipment. He clenched his teeth and reminded himself that he had to bring the energy shard back, or else the road division captain would run into trouble. Aki quickly made a decision. The city of Fulvenous would face a serious threat if they didn't find a new city within 3 months. An alarm blared from the equipment room door, and a beam of light suddenly appeared, shining straight ahead. He slammed on the gas pedal, the wheels spinning so fast they sparked against the ground. The vehicle shot forward like a strong wind. Aki kept accelerating, the command launch, search for a new city echoing in his mind. Aki sat in the vehicle, contemplating, as the situation outside the city remained undetected. The fog thickened as night approached. Aki quickly reached the desert, where the once large city was now buried beneath sand. The ruined buildings were a testament to the destruction. This area used to be bustling, but now it was likely where demons rested. He muttered to himself while driving, looking at the map. The next city on the map seemed to be in the right direction. As Iki was driving, someone was watching him from the side. The person quickly drew a knife and cut the rope. The tree trunks dropped unexpectedly, forcing Iki to quickly swerve to avoid them. With his skilled driving, Iki made a sharp turn, dodging the tree trunks in an instant. Iki stopped the car, got out, took off his glasses, and muttered under his breath, "What the hell is this?" Iki looked at the fallen tree trunks and thought, "This place demons, something's wrong." Suddenly someone stepped out and commanded, "Freeze." The person pointed a gun at Iki and shouted, "Who are you? Which hunter team are you from? Say your name." Iki recognized the person as a member of a hunter team, warriors who didn't live in the city but usually operated in squads. Iki looked at the person in front of him and thought to himself, "What bad luck. Definitely a hunter team." The person demanded again, "State your name." "I won't ask twice." He thought, "What terrible luck." He quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not part of the hunter team. I'm just a regular soldier passing through here. The hunter team is made up of human warriors and they don't live in the city. They usually operate in teams, requiring very high individual skills, living as wanderers outside the town with no fixed residence. Their main goal is reconnaissance and resource gathering, always armed and acting with extreme precision." Hearing this, the opponent shouted, "Soldier, ha, blatant lies. Town soldiers would never act alone here. Are you part of the Silver Wolf hunting team?" You were stunned inside. "The Silver Wolf hunting team?" Then you calmly replied, "No, I already said I'm not part of any hunting team." For a moment, you struggled to explain, but the other ignored your words. The other immediately fell and shouted loudly, pulling the trigger and firing a shot, but the bullet only hit right beside Aki's foot. The scene made you turn to look in shock. The other yelled angrily, "Shut up. You demons are worse than animals. Are my hunting team comrades still alive? Answer quickly." Hearing that, Aki looked intently at the opponent, wondering, hunting team? Did she just ask if her comrades are alive? It seemed they had been attacked by the Silver Wolf team. Thinking that, you calmly looked at the person in front and said, "Listen, I can't prove I'm a soldier, or whether I belong to any hunting team, but pointing a gun at someone like that makes communication impossible." Hearing this, she said nothing and slowly lowered her gun. Suddenly, Aki glanced to the side, sensing someone else's presence. Seeing your unusual behavior, she became suspicious and aimed the gun at you again. "Don't move." In an instant, several bullets struck her arm, leaving her stunned. From afar, two figures rapidly approached on motorcycles. One of them laughed at his teammate. "Take out the one holding the weapon first. Looks like some of the comrades are still alive. We can report back to the boss. Come on, let's check it out." They were members of the Silver Wolf scouting squad. Here the girl was hit in the arm, losing the strength to hold the gun, thinking briefly, "Are they from the Silver Wolf team? Damn, I can't lift my arm." One of the two men approached and grabbed her head, mocking, "Oh, it's a girl too, perfect." He lifted her face. "Let me see what you look like." Wounded, she could only glare at him with hatred. He turned to his companion. "Damn it, hurry, a nice one like this. Before we hand her to the boss, let us have some fun first." He couldn't stand by any longer, immediately rushed forward and kicked the man away. The remaining man stared at you in horror. You then threw him far away, landed lightly, stood in front of the girl and said, "I don't want to get involved in your team's personal grudges, but seems the Silver Wolf hunting team are a bunch of trash. Too many things happened today and I was in a bad mood before I acted." You glared at him and coldly said, "Scram." Seeing this, he panicked, raising his gun, thinking you were a demon. But Aki grabbed it, tightly squeezing the gun, and glared at him. Twice pointed at me, really irritating. He looked terrified, trembling. "Go away, the Silver Wolf spares you." You didn't respond but used your wood powers. Roots rose up, forming a huge hand that punched him into the air. The girl behind watched in shock. After the punch, he flew several meters and fell, clutching his stomach in pain, Heart control. He has a heart control device. Are you human or demon? Aki held the gun, using her power to crush it while repeating his words, human or demon. Instantly, the gun was smashed into pieces. You stepped toward him coldly and said, to you, it doesn't matter. Then his screams echoed across the area. Then Aki used her powers to slowly heal the girl's wound, reassuring her. Don't worry, I just happen to have healing powers. The bullet only pierced the muscle in her arm. Repairing the damaged muscle is enough. Thank you. Then she shyly turned her head to look behind. Below were the bodies of the two attackers, now tightly bound and pierced by iron rods. She looked at her nearly healed arm, happily exclaiming, it's really healed, unbelievable. It's a skill. I've heard soldiers of 4 marks can have skill. Skills create special phenomena, almost magical, if he's that strong. Could he be a 5-mark soldier? Meanwhile, Aki sensed the demonic second-stage power in his body. The power surged far beyond a second-stage soldier in your memory, but you smiled and said, I'm a second-stage soldier just with special power. Hearing this, the girl hurriedly bowed an apology. Second stage is still impressive. Anyway, thanks for saving my life and sorry for pointing the gun at you earlier. Inwardly, Aki reflected on the power in his body, realizing it was clearly much stronger than a normal second-stage soldier. Still, he kept a calm expression, hiding most of his thoughts. The atmosphere gradually eased, leaving only relief after the immediate danger had passed. It's fine, being careful when outside the town is essential. He looked at her and asked, what's the nearest town? She didn't answer immediately but stayed silent for a moment, then replied, I know the direction, but if you want to go, could you take me with you? She added, I know the way, but if you're planning to go, could you take me with you? Aki was surprised by the offer. We just met, we don't even know each other's names. Do you trust me like that? Where are you going? The girl was silent for a moment, then said, the nearest town is Tan Vai, a small C-grade town, but it's been occupied by the Silver Wolf hunting team. She continued, a few days ago, the rescue team tried to save the town from their hands. She added, but they failed. The leader of the Silver Wolf hunting team just broke through to become a 3rd-tier warrior, and his power surpassed my leaders. My whole team couldn't win. In the end, only I was lucky enough to escape. Aki listened and thought, if saving the town doesn't interfere with my actions, I'll help her. The girl continued, I will give my life to help you. He thought about past events and the question about the current commander, wondering why they allowed the Silver Wolf hunting team to take the town. The girl continued, the Silver Wolf hunting team took the town because they wanted to steal energy crystal. Aki thought to himself, their goal must be the energy crystal. Aki quietly stood up and said, they dare to steal the town's primary energy source. Let's go. All right, the girl happily agreed, then hurried to follow him. He's so strong, this town isn't bad, I can trust him. The girl thought to herself, there's real hope now. They approached a bush and hid to observe. Suddenly, Aki spoke, strange, there are no guards in the town. The girl announced, ahead is the small town of Tan Vai. Aki said, we need to hide the vehicle before getting close to the town. Aki thought, this town doesn't seem familiar from my past life, not even on the map. Maybe the Silver Wolf hunters have taken control of this place. Aki thought to himself and decided to go in for a closer look. Suddenly, a demon appeared from behind and was about to attack. The girl was startled and screamed, a demon. The demons rushed in to surround them. Aki said nothing but used his targeting power, causing roots from the ground to tightly bind the demon. He coldly watched them as the roots pressed down on them. Aki said, coordinate with me, don't let them affect us. Whoever kills them now, the blood will attract more demons, Aki reminded, then turned to the girl, let's go. The girl admired Aki even more and happily replied, yes, and thought to herself, he's so strong. She thought to herself, his teammates are amazing, I believe we will succeed. Aki suddenly spoke while they were hiding behind the bush, there are no guards in this town. The girl agreed, yes, the town gates are wide open. Inside, a man was carrying a child and slowly stepped out. Aki announced, someone's coming out. The man screamed in fear, help, when he saw the hunting soldier chasing him. The hunting soldier quickly caught the man and slammed his head onto the ground. The girl couldn't bear it anymore and drew her gun. Aki immediately stopped her, his eyes cold. Doing that will expose our position. Aki ordered, let me handle this. A huge arm suddenly stretched out from the gate. He saw and observed, realizing that the giant hand was grabbing the man and the child. The hand slowly pulled back and disappeared behind the door, while the hunting soldiers stood there. The girl exclaimed, there are demons inside the town. Aki silently calculated in his mind. If a demon really appears, you can't wait to prepare or plan. You have to rush in immediately and save whoever you can. With that thought, he teleported straight forward, leaving the girl stunned. In the blink of an eye, the 2 soldiers across from him were down. Seeing this, the girl panicked and rushed forward, calling out, wait for me. This was supposed to be my request. She ran past the 2 hunting soldiers lying motionless on the ground, silently admiring the member of Silver Wolf he had just defeated. At that moment, she noticed something unusual, crouched down to examine the 2, and felt a sudden horror. What's going on? Their flesh looks like it's rotting. They seem like they've been dead for days. She lifted her head and shouted ahead, "The entire town is filled with Silver Wolf's people." But Iki didn't care. He dashed forward like an arrow, taking them down one by one. He snatched a knife from one and realized all were corpses controlled by the demon's special power, then decisively attacked them with the blade. There was no need to hold back anymore. With his speed and strength, Iki cut down each one like a professional assassin, then landed lightly on the ground. Iki looked at the corpses emitting a strange aura, and speculated that the demon controlling them must have linked them through the black cords on their bodies. He then focused on the purple smoke drifting away, realizing he needed to trace the aura from these corpses to find it. He then shouted to the girl, "I'm going to rescue the father and son from earlier. You go check the rest of the town to see if anyone else is alive." So they split up and went in opposite directions. Iki ran through houses and finally stopped in front of a nearby shrine. He rushed to the door, certain this was the place, then kicked it open without hesitation. But the sight left him frozen. The man and boy were now corpses, causing Iki to silently curse in anger. Damn it, just a step too late. At that moment a demon appeared in front of him, staring intently, then spoke. "Everything in this town belongs to me. Whether alive or dead, trying to flee is already crossing the line." It called out, "Come here, let's see who's arrived." This demon was 3-stage, with nuclear powers controlling corpses through illusion. Its attributes were still unclear. Aki observed quietly. Behind it were 3 energy crystals. The Silver Wolf hunters seized the town to steal these energy crystals. Was this what lured the demon here? Why does the demon need the energy crystals? 3-stage laughed loudly. "Stranger, are you human or demon?" Aki just stared angrily without answering, thinking this was indeed a rare nuclear demon with its own unique illusory powers, then slowly approached. "You killed all the Silver Wolf people, right? Even if their captain had reached 3rd stage, facing someone who controls corpses like you wouldn't be a match." Hearing this, the demon looked confused. 3rd stage? Wait, you are. Then it suddenly pulled out the energy crystals. What's this about? At that moment, something shot toward Iki at incredible speed, startling him briefly. Another demon struck across his body, but he managed to dodge just in time. He stepped back to observe, finally identifying the opponent as a 3rd-stage nuclear warrior. It was the former captain of the Silver Wolf Hunters, a 3rd-stage nuclear warrior, and to his surprise, numerous glowing lights appeared from the shadows, emerging one by one. Seeing this, 3-stage shouted excitedly, "Come on, everyone." Aki frowned, calculating the situation. Not only the Silver Wolf Hunters but also other town warriors. The numbers were overwhelming. Noticing his expression, 3-stage laughed loudly. "Welcome to my feast." No sooner had it finished speaking than the soldiers charged aggressively at Aki. The demons swarmed to surround him, making Aki frown, irritated at 3-stage. "Right now I'm in 2nd stage. A normal 3-stage demon would be harder to handle, but luckily it's a nuclear demon not specialized in combat. It only relied on illusions to manipulate the battlefield." Without hesitation, he ignited flames around his hands. He struck the ground, sending a shockwave that burned and flung the demons away in a single blow. With one move, he cleared the warrior demons, leaving 3-stage astonished. "You don't look normal at all," it commanded. "Stand up, fight." But Aki calmly replied, "Useless. I've already used fire to destroy their bodies." Hearing this, 3-stage shivered. "Damn it, I worked hard to collect these treasures," Aki replied coldly. "It may seem disrespectful, but compared to being controlled by you, this is the best release for them." With no bodies left to manipulate, he stomped to gain momentum. As fast as lightning, in a brief instant, Aki lunged forward with his knife straight at the 3rd demon. He shouted and the opponent's combat ability dropped drastically. He kept punching it repeatedly, leaving it unable to defend in time. The demon couldn't defend itself and immediately yelled, "Final strike, core attack." Suddenly, a boy appeared in front of Aki, blocking his path and forcing him to stop. Aki froze, staring at the boy. The kid had previously seen Aki hesitate while the demon behind laughed loudly, preparing to strike, then shouted, "Come out," and landed a powerful punch on Aki. The blow was so strong that even hitting Aki, it pierced through and caused a shockwave across the ground. Aki quickly dodged to the side and immediately used his water ability to minimize the damage. "Damn, I still have to rely on water to protect my abdomen from a fatal blow." The demon looked at Aki and laughed. "I don't just control, I also have metal element." Aki was surprised to realize it could also use the metal element. He used what ability to heal his wounds, thinking he needed to quickly handle the injury in his abdomen. The 3rd demon spoke again. "Looks like I'll have to take a risk to take you down. Time to use what I painstakingly obtained." Then, it ordered the man beside it. The man held a vial filled with green liquid. The demon turned to look at 2 corpses. "Both of you are useful now." After taking the vial, it decisively brought it to its mouth and drank a gulp. Aki felt something was wrong. He didn't know what it was, but instinct told him danger was near. He couldn't fully recover, holding back the wound as he charged forward, throwing his knife, then imbuing it with fire ability. Aimed straight at the 3rd demon, but it had already swallowed the vial. Immediately, the third demon created a protective shield, blocking Aki's attack. Aki was thrown backward, caught off guard. Thrown back? Where did it get that burst of energy? It can't absorb energy from the energy crystal like that. Impossible. Energy in the crystal is refined human-concentrated burst energy. If absorbed like that, it should explode and die, he muttered. I verified this theory in my previous life. But Aki speculated, the energy in its body, though burst energy, stops at a limit. It must be that elixir. Absolutely not something the demon could have created. Suddenly the third demon screamed, "Advance, evolve, advance." A purple light flashed across the demon. Aki realized it was using the energy crystal to evolve. In an instant, the third demon became the fourth demon, possessing death element, illusion ability, and metal attribute. Aki gritted his teeth. Damn it, fourth demon, this is troublesome. Seeing Aki's expression, the fourth demon grew excited. So this is the feeling of the fourth stage. It summoned several spheres around its hands and shot them into the air. The spheres flew straight toward Aki. The fourth demon showed a malicious smile. I like sharp metal. The spheres surrounded Aki, preparing to attack and confuse him. Damn it, it already has the fourth demon's skill set. Aki quickly used his wood power, and tree roots began sprouting around him. As the spheres fired bullets, Aki rolled himself inside the growing roots. But the fourth demon quickly leaped forward, closing in on Aki. Then it delivered a powerful palm strike, sending Aki from midair crashing to the ground. Dust and smoke filled the area. Aki lay almost motionless on the ground, unable to move or defend. Seeing this, the fourth demon stomped on Aki, feeling ecstatic and proud. See, each evolution has an insurmountable gap. Your journey ends here. Then it focused its power into its hand. But I like you, it shouted, be mine, and prepared to stab Aki. Of course, it only targeted his body. But as the fourth demon's blade hand descended toward Aki's neck, it suddenly stopped. Suddenly, the space around them warped. Aki, lying still, was also surprised. The surrounding space bent, and the distortion grew more pronounced around the fourth demon. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the warped space, grabbing the fourth demon's head, accompanied by a cold voice. A strange demon from the warped space began to appear, clutching the fourth demon's head and whispering in its ear. You won't ruin my plan, little shrimp. Hearing this, the fourth demon trembled. Could it be you are King Hack? That demon didn't answer Akmatuki's question but just said one word, seal, immediately. It decisively turned Akmatuki to the side, and Akmatuki's head was sucked into another dimension. Then Akmatuki gradually disappeared before Aki's eyes in surprise. Only swirling dust remained in the central space. The demon stepped onto the ground. It was Akmatuki Hakwenki, and it looked at Aki with joy. Indeed, one cannot trust useless creatures like humans. Hakwenki slowly appeared before Aki, looking extremely beautiful. He frowned at it and thought, Akmatuki, this oppressive feeling is like the red name inside me. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. He recalled the remaining black essence bowl at that time, and just then, Hakwenki appeared before him and spoke. He didn't know when Zich Fuanki could awaken. Moreover, even the fourth Kai could not defeat it. Indeed, the human race is truly inferior. What did you say? She pointed at him mockingly. You're supposed to be the strongest human, but you digest too slowly. Then she lifted him using her power. Then Hakwenki grabbed an orb and rushed forward, shouting, obediently evolved from Kai. The orb pierced Aki, forcing him back with a groan, He collapsed to the ground, looked at where the orb entered his body, and realized she had directly inserted the Akmatuki core into his chest. He ignored the third Kai. After a while, Aki began to feel the pain, screaming in agony. I'm about to explode, my chest can't take it. The power in the fourth Kai core is too great. Hakwenki stood beside him, biting her nails and muttering, it really digests slowly. So weak, even the fourth Kai's power can't be absorbed. Aki yelled, no, I'm about to explode, my body can't handle it. Aki's body began to crack. Hakwenki immediately used 8 space-lock shields and shouted, lock the space around him, useless human. Endure it, she ordered, and Aki's body slowly swelled, cursing Hakwenki and screaming in pain. At that moment, someone inside Aki, eyes closed, suddenly spoke, disturbing my sleep, and slowly opened his eye. Hakwenki exclaimed joyfully, this sound could it be? In an instant, Aki's body fully recovered. Aki, furious, eyes full of murderous intent. Have you already forgotten what I said before? Hakwenki, he said, quickly smashing the shield around him. Hakwenki stared at him, startled. Aki had now completely transformed into someone else, Zich Wanki. Hakwenki saw him and trembled, calling, Zich. She rushed to embrace him. Finally, you've manifested. Zich Wanki held her gently and replied, it's been a long time. Hakwenki looked at him affectionately. I've been secretly observing him. His power is too weak to confront the fourth Kai that just emerged. If he dies, wouldn't humans too? Zich Wanki cupped her face and replied tenderly, this body needs continuous training. A human body is not like ours. They are weak but also full of unknowns. He was supposed to merge evolution to the second Kai stage, but you let him reach the third Kai directly. He had to absorb the fourth Kai energy. His body couldn't handle it. But this fourth Kai energy also temporarily awakened me from deep sleep. Zichwanki warned, from now on, don't interfere with his evolution. He must evolve step by step to become a perfect vessel in the future. Zichwanki glanced at her, understood. Whatever you say, she suddenly remembered something. Right, you faked your death during this time. Although the four kings acted, none took the initiative. A balance formed among them as you foresaw. Zichwanki smirked. At first they feared my power, so they joined forces to eliminate me. Now it seems, even without me, they cannot change their inherent suspicion. They probably forgot their original mission. And you. Have things been fine recently? They haven't suspected you, she quickly snorted coldly. Lucky for you, they still remember me. Even if they were suspicious, they now don't have the energy to investigate what really happened. So I'm still fine. Don't worry about me. Then she gently touched Zichwanki, expressing her feelings. I just want to welcome the strongest person back. Zichwanki smiled and assured, it's only a matter of time. I've forced this body to evolve to the fourth Kai. However, he needs more time to adapt and stabilize the source of power in his body. You should also limit your interference with humans to avoid drawing unnecessary attention that could ruin our plan. She blushed and hesitantly replied, I just thought you might want a little visit, even though I'm just your vessel. At that moment, the girl walking with a key entered and immediately drew their attention. She trembled. Northern demon? How could a northern demon even exist? Seeing this, the Black King covered his mouth and laughed. Ah, I forgot I hadn't cleared this area yet. Meanwhile, the Scarlet Demon standing beside him remained silent. He just stared intently at the girl. She gradually became locked by Scarlet Demon's gaze, and deep in her subconscious, a sudden slash appeared. As Aki drifted deep into unconsciousness, a voice rang out, "So you are a demon, Aki." Startled by this, Aki woke up. The moment he regained consciousness, he realized he was stabbing the girl walking with him. He panicked and shouted, "Huntress!" She was already unconscious. Seeing her like that, he screamed in agony, making her. He trembled, looking down at his hands, all of it his doing. Gritting his teeth, he immediately unleashed his power and screamed in despair. His energy formed a column of lightning shooting straight into the sky. Then, he clenched his teeth in anger, finally stepping into an entirely new state. The four-phase form completed its evolution. At this moment, Aki recalled the words the Huntress once told him. I want to visit Dawn City and see it for myself. If possible, I want to be an apprentice florist there. I really love flowers, returning to reality. He was still standing there, but the girl was no longer ahead. She had been swallowed by the sea of flame. She lay in the flames. A voice from the past still echoed, "In a world this cruel, I think there should be more beautiful flowers." After that incident, Aki resolved that he could not forgive this mistake, because he had failed to control the demon's power himself. He only hoped the flames could help people escape the demon's oppression and no longer suffer. As for the four-phase power in his body now, he no longer had the mindset to experiment. There were too many problems to think through, each clue needing to be clarified in order. The northern demon with that terrifying power, what exactly was its connection to the king within his body, forcing him to surpass the third phase? Straight into the fourth phase. Those damned demons, what were they really plotting? The suspicious thing that the third phase demon used to break through to the fourth phase unsettled people. It was not something a demon could make on its own. So where did it come from? Or rather, who provided it? Such mechanized weaponry likely required the highest level fortress to craft. Could have come from Dawn City. In any case, a large-scale fortress must be found quickly, at least to report safely to their captain Joel first. He also worried about how Liu and the others were doing right now. Then he got into the car, put on his glasses, and hoped they could safely exit the tunnel and reach the fortress, continuing straight in this direction. Ahead was an A-rank fortress named Pisidia. At least there, messages could be sent back to First City. The car rolled forward again. Another night passed, and the next morning at Celestial Hall. The four arrived safely at A-rank Fortress Brian. Brian, the core warrior of the 5 phases and combat commander Kadi, spoke. Sorry, we cannot deploy troops for reinforcement. We just received word that A-rank City Peta is facing a high-level demon wave. The teammate named Aki you mentioned is probably in more danger than luck. Sending soldiers haphazardly would be highly irresponsible. At this, Celestial Hall stood at attention, loudly saying, "But sir, our soldiers have special talent. They might still survive in danger." He listened and coldly replied, "Rank Brian, there is no shortage of young soldiers with special talents here. But even they cannot survive against a demon wave of this scale." Hearing this, Celestial Hall fell silent, saying no more. Still, in this apocalypse, no life should be abandoned. We cannot send reinforcements directly, but at least I will send scouts along the way to assess the situation. Hearing this, Celestial Hall froze, then happily replied, "Thank you, sir. I have urgent matters, please excuse me. You may proceed as you wish." He said this as he left, adding more words. Whether the high-level demon wave in Peta City affects Dawn City's demon hunt competition is unclear. Celestial Hall lightly replied, I have heard as well. The demon hunt competition will be held soon, but as you know, our Fort Prosperity is only a C-rank fortress. It's fine, if interested, you can stay a few days to learn more. The only S-rank fortress, Dawn City, will hold the demon hunt competition, requiring at least B-rank registration. Currently, your city doesn't meet the requirements, but the 3 young soldiers behind you might in the future. Learning more would be good. You may freely tour this office and fortress, which amazed them. The 4 bowed and Celestial Hall loudly said, Thank you. After he left, Tomo softly called, Captain. Celestial Hall turned and replied. He turned to look at her, waiting for her to continue speaking. Tomo curiously asked about the ghost hunting competition. What's this about? What is the ghost hunting competition? Zigdiatang explained that the competition could only be held in the City of Dawn. The competition mainly involves hunting various demons at different levels to select new generation warriors and award special prizes provided by the City of Dawn. It is a regular event, the goal all warriors aim for, but to participate, one must be at least a Class B warrior. Zeno anxiously thought about the chance they might have in the future to join, but he thought to himself that if Aki were at the ghost hunting competition in the City of Dawn, he would surely be very excited. He hoped Aki could survive when the city of Peta encountered high-level demons, wait until the demons were pushed back, and Tomo added to that thought. Lasat Mew looked out the window and realized that it was the first time leaving the city and encountering problems, and Aki was in danger because of everyone. She looked into the distance, while Sieg Ryu Tang sighed and then comforted everyone that they could only wait for news from the scout warriors. He announced that he had used the communication device to report the situation to Fuku Fuku and suggested temporarily staying at Bryant, a hard-to-reach place. He advised everyone to observe as there were many excellent warriors here, and the sky outside was clear at that moment. Clouds drifted across the sky in the Class A Pisidia city, in the Pisidia room. One of the 2 people sitting and talking said, We have verified the information you sent. As you said, the city of Peta, Class B, was destroyed by high-level demons. The person flicked the cigarette butt into the ashtray and added that they had helped send the news to Class C Fort Worth, informing them of the squad's situation, and they would probably receive news soon. The woman held the cigarette and said, But your other request. She apologized to Aki. We cannot provide you with energy glass. The person was a 5th-grade warrior. Combat commander of PCDA, Parisi Koda, said that the supply of energy glass was not their decision. Normally, energy glass is distributed by the higher-class fixed city. Since Bidao was destroyed, you can request the City of Dawn to redistribute higher-class city. He thought to himself that the distribution of energy glass in the City of Dawn was even more complicated than he thought. He told himself that he could go to the City of Dawn to investigate the breakthrough equipment of that demon. Getting into the City of Dawn was a problem. He thanked her. Thank you for the reminder. Aki asked, I want to represent our Forbes to go to the City of Dawn, is that okay? She replied sternly, No, unless you take on the position of team leader in Fort Worth, or you get authorization from the city of Fort Worth. Otherwise, you don't have this qualification. She emphasized, you can't casually send a representative for negotiations, he thought in his mind. Aki realized that if he wanted to apply for authorization, he had to go back, which was troublesome, but she unexpectedly said, There's another situation where you can go there. That is when there is a higher-class city to guarantee. Aki asked in surprise, Do you mean you can guarantee for me? She replied, I can guarantee for you, but I have a request. Aki was interested. Oh, tell me. She smiled lightly. The ghost hunting competition in the City of Dawn, maybe you've heard of it. If you join our squad as a foreign soldier, and also act as a pioneer member to help us gather intelligence during the competition, I will guarantee for you. But just to be clear, I do not guarantee your life safety. She explained the role of a pioneer member in the competition. They investigate demon ranks, collect intelligence first, similar to intelligence members. Due to the high difficulty of the competition and the large demon ranks, the pioneer position is extremely dangerous, and death is common. Usually this position is considered a shield, making warriors avoid it during the competition, but Aki remained calm. Aki commented, It seems like none of your squad wants to take this position. He continued, It's fine, in the end I've decided. I accept, and thought to himself that after all, this ghost hunting competition was a major event that he himself founded. At the equipment storage, Nami, Parisi, and Aki walked and talked, and she spoke first. She said, Finding you to be a pioneer member was also a last resort. Currently, the city doesn't choose important members to be pioneers. In recent years, pioneers either die or get injured, she warned through gritted teeth. I've already warned you, I cannot guarantee your safety. I can only try to meet your request for choosing the arrangement, and then we both enter the equipment warehouse. Aki cheerfully responded and stepped forward. I understand, let me take a look. Watching Aki's back, she silently assessed him in her mind. This guy, the core rank symbol, seems damaged and unclear. Or is he originally a rankless core from Fort Worth City, grade C? His ability is at most not beyond a second-rank fighter, yet he appears extremely confident. Could a grade C town fighter really have a trump card? After a moment of choosing, he decided, this one. Looking at the item in front of him, Aki couldn't help but feel pleased. Nami's wings can transform into a great sword, he silently calculated. The small sword used before was flexible, but its damage wasn't enough. Seeing him touch it, she immediately shouted, wait, the specifications of these Nami wings require at least a third-rank core fighter to use. With your strength, trying to use it could be unstable and very likely to harm yourself. But he ignored this and directly took out his energy core. Immediately, a brilliant light burst around him, forcing Parisi to shield her eye. Then she stared at him as if she had just discovered something. Could it be? The small sword spun in the shared sheath, finally plunging into the ground. He held the small sword in his hand and quietly praised it. Just the right size, the weight feels solid. Seeing this, Barassi couldn't help but feel fear inside. Could he really use it successfully so easily? Could he have special knowledge about Nami's wing? I've heard that some fighters have extremely high talent. Seeing it in person today is truly surprising. Then he turned to ask, right, you must have a combat training ground here, right? After speaking, they both stepped out the door. I'll try to meet your request, but why go to the combat training ground? Aki looked at her. I just want to test these new Nami wings. Consider it a warm-up. Parisi anxiously confirmed. Are you sure you want to go alone, even though we've planted a flag at the combat ground? Sometimes the one-period demon still appears. If it's really unsafe, I can go with you. Planting a flag means using a device to dispel the local illusion outside the city, temporarily taking over the outer area to investigate. Or combat or experimentation. He calmly replied, it's fine if the one-period demon appears, I can still handle it. Watching Aki's back, Barasina smiled with amusement. Confident and bold, truly the rare qualities of a fighter. Stay safe, I still have a few fourth-rank fighters waiting. If they were as confident as you, things would be much easier. Then they turned and walked in opposite directions as if agreeing to meet again. After that, Aki showed a sly smile, thinking, of course, I can't let her come along. Because I don't just want to test this new weapon. More importantly, I want to see what abilities I have under the four-phase form. At the flagged area, Aki walked around a ruined spot, muttering, this area has been flat. The illusion has been dispelled, seems like this is the place. Suddenly, a demon's cry rang out. Aki quickly noticed a demon aiming at him from behind. As he expected, the demon immediately lunged to attack. But Aki reacted extremely fast, dodging the strike in time. Then he summoned the small sword. In the blink of an eye, Aki neatly sliced the demon in half. He looked at his small sword with satisfaction, realizing the greatsword still felt more convenient. Then, Aki stood before the demon and slowly sheathed his sword. He looked down and saw other demons appearing. Aki smiled with delight. Perfect, I was worried you lot wouldn't show up during the day. Now I get to try out a new weapon. It's comfortable to swing. Too many frustrating things have happened recently. Without another word, he stomped his foot to gain momentum and leaped, aiming precisely at the demons rushing toward him. He swung the greatsword, each strike sending the demon's blood and limbs flying. In the frenzied, bloody dance, Aki's body moved gracefully, as if born to kill demons. He didn't use the 4 elemental powers he had mastered, but continuously swung his sword over and over, training the physical memory of this body. In ruins, Aki and a group of random demons fought madly. In reality, he was slaughtering alone. In the darkness, only the demons' agonized screams echoed. No one knew how long Aki had been fighting. The last demon's head fell. Aki decisively planted his sword into it, then sighed in exhaustion, his body evolving with the demon power within him. Though much stronger than when he first arrived in this world, other aspects still felt insufficient to him. After a brief movement, his body panted. Suddenly, spikes appeared behind him, shooting toward his back. Aki quickly sensed danger and used his sword to slice all the spikes away. He glanced back and saw a demon appear, saying, "Ah, I knew it." The feeling was off. This was a first-rank demon of the I type. It muttered, "Humans, warrior appears food." He looked at it and smiled with amusement. "Finally, it's you lot." The first-rank demon, seeing his casual attitude, exclaimed in shock. "Ah, not afraid of us, strange, strange." It probably meant fear, but his expression was one of pure happiness. One demon suddenly turned to the other, and all the random ones behind were him. The other demon said, "Ah, the fire type starts charging and screaming, let's see." It continuously shouted, "Burn," and a strong beam of light shot through from some force. The fire type was thrown back to its original spot. The remaining demon was shocked, not understanding what was happening. Before it could regain composure, Aki charged at the fire type lying flat. He stabbed it with his sword and sneered. Against fire, using the metal element is most effective. He turned to the remaining one. "Next, let's test the power of the 4 ranks." His body slowly transformed. The demon shrank back in fear, trembling. You are not human," he thought silently. The power of a 4-rank demon can control a warrior's body. So he infused his energy into the demon and commanded, "Serve me." In an instant, the demon stood, causing the opposing demon to exclaim in shock. Impossible, the demon behind Iki, full of murderous intent, stared at the controlled demon. Seeing its ally subdued, the demon panicked completely. Demon corpses could be controlled. At Picardia City, the sun began to rise. Commander of the 5-rank warrior corps of Picardia, Paris, shouted, "Has the young man I sent to the city gate not returned?" He clasped his hands behind and reported seriously, "Yes, Commander Paris. The sun is about to set concerning the demons in Pella. According to protocol, the city gates must close, including the women's gate." She frowned more tightly, reporting the ranks of demons recently appearing. He reported, "Recently, not only 1st-rank demons have appeared in large numbers, but also 2nd and 3rd rank. Even 4th-rank reports exist." She scowled, biting her nails, muttering, "Damn it. Make sure he's not inside a demon as food. Call him back earlier. I just submitted the list for the upper match. Don't cause me more trouble, kid, really." She ran off immediately, leaving only a red image. "I'm going to the combat academy to find him. I'll return before the gates close." Han Van reported formally, "Yes." She moved swiftly, leaving only the red image, swooping past the branches. She misstepped, then landed on another branch. That kid was just a regular soldier in the city, probably rank C. She told herself she couldn't let him go to the training school alone, even though he stubbornly insisted on going. Besides, that place was mostly full of low-level demons. However, years ago there were even high-level demons here. Thinking this, she gritted her teeth and accelerated. If he died during combat training, her 5-star soldier title would be lost and she would fail the city of Fort Worth. She pushed hard, leaping up, muttering, "Kid, you'd better still be alive for me." But right after that, she suddenly sensed something. She recognized the aura of the demons, but didn't understand why the deathly energy was so dense. Frowning, she gritted her teeth and landed on a nearby tree branch, heading toward the combat training school. Based on her instincts, she began to make a judgment. This energy was very unusual. There seemed to be many demons, most of them low-level and even some mid-level ones. No, there are even high-level ones too. What's going on? This doesn't seem like a normal ambush. Why are mid-level and high-level demons gathering in such large numbers? Just as she landed on the next tree branch, a demon rushed past. It seemed to have sensed something and immediately turned back to look, then saw the 5-star soldier badge on her uniform and panicked, screeching to a halt. 5-star soldier. The demon immediately turned to flee, but she was faster. Before it could escape far, she appeared behind it from the tree. A high kick swept over its head, causing a powerful shockwave. The wind and smoke around her were blown away. The demon that had just tried to escape now lay at her feet. Its green bodily fluids splattered, but she frowned. This feeling is strange, much different than usual. Sure enough, just as she sensed, countless demons stepped out from the shadows. She spoke with doubt, "This is really strange. Since when did you demons like gathering like this?" Then a long blade slowly appeared. She thought time was running out and the demons were trembling, making her realize something was off. They were like zombies filled with death energy, mindlessly advancing. Instead of feeling afraid, she felt excitement, laughing as she readied her blade. Forget it, as long as they are demons, they all must die. She poured all her strength into her arm, her muscles bulging, and with one slash, she split countless demons in half. The blow created a shockwave that spread out, devastating the entire forest. However, when the aftershock faded, another swarm of demons appeared in the distance. She casually raised her blade, while a new group of demons closed in behind her. How many are there? Before she could think further, someone jumped down from above, startling her. "Why are you here?" Reflexively, she immediately swung her blade back, but he blocked it. "Hey, it's me, look closely." Hearing this, she froze. "Aki, is it really you? Are you okay?" Her eyes widened as she realized she had just been stopped from a slash. It was completely an unconscious swing. The power and speed from before were no joke. "Isn't this kid from a Class C city?" She glanced at him as he sheathed his weapon. Even a 4-star soldier would have to go all out to block that. Yet he brushed off the dust and glanced at her. "The power core of a 5-star soldier, not bad at all. My hand is starting to shake now. I was testing out some moves and lost track of time. Sorry about that." She didn't press the issue, only responding, "Forget it, as long as you're fine. For now, we need to deal with these strange demons. Some of them are even high level. They're too dangerous for you, stay behind me." But before she could finish, he stepped forward. "Oh, were you saying that? Don't worry, they're all dead already." He snapped his fingers and purple flames erupted, incinerating all the demons. She stared wide-eyed in shock as all the demons collapsed at once. After dealing with them, he turned back and smiled. "All done, let's head back to the city." But she grabbed his collar and pulled him back, demanding, What did you just do? Did you control all those demons? Clearly you're a red core, what's your ability? He calmly brushed her hand away. I don't need to tell you. She pondered, then he continued. But I can tell you, I can control the demons that have already died in the state. It's not unusual for a soldier to have a few trump cards, right? Hearing this, she looked down at the fallen demons. The ability to control dead demons was indeed rare even among 5-star soldiers. She placed her hands on her hips and said to him, in that case we can leave for Sunrise City tomorrow. Upon hearing this, he couldn't hide his excitement. That's great, the sooner the better. We must quickly resolve the energy glass issue for Fort Worth. With that, he walked ahead, suggesting they depart tomorrow. She followed closely behind. In her heart, she began to feel more hopeful about him at the Sun Ma tournament. At this moment, Paris hurried back to the city, unaware of the situation far from the combat training school. The scene quickly shifted to where he had just fought. Everywhere was in ruins, blood and demon corpses scattered. According to reports later, the combat training school had been completely destroyed by an unknown force. Aki and she left amid the crowd with the ruined city behind them, trees and monsters scattered across the city. The latest reports show that the actual battlefield has been completely destroyed by a mysterious force. The heavily armored vehicle has arrived at the necessary location. Barcy is not happy and reminds Aki, it's late, hurry up and get out, don't dirty our town. Aki looks up at the city for a long time, observing the scenery and terrain along the way. I guessed it, I never thought it would be true. You look up at the towering city walls, recognizing it as the Shirwang Fortress, the fortress you once managed. Shirwang Fortress is the only level 9 fortress. It seems that after I died in my past life, this fortress was renamed to Shirwang Fortress. Perhaps due to the campaign called the Eastern Front War. However, this place has changed a lot since then, you think to yourself. I thought it would take much longer to return to the old city. Wait a minute, Aki's face lights up with joy. Could it be? We will meet them again. In my past life, I created the strongest team. They were called the 6 Heroes, my most powerful subordinates. You reminisce about the people who fought alongside you on the battlefield, wondering how they are after the Eastern Front War. I wonder if I tell them the situation, would they believe me? It's the first time entering Shirwang Fortress, you wonder. Scared out of your mind? Don't be surprised you haven't entered yet. Shirwang Fortress is the only S-tier fortress of humanity and also symbolizes supreme power. She walks ahead. Not everyone is lucky enough like you to have the chance to come here once in their life. You recognize Barasi, the 5-star warrior who must know some useful information, so you ask. I want to ask, after the Eastern Front War, how are the 6 heroes now? Barasi stops and asks suspiciously. After the Eastern Front War, your question is quite strange. Are you asking about the new or old 6 heroes? He feigns ignorance. What do you mean by new or old? What are you talking about? Aren't the 6 heroes just those 6 people? They are my former subordinates, the strongest warrior. Followed by a guy with the same name as mine. They are the 6 strongest people. Before he could finish, Barasi covers his mouth. Are you really that stupid or just pretending? She says sternly, everyone knows the new 6 heroes don't like talking about the old ones. These words cannot be spoken inside the fortress. As for the king, things have changed. The old king is no longer the king. Right now, the strongest warrior is the new king, the one with the same name as you, has already become the old king. She waves her hand seriously. I'm warning you again, don't speak such nonsense inside the fortress. He keeps repeating what he just heard. New king, new 6 heroes, then tell me. What happened to the old 6 heroes now? Barasi angrily grabs his clothes and shouts, didn't you hear what I said? He doesn't answer. Both of them stare at each other, the atmosphere extremely tense. A subordinate calls her name, Commander Barasi, and she slowly lets go of his shirt. All right. Although she doesn't understand why you keep calling Aki by name, maybe out of admiration. At first she didn't want to ask, but she points directly at your face to threaten you. I'm warning you, at least in Shirwang Fortress, don't mention the old king and the old 6 heroes again. After saying this, Barasi walks away but still turns back to glance. Perhaps in your old CH-level fortress, the people you mentioned are still revered, but not everywhere recognizes them. Especially the old king who sacrificed back then. In Shirwang Fortress, no one acknowledges them. Aki stands still, not replying. Barasi looks at you. Go into the fortress now, remember what I just said. The 3 of them enter the fortress. Aki walks, but his mind is full of thoughts. Not everyone recognizes me, not everyone acknowledges my sacrifices. What exactly happened after I died? You recall the scene from back then, when you led the 6 heroes, and all the soldiers to fight the demons with all their might. Aki remembers the bloody scenes where he fought. At that time, he entered the ancient king's tomb alone to uncover the secrets of the demons. The ancient king's tomb, 3069. 6 giant ancient king tombs fell from the sky. white, gold, green, blue, purple, black. 6 different colored demons continuously emerged from inside. This is the origin of the demons. No one knows what is hidden inside the tomb of the king. Now only Aki from back then discovered the secret of the ancient king's tomb. After everything, he feels it's unfair. Everything I did, was it all in vain? Didn't I die as a hero? Aki walks toward the gate where humans and animals are busy, joyful, and lively. Passing through the gate, he arrives at a new place. He covers his eyes from the sun, looking up at the city. That is the city center, much more advanced, the giant city called Shirwang Fortress. Simply calling this place a city is not enough, as it consists of multiple urban clusters, independent buildings with different styles, interspersed with forests, lakes, and mountains. This place could be considered a world of its own with its own distinct ecosystem, a vast city surrounded by towering walls. The city is divided into 7 regions, 6 of which are governed by 6 legendary heroes, while the king resides in the intermediary region. He enjoys the fresh sunlight. Although many things have changed, the divisions remain the same, and the atmosphere still feels just like before, reminding him of the old times at this spot. There used to be a statue carved in his likeness, with a huge strange statue in front of it, featuring long engravings wrapping around the face. Pharisee thought he didn't know, so he introduced that the statue of the old king he revered had existed for many decades, carved by the people of that time. When the old king was in power, he was loved by the people. Unfortunately, the elderly no longer tell the tale. It's said that soon, this statue will be relocated, and a statue of the new king will be carved in its place. The new statue is even larger, and Barasi is unsure whether to consider it lucky or not. Right under the statue, he recognizes one of the 6 legendary heroes from the past. The other remaining legendary hero is Lena, who was the strongest warrior specializing in incurring the most difficult injuries. He mentions her. He trembles as he recalls the image of Lena. When someone calls her name, Lena quickly pulls her hood back, revealing a charming face. "Is someone calling me?" A fierce man pushes her aside, causing the flowers in her hand to fall. "I've told you so many times, stop reminiscing here." Hachiko is the other remaining legendary hero. Lena, Barasi mentions her, is a patrolling warrior, though she is known for her healing skills. But she is also known for her short temper. Ha ha, Aki suddenly feels intrigued. Let's see the 3 patrolling soldiers act tough. Sorry, Aki is surprised by their attitude. The 3 are arrogant, happy when she bends down to pick up the flowers. One of them glares angrily, unconcerned about her status as a monk, thinking that if the 6 legendary heroes had lost their standing, they were no longer warriors, unless the new king allowed them to stay in the city. Others had left the city long ago and lived their own way. The man tries to grab her arm. "It's all because of your damned old king who thought he was always right. If not for him, we wouldn't be living in fear like this. The statue of that man should fall as soon as possible." Ouch! As he was boasting, Lena slapped him. The slap didn't calm her anger. The nameless patrolling soldier tries to grab her. "A lowly person like you dares to strike me?" He is met with Aki's sword pointed at his face. He stares intently, his eyes full of authority. "Do you dare?" Facing the sharp sword, he trembles, unable to speak. Aki holds the sword closer to his face, his imposing features clearly showing. "Do you dare?" His 2 companions protect him. "Kid, this is the Shuguang city. What do you want to do?" They draw guns and aim at Aki. "If you don't put down your sword, we'll shoot." Aki is determined to face them. "What's the difference between people like you and the hunting squad outside the city? Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson." Barasi holds the sword firmly and steps forward. "All right, I'll step in to clear this up. It's just a misunderstanding. We are warriors from Pekizia town, participating in the Sanma competition this time. Are you trying to cause trouble with warriors from other towns?" Barasi reminds Aki to put away his sword, telling him not to forget that he is a representative warrior from Pekizia. Aki reluctantly sheathes his sword. The 3 men whisper. It turns out they too are warriors participating. "Well, let's not cause trouble with warriors from other towns anymore. Right? If the team leader finds out, we'll get scolded too." The soldier is still aggressive, but grits his teeth after hearing this. "If your warriors participating, go back to the hotel quietly. You're just lucky this time. Let's go." Lena asks Aki. "Do you know me?" He was about to say something but stops. "I want to talk to Lena directly. The strongest warrior of yours has returned. Speaking carelessly won't cause any more trouble for her." Barasi, seeing that Aki is silent, answers for him. This troublesome guy is Aki. Lena is momentarily surprised, staring at him. Aki closes his eyes, sighs, and awkwardly scratches his head. "Well, I just happen to be named Aki too." Lena feels disappointed, saying nothing. She silently pulled her hood over her head and turned to walk away. Barasi found her actions strange, making him feel somewhat annoyed. After all, she was a senior. Aki had helped her before, yet there wasn't even a basic thank you. Aki stopped her. Let's not bother her anymore. He watched Lena walk away with regret. Later, I'll make sure to find a chance to explain properly. Lena probably had a lot she wanted to say to me too. Red flags fluttered across the city as the Sanma competition took place. Barisi's team was praised wherever they went, filling them with pride. So handsome, this face is impressive, Barisi whispered to Aki as he looked back. When the competition ends, I'll introduce you to the Energy Crystal Supervisor. By then I'll make sure for you, Barisi continued. Aki replied confidently, don't worry, I'll deliver results that satisfy you. Better be that way. A voice sounded, but only Aki heard it in the crowd. Be careful, don't die in that competition. Aki realized it was Lena standing in the crowd, waving at him. Good luck. He smiled slightly and waved back. Lena noticed and pulled her hood down to hide her face more. The competition forest in the city was vast and grand, like a miniature town, dedicated to the hunting contest. This structure had become popular in the large city, with a massive scale. You're not contestants, I can only bring you here. Once inside, it's up to you, Barisi said, slamming the base of the flag down. Bring glory to Pakizia, hunt the demons bravely. Aki forced a smile and looked at the warriors. Should we shout like them? A voice called out, I will continuously guide the participating teams. The team leaders of the vanguard, please enter the referee room. Aki looked toward the door and realized the competition had begun. So lively, the Sanma competition has now become such a big event, it used to be just a small town contest. Next is Team Pakizia Warrior Aki. The crowd bowed to him. Eternal friendship. Kamo looked at Aki with tears in her eyes. The intelligence-gathering mission is yours. We will always remember your dedication. Everyone looked at Aki as if it were the last time they would see him. Shall we shake hands one more time? He smiled, don't worry, I'll do my best. One more thing, I'm still alive, he thought. You know, being a vanguard is really dangerous. Being chosen as a vanguard is truly a matter of life and death. The MC spoke, the vanguards are ready. I extend my highest respect to them. Their mission is full of challenges and danger. Your courage to step forward is admirable. We hope you will enter the competition area and gather as many clues about the demons for your team as possible. The audience applauded enthusiastically. Please be careful as you will face unknown demons. Aki looked around, noticing most of the participating warriors were dual-element fighters. This competition was essentially to select the next generation of elite warriors. No overly powerful warriors are allowed, Aki thought. Clearly I am stronger than the dual-element fighters, but as long as I don't reveal it, no one will know my true strength. And now let us welcome this great man, the MC continued. This time he will participate as the supreme referee. He is one of the 6 greatest warriors, Aki heard and felt very sensitive. At this moment a person stepped out, humanity's strongest warrior. Honey, so handsome, a female fan shouted. This warrior is the new sextet, the dual-segment warrior. As he stepped out, many young women stood up and shouted, Honey, so handsome. He was one of the great new sextet warriors, a dual-segment warrior. He walked with full confidence, and the audience cheered continuously. Many people recognized him and began shouting his name, Vandalin, Vandalin, Aki silently observed. Technology was still only an idea in the previous world, but now it has been realized. The core represents power at 2 thresholds and only achieves high efficiency when the synchronization rate is large. Even unexpected power can be unleashed when the warrior receives energy from the demonic core. As the synchronization between the warrior and the demonic core increases, the latent power of the demonic core is further stimulated. However, high synchronization also means the human body must endure the great pressure from demonic energy. Similar to suppressing energy, this is why some warriors with low core compatibility or weaker constitutions have a low synchronization rate. In the previous world, human technology only developed to the point where connection devices could decode a core, but now things are different. The new elite warriors of this world not only possess devices that connect 2 cores, but their power also exceeds that. All the pioneers respectfully bowed to him, expressing their admiration. Only Aki did not respond. Thinking of the old elite warriors, Aki felt annoyed by him. He decided not to bow to someone like that and said to those around him with satisfaction, Great pioneers, knowing the dangers of this position, you still dare to stand here. You are all great and wonderful warriors, he said. To commend your bravery after the battle, I will personally gift each of you a 3-finned core as a memento, he continued. Hope everyone returns safely, he said. The pioneers responded in unison, Thank you, sir, with someone reminding Aki since he did not bow. Hey, why are you being disrespectful, Bo? Sorry, my back hurts, I can't bow, Aki awkwardly scratched his head and replied. Aki faced Van Dylen directly. He wasn't angry, just winked, which made Aki furious. Disgusting, why are you leering at a man like that? The guide continued. Next, the audience will witness the hunt for the 4-finned demon by warrior Van Dylen. one of the new elite warriors. To wish for the perfect success of the demon hunting contest, the MC invited Lord Van Dylen onto the stage. You've been waiting long. Next, please follow me to the side of the stage to observe, the MC said. Now only Lord Van Dylen remained on stage. Aki was dissatisfied, looking at this show-off during the four-finned demon hunt performance. Now he had to use this method to display his power and prestige as a new elite warrior. Capturing and imprisoning a four-finned demon was not simple. It seemed like the overall strength of the trial city now was much stronger than before. Van Dylen stopped in front of her, asking, "You're the new commander, right?" The commander, thinking she had caught his attention, smiled warmly. "Yes, it's an honor to meet you again, Van Dylen." She leaned close to him. "Ah, Lord Van Dylen, you," Van Dylen whispered in her ear, causing her to freeze. "Have someone replace you in a moment." She thought that if she weren't a warrior from the trial city, she might have been punched by Van Dylen and had her organs shattered. She couldn't hear what they were saying. "Ah, Lord Van Dylen even bowed, so gentle, go away." She hurriedly ran a few steps away, and Aki witnessed both scenes. The panel was connected to Van Dylen. He began to express kindness. "Let me represent the elite warriors in demonstrating the hunt for the four-finned demon for everyone. Let's wish for this demon hunting contest to proceed smoothly, and also for the brave pioneer warriors to take the stage." The audience shouted from the stand. Lord Van Dylen, they don't deserve it." A giant machine appeared to trap the demon, he delightedly said. "Lift it up, open it, audience. Now we will broadcast the match details over the radio," Van Dylen announced. To catch the four-finned demon in the transport box, we mobilized 3 warriors with 4 factors. Now we see its terrifying power, he said. What appeared before everyone was a red four-finned demon, a gold factor, extremely fierce and powerful, a rare sight among four-finned demons. The demon sluggishly stepped out, growling, clearly having been trapped for a long time. "What is this? I don't know what you plan to do, but if you don't kill me, just leave me here outdoors," it said. "Is this how you've prepared? Not very clever," the demon said, springing up. "Your warriors aren't smart." This demon was incredibly fast. Its attack even affected the audience in the stand. "Oh my, 4 fins!" But it didn't expect there to be a protective glass around the stage. It clutched its head angrily. The protective barrier caused Leon to be knocked far away. Now do you understand? Who's not smart now? The protective barrier surrounding this area was quite sturdy. "Oh my, 4 fins!" But it didn't expect there to be a protective glass around the stage. It clutched its head angrily. The protective barrier caused Leon to be knocked far away. Now do you understand? The protective barrier surrounding this area was quite sturdy. This protective layer was created by a member of our 6 heroes, hailed as the strongest magical warrior. From old to young, male or female, everyone watched Dylan and the green membrane surrounding him with admiration. "Look at him, it's like there's an invisible curtain covering him." He seemed delighted at the sight of the demon, gravely injured and barely breathing, while Dylan was extremely proud. "So in the next performance, may I ask," Dylan emphasized each word, "die," the demon used its last breath to beg him. "No, don't," it struggled to scream as it tried to rise. "Stay away," its counterattack was futile. Dylan advanced calmly, unharmed. A true demon, vile and foolish, with no understanding of etiquette, the demon stubbornly continued its attacks. Yet even as it swung its massive hand to crush him, it had no effect at all. Inside the protective layer, Dylan crossed his arms, observing casually, like teasing a cat. One unworthy to resist, this drove the demon to despair. The power of Hex Core, why does it have such offensive capability? The introduction explained that green represented healing abilities, and most healing warriors belonged to the Hex Core type. The demon desperately tried to drag Dylan down with it, though the human warrior had only one arm left. Before it could finish, Dylan's energy struck straight into its mouth. Its body was tightly bound. "Hey, let me explain, even though I am a Hex Core warrior. I am the Dual 7 Hex Core warrior of the 6 heroes." The demon opened its mouth in horror. Regeneration organization," another blow from Dylan struck. "You talk too much, let's start with your mouth." The giant monster fell before the seemingly ordinary man with extraordinary power. It exploded while he spread his arms to receive the light with satisfaction. The demon's defeat marked the start of the demon hunting tournament. "Next, we officially begin the demon hunting tournament," the crowd roared with excitement. They chanted 6 heroes, 6 heroes, 6 heroes. From above, Aki watched silently, evaluating the man and acknowledging his terrifying strength. Judging by his energy manipulation, the dual core resource wasn't just double a core. They complemented each other, creating far superior power. The new 6 heroes were truly formidable, and he realized the mysterious man was extraordinary. He wondered about the new king, but the way they treated Lena annoyed him. At this moment, the commander announced, "First, please have our great 6 heroes exit the arena." Meanwhile, the vanguards returned to position. The vanguards continuously praised Dylan. Oh, every passing vanguard bowed to him, showing Dylan's popularity. He passed by Aki. They both sensed each other's presence. "Wait," Dylan spoke first. "You seem displeased with me." Though he disliked Dylan, Aki had to feign politeness. "Ah ha ha, you're mistaken. I have a habit of being hostile before entering the arena to stay alert, you know. This vanguard position isn't easy." He studied him for a moment, then said, "Ah, an interesting warrior. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Hope you won't disappoint me." Hearing this, Aki found it amusing. "Disappoint you? Yes, when I was roaming hunting demons, your parents might have still been playing in the mud." The commander continued explaining the rules. "Now all team vanguards assemble. Please be ready. Listen carefully to the rules. Vanguards lead the way, acting as the eyes of the team. Your task is to determine the optimal combat line based on each team's strength within the allotted time and finish before demon hunting to earn points. Not only are there demons with no wings, but also one-winged, two-winged, and even three-winged demons, distributed randomly throughout this city forest." Aki carefully memorized each rule. The vast city forest required vanguards to meticulously check their scouting paths during exploration. Please pay attention to your own safety. This is not a game. Stay aware of your surroundings. Remember, you act alone. Try not to draw the demon's attention. Hearing this, the vanguards murmured among themselves. Do we really need a reminder? Who would want to anger a demon? True, demons without or with one wing aren't a big issue, but still dangerous. Because no one knows if it will attract other demons to attack. Two-winged and three-winged demons are even scarier. In the end, everyone will fend for themselves. Remember, in previous monster hunting competitions, the survival rate for pioneers was only around 36%. Iki quietly observed the dual-core warriors. These warriors only had dual-core cores. Perhaps their strength was still far inferior to dual-core warriors. The synchronization rate and the battle formation of the warriors were also important factors. Perhaps because the young ones don't bear the responsibility of being the team leader, they seem more inexperienced, lacking the sharpness of single-core warriors like them. These were skills and awareness sharpened through battles protecting fortresses in resource-deprived towns. There were warriors who trembled and spoke subconsciously. Aki noticed that some were even starting to feel fear. There were 2 rounds, 3 rounds, and the final round. And finally, there would be a special round in each competition. That was the appearance of the 4-winged demon. Yes, in the competition area, there was a 4-winged demon trapped in a container. If your team was strong, you could consider it as a target. If you successfully hunted the 4-winged demon, the competition would end immediately and that team would win. Aki's lips curled slightly. Haha, as expected, this arrangement has remained the same. Haha, everyone knows about this. The 4-winged demon represented the leading position in the points, but no team dared to take the risk. That's the 4-winged demon. The official announcement sounded. The competition begins and the warriors scatter in all directions. Aki also started his hunt. His legs had great strength. The ground sank under him. That's right, the 4-winged demon was his target. Wherever Aki's powerful legs took him, the ground sank deeper. Aki's face showed determination. He knew that this time, his target was the 4-winged demon. He stopped abruptly. After observing, most of the warriors continued to follow the main army forward, seemingly the vanguard of other squads. They had no intention of searching for the 4-winged demon. He looked up at the other warriors, knowing that the 4-winged demon represented victory. However, these young warriors were still afraid of the accompanying death. On this side, Dalen activated the large screen system to monitor Aki. He calmly told his assistant. The assistant immediately obeyed the command when asked to retrieve the soldier's document, responding, "Yes, my lord, Dailen." The assistant asked which pioneer soldier to investigate first, leaning on the desk, pointing at the document, speaking about a soldier with white hair. The assistant slowly searched through the information and found the soldier registered for Paikija, ranked as a 3rd-rank soldier. He squinted, thinking, 3rd-rank soldier, remembering that this pioneer's position allowed 3rd-rank soldiers to participate. However, 3rd-rank soldiers rarely joined this competition due to the grueling effort with no benefits, higher than other competing soldiers' ranks. He sneered, asking the assistant for the soldier's name. The assistant hesitated before answering. His name is Aki. Upon hearing the name, his eyes flashed with intense energy. What did you just say? The assistant quickly realized his mood and hurriedly explained. The assistant said, "Oh, I'm just reporting based on the information from the document." The system shows the name as Eki. People noticed Paikija Eki Ha, such a damned name. The audience on Wuqiang appeared enthusiastic. The pioneer surged forward. It seemed they had discovered the demon. The warriors leapt into the trees, cautiously scouting, recording coordinates as the competition broadcasted. The pioneers discovered the demon. They did everything to record the coordinates, carefully noting them. This place was a gathering spot for the demons. The pioneers continued to the next location. Aki stretched lazily. They recorded the coordinates, outlined the path, and planned the optimal route, a responsibility of the pioneers. He smiled as he observed this familiar scene, moving past the forest, truly nostalgic for the changing room at Paikija. Everyone might have been annoyed at how casually he moved, his appearance resembling that of a leisurely walk. Commander 3 Paris looked at Iki with suspicion. "Ha, can this name really be trusted?" She smoked, lounging with her legs crossed on the sofa. She recalled what he had said. I saw it. He said, "Paris, if you trust me, I won't follow the same path as other pioneers." He continued, "But I can guarantee that Paikija will win." People noticed, so he guarantees victory. His gaze exuded confidence. No joking, the abilities he had displayed in the previous live battle made people exclaim, "Ha, that little brat, getting more daring every day." They thought, he even dares to say his own name directly. Whatever, she still finds him interesting, and it only piques my curiosity more. Someone reminded, the pioneer was scouting ahead. There was a gap on this side, and 3 demons followed. The strongest demons gathered in a group of 3. They tried to avoid this coordinate or the score would drop. Others were also panicking. It was a second-tier red-ranked demon. They ran to escape from the third-ranked demons. Someone passed by and reminded Aki, "Hey, there are third-ranked demons over there." Aki remained calm. "If you want to live, don't go that way. Third rank, this is the only path I need to take." In front of him, many pioneers were thrown by the demons, only able to scream in terror as the demons advanced, growling loudly. People observed, "Yes, that's a third-ranked demon, wood element blue core." The audience on the station was worried for him. People said, "Look, it's a third-ranked demon. Get out of there, young soldier." The demon kept cursing, "Damn it, humans, you've kept us imprisoned here for too long." He stood, reflecting. Because they were imprisoned, the demons on the battlefield were far more brutal than outside, quickly charging at Aki. He easily dodged, don't even think about running, but didn't unleash all his abilities. Being watched by many made him reluctant to fully reveal his strength, so Aki decided to resolve this as quickly as possible, moving in just 0.25 seconds. He calculated the core position in 0.50, 75 seconds, preparing for the final blow. "The 4th rank is still waiting for me. Sorry, I don't have time to play with you." He delivered a single strike that made the demon freeze in place, stunning the audience. The soldier killed the third-ranked demon in 1 second. A lone pioneer, the demon died, and a gemstone flew up from its chest. The gemstone added a gold element to the great sword, enhancing its sharpness and destructive power. Dai Lan observed Aki. Noting the gold element fluctuation, Aki sighed, collecting his trophies. People cheered, "Hooray, there's the core, the flexible core of the 3rd rank." He exhaled, relieved. He advanced forward. There wasn't much time to think. He guessed that Tukai might be ahead. If the layout hadn't changed, it was likely designed so that those of the highest rank could get a chance to admire the breathtaking panorama. The Tukai demon would be positioned at the highest point, close to the largest auditorium. This is the view from a sectional perspective of the hall. Lan realized Aki's intention. It seemed his target was the Tukai demon. The battle continued, each of Aki's moves exploding like a massive force in the sky. His sword pierced through a monster. He stood firm as the monster roared. Aki pondered the ferocity of these demons. They were several times stronger than normal. There was one creature he had intended to examine carefully, but in the end, he couldn't help but destroy it. They kept chasing Aki and attacking. It wasn't surprising that very few wanted to take the vanguard position. For lower-ranking warriors, it was almost like suicide. Still, Aki became the vanguard and defeated 5 mid-tier demons for his team. Surely, everyone would notice the squad's accumulated points rising significantly. Hopefully, it wouldn't catch them off guard. With that calm demeanor in the preparation room, Aki's teammates gawked at the rising score. Aki looked up toward the mountain peak. Perhaps the Tukai demon was on the highest summit. At the highest viewing hall sat Van Dalen of New Lucario. Van Dalen also watched Aki, silently smiling. Such audacity. Is the squad's goal the Tukai demon? Was this the squad's decision or yours alone, Aki? Their gazes met, cold and sharp, as they both knew the other was observing them. In the observation room, people were discussing Aki's direction. The winds from Picture Castle were heading toward the Tukai demon. Strange, how does he know Tukai's exact location? Could Aki be planning a path to defeat Tukai for his team? The squad's strength couldn't defeat the Tukai demon. This was Commander Boris Koda's decision, but he didn't answer the questions, only continued watching the screen, smoking and speaking. "No, I don't know what he intends either. That brat Aki, don't bring trouble to me. our squad's power isn't enough to kill two Kai. The battle commentary team suddenly announced he had found the two Kai demon. In front of Aki was the seal of the two Kai demon. It seemed the vanguard from Picture was observing the surroundings and planning in his mind. He was scanning the area. I'm sure he's preparing to return to his squad. His squad would depart first, but suddenly everyone was stunned by Aki's action. Aki slashed through the seal of the two Kai demon. The entire auditorium and commentary team were shocked. Aki said coldly, "Come out, two Kai demon." Lan, hovering above, couldn't hide his excitement at Aki's action and laughed loudly. "Ah, is that so? Interesting, very interesting." Aki didn't intend for his squad to kill the two Kai demon. He wanted to fight it himself. He wanted to use his vanguard status to claim victory in the contest. The commentary team erupted after his action. Unbelievable, Picture's vanguard had broken all limits. This had never happened in the history of the grand tournament. The vanguard fought the two Kai demon alone. Officer Paris panicked, dropping his cigarette. "Is that kid crazy?" On the screen, the commentary grew chaotic. The tournament atmosphere peaked. Aki's action thrilled the audience, but the two Kai demon was very strong. He was certain to die. Commander Paris didn't respond, silently watching the screen and thinking. Although Aki had miraculous control, the two Kai demon wasn't easy to handle. "When I faced the two Kai demon, I had to use 100% of my power. Aki, are you sure you can win?" When the demon's seal shattered, it appeared. The two Kai demon with water elemental core appeared. Finally, it had broken free. It saw Aki below and said, "Just one human warrior, then I'll start with you." Aki didn't dodge hastily but swung his sword, creating a wall of earth to block the attack. The commentary team continued. The warrior created an earth wall, but the demon's speed was like a drill, unstoppable. The two Kai demon, this earth wall was as fragile as paper. Our warrior was in danger. The two Kai demon roared, immense power surging. "Human warrior, you dare fight me alone? You'll be crushed like that earth wall." Aki's last defensive wall cracked, but a demon as large as two Kai emerged from the ground and held Aki's hand. He calmly replied, "Who said I'm alone?" Lan, hovering above, was astonished. The mid-tier demon Aki had just defeated appeared, followed by a group of demons attacking two Kai. Aki was thrown far away. The scent of death spread. "What's happening? Can he control the undead?" Aki laughed and replied. "This was originally a power exclusive to demons, right? But I don't have time to explain the details to you." Officer Paris chuckled quietly, seeing the boy's special ability manifest, and began to control it. The commentator stand became extremely lively. "Surely we're not seeing things right? After all, what has the pioneer from Picture done? Unbelievable, those three demons are helping him fight. Weren't those the demons he just defeated earlier? Oh my, can a warrior really use this kind of power? Controlling demon corpses to fight, it's incredible." With just one command, all three demons charged at the four-stage demon. However, the four-stage demon remained unfazed and immediately countered. "Only a few second-stage demons were defeated, and yet it thinks it can beat me. Watch my rapid strike." Suddenly, a figure appeared above the four-stage demon. Using all their strength, they delivered a critical blow to the demon, burying it deep into the ground. He covered the blood splattering from the demon, thinking to himself, "With just this charged strike, I could crush the four-stage demon." "It's Van Dillen." He landed and grinned wickedly at Aki. "Sorry, I'm really curious about your strength and abilities. I want to have a simple duel with you." Van Dillen, with a mysterious expression, controlled the dead demon. "This is the first time I've heard of such a power," he said seriously. "I believe your strength is enough to defeat the four-stage demon." He began using his ability. "Let me test your strength." As he spoke, a massive force emanated from behind him. A skull appeared, its green eyes sparkling, radiating a demonic power. He slowly approached Aki. The surrounding scenery shifted. Beneath the stands, the atmosphere became entirely different. Sunlight shone, the sky was clear. Everyone around shouted, "Wow, our great warrior." Does he want to test this outstanding warrior himself? Everyone was excited. They were lucky to witness this scene. "Van Dillen is so enthusiastic about newcomers." A group shouted, "Van Dillen, all that commotion. Can he resist longer than the four-stage demon earlier?" From beneath the stands, a group worried. "What's going on?" Confused. "Van Dillen is personally testing Aki's strength." Paris thought, feeling uneasy, "This is out of control." Aki covered his face, lost in thought. "What's going on?" His gaze is unreadable. "He wants to test my strength." Strange words like that can't be replaced by a simple explanation. Dylan showed no expression. "Not bad, it seems you're not panicking. Your skill is impressive, unlike a young warrior." He calmly smiled and replied, "I've gone through countless training. My focus has always been sharp and I was born with special abilities. That's why my captain was so strict from my childhood. He confidently held the sword. Perhaps that's why I'm much stronger than others my age. He smiled confidently. You know, that's called genius. He thought, even if I'm changed, he probably wouldn't verify with anyone. Dylan faced Aki casually. Ha ha ha, you're interesting. I'm more and more intrigued by you. Before he finished, Dylan charged, his eyes glowing. His hands, shrouded in green magic, rushed toward Aki. Aki quickly leapt out of the area. The green magic formed a massive, powerful fist, crashing into the ground. The ground cracked, forming a large hole. Aki calmly observed and assessed the situation. Those shards act like bullets. Aki raised his sword to block, moving with extreme speed and power. His body shot backward. If I wasn't always on guard, I wouldn't have avoided this attack. He glared at Dylan, frowning. This isn't good, he's serious. Annoying guy, Dylan grinned slyly. You're always on guard against me, right? Otherwise, you couldn't dodge that move. Dylan's eyes blazed, his aura intensifying. Can I expect more from you? Aki struggled to stand, boldly asking. You don't seem very friendly toward me. Why is that? Immediately, Aki no longer saw him. Dylan had vanished, leaving only an afterimage. Dylan's voice echoed from behind Aki. There are 3 reasons. First, I dislike your attitude. Dylan formed a fist with his power and slammed it where Aki had stood. Dylan acted as if he hadn't used any power. Aki struggled to block with his sword and was pushed back. Dylan appeared again behind Aki. Second, you reek of demons. He attacked Aki, forcing him to keep dodging. Aki's body was exhausted, colliding with a branch and breaking it. Sweating heavily, he thought, indeed, whether slightly or greatly, he's suspicious of me. I must quickly find a way to counterattack. As long as there is demonic power within his body, the strength he's using is still under 50%. Aki feels a lot of pressure. He quietly assesses the strength of his opponent. This feeling of oppression only occurs when standing before such overwhelming power. Except for the last time, it has been a long time since he last felt this way. He continues to apply pressure, whispering into Aki's ear. Third, I really hate your name. Aki is taken aback by his words. He feels angry, his body changing. Hate my name? Ha, deep down you hate my royal identity from the past, right? Memories flood his mind. I once risked my life for you people, lost many teammates because of you, but you didn't even realize that. He swings his hand, pointing 5 fingers at Aki and using his power. HMPH, I'll stop playing with you here. Aki's mind is consumed with chaotic thoughts. Aha, you're stopping here. His entire body feels awakened, his eyes bright. An overwhelming power and killing intent are unleashed. He immediately charges to counterattack. Who the hell are you? The two face off directly, their powers colliding, cracking the ground beneath them. Dust fills the air, causing a massive explosion that shakes the entire area, with people around screaming in fear. Fortunately, the president has protection for me. From the smoke, Dylan charges out, his face calm, only lightly injured, blood oozing from a small wound. He quickly regains his posture, facing the massive magical energy before him. Aki's power amazes everyone watching from the arena. Oh my god, I can't believe it. This pioneer was actually able to take the blow from Lord Dylan. Aki stands there, his body exuding a powerful aura. People around are in awe. I can't even comprehend this pioneer's strength anymore. Dylan uses the 6th core to heal his previous wound, observing the situation as the crowd on the other side of the screen begins evaluating. Even in the blink of an eye, it's unexpected that Lord Dylan was injured. Dylan crouches, using all his strength, a powerful aura surrounding him as he seems to lose control. Kill him. After this, we can explain that the person has demonic aura. The people in the stands scream through the screen. Lord Dylan has used his skill, it's amazing. The crowd cheers. The high-speed energy gears will crush everything, so cool. They keep cheering, confident that Lord Dylan will end it all. Let's all watch the great performance of Dylan. Every step Dylan takes is full of strength. He stomps and leaps forward, his speed increasing steadily. He, meanwhile, is struggling with his thoughts. Right now, it seems like he wants to send me to my death. If I keep hiding my strength, I fear I'll die here. Aki's thoughts are chaotic. He's forcing me. Van Dalen, the new 6th core, if you want me dead, even if I can't beat you now, I'll still shatter into dust. Aki's eyes widen, his gaze now different. No longer the arrogant, calm look of before, but wild and combative, with killing intent filling the sky. 2 opposing forces, 2 people full of passion and desire, face off directly, creating a captivating scene. From afar, a figure flies up into the air, blocking between the two. She protects him, suddenly appearing to stop Lord Dylan's skill. He steps back, his gaze becoming deep and unreadable, her actions now very unwise. Why are you intervening, former 6th core elite? The core of the 7th recovery system, Lena calmly and decisively says, you say you hate this boy's name. Her eyes are cold as she declares, but I really like him. When Lena unleashes a move and sends a sharp glare at the opponent, causing Aki to open his eyes wide. He stares in surprise at her. Lena standing in the backlight when he looks at her, She shines brilliantly like the sun in his eye. Lena, is she using the core to restore her body to its peak? Vendala looks at her with eyes full of hatred, his gritted teeth revealing a fierce smile. Don't think I've forgotten. You ladies aren't allowed to wear battle attire, right? Surrounded by smoke, he stands before the two, mocking them. She stands firm, protecting Aki, who is injured, holding her sword to keep from falling. Do you want to challenge the king's rule? She crosses her arms in front of her chest, her gaze fixed on him. Aki suddenly recalls images of her fighting alongside teammates, Lena full of energy, joyfully giving her all for everyone. Aha, Lena is still as quick-witted as ever. She was the liveliest among the sixth corps. He stands behind, watching her back, reminiscing about old memories, while he stands there, hands in his pockets, eyes focused on both of them. In my past life, I always stood in front of her. I never expected that now she would be the one protecting me. He wonders, how is this possible? Who is this person who suddenly appeared? It's the former 6th Corps, Dai Nylena. Vandalen laughs mockingly, his face darkening, but both she and Aki stand firm in their stance. She wonders if this could be some kind of mysterious connection, because this demon hunting tournament is indeed full of unexpected twists. I respect you for having been a warrior before, but that doesn't mean I will show you any mercy. Shameless woman. Lena gritted her teeth, her eyes cold as she stared straight at him. What about you in broad daylight like this? You're a 6th rank yet still causing such conflict. I don't think it's appropriate. Still holding that gaze, Lena mentioned Aki, causing him to pause and turn to look at her. The kid behind me is the son of an old friend. Oh, you've checked him thoroughly enough, haven't you? Her eyes briefly flicked over him, flashing with sharpness. Your real intention isn't just to check him. He looked at her intently, a mocking smile clearly visible on his face. He curled his lips into a sneer. HMPH, haha, so it's true. Suddenly, he launched an attack, green arrows appearing and shooting straight at the two of them, making her momentarily flinch. Such a disgusting move. She gathered her energy, light flaring from her chest, her eyes filled with cold hatred. Master Dai Lun has activated the Spear Barrage Command skill, unleashing a dense energy that envelops the area ahead, preventing the opponent from using any skills to evade. So boring. Lena was about to gather energy to block his attack when she suddenly widened her eyes as something flashed past in front of her. He swung his sword and leapt in front of her, blocking the attack, leaving her stunned and wide-eyed. A familiar figure appeared in front of him, like someone they had met before. The next wave of attacks rushed toward them, seeming impossible to withstand. This pioneer had indeed broken the first wave of attacks, but unfortunately, the next one was already heading their way, and it seemed hard to stop. She charged forward, grabbing his shoulder, her eyes flashing with determination as she ordered, "Return." Using his shoulder as a leverage point, she sprang forward. He gritted his teeth in frustration. It's over. The reason he showed off like that was to prevent Lena from taking action. She passed him, planted her hand on the ground as a springboard, then kicked off, her inner strength exploding. She shot forward at extreme speed, one eye glowing with brilliant green light, shooting toward him like a bolt of lightning. Casualties were imminent. The announcer commented while watching on the screen, "Is this a battle between the 6th ranks? This scene is rarer than even the 7 demon lords." He observed her with cold eyes and a faint smile. "It looks like I'll have to give my all to deal with her." The two of them charged at each other like arrows, ready for a life-or-death battle. On the other side, he threw his head back and exhaled a puff of gray smoke. Master Dai Lun has used the secret skill Demon Suppression Bulwark. This time, he was truly serious. On the other side, Vandalan was preparing to launch his sword. She saw it and widened her eyes in surprise. "Thank you, great warrior Dai Lun." Lena turned around in surprise. You used a skill." His eyes were now completely white, staring at the two of them. "Thank you, great warrior Dai Lun." A murderous smile appeared on his face. "It's truly effective." "So, great warrior Dai Lun, amidst all the busyness, you still took the time to impart your wisdom to our generation." His voice echoed throughout the arena. The two of them could only watch him, momentarily forgetting that they were about to engage in battle. "I truly appreciate it." Barasi watched the battle, looking up in confusion. What is going on here? The entire audience was stunned, looking at him. HMPH, he didn't care, continuing to shout loudly even without any response. "May I ask if you're satisfied with my performance?" After shouting loudly, he turned to the two of them with a mischievous smile. The audience immediately began whispering. The pioneer bitch Kek Dai AI, enthusiastically expressing his sincere gratitude to Master Dai Lun. "I thought we would get to see a showdown between the 6th ranks, but it just ended like this. Stop making noise. The 6th ranks only battle when necessary. To see Master Dai Lun take action twice is already enough for me." Exactly. The entire audience agreed, rising to cheer in unison. "Great warrior, great warrior. Master Dai Lun, Master Dai Lun." Exactly, amidst all the busyness, you still took time to nurture the younger generation. Vandalan looked up at the fireworks falling onto the arena, while the chatter in the stands continued loudly. Truly the great sixth rank of our time. Everyone, let's cheer for the great sixth rank. He closed his eyes and smiled mockingly. Truly crafty. Lena, Vandalan, and Iki stood still as fireworks filled the arena. So now I can't act like I did before, right? No, I really appreciate your guidance. Iki put his hands on his hips and looked at him with a provocative gaze. I believe the younger generation will not disappoint you. I will continue to improve. Luckily this flattery skill worked so well. In front of a large crowd, this person couldn't make a move to force anyone. Both looked at you, their faces darkened, then lost direction and decided not to continue fighting. He was angry, grinding his teeth, as if he wanted to send you straight to the underworld immediately. The performance was quite good, the test was completed. You are a promising young warrior, just keep it up. Congratulations to the pioneer from Bikadik, approved by the great Lord Dylan. This is truly an impressive test. Wonderful. The cheers from the crowd rang out as this announcement spread on the screen. Congratulations to Bikadik for winning this competition. Bikadik. Elsewhere, everyone was stunned when they saw this, unable to believe it. What? We can be champions just by lying down. On the battlefield, he stood still, looking at you while she slowly walked towards you. I announce that this is the fastest and most surprising monster hunting competition ever. And this miracle came from the pioneer position. She passed by you, looking displeased while you were surprised, eyes wide open. On the news screen, Aki's image appeared. External support with superior power, but Bikadik still won the championship in this Liema So Battle competition. People around lifted you up, congratulating you. The golden cup was placed beside, shining brightly. This guy really had great charisma. Heresy happily hugged you. You really helped Bikadik win the championship. Do you know how many rewards I'll get when we go back? Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha, I don't even know what to say. I almost got killed there. Miss Lissy, she puffed out her chest, smiling happily and bowed toward you. Tonight I'll treat you anything you want. The screen image was blocked. Aki saw it and blushed, unable to speak. Today, Commander Bollies. And it seems you're breathing heavily. Commander Bollies, please stop. Commander Bollies, calm down. She looked away shyly but was actually glancing at you, while Aki, after escaping from her grasp, coughed lightly to ease the awkward atmosphere. Bollies, your sharp gaze fixed on her, your voice more serious. Do you still remember what you promised me? She stood with arms crossed, looking at you. I remember. I'll vouch for you so you can talk to the quartz energy supervisor. Then I'll trouble you. You took off your outer cloak. The cloak is dirty. By the way, can you prepare a new one for me? If there's a celebration or something, I won't be able to attend. Someone in the crowd widened their eyes, looking at you as if there were 1,000 stars in their eye. Does warrior and have an important appointment? Is it with a man or a woman? You smile. Lena walked to a high hill, where she could overlook the entire city. She was just meeting an old friend. You changed into a long cloak and stepped towards her. The sunlight began to set, illuminating both of you, creating a romantic scene. You slowly approached Lena. Hey, I'm here. Is there something you wanted to meet me for? She turned her head to look at you. You actually came. She recalled when Parisi called you by another name, and when she passed by you on the battlefield, you looked at her with a dazed expression. How did you find this place? Lena took each step toward you, each step emphasizing her voice. You really? Her eyes were full of tears, shining brightly, sad but very beautiful. Was that Aki? Lena and Iki stood on a cliff. Lena called out loudly. Aki looked. I was right, was I? Not only is there no one here, but you can also see the whole city. She spread her arms and took a deep breath. Flowers, I love this place. Her voice was relaxed. This is where you and I are. Before she could finish, she suddenly stopped. Lena began to reminisce about her memory. Back then, she twisted a lock of her hair with her hand. Oh, what I mean is, this is my secret base. Iki was stunned, tapping her forehead. You looked at her gently. A secret base? Aha, your voice was soft. Lena, are you still a kid? Lena, don't wait for me to get angry or I'll become foolish. Everyone wants to have their own secret base. She looked at Aki and scolded. Besides this stupid Aki, you only know how to kill demons. You don't understand anything. Aki calmly covered his face. All right. You looked towards the sunset, your tone light. But this place is really quiet. Both Lena and you liked it here. She raised her hand, using magic from beneath the stone surface, causing numerous small plants to emerge. Then she controlled them to carve some symbols into the stone. I've decided this will be our secret base in the future. The symbols were your and Aki's name. Aki, you must never tell anyone about this. Her mind drifted back to the present, the rock from that day now covered in green moss. Her eyes sparkled, tears welling up. Are you really Aki? She just wanted to confirm one thing. Do you still remember our secret base? Aki hesitated. Lena quickly turned her face away. She wiped the corner of her eyes. Sorry, I lost control for a moment, startled you. Lena rubbed her eyes and continued explaining. You remind me so much of someone who was extremely important to me in the past. Lena's back looked strangely lonely. Your actions in the competition were too reckless. If I hadn't appeared in time, I'm afraid you wouldn't have survived. She silently thought, consider it repayment for your statue, we owe each other nothing. Aki suddenly interrupted. Lena was startled and looked at him. What did you just call me? Aki flicked her sharply. His eyes softened again, just like in Lena's memory. Remember the secret base so many years ago? You still act like a child, that voice, those words. Everything is exactly the same as before. Her eyes full of hope, she called his name in shock. Aki, then tears fell freely down her cheeks. Aki looked at her, his gaze full of tenderness. You've been living well, truly well. Under the sunset, Aki admitted. Yes, I am Aki. His face calm, I'm back. Lena rushed forward and hugged Aki tightly. Her voice pouting. Why did you come back only now? She shouted. Why are you back only now? Hoo. Aki embraced Lena, gently patting her. Under the sunset, the two seemed to make up for the long-lost moments with those they once cherished. Birds soared across the sky. Peace gradually returned to both their hearts. Lena curiously asked, You said you came from half a century ago to the present. Moreover, does the ancient king's monument contain anything at all? She kept asking. Isn't the highest rank of demons supposed to be the 7 terrors? Aki put his hands in his pockets, calmly explaining. Confusing, right? Honestly, I don't know the cause or the consequence. Aki's eyes change. Even if I explain, it sounds absurd. To put it simply, the one who died half a century ago was me. I traveled straight to the present. Moreover, there's something strange inside my body, he spoke, recalling the demonic figure within him. Lena silently looked at him, moved. Just as he said, it's already good that he's alive. Aki looked at Lena, still puzzled. Oh, right, Lena. I don't understand why people in this city today bear such hostility toward us. His gaze darkened. In the past, we sacrificed our lives for everyone. Why do they hate us so much? Lena sighed. Actually, if I must say, it's because of you. Aki was confused. Me? Lena slowly explained. In the Battle of Shining Citadel back then, you led a group of soldiers to the ancient king's monument, remember? Most people tried to advise you not to enter the monument recklessly. As she spoke, she recalled the scenes of that year. Logistics representatives and soldiers even went to the front line to stop you. Because the situation was unfavorable to us, everyone agreed to maintain the current balance. Smoke, fire, and countless warriors appeared before her eyes. But you didn't heed advice. You told everyone, wait for our return, then led the soldiers inside. Everything was in utter chaos. Then news spread that you died in the monument. Aki was impaled on a rock that looked like a cross. Lena calmly continued, as news of his death spread everywhere. The morale and faith of the soldiers were gone. The strongest was dead, the king abandoned us. Despair engulfed humanity. Tragic memories surged back for Lena. After he sacrificed himself, demons seized the opportunity to launch large-scale counterattacks. Reclaimed lands were taken and trampled. Bodies of soldiers lay scattered everywhere. That battle was a great war, with both sides relentlessly tearing each other apart. Lena spoke with a heavy heart. Someone once counted, out of 10 soldiers, 9 died. For many, all of this should never have happened. She regretted recalling her comrades. If back then you had listened and not entered the monument recklessly, perhaps the survivors of the Battle of Shining Citadel would have been many times more. Lena continued. Time passed like that. Luchao and the new king gradually appeared. Helplessly, they too opposed your decision back then. So now many people hate you. Lena recalled her past. The surviving members of our Lucho, seen as your supporters, were also despised by the world. Ultimately stripped of their soldier status by the new king. After hearing Lena, Aki's face went rigid. His hands trembled. My decision back then. His voice was full of doubt, questioning whether he had hurt so many people. Lena sighed softly, her expression gentle. Over time, I gradually got used to it. What had happened was in the past, and who was right or wrong no longer mattered. Lena recalled old images of herself. Sometimes, when I passed by his statue, I would stop, look up, and remember many things. She turned to look at Aki, but he had strangely come back to life. Aki responded, it truly was a miracle. Aki looked in disbelief. He shouted, what is the reason for this? Back then, I wanted to eliminate the demon completely, so I entered the ancient royal tomb. I did this for humanity, so future generations would not have to suffer from demons, which is why I made that decision. Lena looked at Aki with sympathy, tilting her head gently, saying, Aki, I understand your pain. Perhaps you cannot blame them, as many people could not accept the outcome that year. As someone who ruled like you, Aki would inevitably become a target of criticism from humanity. Aki closed his eyes, pondered, and asked, then where are the remaining members of the 6 Hall? Lena paused briefly, then answered, after your sacrifice, 3 others also died in the next battle. She lowered her head, sadly saying, leaving 3 remaining, including myself. Wang Hechen, the head of the 6 Halls, was gravely injured in battle. Afterwards, he voluntarily abandoned his position and lived in seclusion in some city. She stood on the cliff, looking down at the city, and shared her plan. I had intended to leave this place, where the memories are unpleasant. She continued, but Lam He, who had rebelled, was defeated by the new king, breaking his limbs and imprisoned to await death. Aki suddenly gritted his teeth, angrily saying, "Really? They treated us like that, those bastards." Aki's expression darkened and he angrily asked, "Why didn't you ally with those who supported us to resist the new king?" Lena calmly replied, "Because he is too strong." Aki asked in surprise, "Elemental Kai force?" Lena explained slowly while her hand drew a strange symbol. Demons not only possess 6 core powers such as red, yellow, green, male, purple, and black, but now they have evolved into 5 elemental Kai forces: metal, wood, water, fire, and ancient. Images of the demons appeared in Lena's mind. Thus, Aki realized that the current demons had become far more difficult to handle than before. He pondered deeply, realizing that everything was divided into 5 main elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, corresponding to what existed within his body, and now only the earth element was missing. He asked in doubt, "But what does this have to do with a warrior?" Lena was silent for a moment, then replied seriously, "What if a warrior could fuse elemental Kai?" Aki was stunned, thinking to himself that now a warrior might be able to fuse elemental Kai. Fusing elemental Kai, is that like controlling an element on your own? Lena looked at him with determined eyes and said it wasn't merely a difference in strength between a 4-node and 5-node warrior. She calmly explained that a 5-node warrior today is not only stronger, but also competes for the precious fusion node. In her mind appeared the massive fortress where Dagura had once achieved Kai fusion at the Tron-Kot Citadel. "I'm sure you still remember that special place." Aki's eyes softened. He recalled Than's mention of Dagura and quietly replied, "Of course I remember." Old memories gradually surfaced. It'd been one of the most brutal battlefields where he led millions of warriors against demons, the scene replaying vividly before him. That place was called Tron-Kot Dagura Fortress because it was the center of the Great War long ago. "That's why it's called Tron-Kot." Lena spoke, her eyes deep, reminding him that the Third Kwang Kai battle had ended many years ago. Beneath the fortress, countless human and demon corpses were buried. Later, people discovered a special type of demon inside. Lena continued, saying that at least they were 5th rank. She described them, noting that unlike the demons outside, a fusion crystal floated in their hollow chests. Lena looked at Iki, emphasizing that this crystal could help a warrior fuse elemental Kai. However, not every warrior has the strength to fuse the crystal. Lena assessed that at minimum, one must be a 5th node and have exceptional physical endurance. Iki asked curiously, "If you have a fusion crystal, can you fuse all 5 elements?" Lena waved her hand in objection. "No, how could you fuse all 5? You can only fuse one," she explained slowly. She explained that elements naturally support or counteract each other, and no one has succeeded because theoretically, a body cannot host multiple elements simultaneously. Even the current new king and new 6 Hao can only fuse one element, which amazed Aki. He exclaimed, "You mean they've already fused elemental Kai?" She continued speaking about her battle with Van Dalen. She said she didn't notice it at the time because using full power might have broken the arena's defenses. This could have injured spectators. Lena, hands on hips, said he cared about his image, and if he had used full power from the start, she wouldn't have had a chance to counterattack. The wind blew Lena's hair lightly. She brushed it back and continued to explain patiently. "I don't want to admit it, but the strength of new 6 Hao and the new king now truly surpasses what we had back then." She added that they not only have dual nodes but also elemental Kai, and her thoughts went to her old teammates. "That's also why I couldn't rescue Disa from prison." Hearing this, Aki reflected on himself. He wondered if the presence of 4 types of elemental Kai in his body was due to the presence of that Bat Kai, but still, compared to new 6 Hao, his current strength was far inferior, and he encouraged himself. As a warrior, he couldn't rely on demon power forever. To save Disaza, he had to make himself strong enough. Aki's eyes shone with determination. "I understand. Looks like I need to visit Tron-Kot Dagura." Lena looked at him with understanding, then reminded him that he still hadn't reached 5th node level, and the gap from 4-node to 5-node was a huge difference, I know. Aki smiled, cutting her off, regaining confidence, and said the concept of that gap was something he had set long ago. He hesitated but admitted that things were different in this life, and began accepting reality. "Perhaps I don't need to follow those limits anymore. I think I can break them." Scene shifted elsewhere. Aki and Barasi had just left the bar. She hurriedly pulled him outside, saying, "Dragging me out like this, I thought you'd stay a few more days to enjoy yourself." Aki walked slowly and replied, "The plan changed. After I finish discussing the energy quartz, I have to leave." Barishi stood straight, arms relaxed, her vibrant energy making her adjust her hair naturally. "Don't worry, I promise to be your guardian. I'll definitely come with you." Aki glanced back. Thanks," a familiar voice suddenly announced, informing that the energy quartz supply for Hellos had been settled. Surprised, he stepped toward the voice. The person continued, "Next, we'll go to the combat unit to request reinforcements." He recognized the person ahead, Oh, everyone, Barishi wondered. Why stop, Aki? Lu sensed something and turned, seemingly spotting a familiar figure. She shouted, Aki. The group turned and Aki replied, hello everyone. Everyone was astonished, ran quickly to Aki and hugged him joyfully. Why are you here? Max Dao shook Aki's hand, eyes sparkling. You really came back to life even stronger than before. Aki replied, Captain Max Dao, you've worked hard. Shino looked at Aki suspiciously. By the way, Aki, have you grown taller? Aki blushed. I didn't notice. Maybe it's due to the influence of the demon core. Shino excitedly recounted. We were just following the officer of Brian's city to observe the match. On our way here, Lu heard news about you. We left Brian's squad to look for you, but the intelligence was wrong. Shino continued. Just arriving at Shuguang City, Captain Max Dao finished allocating the energy quartz and planned to find Aki. You're already in Shuguang, Aki replied happily. That's great. The energy quartz allocation has been resolved. I want to negotiate as a representative. Parisi bowed her head. Don't worry, I'll lead. Seeing Aki's former teammates, Max Dao was embarrassed. I won't bother your reunion then. We were too excited to notice you. Sorry, thank you for taking care of Aki. You just arrived, so you probably don't know. Aki took care of me in Pidgeot City. Shino pulled him, reminding, go talk to Lu ever since you separated from us. Hardly eating anything, Tomo chimed. Look at the picture I took of Lu. Lu's face was sad, talking as if she were absent-minded, her back alone. Iki gently stepped forward, eyes soft on her. Captain, I'm reporting. Sorry for worrying you. Lu pouted, cheeks flushed, teasing, don't leave the squad alone next time. Aki looked at her with affection. Weekly orders, the squad laughed joyfully. In a dark corner, Lena watched with regret. Lips pressed, Lena recalled old memories. Just like us back then, the boy still so fresh and warm. At Dagura Bell Fortress, Lu's heavy breathing as she supported a tired Aki, surrounded by demons. Lu kept encouraging Aki, in his hands the elemental quartz. The fusion crystal from the recent battle, she saw him slowly close his eyes, panicked, not wanting him to sleep like this. Lu struggled, carrying Aki on her shoulders, legs trembling from fatigue, warning him not to sleep. Wake up, it's tough, but he gradually relaxed his grip, the quartz falling far away. Elemental quartz can let a warrior fuse with demonic power. At that moment, a demon appeared and spoke. Low-level warrior and carrying elemental quartz, only one outcome here, the demon said. It rushed to attack, uttering die. Lu blocked the strike, exhausted and collapsed. But she forced herself up, catching the demon's attention, delighting it. Oh, you can move. She looked at Aki lying nearby. I'm too weak, I can't protect him. I'm sorry, she reached to touch Aki's motionless body, when he suddenly opened his eye. She lay on the bed, sweating, realizing it was just a dream, slowly sat up, remembering how vivid it had been. The feeling of being poked made her sigh deeply, and decide not to think about it anymore. She looked down at her clothes and realized they were completely wet. She felt the urge to take a shower immediately. Suddenly, Aki pushed the door open from outside and shouted, What's wrong, Liu? I was in the next room and heard you scream. Are you okay? Aki asked anxiously. Liu quickly wrapped herself in a blanket, her face flushing with embarrassment. She immediately hit Aki with a pillow and shouted, Don't look. Who told you to enter a girl's room without knocking first? He tried to explain, I only came in because I heard you scream. But Liu angrily cut him off. Get out. The door slammed shut, leaving Aki standing outside in confusion. Outside the hotel in the C-rank town, Liu stepped out and urged, Let's go. Are you ready? Aki asked. However, Liu was still annoyed about this morning and felt irritated hearing him address her like that, reminding him, Call me Captain. Lin smiled and agreed, Okay, Captain, are you rested? Today's route is long. Liu replied coldly, No need to worry. She thought to herself, it was just a weird dream, it scared me to death. How annoying. Aki is still acting calm after everything that happened, Liu thought irritably. He held a map and said, We're now in a C-rank town. This is a mandatory stop when heading to Dagura Fortress. If we move fast, we can reach the fortress by evening. I heard that entering Dagura Fortress now requires passing a strength test from the gate guards, or you'll be considered an intruder. That's harsh, Liu sighed. But didn't Captain Gaiju Tang say the fortress is now a key strategic location? Exactly, Liu added. That's where high-level fighters receive elemental quartz. There are troops stationed around the fortress to protect the area, she continued. The guards outside not only prevent fighters from entering illegally, but also stop demons from escaping the fortress, Liu added. Iki asked suspiciously, Aren't you afraid to go there? Only top-level fighters dare enter Dagura Fortress. Liu answered without hesitation, Captain Ku Dai Tang doesn't trust you. Without a recovery-type 6th Corps fighter by your side, it's unsafe. And I am the 6th Corps, she turned to him and explained. Besides, I'm not here for you, I'm on a mission. Captain Ku Dai Tang said I should accompany you to level up and become a second-rank fighter on return. I remember, Aki replied. Didn't Hana and Snow also need Captain Ku Dai Tang's special training? Liu sternly reminded, Remember last time you left the team alone. This time I have to keep an eye on you. He couldn't help but smile, recalling her innocent look. He stays silent, Liu looked at him, and wondered why he was smiling so crudely. Liu, annoyed, continued, "Are you thinking about what happened earlier?" Both continued on, heading toward their next objective. Elsewhere, a voice echoed, "Need a 5th Corps fighter to recover the 6th Corps our squad has set out." At Dagura Fortress, the main gate was being inspected and prepared for battle. Finally, Liu and Aki arrived after a long journey. The fighters there saw them and began whispering among themselves. "Ah, a 4th Corps fighter and a 1st Corps fighter. Where did this kid come from? Is it real or fake? Obsessed with power to the point of madness, coming here to be prey for the demons inside the fortress." Nearby, 2 other fighters discussed, "This pair must be lost. They won't pass the strength test." One of them sneered, mocking the two. Aki wasn't angry, stood tall and said, "Looks like we're being underestimated." 3 people approached and taunted them. "AI cha, very good imitation." Aki turned back and saw a red-haired 5th Corps fighter mocking them. What a foolish 4th Corps, pretending to be mighty without any real power. Liu felt irritated by his words. What the hell is this guy doing here? Don't worry about him, this kind of petty provocation is easy to ignore. The crowd recognized him. The red-haired guy became the center of noisy discussions. Turns out he's the young master of the Min family from Yura City. I didn't expect him to come to Bell Shield City just to fight for the elemental quartz. The person behind him is a 6th rank warrior, seemingly one of the top fighters in their family. I've seen their information in the warrior tax list before. They're very strong. I didn't know they had joined the Min family. I've seen information about them too. That person used elemental quartz to gain a power that suits them. With this escort, the elemental quartz will definitely belong to the Min family. Hao Tot overheard the talk about his background. Hao Tot grew even more arrogant and introduced himself. "I am young master Hao Tot of the Min family from level Ayura City. You've probably heard of our Min family, right? Our Min family is the largest warrior family in Yura City." Then he smirked at Zijuolyu. "Hey, long-haired girl, let me give you some advice. Bell Shield City is not a place to joke around." Hao Tot noticed Zijuolyu didn't respond. He pressed on, "You're a 6th rank, right?" He didn't care about her, breathing heavily in his embrace, smiling wickedly. "With me as your young master, I even have a personal healer who could make an exception and keep you here." Seeing no response from her, he looked at the two and snorted, while boasting about himself. Zijuolyu and Aki didn't even listen to him, continuing their own conversation, which made him angry. His hand, raised, shook with rage. He yelled, "Don't you know who the Min family is? Damn it, I'm being kind because you're pretty, so I'm letting it go." Zijuolyu couldn't hold back her anger and yelled back, "Who allowed you to talk to me like that?" Hao Tot and the blonde girl went pale in fear. They immediately fell silent, their eyes wide open. Zijuolyu looked down on him. "Always talking about your family, you must be a worthless piece of trash." Hao Tot was furious from the insult, shoved the blonde girl away and shouted, "You bitch, are you talking to me? Do you think I can't kill you with one finger?" Zijuolyu couldn't hold back any longer, tossing her bag to the ground. "I may not be strong enough, but I've never feared anyone. You might talk tough, but in my heart I think, what kind of bastard like you dares to get mad? I'm insulting trash like you. Who's afraid of who? I'll go all out with you." Hao Tot laughed wickedly and rushed to attack. He was just a 1st-rank warrior after all. Hao Tot raised his hand, preparing to strike. "Today I'll teach you a lesson." Suddenly, a red light cut across. Aki rushed in front of Zijuolyu before Hao Tot's blow could reach. Aki's feet slid backward. Hao Tot's strike was easily blocked by Aki with one hand. His eyes turned red. "If you don't let go, I'll deal with you next." Aki looked at him with disdain. "Young master Hao Tot of the Min family, right? You started this challenge. If you keep attacking and word gets out, it'll definitely affect your Min family's reputation. And causing trouble here too. The guards won't let you into Bell Shield City." Aki smirked, tightening his grip on Hao Tot's hand. "Do you need more time to think?" Hao Tot, enraged, pushed forcefully into Aki's grip, replying in fury, "Think about your damn mother." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. "Young master Hao Tot," a giant man carrying an axe spoke, trying to advise him. "That kid is right. The warriors here all have some real strength. If you make a bad impression right away, it'll hurt your family's reputation. And even if you want to teach them a lesson, don't act impulsively. Fighting here won't benefit anyone. Getting into Bell Shield City is what's important. Anything could happen inside." The man's face became sinister. Hao Tot seemed to understand, grinning wickedly. He yanked his hand away from Aki. "I won't waste time with trash like you anymore." He brushed past Aki and Zijuolyu, leading the old man and the blonde girl. "Let's go." The 6th-rank warrior shot a malicious glance at Aki as he passed, as if plotting something. His foot stomped on the ground, silently activating the earth element power. Red lights appeared around his legs. The ground around his feet began to lift, small rocks flying straight at Aki. Aki didn't look back, closed his eyes, and threw a punch to deal with the old man's attack. Hearing the noise, Zijuolyu turned his head in confusion, his eyes full of curiosity. "What's going on?" Aki simply smiled. "It's nothing, just bumped into a mosquito. Let's go for the assessment, I'm sure we'll pass easily." "You loosen your grip." The broken pieces of stone and earth fall down because you had previously used elemental metal. You silently made a move to break the earth element ambush attack from the warrior, with the red hair beside the man. Seeing this, he glanced at Aki, feeling startled. That kid managed to block my hidden earth element attack with his hand. Not to mention his terrifying reaction speed, his hand should have been pierced through that kid. Immediately, he suddenly called out, "Young Master Hao Tao." Hearing the call, he turned around to see what was happening. He said, "We need to adjust the list of those competing for the elemental quartz that we set earlier. That boy just now, I think he's the most formidable. His strength is definitely not just at the 4th level. I can't see through that kid's strength. We need to find a chance to eliminate them both before it causes trouble later." On the other side, someone looked at the display screen and exclaimed in astonishment. The synchronization rate is as high as 54%. The other person's is over 42%. After checking Aki and Su Chuo Liu, the staff member was stunned. In contrast, the two of them remained calm, as if they were used to this. If there are no regulations about rank, then our synchronization rate test should be considered passed, right? The staff member looked at the result on the screen and hesitated. At that moment, Aki suddenly thought, I remember her synchronization rate was 39% before. Not only has it reached the core level of the first phase, but in this period it's even increased to 42%. The speed of growth is truly astonishing. The female staff stared at the screen and hesitated. You two, one is a 4th level red core warrior, and the other is a 1st level 6th core warrior, planning to enter the Dagura fortress to compete for the elemental quartz. Right? Her expression turned serious. The lowest demon inside is at least at the 3rd level, are you sure? Aki pointed at Su Chuo Liu and affirmed, "Yes, we have enough ability to protect ourselves. She is the healer of our team and also a warrior with agile skill." Upon hearing this, Su Chuo Liu flushed with anger, grinding her teeth. This is so frustrating, being called a healer. Aki is so annoying. The staff member explained that no warrior below level 5 has ever dared to enter the Dagura fortress, although there is no strict regulation on strength. The combination of the two of you is the lowest ranked team ever. Let me remind you, the so-called elemental quartz only appears on a special type of elemental quartz demon inside the fortress, and this type of demon only appears once in each period. And after it is killed, you have to wait a period of time for it to reappear. Therefore, what you are facing is not only demons, but also powerful warriors, strong competitors. Even whether you can survive or not is a question. Still, do you want to go in? Aki's gaze remained determined. Of course, moreover, our goal is not just to survive. Thank you for the reminder. Seeing their determination, the staff member didn't persuade them further, leading them inside and saying, "Please follow this way." Entering inside, Su Chuo Liu sighed softly. The Dagura fortress has long been rumored to be 9 parts death, 1 part survival. She should have been afraid. But for some reason, she felt unusually calm, even confident, as if as long as Aki was here, she would have endless courage. Inside the Dagura fortress, every demon seemed to be searching for something. "Wait until it moves further away," Su Chuo Liu said. "This place has already been completely taken over by demons." Aki observed the surroundings while explaining. The Dagura fortress, although called a fortress, is actually a city. Did you know, in the past, the scale and prosperity of Dagura were comparable to the current Shugyuan city. Located at the center of the continent, it was once the city with the highest population density. Later, it gradually declined due to demon invasion and became a battlefield. The vast central area of the old city inside the fortress was also taken over by demons. No one dares to stay here anymore. Gradually, people began calling it a fortress, perhaps to forget its glorious past. As she said this, a hint of sadness appeared in Aki's eye. Su Chuo Liu, sitting across, spoke. "You really know a lot." Aki replied, "I heard many random stories when I was young." Inside, she silently cursed this annoying guy. He stood up and called Su Chuo Liu, "Let's go. Let's go to where the special demon carrying the elemental quartz is. Try to conserve energy, avoid unnecessary fights." Hearing an explosion from afar, Su Chuo Liu called out to Aki, "Should we go help over there?" He coldly replied, "It's best not to. At least inside the Dagura fortress, don't help anyone." He sighed softly, thinking that Liu, having been born and raised in Hesperus, was still too naive to fully understand the dangers and evil in the outside world. "Do you think the vile soldiers we encountered out there are just a minority? There are plenty of selfish, unpredictable people here. To avoid any unforeseen dangers, we should refrain from being too lenient for now." Just as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Sidu Liu and was startled when a demon appeared behind her. The terrifying sound from its strike shook the ground, but luckily Aki managed to pick her up and move her out of the way in time. The demon Lam Higuchi smugly spoke, "I didn't expect you to react so quickly. My water-based attack is usually silent, yet you still detected it. Truly strange. Aki set her down, and Si-do Liu was still shaken. When did the Lam He-gu-chi demon appear behind her? Perhaps that beast had used the stillness of the water element to hide. It must have used its swift movements to get close. If Aki hadn't turned around in time, she might have been in danger. Aki interrupted her thoughts. Liu, we need to deal with this quickly. Try not to attract more demons. Also, don't let other squads notice us. We need to take it down fast and leave no trace. Okay, I can't afford to be careless. I don't want to be a burden to Aki. The Lam Higuchi demon leisurely advanced and spoke. Wait, deal with me quickly. A fourth-horned warrior and a first-horned warrior dare to underestimate me. He instantly disappeared, and before the two could react, he reappeared above them, preparing to strike. He mocked, how cute. Then he unleashed the attack die. Aki managed to dodge in time. He closed in within striking range, and the blow shattered the ground and rocks. He sneered, one fourth-horned, one first-horned, don't worry. I won't even bother looking at your corpses. After saying this, the demon continued his assault, Aki moving forward to block the attack. A burst of metal energy surprised the demon. How can you possess two types of power? A human warrior can only control elements if they are at the rank of male, right? Aki immediately rushed toward the Lam Higuchi demon, striking him back. He used water power to counter the blow, coldly saying, I'm also proficient in water elements. Then Aki accelerated, causing the demon to be momentarily startled by the speed closing in on him. The demon remained smug. What a trick, so what if you use water elements? Can you compare to my water-enhanced agility? Aki called out, Liu. She dodged the attack and kicked him in the back. At the same time, Aki raised his sword and pierced through his body. After finishing him off, he turned and said, Great teamwork, Liu. It's been a pleasure cooperating. Si-do Liu retrieved the Lam Higuchi stone from behind the demon. First-horned warrior, I've got it, don't worry. She pushed him down. I won't even bother looking at your corpse. Si-do Liu removed the Lam Higuchi stone and stepped on his back. Seeing her quick movements, Aki began to assess her. Not bad with those moves. He pulled the sword from his body, with blood still on the blade. She lowered her head. Don't forget, the Si-do family is a martial arts lineage. These moves are just basic. He slung the sword over his shoulder and looked at the corpse with a large hole in its chest. Then let's get out of here. That fight definitely drew attention. She looked at his face and noticed a long cut bleeding. Her eyes widened in alarm. You're injured, find a place. I'll help you treat that wound on your face. He chuckled, touching the wound. It was just a scratch, no need to treat it. Do you think I'm so weak in your eyes? Si-do Liu looked at him sternly. When we set off together, I told you, healing is my responsibility. Whether the wound is big or small, I must treat it. If not, my existence would be meaningless. Seeing how serious she was, he adjusted his hair and asked, so serious and determined. He thought to himself, no wonder she's called the laughless Lasat in Hesperus, then said, all right, you're right. It's also a good time to adjust my condition. Suddenly, a giant shadow loomed over her, and Si-do Liu looked up in shock. Aki, be careful. The figure lifted its foot, preparing to strike, and Aki immediately pulled her back upon seeing her like this. The strike came in an instant. The ground cracked and trembled violently, throwing her off balance. Aki quickly drew his sword to block from behind, catching the swift strike in time. Did you hit so quickly? The figure continued to stomp down on the sword, pressing down with force. It's not simple at all. The one who attacked you is a 6th-tier warrior. He focused his strength on his legs to generate power, but you still held your ground and blocked his attack. Your judgment wasn't wrong, even though the opponent was only a 4th-tier warrior. He only has one eye left, but that look in his eye seemed to want to swallow you whole, though his power is far beyond that of a 4th-tier warrior. His tongue pressed hard against the sword, creating a red spark. You swung your arm, using all your strength to leap to a different position. Get lost. His sharp, fiery eyes fixed on you, a 6th-tier fire element warrior. Si-do Liu immediately used her technique to assist you, but it seemed something was blocking her, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise. A 3rd-tier warrior used a restraining technique on her, forcing her to stand still. If you two keep focusing on your teammate, it will be easy for me to paralyze you. The 3rd-tier warrior sent paralyzing energy her way. She hadn't reacted in time, and her whole body trembled, unable to move. This paralysis is a special skill of the healing system, also from the 6th-tier healing system. You probably understand the situation now. Paralyzing skills are originally used for treating injuries, but if injected directly into an opponent's body, it completely incapacitates them. She ignored her and walked toward Aki and the man. So it's you guys, no wonder I was targeted so quickly. Her cold, sharp eyes glanced at both of them. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to abandon your precious little master to sneak up on us like this? This is a place where life and death are uncertain. Someone else was slowly approaching, talking as they walked, causing you to turn around. Still talking tough when you're about to die. The person who appeared was Hao Ta, his deep, inscrutable gaze mocking you. "Ha ha ha, don't you care about embarrassing yourself in front of your woman?" His words struck Tu Duo Liu like thunder, leaving her stunned. She gritted her teeth, flushed with anger but unable to move. "What do you mean, my woman? I'm so mad." She bit her lip to calm her anger. She needed to stay composed. Now wasn't the time for anger. Hao Ta stepped beside her, one hand in his pocket, the other giving her a slap on the butt, causing her to jump and arch her back. "Good job, sweetheart. I'll reward you when we get home." He turned to pinch Tu Duo Liu's chin, lifting her face as he laughed mockingly, but her gaze remained fixed on you. She Hao Ta and she all looked towards you, standing confidently, holding the sword in your hand. "Aha, I want her to see him die later. No woman has ever dared reject this young master. You've really piqued my interest." His hand was still on her chin, making her angry, her eyes wide, her teeth clenched. The sixth-tier warrior sat on a rock, observing them. "Didn't I tell you to hide and not show up? As for this guy, I can handle him alone. And if you like that woman, I'll bring her to you." Everyone stayed in position, and he still held her chin, sneering. "Aha, with me here, I doubt anyone would dare ambush us. This young master doesn't need to hide, that's just cowardice." He looked at you, sneering mockingly. "Besides, no matter what, I am a fifth-tier warrior. Do you look down on me, young master? You don't need your hands anymore." Flashes of red sparks surrounded you. "I thought you were just a spoiled young master. I didn't want to argue with you, but it seems you're truly a piece of trash. I just want to confirm something." Your eyes were cold, your lips tightly pressed, showing a deadly aura. "Hao Ta, you must have hurt many girls, right?" From the beginning, Tu Duo Liu's cold, murderous gaze wanted to kill him immediately. Hao Ta sneered, turning to point at you, mocking you. "Ha ha ha, what foolish words are these? Are you pretending to be tough with me? Tonight, I'll violate your woman. You're just a piece of trash, a fourth-tier warrior." The sixth-tier warrior over here also made you furious, causing your teeth to grind. A foolish young master, spoiled by his family, still unaware of how weak he truly is. A fifth-tier warrior, they say. Many powerful elders, that one person, just barely allowed you to hold that title. A symbol inside a red circle, a warrior who's never killed any demon. Such a laughable title. "I'm a sixth-tier warrior. If it weren't for the family backing you, I would have already crushed your neck." He sat there, watching him flap his gums, sighing. "Forget it, young Master Hao Ta told you to leave. You will follow my instructions." He was interrupted by you, your cold gaze as if wanting to devour them. "Then I won't hesitate to kill you." You charged at him like lightning, causing him to panic. The sixth-tier fire element warrior also accelerated to chase after you, shouting, "Be careful." Your eyes were filled with hatred, a deadly aura about to strike. Why does he have the aura of fire element? Isn't he a fourth-tier warrior? How could he grasp elemental power? You shot forward like a missile towards him. Hao Ta stood in front of her and the third-tier warrior preparing to counter, his fist clenched. You still rushed towards him like a missile. You gripped the fiery fist with overwhelming strength and an expression full of fury. He is terrified as you charge at him like a long-starved wolf, teeth clenched, eyes wide with vicious intent. He stumbles back and falls, shouting in pure panic. "Ah no, don't come closer, why can't I fight back at all?" He raises his hands to cover his face, eyes wide as he looks at you. He clearly is just a mere warrior with a weak exterior. You swing your sword straight at him, your other hand tightly gripping to create a fiery spark, eyes sharp with intent. You are like a demon out to devour him, the power too immense for her to stand, but still, she remains frozen in place. He growls like a demon, "Ah, help me, help me." He flies in, the blade ready to strike you, but you dodge just in time. He swings the blade down as if trying to chop you in half, but you manage to avoid it. You turn and prepare to counterattack, striking a blow that sends him flying back. He grits his teeth, glaring at you, you're switching tactics so swiftly. The sixth warrior Luke Kai Hong blocks your strike with his weapon, but the force is so strong that he is pushed back. Does he really control fire elements? Can this brat do it? But my earth element is not weak either. He is pushed back and you seize the opportunity to launch an attack with a branch, chasing him and aiming to pierce him, leaving him stunned. The wood element is also evading his moves. The warrior must use both hands to stabilize himself. He can control the wood element too. What is going on? He smiles broadly. "Interesting, I've underestimated you. You've been hiding too many secrets." He slams his weapon into the ground forcefully. "I didn't expect you could control two elements." He performs a move with stones surrounding the blade. "I'm really curious as to how you did that." He prepares to swing the blade directly at you. "If I also mastered two elements, using the strength of magma, I would become even stronger." He laughs mockingly. "In 10 minutes, I'll beat you until you admit defeat." A purple aura surrounds you. You're creating something in your hand while staring at him. Really? A giant blue hand grabs his, causing his eyes to widen in shock. A demonic elemental creature appears, blocking his blade. Roar, control the demonic water elemental creature. The demonic creature appears behind the warrior, and he suddenly realizes the demon is behind him, filled with absolute fear. A demon, why couldn't I sense the demonic aura? When he realizes the gem on his chest glows. It moves closer and you notice it. The warrior turns around, distancing himself from the demon. The five-armed demon throws a weapon, severing his attack. The warrior realizes the demon's element, quickly evading the water-based attack. The demon charges forward, pushing the warrior back. Realizing the situation is dire, the warrior turns to you for help. Kid, can we pause our feud for a moment? Let's deal with this demon first. He points a finger, as if controlling something, cutting him off. Pause, think about it. Why is this demon only attacking you? At the same time, the demon creates thousands of sharp crystals. The warrior realizes something, turns around, but the crystals are too close, threatening his life. It's the demon he controls, and the warrior's eyes are filled with terror. That demon, his power is truly astonishing. It's unimaginable how much strength he hides. He didn't have time to think, and immediately formed a shield from the ground. The rain of spears above came down on him but was blocked by the shield. Even Aki watched in admiration, truly powerful. Truly worthy of being a warrior that a great family would hire. As he blocked the rain, the warrior reached out as if to assist something, and the distant stretcher suddenly twitched and flew up. The stretcher spun through the air toward the warrior. The demon also advanced toward him. The stretcher brushed past the demon's back, then slashed straight and returned to the warrior's hand. The warrior grabbed the axe and quickly unlocked its long axe mode, but the demon still dodged. He glanced at Aki. Aki controls this kind of power. In his eyes, Aki looks like a demon. Without much thought, the warrior charged to fight the demon, planning to deal with it first before anything else. Suddenly, vines wrapped tightly around the warrior's legs. He looked down in shock, unaware of the demon ready to attack. The demon exploited the speed of the wood to disrupt the warrior's movements and climbed up to attack, but he blocked with his axe. The warrior was injured too, his strength waning. If it were just a normal demon, it wouldn't be worrisome. But with that mysterious kid stepping in, it was truly troublesome. Out of panic seeing the demon and pushed the warrior forward. Demon, deal with the demon first. Hurry, you go too. Did you hear that? I'm flustered, but I'm not good at fighting. I'm only good at healing. Besides, I have to use the boy to help me in this battle, don't I? Zhu Duliu's hand trembled. Her finger moved slightly. Hao De still tried to push the warrior cowardly. What are you doing controlling this first-tier warrior? If I run into trouble because of that demon, you won't get a single cent. The first-tier warrior stammered, but Zhu Duliu suddenly ambushed her from behind, causing her to cry out in pain. Pathetic for you, a warrior. Shouldn't you fight hard to not fall behind men? The first-tier warrior turned back. You ambushed me, my body is paralyzed. She painfully spoke each word. How did you escape the paralysis? Zhu Duliu looked at her like she wanted to kill. I am a 6th-tier warrior. My knowledge of healing is deeply ingrained. By using energy to reverse others' skills, I can escape. Healing powers can save or kill. The first-tier warrior was losing consciousness, no strength left to speak. She leaned back as Zhu Duliu drew his knife, proving she was a genius in healing. After she fell, Liu faced Hao Tu. You, the subordinate, it's your turn now. He avoided her internal organs. Her survival depended on her, but others were different. Hao Tu's hand shook as he shouted, you dare ambush us. You're just a first-tier warrior, only daring to strike from behind. Even if I can't defeat the demon, you're only a first-tier female warrior. You're dead, Zhu Duliu sneered. His aura was chaotic, movements weak, clearly inexperienced in combat. You must be the type restored by the family to gain a 5th-tier warrior title, to boost the family's reputation, right? You're such a spoiled brat, her eyes deadly, tarnishing the warrior's reputation. Insulted, Hao Tu was furious, thinking, how does this wretched woman know I have no combat experience? Suppressed memories surged back. 10 years passed. Father arranged many strong warriors to guide me, forcibly integrating into my heart. The process was extremely painful. I never endured, but at least had the protective power of those warriors. I barely reached the height of a 5th-tier warrior, and the figure of a tall 6th-tier warrior appeared. Father spent a lot of money for this warrior to escort me to the Bone Treasure City, and arranged a healer for me. I could take the elemental quartz without effort. The more he thought, the angrier he became. This plan was ruined. That damn woman and that kid. He turned to yell at the warrior. What are you doing? Come protect me. My father gave you benefits so you would protect me. He jumped in while the warrior struggled against the demon. Did you hear? Come protect me. He urged the warrior, making him clench his teeth in anger. Got it, finish this first, then come here. The warrior shouted. Useless fool, grab the cover for me. You only know how to do useless things, worthless. Even the strongest demons wouldn't dare touch you. He felt dizzy being scolded like this for the first time, but he wasn't afraid. He prepared to shout, but he realized Su Duliu was still standing in front of him, holding a knife. Hao Tao understood he could no longer rely on that warrior and decided to act. But Su Duliu had appeared behind him all along. She stabbed him in the side. Hao Tao screamed in pain, then threw her away. Get lost! Su Duliu was thrown back but remained standing. Suddenly Hao Tao grabbed his head, screaming in pain. Su Duliu sensed something unusual. He didn't know how to control his energy, and if he activated the energy of the 5 core now, it would be very dangerous. She recalled what Master Jiu Tang said. If the core energy becomes defensive, it becomes even harder to control. When encountering a warrior like this, people need to quickly move away because the unpredictable energy could cause severe damage. It would cause serious injury. She remembered Master Jiu Tang's serious expression, saying that in cases of reactive energy, one must stay calm and redirect the energy properly. Otherwise, the energy would explode, leading to self-destruction. Su Duliu recalled this and decided to rush at Hao Tao. She took a running start and charged at Hao Tao with dizzying speed, without hesitation. Hao Tao saw her coming, veins bulging, eyes wide. He gripped his sword tightly, determined not to let her win easily. He swung his sword powerfully at incredible speed. He was almost out of control, attacking with all his might. Hao Tao spun, raising his sword high, ready to strike. Taste this move of mine. He unleashed a series of sword strikes directly at Su Duliu, grinning triumphantly. Su Duliu hadn't reacted to Hao Tao's relentless attacks yet, but quickly regained her composure. Still, with her skill and quick reflexes, she avoided the powerful blows. Hao Tao saw this and grew smug, bragging about himself. I am a lamb core agile warrior, Hao Tao said, looking triumphant. A healer like you can't match my speed. Su Duliu felt extremely annoyed. Shut up, she said, remembering her father's training lesson. She recalled having to support herself on a banana tree pole high above the ground. Compared to the agility training her father taught her from a young age, these attacks felt easy. Even if Hao Tao used the full power of the 5 core, his attacks had no pattern, just random swings. Hao Tao continued swinging wildly at Su Duliu. He couldn't understand why she could dodge his attacks so easily. He angrily asked, how can a warrior like you avoid my fast attacks? Su Duliu looked at him playfully. Go ahead and attack, I remain calm. She felt confident, I will defeat you head-on. Then she unleashed a powerful strike, pushing Hao Tao back. Su Duliu looked at Hao Tao and said, my father said, no matter how strong you are, if you don't use it wisely, your strength isn't even a fraction. She quickly slashed him, sending him flying backward. Hao Tao gritted his teeth, unable to accept it. I am young Master Haodu of the Min clan, no one dares to belittle me. I will kill all of you. Hao Tao charged at Su Duliu with full force. Su Duliu reacted and stepped back. Damn, he's faster than I thought, I can't dodge anymore. She planted her knife in the ground, preparing for a direct counterattack, surrounded by a blue protective layer. She decided to endure all of his explosive attacks herself, relying solely on her protective layer for defense. Hao Tao exploded with power, muscles bulging, eyes wide. Blue light enveloped him, sending electrical sparks that shook the ground. The intense light drew the attention of Aki and warrior Luke Kai Hong Han to the fight. Everyone was shocked and horrified. Aki immediately ran toward Su Duliu and Hao Tao, while warrior Luke Kai stood to the side, furious. Ridiculous, this idiot is being driven crazy by a single-core girl. He mocked, he's shaking the entire ground. A massive blue energy pillar formed in the air, causing a huge explosion where the two were fighting. The explosion left a large crater, dust and smoke filling the air. Su Duliu shielded her face from the dust, closed her eyes, worried if she could hold on. Her protective layer helped her stay steady. Suddenly, a voice rang out, saying that she had caused a 5-hawk warrior to self-destruct. Suzu opened her eyes, looking in the direction from which the voice came. Iki appeared in front of her, holding up a large rock with one hand while turning around and saying, well done, Suzu. You used the power of metal and wood to form a solid defensive barrier to protect her. Without that defense, with only Suzu's thin shield, which mainly supported healing, she certainly wouldn't have been able to hold up. Suzu sat on the ground, bowed her head and said irritably, he's not a true 5-hawk warrior and his personality is terrible, with no battle experience. Even a seasoned 1-hawk warrior wouldn't be able to defeat him, Suzu said, her emotions mixed and a bit chaotic. Let alone me, there's no way I could defeat a 5-hawk warrior. Maybe I would lose instantly. Iki just looked at Suzu without saying anything further, only reminding her, you were injured during the fight with him, you should recover quickly. Suzu looked at herself and realized, oh, I really didn't notice that earlier. Aki stared at Suzu for a moment before speaking, your persistence and courage are admirable. Upon hearing this, Suzu blushed, feeling a mixture of joy and embarrassment, her emotions hard to describe. She looked at Aki with shining eyes, a bit surprised. Her hands and feet fumbled and she stuttered, Stop nagging, has your fight ended? Hey, where's that warrior? She wondered, her mind full of questions. Why are you suddenly complimenting me so seriously? Aki looked over at the fight on his side. The demon I controlled was scattered in the explosion earlier. Now it's just a lifeless body. As for that warrior, he's a core 6-hawk, I don't think he'll. He hadn't finished his sentence, but everyone could guess the meaning of it. The 6-hawk red core warrior stepped out from the smoke, saying, "Damn, haha." He held a weapon and walked out heroically, unaffected by the explosion. But the useless young master is dead now, even if I leave the Ming family. He raised his hand to his face and sighed. Maybe in the future, I'll be constantly disturbed by the assassin warriors hired by his family. I know the Assassin Warrior Organization is a covert group that accepts requests from clients, made up of warriors willing to die. They specialize in assassination missions for other warriors, but it's very expensive. I've heard there are even one-hawk warriors with terrifying power in this organization. But to hire such skilled assassin warriors, money alone won't satisfy them. There needs to be an equivalent deal. The Earth Elemental raised his weapon on his shoulder, deciding, "I'm not fighting anymore, you people are monsters. Such strength but only using low-level core energy." Aki smiled happily and agreed, "You're right, continuing to fight doesn't mean anything." He seemed to have already decided on his own matter. Indeed, the person I was supposed to protect is already dead. Here, I have no reason to continue fighting. The Earth Elemental continued. If the one fighting me were serious and coordinated with the demon earlier, I truly couldn't have withdrawn safely. You hide too much. He stared at Aki. What exactly is your strength and where do you come from? Aki stood still, his expression unchanged, calmly replying, "I'm just a 4-hawk warrior, lucky to have some special energy. With your 6-hawk strength, if you fought me to the death, such a battle would put me in danger." The Earth Elemental heard this and became a bit gloomy, thinking for a moment before saying, "Is your special ability that of a rare genius warrior? I've heard of some warriors with extraordinary talent. Indeed, there are abilities that ordinary warriors don't possess." He looked at Aki, asking curiously, "If you have mastered elemental power, why did you come to the Bone Guardian City to find elemental quartz? Elemental quartz should be useless to you." He looked at him, simply saying, "That's none of your business." His words made Aki think more about the elemental quartz. Indeed, elemental quartz was originally meant for 5-hawk warriors to merge with one type of element. But he wanted to see if elemental quartz could allow a warrior to merge with elemental power. Then he would combine 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth into one, and use the elemental quartz to merge them. He wondered what would happen. He had been thinking about this for a long time, not just now. He frowned, thinking darkly as if speaking to himself, "I have to find a way to strengthen my power." He recalled the image of a faceless man, ragged clothes, covered in blood, neither fully human nor fully demon. Disa is a former 6-hawk. He absolutely can't be imprisoned where he could easily escape. To save Disa, I can't rely entirely on the demon power within my body, because I may have to face the new king and the new 6-hawk. Outside, soldier Luke Kai Hong had nothing more to say. He turned and left, advising them to quickly leave the area because that fool was about to self-destruct, which would attract many demons and soldiers. It was best for them to protect themselves. The forces of demons or soldiers would quickly appear from the explosion, so it was best to be prepared and protect their lives. He left, leaving only his wish for the two of them to have good luck. Aki and Tu Du stayed behind to search and check for traces. They found strange footprints resembling wild boar tracks and discovered some monsters. Along the way, they encountered a campfire and a group of people camping. They had made several new friends. He happily shook hands with a girl with long hair, as it seemed they had decided to work together. In a desolate place, a voice echoed. Aki was not sleeping, and after a while, Tu Du spoke. "Aki, you're in your sleeping bag, I'll keep watch. Go ahead and sleep, I'll nap later." Tu Du, in a half-awake state, said, "Aki, your combat skills and negotiation abilities are impressive. You have a lot of seasoned experience." Aki replied, "You're about our age, how could you have so much experience?" He sat and thought for a moment, unsure how to respond. After a moment, Aki thought and gave a confident reply, "Maybe I've figured it out." "Yeah, that's right." Tu Du, hearing this, was at a loss for words and just gave a wry smile. Aki's actions and demeanor were like someone older. Aki sat against the wall, gazing at the moon. This scene seemed to have happened somewhere before. The image of Aki as a warrior appeared in his mind, like a mirage in the gentle light of the moon. His response was full of meaning, but seemed unclear. Finally, Aki said, "Go to sleep, good night." He didn't want Tu Du to ask any further questions. Tu Du was awakened by a loud explosion. Aki had woken up earlier and was standing, looking at the hole in the wall. Aki calmly looked at Tu Du, sensing the demonic energy. "What, you haven't slept?" Tu Du asked. Aki replied, "I just took a short nap, it's fine. The energy wave from that is very chaotic, seems like many soldiers are chasing after it." "The demonic element might have appeared," Aki said. his voice tinged with excitement. Aki said, "Follow me, I know the fastest way to find the demon." Two beams of light zipped by so fast that they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Aki led the way, excitement bubbling inside him. Tu Du Liu followed, asking curiously, "Why are you so excited?" He replied, "Hee, it's nothing special." Aki thought one thing but felt excitement in another way. "Yes, I'm really excited. The new type of demon is something I'm looking forward to. I've fought all kinds of demons in my past life. This demonic element makes me very curious. I must be the first to find it before anyone else does." Shadows leaped across the crumbling stone wall, moving so fast that only streaks of color could be seen in the air. Aki maintained his speed and looked back. Its speed has slowed down. "I think it's found a hiding spot, but we need to catch it right now," Aki said. Tu Du Liu asked again, "Do you know where the demonic element is? This area is too vast, it's hard to find." Aki looked at Tu Du Liu, his gaze full of determination. "Don't worry, I know." Although he didn't want to admit it, Aki could feel the presence of the demonic element the moment its aura appeared. In Aki's mind, the image of the whole city flashed, as if he could sense the presence of his kind. "Right, it's heading toward the underground." Tu Du Liu pointed toward the city wall and shouted loudly. Aki looked at the city wall. A group of people moved quickly on it as though they had noticed Aki and Tu Du Liu's presence. Aki frowned, his gaze sharp. The rapid response team has noticed the fight just now. However, to fully find the demonic element, they still needed more time. A thought flashed in Aki's mind. "We need to take a shortcut," Aki said, grabbing Tu Du Liu's hand. "Liu, we have to go." Tu Du Liu was pulled quickly by Aki, not understanding what was happening. They ran straight to a large, deep pit. Aki hugged Tu Du Liu and jumped down. It was pitch dark and full of danger, and Aki sensed something. "It's hiding beneath the city wall. This is the fastest way to find it," Aki thought. He felt quite confident in his ability to sense the element of force. He put all his strength into it, his face turning pale. "I've always wanted to try something like this." He hugged the artifact, looking at the large branches arranged diagonally from the bottom of the cliff, forming a square grid. That was the wood element. They wrapped around the wooden grid and quickly slowed down. From the large artifact, Aki felt extremely excited. "Ah, so thrilling!" A shout echoed, the scene shifted. Someone called Aki's name. It was the artifact keeper. She raised her voice, "Aki, where are you?" The artifact keeper looked down. His voice murmured, "Right under you." Aki scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. "Sorry, scared you. By the way, can you step down?" Her face flushed red. She punched him, causing him to stumble in the darkness. They discovered a cave beneath the ruins, the artifact keeper trembling behind as she heard Lai Enhai's voice. "How much further?" His steps stopped. Very close ahead, he signaled to be silent and observe. A demon appeared ahead. It was Wu Qi, seemingly resting. He whispered, "Found it." The demon element the artifact also recognized. She analyzed slowly. "This is an elemental quartz demon." This was a Wu Qi demon. Unlike ordinary ones, it emitted very strong energy when present. He added, "Once in combat, it will attract many capable warrior teams. Liu, we must deal with this demon before others find this place. Take the quartz element on its chest and leave." He looked at her seriously. "I guess we only have 5 minutes to fight." The artifact keeper thought, "I need your help. 5 minutes dealing with a Wu Qi elemental demon." She sighed. "What do you need me to do?" They sat in the dark corner, silently discussing. The artifact keeper looked at him. She was surprised. "High-level energy control, where do you get so much experience?" Aki explained slowly, "I've never heard of the energy control method you mentioned. Anyway, I believe you can do it." "Then I'll go first." Saying that, he moved toward the monster. The Wu Qi demon roared. Aki used magic. His face transformed. A red streak extended from his forehead to his eye corner, his eyes glowing. In his mind, Aki was planning how to deal with the monster ahead. From observation, other teams entering the city had warriors with extreme perception ability. If he didn't act at top speed, those capable teams would quickly arrive. Then taking the quartz element would not be easy. The aggressive Wu Qi beast. "Unexpectedly, you found my hiding spot so quickly." Not so simple. It created 2 flames, one orange-yellow and one blue. Aki guessed right. Sure enough, you can control multiple elemental powers. He stomped the ground, leaping high. The Wu Qi demon doubted. "Your aura, are you a demon?" It mixed the 2 flames into a dual-colored fire vortex, attacking Aki directly. Aki realized something. So that's it. Balancing energy among elements lets you control multiple elements at once. Aki focused his energy. "My turn." He created 2 flames identical to the demons and charged straight. The 2 powers collided. Dust clouded, strong aura spreading around. The artifact recalled the previous scene. Aki had said, "Don't be surprised by my coming power and appearance. You can consider that my special ability. Remember, I am Aki." The artifact keeper immediately understood. This is Aki's special ability. The aura is really like a demon. Facing each other, the opposing power pressed hard, sending them flying. The Wu-Chi demon looked at Aki, somewhat impressed. Just one glance and you mastered my skill. How can you also control water and fire elements? Not ordinary, huh? Aki advanced, striking before it could react. It retreated, using wood element to heal. Metal element, indeed, you also know how to use wood to recover. Aki confidently extended his hand, recognizing the opponent's ability. Then it ends here. His gaze firm, using wood element to create vines, restraining the demon. He was very surprised. Wood element, is this also your control? He confidently formed weapons like during the demon hunting tournament. That 4th-rank demon had already pushed the metal element to its limit, yet it remained stubborn. Fine, let's see whose elemental power is stronger. Pouring all his metal elemental power into one point, the 5th-rank demon generated a massive force, forming a 3-armed blade and shield. Aki chuckled inwardly, finally forcing the opponent to concentrate its energy. He then shouted, "Liu, now's the time." From afar, Liu gripped the green arrow tightly, assuming a combat stance, recalling the moment when Aki had explained it to him earlier. He had explained, this is a high-level energy operation method. Try to gather the energy from the core, then sense its presence. Feel the flow and form of energy within your heart. Condense it from invisible to visible, then convert that energy into a weapon. In her mind, she told herself to give it a try. Liu tightened her grip on the arrow, ready to attack, her eyes glowing brilliantly as she activated Hero's Awakening. In memory, when Aki mentioned that risky plan, Liu looked up anxiously. Do you want me to unleash the final phase? She lowered her head, feeling insecure, because this was a 5th-rank demon and a special type at that. Moreover, with its superior intellect, if it focused on defense, it would be difficult to defeat quickly. Aki smiled reassuringly. I'll force it to concentrate its energy for a counterattack, you understand, right? When it focuses its energy to attack, its defenses weaken to the lowest point. Back in reality, Liu unleashed a spear formed from condensed green core energy with full force. The spear shot straight at the demon's back as it strained to block Aki's attack. This was the ideal moment for an ambush. By the time the demon noticed the attack from behind, it was too late. They had planned it from the start. Immediately, Liu's attack pierced through the demon's chest, causing it to roar in pain. Liu held her stance, watching the demon, astonished at what happened. The energy-gathering technique Aki taught allowed her to draw maximum energy from the core. She hadn't expected it to pierce a demon like this. Clearly, it hadn't deployed energy for defense. Stabbed through, the demon tried to use wood element to heal but failed, leaving it stunned. Can't heal, seizing the opportunity, Aki charged at the demon while praising. Well done, Liu. Reaching it, he grabbed the elemental quartz, appearing behind the demon. Without the quartz, it immediately collapsed to its knees, unwilling as its energy dissipated. Why can't you recover immediately? Aki held the quartz, calmly explaining. Liu's attack carried pure restorative energy at the moment of impact. This energy rejects all recovery methods not originating from oneself. The demon's energy continued to drain, trembling before collapsing its head. Reject, you planned this all along. Finally, drained of energy, the demon fell to the ground, uttering its last words. Everything up to this point was over. Seeing the demon dead, Liu ran to Aki. Are you okay? Aki raised the quartz, winking at her. I'm fine, thanks to you we got the core. Your move just now was awesome, no wonder you're a prodigy. Hearing the compliment, she froze, blushing. She quickly turned away, crossing her arms to appear calm, but a sense of determination surged inside. Stop flattering me, of course I wouldn't get in your way. Though she said that, Aki still asked, what about you? That move used nearly all your energy, right? It's fine, I can still move freely. At that moment, footsteps behind them caught Liu's attention. Uneasy, she gritted her teeth and looked back, just as you predicted. They've found us. Aki focused on the rear entrance as well. Some warriors with strong perception powers can pinpoint energy surges during battle. This squad likely had such people. Saying that, he dashed in the opposite direction, move. He frowned, analyzing. The footsteps came from the left. We turned right to find an escape. Before the enemy could get close, a sudden sharp pain struck, causing Aki to halt. He collapsed, one hand covering his mouth to stop the blood. Seeing him spitting blood, Liu froze, quickly catching his arm, causing the elemental quartz to fall and crack. Aki, are you okay? He painfully braced himself with the other hand, panic in his eyes. What just happened? He clearly didn't sense any attack from the demon. He collapsed in pain, clawing at the floor. The pain was unbearable, Aki groaned, his head drooping to the ground, body trembling, while Luna watched him worriedly. Aki, where are you hurt? He gritted his teeth against the pain, thinking for a moment before realizing silently. I see this body is overloaded. It was always weak, even though its synchronization level has improved a lot. He recalled past battles, but over time, he had overused demonic energy. In the end, he exceeded his body's limits. Why now? Aki thought, then tried to hand the elemental quartz to Luna. Luna, take the quartz and get out first. The other warriors are coming. Take the quartz first, wait for me, Aki said. Luna didn't let him finish, shouting, shut up, and draping Aki's arm over her shoulder, guiding him forward. She helped him reach the fork in the path. I don't know what happened to you, but I don't have time to hear explanations. She glanced at Iki, voice firm. I'm the captain, I won't leave you here alone. She encouraged Iki as they approached a staircase. Going forward might lead us to the surface. Hang in there, Iki, up there will be more oxygen, you'll feel better. With the size of this fortress, there must be another escape route. He was drenched in sweat, enduring the pain silently. After a while, they climbed the stairs and emerged outside, seeing sunlight. Luna, exhausted and sweating, thought, finally out. If we keep going this way, we should leave the fortress. She looked at the fortress, confused. Why does it look like the architecture from my dream? Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled. A shadow lunged in front of them, kicking up dust. A man with a pentacle emblem on his chest smirked wickedly. Teaming up with you all has paid off. The sensory powers of your twin brothers are strong. The group blocked the path, staring at Luna and Iki. All are pentacles, no need for formalities. Were they the ones who started the last battle? Luna stared, frozen. Pentacle warriors, damn it. A man with round black eyes crossed his arms, looking down on Luna. Single pentacle warrior, am I seeing this right? Your squad only has 2. Is the other hurt from the fight with the demons? He looked at Iki's hand, realizing something. Shocked, he pointed at him. Wait, he has elemental quartz in his hand. The group froze, then burst into laughter. Perfect, ha ha ha, seems we don't even need to try. The 3 of us will take the quartz. Haha, our squad won't agree. Luna gritted her teeth, fearful. Right. What should I do? I'm no match for them. Damn, if I were stronger, I could have protected Iki. Suddenly, Iki pulled back, slipping out of Luna's hold, surprising her. Iki, she tried to lift the elemental quartz. He said, hold the quartz firmly. He remained calm, analyzing the situation. Their goal is the quartz, but they won't let us leave alive. Aki continued to use his pentacle energy, making Luna worry. Aki, but your body. At least I can still fight. He pulled the Lathan sword forward, his sturdy figure demanding respect. I am a warrior, I will fight to the last moment. Seeing him, wounded yet carrying the sword on his shoulder, walking toward the group, they were shocked. Oh, a 4th pentacle warrior wounded. Impressive. You want to fight our 2 squads? We have 6 pentacle warriors. Haha, be smart and hand over the quartz. I'll make you 2 die quickly. Aki panted, walking, thinking. I can feel the demonic energy in my body. Hard to recover now. My body can't handle this strong demonic energy anymore. This will be a tough battle. Seeing no response from Aki, the group acted, each using their own abilities to claim the prize. Let's see who gets it before the others arrive. Suddenly, Aki falling flashed in Luna's mind, making her anxious. Why am I remembering that dream? After all, I have a bad feeling. Aki now stood firm as the others charged with weapons. The leader shouted, kill them. This time, hand over the elemental pentacle to us. Someone from another squad argued, ha ha ha, sorry, this time it will belong to our squad. This one looks serious, we already found a buyer. Even without using the elemental pentacle, we can still sell it for a fortune. Even if they divide it evenly, the 3 of them are still capable of getting better equipment. Within about a minute, Aki gritted his teeth in pain, his face showing veins. He could clearly feel that if he activated the demonic power once more, his dying body could only hold on for about another minute. Why now? Tsu Du Liu anxiously observed every unusual sign on his body, silently hoping that at least Liu would leave safely. Aki used the sword to temporarily stop the 6 attackers who were madly assaulting him. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Even just a little more, and I can kill all of you. The true power inside Aki erupted violently. The countdown started 60 seconds. The group of attackers stared in shock. What is this aura? What's happening? Is he a demon? Aki zipped through the air like a gust of wind, disappearing in an instant. He's gone. The enemies immediately activated their sensing abilities to locate the target. Even Zamba, with his abilities, couldn't track Aki's whereabouts. When did he get behind us? At 58 seconds, the blonde-haired man realized. At 57 seconds, he immediately shouted, he's. Before he could finish, a punch struck him in the stomach and Aki's eyes gleamed. Let's start with you. The other 2 still hadn't recovered and their anger flared. Third brother. At 55 seconds, they charged forward together. Kill this demon, avenge third brother. The countdown continued at 54 seconds. 53 seconds, 52 seconds. The metal and earth elements were unleashed in rapid succession, but with his nimble movements, Aki quickly took down each of them. The bald man was horrified by the changes. The skills and speed were terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 3 people were knocked down. What exactly is he? Aki casually stepped forward, 40 seconds remaining. The bald man started assessing the situation again. Although the 3 brothers were skilled in sensing, they were still core warriors. Yet in the blink of an eye, they were defeated and the others began discussing. Let's team up. It's ridiculous that we can't even defeat a demon. Okay, let's risk everything and give it our all. Aki rushed straight at them. Then try it. Suddenly, he stopped. He braced himself on the sword handle, using it to stay steady. With 38 seconds remaining, he bit into his own hand to stay awake, feeling as though his internal organs were about to rupture. Damn it, 36 seconds. Su-du Liu realized Aki's time was running out, his body nearly at its limit. At 34 seconds, the attackers, overjoyed, thought to themselves, in a moment, taking the core from that first-tier warrior will be as easy as flipping a hand. But the person before them was indeed an unpredictable variable. At 32 seconds, the bald man rushed forward without hesitation. We must kill him now. Aki was still sharp enough to recognize their intent. Want to rush in and kill me? Then try it. Aki used his accumulated energy to form a protective layer. The bald man, Fuchai, laughed smugly. It's just a layer of protection. Just hit straight on, everyone use your attack skills. Their move ultimately became meaningless. Each one gasped for breath. Boss, should we keep attacking? We've already exhausted a lot of energy. The protective layer kept shrinking but couldn't be broken. The bald man was completely bewildered. Why is this happening? Suddenly he had a thought, his face changed and he panicked, warning his comrades. It's a trap, everyone stop now. Aki grinned with satisfaction. Too late, this will return all your energy to you. Reverse energy. Counterattack, the countdown has finished at 0 seconds. All the previous attacks that affected your protective shield have now returned to their user. That energy type is definitely related to elemental quartz. They are running towards that blinding light. Aki's shield has disappeared. Aki collapses from exhaustion and Liu rushes to his side. Aki is breathing heavily, his strength nearly exhausted. He closes his eyes, unable to speak anymore. Fortunately, she controlled the range and density of the energy explosion. She is fine. After speaking, Aki leans back. Liu quickly catches him. Aki unconsciously tells her, Liu, don't worry about me, go ahead. The strong energy just now attracted a lot of soldiers and demons. Liu frowns, dissatisfied. If it were you, would you abandon your teammate? Hold the quartz tight, let me carry you. She lifts Aki onto her back. I won't let you fight alone like this, leave the rest to me. Her brows furrow as she thinks about that dream. Damn, this is getting more and more like that dream, Aki. The wooden door creaks open. Light from the outside floods into the dark hallway. The beginning of the hallway still has light shining through a few windows, but the air is still filled with the stench of blood. Knowing the danger but having no way to retreat, Liu has no choice but to help Aki move forward. She breathes heavily, trying her best to keep Aki from falling off her back as she walks through the hallway, where there are traces of demons everywhere. Hang in there, Aki. She holds the elemental quartz, gritting her teeth, trying to keep her balance so Aki doesn't fall off her back. We'll make it. No response from Aki for a long time. She looks at him. Don't sleep, Aki, don't sleep. But Aki still doesn't respond. His weight presses on Liu, making her legs shake. Don't sleep, Aki, please wake up. She tries to keep him awake. It's been hard, we've come so far. Suddenly, Aki's hand slackens, causing the elemental quartz to fall to the ground and roll away. Liu is stunned by this sight. She turns Aki back around, her hand trembling as she reaches for the elemental quartz. As she picks it up, she anxiously recalls the scene earlier. No, or rather, she doesn't know when it happened, but she recalls the dreams she had while sleeping, all of which are identical to what is happening now. Everything is just as it was in the dream. So what comes next? She swallows nervously, looking up, feeling fear as two high-level demons stare directly at her. When she sees the imminent danger, her legs suddenly shake. She decisively uses all her strength to hold Aki on her back and quickly runs out of the demon's range. She runs, but unfortunately she can't match their speed. One of them catches up with her. Liu has no choice but to pull Aki down, shielding him in her arms as the demon raises its sharp arm and roars loudly. This is the fate of a level 1 warrior who obtained the elemental quartz. It thrusts its sharp arm through Liu's body. Only death awaits. As it retracts its arm, Liu falls forward, sending Aki flying a bit further. The two demons look at the two lying motionless on the floor. How did these two weaklings get here? Didn't expect them to get the elemental quartz. We'll call this a job well done. Liu lies on the floor, gasping, thinking in her mind, her heart already pierced by the demon. Will she recover? The blue demon walks over to Aki, kicking him away. This one still has a breath. Strangely, Liu sees the demon getting close to Aki. She tries to reach out with her hand as her vision begins to blur. He smells something that annoys me. Don't touch him. The demon sits and watches Aki for a while. This man, I don't like his smell. Cut his head off for fun. Upon hearing this, Liu uses all her strength to scream, causing the two demons to turn and look. Don't touch him, she stares at the two demons, even as her blood keeps spilling onto the floor. The blue demon steps closer to her, sneering. Oh, impressive, you're still resisting even when you're about to die. After saying this, it steps into Liu's stomach, making her double over. The force is so great that she is sent flying backward, but because her strength is too weak, Liu painfully struggles, thinking to herself, that's right, my strength is too weak. She struggles to open her eyes and look at Aki, blaming herself for not being able to protect her teammate, not being able to protect Aki. At this moment, Liu's vision starts to fade. No, don't touch Aki. As her eyelids begin to close, she is still blaming herself. Damn, I want to protect Aki so much. It's all because I'm too weak. I'm not willing, if only I were a little stronger. Just then, a voice suddenly echoes through the space. Damn, this is so awkward. The sound of high heels clicks, and a ray of light appears in the middle of the hallway, as the footsteps cause time and space to freeze, just as Liu is kicked into the air. Xuan steps out of the space. She is one of the 6 great kings, the one who controls time and space. Her strange green eyes gleam with amusement as she looks at the scene in front of her. Scarlet King ordered me not to interfere in helping that human warrior, but in the end, I couldn't stay idle. She felt a headache, watching Aki lying barely conscious next to the demon, about to take its strike. But she couldn't blame me either, because the one truly worried was Scarlet King, inhabiting that human's body. She smoothed her dress with both hands, adjusted it to fit snugly, then sat down. The human body could never withstand the power of Scarlet King. She brushed her hair back and focused on Aki. This body had long been overloaded, yet had to endure your imprisonment until now. She looked at Aki's calm face and recalled Scarlet King's words about the indomitable will of the human he favored. Truly remarkable. Suddenly, she had an idea. Right, she needed to check a little. Black King leaned close to Aki and whispered by his ear as if a lover. You hear me? The whisper was faint, but there was no response. The space remained silent. Disappointed, she pushed herself up. Damn, I rarely see you and yet you show no affection at all. Black King noticed Lu. All right, child. Then she vanished, appearing right in front of Lu. She smiled and studied his face. There's an energy wave I recognize on you. Interesting, she stopped, thinking for a moment. It seems even stronger than I imagined. Too bad you are human, unable to activate your innate power. Suddenly, she thought of something. She smiled, touching her lips. If Scarlet King forbade direct aid, I can help indirectly, can't I? How foolish I am. She lifted Lu's head and legs, raising him up. Then let me help you evolve into a new life. Her mouth opened, revealing sharp fangs. There's a time wave on you, she said, pressing her lips to Lu's slightly open lips. I will give you my power. Immediately, the green core on Lu's chest was overtaken by black. Every cell in his body changed, and the chest core turned pitch black. It didn't stop there. The one symbol rotated like a fan, then froze into a 4-symbol pattern. 4-symbol black core, power of time and space. Black King retracted her tongue, leaving the beautiful lips. She looked at the core on Lu's chest. I didn't expect your body could absorb so much of my power. Excellent, your strong desire is impressive. She jumped onto her steed, flying toward the space gate, not forgetting to blow a heart at Lu. Then I leave it to you. After Black King departed, the space gate closed. At that moment, the circles around indicated that time and space had begun to flow again. Lu fell to the ground, spitting blood. He faced the demon's sharp hand about to strike. Decapitate, but then, a hand grabbed the demon's arm, stopping it from moving even an inch. The demon stared in surprise, as the hand wasn't from the one in front of it. What's this? The blue demon looked toward the other figure. There, another demon stared at the smoke, then heard a voice emerge. How is this possible? Lu stepped out of the smoke in an entirely different form. Don't touch him. Her signature white hair was now half black, and her eyes mirrored Black King's. This is demon form, black-white Lu 4 symbol, power of time and space. She charged, pressing close to the demon. Try touching him. She used space manipulation, clawing hard, making it scream. The demon recoiled in shock. Ah, you are of my kind, Lu replied. Of your kind, I am not of your kind. The demon calmly asked, what are you doing? No matter who you are, I will kill you. It lunged at her. Lu stood firm, casting a spell. A cube appeared above the demon's head. It pressed down, immobilizing it. You can manipulate space. The demon struggled weakly, gripping the ground to rise. Don't underestimate me. It's just a stick, not enough to kill me, Lu smirked. Who said it's only one stick? Turning around, he poured all his power into it. A cracking sound erupted. The demon screamed miserably. The ground where it stood was torn apart, leaving no trace of it. After finishing off that demon, she advanced toward the remaining one. Seeing its fear, its limbs trembling, it thought about the destruction caused by the spatial rift. The space had caused too much destruction, its companions couldn't even hold onto their bodies. She stared and said, next is your turn. The demon trembled and stepped back. How is this possible? She's just an ordinary human. How can she make me feel such pressure? It spoke, wait, I really doubt who you are. She didn't need to explain further. Your abilities are clear. You are one of our kind, a rare spatial type power. And your companion, he exudes an aura that makes us fearful. What exactly are you? Lu calmly answered the old question. We are human warriors. The demon laughed and said, human warriors, do you believe your own words? That one just now was a first-class warrior, and now you already have fourth-class power. Even fifth class, we couldn't handle you. Before it could finish, Lu charged and split the demon in half. Too noisy, she paused briefly, then looked at Aki, bent down, tucked his hair back, and touched his cheek. You saved me before, this time I'll save you. She collected the demon's soul stones and called Aki, let's get out of here. At the Bone Throne Fortress, a knock sounded at the door. Two warriors outside spoke through the intercom. Human detected, La Warrior, opened the door. The door opened and Lu helped the injured Aki step out. Exhausted, she said, Aki, let's go out. but before she could finish, she collapsed. The two warriors rushed to them. Quick, get her to the treatment room. Everyone froze in fear at the sight, the demons being compressed by the spatial rift. My God, what is this scene? How did they get here? Dozens of demons were impaled through by the space, creating a horrifying spectacle. In Chuolu's dream, a voice echoed. As expected, I was not mistaken. You are perfectly suited for my power, little sister. Your body still holds a dormant precognition ability. I am curious and looking forward to it. Chuolu awoke with a start, facing another version of herself. She panicked, sat up, realizing she was in the medical room outside the fortress. Looks like we were saved. Who was in that dream? She looked at her hands, her wounds had healed. What's going on? Such severe wounds, now they're gone. Chuolu felt dazed, unable to clearly remember the fortress memories. My head, why are the fortress memories so vague? Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder. She turned and Aki said, You saved me out. Thank you for holding on to the city gate. Chuolu recalled the battle and asked Aki, Aki, are you okay? Are you hurt? Aki smiled and replied, I'm fine, just some minor wounds, nothing serious. He paused, voice deepening. Just some minor wounds left. Nothing serious, sorry for my negligence. I felt uneasy in my body inside the fortress. Because of the elemental core, we almost died. Chuolu realized something, looked around and asked, Oh right, where's your elemental core? Aki held it, swayed it, then handed it to her. Don't worry, I've got it. When I woke up, it had been placed in my clothes. Thank you, you're very thoughtful. Chuolu, suspicious, said. Me? Aki said. Anyway, we achieved our goal at the Bone Throne Fortress. Next, we need to find a safe place to refine this core. Chuolu stepped off the bed, thoughtfully said, All right, tell the medical staff so we can go. She put on her coat and said while walking, Once we finish the procedures, we can leave. Seeing her healthy again, Aki smiled. Good. A moment later, he sensed something off, looked at her and asked, What happened in the fortress? Why do you have the same aura as me? The two drove away from the outside treatment station. Chuolu asked Aki, Do you need a quiet place to train? He drove and replied, Yes, a place to focus my mind. I'll need time to study this elemental quartz shard to merge it more easily. He thought, using demon elements, I can utilize all elemental kai. This quartz shard contains the earth element, the last one I need. If I merge all 5 elements and combine them with the quartz, what will happen? Chuolu said, I've heard my father say some B-class cities or higher provide rooms for martial practice for rent. These supplies are usually provided to warriors for training purposes and can meet their needs. Aki replied, That's good. Up ahead is a B-level fortress. Let's check it out. The B-level Salamanca fortress was built following ancient architectural style. From the outside it looks ancient, but inside it's a modern commercial city. Aki and Tu Duliu got off the vehicle and entered the bustling streets. This fortress seems to be quite famous. Indeed, many warriors passing by are not local. Tu Duliu was surprised to see 2 warriors carrying guns on their backs. Oh, some hunters from here are just hanging out. Aki laughed, Oh, even a kid living in the city like you can join the hunters. Tu Duliu replied, This is just the architecture. The hunters are human warriors who don't live in the fortress. They don't have permanent residences here. Their main goal is exploration and material collection. They usually operate in small groups, with strict requirements for individual ability, equipped with weapons, and acting in an organized way. Even though Salamanca is a B-level fortress, it's a rare commercial city. Aki expressed his surprise upon hearing this. No wonder other warriors can enter this developed commercial city. Hopefully, I can easily find a suitable training room. Suddenly a voice echoed in the room, what's 300 battle points? The shop owner looked at Aki and said, Are you serious? A warrior who doesn't know what battle points are. Battle points are the currency for warriors. Warriors can spend battle points in any city. You're not a warrior, yet you act like one. Why don't you know this? Are you playing cosplay? Tu Duliu interrupted, pointing to the device on the desk. Battle points are linked to identity. Checking your balance is simple. Just place your finger on this machine to scan. Seeing that you understand so much, he kept admiring, this beauty is really knowledgeable. After listening to the explanation, Aki put his hand on the device. Oh, got it, let me try. He thought to himself, in his previous life, battle points didn't even exist. Resources were distributed fairly to everyone. If you needed something, you just applied for it. Times have changed fast. The machine displayed no battle points. Everyone around looked at him and laughed. Is this kid here to be a joke? No battle points and you want to rent a training room? The shop owner angrily shouted at him. Not enough fun with your battle points. No battle points and still want to rent a training room? This brat is here to cause trouble, Aki muttered, smiling. Am I really that poor in this life? Why does it feel so strange to have nothing? The shop owner continued yelling. My training rooms are the best nearby. Even the cheapest is 600 battle points per day. While they were talking, another person placed their hand on the device and checked a balance of 1.2 million battle points. It turned out to be Tu Du Liu. She told the shop owner to reserve a spacious room. Iki, the shop owner, and everyone else were wide-eyed in surprise. She said, "Hurry up, actually my other identity is the richest person in Hylos." Then the owner led them into the room. Iki said, "I owe you this time." "No need really," the owner mumbled. "Follow me, my beautiful, beloved, and charming guest." Iki stepped in and asked, "Though I knew you were rich, I didn't expect this level." "I know," Tu Du Liu said aesthetically. "My father taught me to be humble." It was because they were teasing Iki. The owner walked ahead, pointing to a room. "This is the main room." All three entered an extremely spacious area. The owner explained that the room is nearly 200 m². All sides are built with sturdy material. Additionally, there's a balcony at the far end for special rest. In case of training accidents, one can hide underground. "So my training room is top-notch, right?" Iki stepped in and said, "Not bad." Tu Du Liu stayed outside. "As long as you like it, take this room. Duration depends on when my companion finishes using it." The shop owner happily replied, "Yes, yes, don't stress about it. I'll go ahead, call me if needed." Tu Du Liu entered and spoke to Iki. "Iki, I won't bother you anymore, use it freely. I'll stroll around the city for now. Then I'll rent a nearby room. I also need to tally my gains from the past few days." Iki replied carelessly. "All right, I'll contact you when I'm done." "Oh, it's cold, I'll lend you my coat." Tu Du Liu shyly shouted, "Who wants your coat?" Then she left, and the two began their work with Iki placing down the core. "I have to become stronger, I must save Desaz. The illusion of Desaz's 6th rank is tied to the Lamb Stone. Because of resistance in Xinjiang, both my arms and legs were broken. The new 6th rank still has the new king, and when the time comes, I will settle the score with you. The backlash of this demonic power shows that I can't rely on it alone. I must increase my own strength. First, refine the earth element within me to use for myself, then merge with the 5 elements." Then he recited the incantation, and the core crystal began to glow, resonating with my core elemental nucleus. Su Dulu walked through the busy street, still lost in thought. On the way here, she seemed to recall some things from the Bone Burial City. She felt something stir within her, and her power instantly reached the 4th rank. It was a power both strong and unfamiliar, craving battle and growth, like something whispering in her ear, as if it were another version of herself. Is it because I desire strength too much? What exactly is this power? I still haven't fully controlled it. While deep in thought, she suddenly noticed a long line of people. Wonderful arena, line up to buy tickets, no shoving. It turned out to be the place where the warriors fought. This arena competition gathered warriors from many different forces. Thus, the arena rankings attracted countless people. The arena, maybe I need to fight to become proficient and master this mysterious power. No matter how much the murmurs within my body grow louder, one thing is certain. I will truly fight to become stronger. If I want to join the arena, it's best to hide my identity. Suddenly, she heard a shout. "Face masks for sale, nano coats for warriors in the hall." She bought a mask and put it on, telling herself she had to become stronger. She could no longer be a burden. She didn't want anyone or any demon to look down on her strength. If a mysterious power had awakened within her, then she would control it. She walked up and stopped at the registration counter. The owner looked at the money he had earned today and sighed continuously. "Looks like I'll make a lot of money today." She stepped forward and asked, "Boss, I want to join the arena. How do I register?" He happily replied, "Oh, welcome, female warrior. What is your rank? Your real name or alias is fine. 4th rank warrior, call me Lasat Miao." Upon seeing someone registering, the owner smiled broadly. "Welcome, welcome. Our Salamanca Warrior Arena is honored to have you. Are you participating today?" Su Dulu tilted her head slightly. "I can fight right now." The owner narrowed his eyes, delighted to hear this. "That's great. It's been a while since we've had a new female competitor. The male warrior's strength is almost stable, so there are rarely any female warriors who join. We can make a lot of money just by promoting you." Thinking this, the owner shouted out, "Come here and guide her. Take this female warrior directly to register." A boy hurriedly ran over, his voice anxious. "Here, here." He bowed respectfully and gestured towards the hallway behind him. "Well, please follow me." The two walked down the long corridor, the boy nervously explaining. "I've already registered you on the computer, Lasat Miao, female warrior. Oh, I'll briefly introduce the arena rules to you." Su Dulu saw a pair of warriors helping each other walk back out, then said, making the boy pause, "Just call me Lasat Miao. There's no need for formality." Hearing this, the boy smiled happily, though still stuttering. "Ah, yes, then I'll call you Sister Lasat Miao." Walking behind the boy, Su Dulu seemed quite interested. "By the way, what's the highest rank warrior here?" "Right now, at the Saw Kalaman Arena, the highest rank is a 5th rank warrior. But Sister Lasat Miao, don't worry, that's for the male warriors arena. As for the female arena, the highest rank is currently only 4th rank female warriors." Since she hadn't researched it beforehand, Su Dulu was very curious when she heard this. "You mean there's also a separate male arena?" "Yes. The male arena has an extremely large number of participants, and very few female warriors join. Sudulu gracefully followed behind. Why separate male and female arenas? Wouldn't it be better to compete together? Previously, we did compete together, but I heard that the male warriors didn't want to fight against females. The boy seemed a bit embarrassed as he continued. They said it would be embarrassing. Even if they win, it would be awkward, so they decided to separate them later. Besides, very few female warriors participate. Sudulu felt uncomfortable with this view. Strength determines victory or defeat. There's nothing embarrassing about it. Whoever says that must be weak, thinking they're right. The boy blushed with admiration. So cool, so cool. The boy became even more in awe, silently feeling that the female warrior in front of him was truly different. The two continued walking deeper into the arena, and the competitive atmosphere ahead became clearer. Thinking this, the boy closed his eyes, took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and exhaled heavily. You're right, a warrior must rely on their own strength to determine victory. Ah, sis, the boy was about to speak when a voice came over the loudspeaker, pointing forward. We've arrived. In front of them was a vast area with a monster-shaped arena, filled with the cheers of the audience. The sight made Dulu feel a little overwhelmed, thinking, wow, so many people. She felt nervous without a mask but tried to calm herself, looking at the arena and asked the boy, just stepping into the arena is enough, right? Yes, Sisla Sat Miu, try your best, winning comes with rewards. Being from a wealthy family, she wasn't too concerned about the prize money, so she turned to ask, surprising the boy. Prize money, is there anything else besides the prize? Yes, there's the prize and. The boy was unsure and hurriedly added, ranking. On the arena leaderboard, higher ranks are considered an honor too. That's enough. She walked straight toward the arena, her coat flowing in the wind stylishly. Nothing is more important than a warrior's glory. The boy watched her confident figure, blushed, and covered his face shyly. Wow, the boy felt like a bright moon shining in the night sky. I think I've fallen in love. Just then, the loudspeaker echoed. Ladies and gentlemen, today you are in for a treat. Dulu is proudly standing on the arena. Our female warrior arena has a new member. Please welcome warrior Kai La Sat Mi. The audience cheered wildly. Woohoo, it's been a long time since a female warrior arena. Fight now. Dulu looked at the crowd, thinking. The audience's reaction is really enthusiastic. It seems female warriors rarely join the arena. I'm curious about the male warrior arena. The announcer noticed the excitement and continued. Now please welcome the remaining challenger, the only female warrior left. Our goddess arena presence, Lang Hoa Ruk Ro. A door opened, revealing a girl holding a 3-section fan with the Kai emblem on her chest. Dulu thought to herself in surprise. What? The only remaining female warrior in the arena. She looked at the ranking board and saw only one name, Lang Hoa Ruk Ro. Indeed, there was only one. At that moment, an American-style girl stepped onto the arena, teasing the audience. Welcome Lang Hoa Ruk Ro. I love all of you. As she appeared, the audience erupted with excited shouts. Finally, we get to see beautiful Lang Hoa fight. More Lang Hoa, go crush him. Dulu looked at her outfit and style, also feeling surprised. She closed her eyes and sighed. I get it now. Now I understand why normal female warriors don't join the arena. The female warrior arena has become corrupted. Lang Hoa Ruk Ro, with sparkling eyes, looked at Dulu and spoke seductively. So you're my opponent. Hello, I look forward to your guidance. I'm Lang Hoa Ruk Ro Lam Hatch Kai. Dulu introduced herself simply, thinking, La Sat Miu Black Core Kai since the awakening. I can feel a strong time-space power. The exact strength must be tested in battle. She looked at the friendly queen before her, feeling confident, yet the current situation still surprised her. Lang Hoa Ruk Ro spoke. Oh, Black Core is rare, and with a mask, I'm really curious about La Sat Mi. She struck a seductive pose and extended her hand. If you lose, you'll have to remove that mask. This is your challenge with the senior sister. The audience, seeing Lang Hoa Ruk Ro's elegance on screen, was ecstatic. Lang Hoa is so beautiful. Dulu didn't want to comment but disliked this attention-seeking, so she decided to speak firmly. Really dramatic. If we're both Kai warriors, then let's have a serious fight. After speaking, both radiated core energy around them. The match between La Sat Miu and Lang Hoa Ruk Ro officially began. With serious mindset, Dulu immediately assumed a defensive stance as the announcer signaled the start. In contrast, Lang Hoa Ruk Ro tiptoed lightly, smiled, and asked, Are you ready to admire my graceful leaps? Hearing this, Dulu could only be surprised. Lang Hoa Ruk Ro danced like a fairy, each step making the arena glow. She winked at Dulu and sang. The scene made the arena incredibly romantic. The announcer said, Beautiful thorn flowers bloom wherever she steps. The Lang Hoa dance has a classical elegance. It's a rare sight to witness such exquisite beauty. The audience below is shouting and cheering loudly. Ah, she has appeared. Lang Hoa continues to dance. The host looks at Tu Dulu standing still to comment. Seemingly La Sat Miu has returned to her pose. Could be that she gave up because she had to face such a large-scale attack. Lang Hoa continues to approach Tu Dulu, her face sweet and gentle. Amidst the glorious setting as she was singing, Tu Dulu slapped her hard, striking her face and distorting it into an ugly grimace. The audience was stunned, unable to believe the scene before them. Even the host was no better off. The young guide from earlier was also frozen, but still better off, not quite as wide out. A knockout left Lang Hoa Rukro foaming at the mouth, fainting on the arena floor. At this moment, behind her mask, Tu Dulu felt only disdain. She was even more ridiculous than the useless young master I once met in Than Bao Tron Kot. I couldn't even sense a warrior's aura from her. Her skills were just for attracting attention. Her voice rang out, causing the whole arena to fall silent. The existence of people like her makes it hard for even a female warrior to earn the respect she deserves. A warrior is meant to fight. At that, her body radiated killing intent, her hands clenched tightly. Please do not insult the word warrior. Do not look down on warriors, damn it. The young guide was so excited he was trembling. Wow, this really is. He raised both hands and cheered. So cool, Miss La Sat Miu. Too amazing. The fanboys of Lang Hoa Rukro exchanged confused glances, and then suddenly the image of Lang Hoa Rukro on their shirts was replaced by La Sat Miu. Cheers erupted. La Sat Miu, so cool, Miss Kill Me. The host quickly ran into the center of the arena and announced, La Sat Miu wins, one slap to defeat the opponent. Indeed, it was truly astounding. The momentum was overwhelming. Let us congratulate her for topping the leaderboard. Tu Dulu wasn't happy, casting a glance at the host. This is really a child's game. This type of arena where there's only one person should be scrapped. Take me to the South Martial Arena. The man thought he misheard, staring at her. What did you say? Tu Dulu unleashed a wave of green power around her, emphasizing, I want a challenge at the South Martial Arena. The scene shifted to the bustling marketplace in Salamanca. People were walking in all directions, but everyone turned their heads to look at a young man carrying a little girl on his back, whispering, look at that guy. Is he really walking around in just a bathrobe? Is the girl he's carrying his daughter? What are you saying? It's probably his little sister. He's still young. In his early 20s, ignoring the chatter of the crowd, Kaidia held Tiu Dao Tu's hand, his face expressionless, while the girl on his back smiled brightly. As they entered the market, the little girl curiously looked around. Seeing a stall with tempting sweets, she pointed at a straw pole filled with bright red candied hawthorns. I want to eat that. Kaidia walked over to the stall with her. This one, I heard it's sweet and sour. Would you like to buy some candied hawthorn? The stall owner turned to the pole of candied hawthorns and enthusiastically introduced, my candied hawthorns are the sweetest in the whole town. Kaidia looked up at Tiu Dao Tu, who was craving, holding out both her hands. Want to eat? He immediately reached out to grab the whole straw pole filled with candied hawthorns, surprising the stall owner. Okay. Then he lifted the pole of candied hawthorns and handed it to the little girl, leaving the stall owner unable to react, falling backward. Without a word, he turned and walked away, leaving the stall owner full of questions. This should be enough to last the whole night. Let's see if there's anything else fun. When he came to his senses, the stall owner was sweating heavily and shouted, Hey, wait, you haven't paid me yet. Hearing that, the feet in sandals stopped. Both turned around. Kaidia closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought, while the little girl looked at the stall owner with confusion. Seeing that they didn't say anything, the stall owner angrily rolled up his sleeves. What are you looking at? Planning to skip out on the bill? You think you're tough, huh? Do you want me to hit you? I fought in the arena before. Kaidia finally spoke. The human world is really troublesome. His eyes suddenly radiated purple energy, as though he wanted to suck the whole world in. The stall owner, upon looking into his eyes, lost focus, and the corners of his eyes filled with blood vessels. As Kaidia's voice rang out, the stall owner seemed hypnotized, turning and walking away. Go home, yes, Tiu Dao Tu said while opening her mouth to eat a few pieces of candied hawthorn. The deputy team leader and team leader of the warrior ranks had already left. The backlight cast on Kaidia's dark face, but his bright white teeth showed that he was smiling. Exactly. If I kill a few human warriors around the city, they will immediately panic. He smiled with squinted eyes. Humans are truly weak and cowardly. He lifted his head and smiled at Little Bean when she completed the task. Go ahead and wipe out this whole city. Little Bean heard this, chewing the stick, smiling smugly. The host's voice rang out, full of excitement, as the male warrior heard the challenge for the ranking. This is the first time a warrior has challenged the male warrior rank. The host smiled and pointed toward the entrance of the arena. Let's welcome our challenger now. Lasat Miu stepped out with a powerful aura, hands in her jacket pockets, drawing the strategist's word. The audience cheered excitedly. So cool, the female warrior, more beautiful than the male warrior. As Su Dulu walked toward the host, he extended his hand toward the entrance while no one from the male warriors stepped. forward. After a moment of discussion, one person stepped out from the male warriors, his face grim, with a blue aura emanating from his chest. "Please welcome our first warrior," Tight Thur the Tao, coldly staring at his opponent. He thought to himself, a female warrior with 4 marks could be a match for me. Indeed, a rare black mark. The host stepped back from the arena to let the 2 opponents face each other. "Next, I will hand over the arena to our warriors. Rule 1, no crippling the opponent. Rule 2, no killing the opponent. Both sides must shake hands." Tight Thur the Tao extended his hand, smiling warmly but inwardly looking down on her. "I look forward to your guidance. La Sat Miu, if there's no extra reward, I won't fight a female warrior." Just as their hands were about to meet, Tight Thur the Tao whispered, causing Su Du Lu to freeze. "Let's make a deal," he grinned slyly. "We cooperate, share the profits. It's beneficial for both of us. I don't mind, you'll look good too. What do you say?" Su Du Lu didn't answer, only staring at him. Without replying, Tight Thur the Tao gritted his teeth, his brow furrowing in frustration. "Am I not clear enough?" Su Du Lu scoffed and turned her back. "A warrior like you isn't worth shaking hands with." Tight Thur the Tao was furious, stomping his foot on the ground. "Refusing a drink, you'll regret it." Ignoring the rules, he charged at Su Du Lu, deciding to attack. He withdrew a word and threw a punch at Su Du Lu's head, but she tilted her body to avoid it. Despite the failed attack, he smiled. At the same time, his left arm extended 4 daggers like blades of a fan. Su Du Lu leaned to dodge the punch from his right hand, and Tight Thur the Tao continued to attack with his left hand, capable of slicing her in half. Su Du Lu stared at the arm with the daggers coming down, a little fearful. It seemed Tight Thur the Tao wouldn't have time to avoid it. A loud boom rang out as the punch shattered the arena floor, and the audience quickly covered their eyes, too afraid to look. Good heavens, did he just kill her? Did she die in the arena? The host looked at the smoke and dust dispersing, revealing Tight Thur the Tao's victorious, smug face. Surely Tight Thur the Tao's full-force attack has killed his opponent. This was taboo. Just as he was grinning smugly, a figure appeared behind Tight Thur the Tao, accompanied by a green light rushing toward him. When the green light nearly reached his eyes, Tight Thur the Tao realized it was a hand wrapped in green energy. He quickly jumped backwards, staring ahead. A whoosh cut through the spot where he just stood, making him panic. What the hell, what is this? How is there someone else in the arena? Tight Thur the Tao opened his eyes wide, searching for an answer. He saw Su Du Lu, half of her body lying on the ground, the other half suspended in the air, her hand extended but not yet withdrawn. The host was ecstatic. "What's going on with La Sat Miu? Good heavens, La Sat Miu has a trump card." Tight Thur the Tao quickly jumped back, staring ahead. "What the hell, what is this? How is there someone else in the arena?" When he saw Su Du Lu, half of her body lying on the ground, the upper half suspended in the air, her hand extended but not yet withdrawn, Tight Thur the Tao had no idea what was going on. The host was very excited. "What's happening with La Sat Miu? Good heavens, La Sat Miu has a trump card." Su Du Lu gradually reassembled through the spatial rift she had created. "Seems like you're not planning to stop." She smiled secretly under the mask. Father wasn't wrong. Indeed, only when pushed to the limit can one unlock their true potential. The audience erupted in cheers. Is this the power of the black core? It truly opens one's eyes. La Sat Miu moved forward, her fist clenched tightly in frustration, but at the same time she felt intrigued. Hatch's ability was truly bizarre. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly raised both hands and assumed an aggressive boxing stance, charging towards Su Du Lu in a zigzag pattern. The aggressive boxing stance used the core skill of the energy core, combined with the crawling step movement technique. Facing Su Du Lu's attack, he closed his eyes, mumbling to himself, preparing to fake a left jab and then counter with a right hook if he could dodge. A left punch rushed forward, and Su Du Lu's eyes flickered with a green light. In the end, he would unleash a full-power left punch with a fist technique. Hearing her mumble, the aggressive boxer was surprised and thought to himself, "How does she know what I'm thinking?" Su Du Lu used her spatial power to grip the left wrist of the aggressive boxer, leaving him stunned. She quickly used her spatial power to appear above the aggressive boxer's head and grabbed his other arm. She kicked his back hard, sending him crashing to the floor with blood spilling from his mouth. From the beginning, Liu was pleased with the result. The aggressive boxer's eyes were red, clenching his teeth as he thought, "His arm is immobilized, it's over." His left arm was paralyzed from energy flowing into the acupoints. Wasn't this the method of the 6th core warrior? How did she know? As La Sat Miu closed in, he clenched his fist, injecting energy into it and stared directly at her. "You think you can beat me with your bare hands?" Seeing this, the host shouted loudly. The aggressive boxer prepared his backup nano gloves. He didn't expect to be able to use 2 pieces of equipment simultaneously. Indeed, the strong ones had a synchronization efficiency of up to 40%. The aggressive boxer's eyes lit up, using his enhanced arm to throw a punch directly at La Sat Miu's face. Too arrogant, La Sat Miu just activated her ability to open a space crack right beneath his punch. A palm strike appeared from the space crack, knocking the aggressive boxer's punch upward. Seeing the aggressive boxer fail, the host explained. The aggressive boxer was pushed away by a hand from another dimension, and he couldn't maintain his balance. He was pushed back further and further while Su Duo Liu secretly smiled behind her mask, realizing the solution. So that was it. She remembered her power, controlling space and seeing the future. She pulled her hand back, feeling more confident, as black energy surrounded her body. The host's glasses kept ringing, causing him to be shocked. Lasat Mu's synchronization efficiency is rising sharply. The glasses were measuring synchronization efficiency. Although the glasses weren't as accurate as professional measuring devices, they were compact and convenient. He gaped, holding the glasses tightly as he stared at Lasat Mu. The synchronization number kept rising, now at 42%, and it still hadn't stopped. 50%, 60%, and still climbing. How is this possible? Was the glass malfunctioning? At this moment, memories flooded into Su Duo Liu's mind. She recalled everything that happened in the city of Bao Tron Kok, the one who gave her that power. Her emotions were overwhelmed with ripples as she discovered the truth. Facing the demon, the aggressive boxer gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, unwilling to accept such high synchronization efficiency. Who exactly are you? Before he could finish, Su Duo Liu gathered energy in her hand, and immediately a transparent pillar crushed down on him. Before he could react, the pillar pressed down, making him widen his eyes and spit blood. The audience screamed in fear. Good heavens, what power is this? Is Lasat Mu really this strong? Put to the floor, the aggressive boxer still refused to yield, shouting, "Damn it, I'm ranked 10th in the top 5 arenas. How can I lose to a female warrior? I'd rather die than accept this." At that moment, Su Duo Liu stepped forward, causing him to jump in shock. She created a series of hovering pillars above him, making the aggressive boxer's head go numb with fear. Su Duo Liu's cold gaze pierced through him, truly frightening him. One pillar had already been flattened, and the remaining pillars were about to meet their end. Admit defeat, I admit defeat. From now on, I'll call you the chicken of the fist technique. The host raised his hand and laughed loudly. The aggressive boxer admits defeat. I can't believe it. Lasat Mu is so cool. Congratulations on defeating the 10th ranked fighter in the top 5 arenas. You've achieved your first victory in the male warriors arena. The audience in the stands screamed with excitement. Lasat Mu, please kill me. The atmosphere was electric as the host took the opportunity to ask Lasat Mu if she was accepting the challenge. She didn't hesitate. Her seductive figure stood out under the moonlight as Su Tu Liu turned around with an enchanting allure. The host continued to confirm, making the arena more lively than ever. Lasat Mu declared she would continue fighting. Fireworks shot up into the sky, signaling a sleepless night. Tonight was a significant event, and we will follow Lasat Mu as she fights until dawn. While Su Tu Liu was still battling fiercely in the arena, Aki was also determined not to be outdone in the training room. He exhaled, looked down at his chest, and cursed under his breath. Damn it, it's been half a day and I still can't sense any elemental quartz energy. The regular earth element absorption had no effect, but he quickly regained focus, visualizing the cycle of the elements. Alright, I had no experience with this in my past life. Calm down, elements or whatever. I've only just started to encounter this kind of power in this life. He closed his eyes and focused on his body. I'm still missing one element, earth. If all 5 elements exist in the body, what would the power be like? A thought flashed through Aki's mind, and he opened his eyes immediately. Devil's elemental power. He stroked his chin and reorganized the data in his mind. If the so-called elemental power is derived from demonic energy, human earth absorption definitely can't sense it. Could it be that I have to use the posture of a demon to sense the energy inside? He sighed, closed his eyes, and muttered to himself, what a joke, trying to get stronger without relying on demonic power, and in the end, I have to depend on it. Immediately, the sound of crackling filled the room as red energy began to radiate from the core on Aki's chest. Before long, the core on his chest transformed into a 5-symbol emblem, and the elemental quartz was successfully activated. Stone hands reached out from around Aki, accompanied by a powerful surge of energy. In an instant, the training room was engulfed in smoke, leaving only Aki's silhouette. After a moment, the dust cleared, revealing Aki's sharp gaze and the massive hands behind him. Aki smiled in satisfaction. Earth power, I can feel it now. As Aki completed his transformation, his demonic aura spilled out, catching the attention of those around him. Lil Bean saw him acting strangely and lowered her head to ask, what's wrong? Jai Dio did not answer immediately but pondered before shaking his head. It's nothing. Probably just worried. Jai Dio looked at the bustling nighttime scene from above and changed the subject. So, are you ready? Lil Bean focused her beautiful eyes and replied, I've been guided by you since I reached the 2nd stage. Jai Dio smiled brightly and said, I really rely on you, don't disappoint me, complete the mission. You will have the opportunity to advance to the 5th stage. Little Bean closed her eyes and two horns sprouted from her head. When she opened her eyes, she had transformed into a demonic form surrounded by purple energy. I'm ready. She stood on top of the highest tower in the city, spreading her arms out and looking down, ready to begin. Tonight, in the bustling city, everyone eagerly gathered to watch the matches in the arena. One person suggested, and the crowd followed. I heard there's a strong female warrior in the arena. That's right, La Satmu, challenging the male warrior's arena by herself. Something like this has never happened before, let's go check it out. I heard she has already defeated several male warriors. Before they could finish, everyone rushed toward the arena. The host received an update from the staff about the current situation. Boss, I feel like the whole city is rushing over here. But the staff reported that there were no more tickets left. Hearing this, the boss seemed to be in a daze and asked, really? I'm going to make a fortune, I'm going to make a fortune. Turning back to the ticket seller, he was being overwhelmed as people rushed to buy tickets to get inside. Everyone was scrambling to buy tickets. Where are the tickets? I want tickets. Get me 10 tickets. Because it was too crowded, the ticket seller couldn't control it and just shouted out, we're really out of tickets, stop pushing. But no one listened to him and everyone just rushed toward the arena. He was frustrated and muttered, it's all your fault. Hai Ming had no chance to admire his sister. While in the center of the arena, thousands of people cheered for La Satmu with burning passion. La Satmu, La Satmu. La Satmu, the central figure of the arena, stood there full of righteousness, staring straight at her opponent. At this moment, her opponent was gasping for breath in intervals, his mind briefly flashing the thought, I've encountered a ghost. Among the female warriors of Salamanca, when did someone this formidable appear? His gaze gradually became colder, as he silently analyzed the techniques she had just used. Before this, several male warriors had been defeated by her. With her rare black core, her strikes and strength were truly a rare spatial ability. However, the strange thing was that the speed he was so proud of did not give him an advantage over her at all. It was as if his thoughts were being seen through. Another thought flashed in his mind and he muttered to himself, this girl. No, this female warrior probably doesn't just possess spatial abilities. To verify this judgment, he immediately summoned his weapon, thinking to himself, I originally thought my strength wasn't bad either, but she seems to be incredibly proficient. Damn it, I might lose all my face this time. La Satmu saw him summon a dagger and subtly smirked before speaking. A dagger, I used to use daggers as well. Saying that, she also summoned a dagger and challenged him. Let's see who's better. With that, she swung a slash and charged at him, leaving him no time to react. She used her spatial abilities to shorten the distance and accelerate her direct attack. Shameless. Is she looking down on me? Thinking this, he became even angrier and gritted his teeth, charging at her. Let's see, the two immediately clashed in a flurry of strikes, moving as fast as lightning. During the battle, she was striking while retreating as if she was planning something, then deliberately used her two daggers to block his strike and rebound, causing her weapon to fly out. Pleased with the situation, he smirked, secretly calculating that if he seized the right moment, using dual blades could knock her dagger out of her hand. How's that? You think you can beat me with a dagger? As he spoke, he put more force into his blade and rushed straight toward her. Unable to counter in time, she had to use her spatial ability to blind him and trip him, causing him to lose his balance and fly hard to the opposite side. After the painful collision and fall, he got up, cursing, damn it, why can't I see anything? At that moment, the announcer suddenly appeared and declared, out of the arena, La Satmu wins. She has won again. Next, she will face the top-ranked male fighter. Hearing that, he was stunned and voiced his objection. Wait, who said leaving the arena means losing? The announcer awkwardly explained. It's always been like this, it's just that no one has ever used this method. He argued back, I don't care, I want to continue fighting. He was about to tell the people behind him to wait a moment, but before he could finish, a heavy sound hit the ground, startling him, causing him to retract his neck and swallow. The top-ranked fighter casually walked past him and toward the arena with a confident demeanor. Seeing this, the announcer greeted him and introduced, this is the current top-ranked fighter. He has held this position for 6 months in a row. He is known as the strongest 5-core warrior among the free fighters of Salamanca. There are even rumors that his strength is only slightly weaker than the team leader. Please welcome the current champion, Lu Lan Wujia. With the announcer's call, he proudly stepped into the center of the arena, followed by the murmurs and doubts of the crowd. Is this a joke, directly challenging the champion? Isn't that a bit too much? Why is everyone so quiet? Soft voices, questions, and whispers echoed everywhere. Meanwhile, a staff member was talking to the old announcer while running. Boss, are you letting the big sister fight that guy? This doesn't seem right. Can the match be suspended? The only response was the old man's shout. Well, you know, I'm just respecting her opinion. Didn't she come to challenge him? After saying that, he turned back to look at the arena with an unusually excited expression, calculating that once the news was out, ticket sales would increase tenfold. It's bound to be a huge profit. As for who wins or loses between the two of them, what does that have to do with me? At this moment, La Sat Mu carefully observed Ka La with a scrutinizing gaze. A five-core warrior, huh? I'm curious to see the difference in strength between me and a five-core warrior. Ka La suddenly spoke, breaking her thoughts. You're really an interesting female warrior. I've watched every one of your battles. Your spatial abilities are truly mysterious, and your judgment is also commendable. With that, he exuded a murderous aura and continued, truly impressive. Even among the four-core warriors, you would be considered strong, making people want to beat you to the point of being crushed into pieces. Feeling that power, she immediately switched to a defensive stance, ready to anticipate his attacks. His strength was far superior to those before him. As if knowing the moves to block them, she watched closely. He used aerial skills to suppress her, and she realized it was true. She tried to strike from behind using spatial power, but unexpectedly the sword slammed into her face, knocking her back and breaking her concentration. He laughed. What are you looking at? Trying to find my weak point with your predictions. It's useless to me, masked woman. That strike made her doubt herself and wonder what had happened since she clearly saw it coming. Pseudo Liu stood there thinking. His move just now was different from what she predicted. Why could my predictive ability be flawed? Cario's eyes now shone with a killer intent. Masked woman, if you're too weak, I'm afraid I won't be gentle with you. Then he spun the weapon behind him. To avoid seeming like he was oppressing a weak girl, he remained calm. Pseudo Liu was furious at these words, but she composed herself and looked up. Still, a hint of surprise remained. You've succeeded in making me angry. She calmed herself, steady and focused. Seeing his steps, Cario gripped her weapon tightly. Oh, anger, then she charged at Pseudo Liu. I like fiery people like you. To the left, he would hold the end of the staff and spin it to strike. She quickly raised her weapon into a ready stance. I see it clearly. But Cario attacked from the right, catching Pseudo Liu off guard. She couldn't react in time and was flung backward. I'll crush your mask and skull. Oh my god, another strike straight to the face. This Cario is brutal. No wonder he was once a hunting prodigy. Has La Sat Mu's mask fallen off? I'm curious to see what her face looks like. No, she blocked that attack. Pseudo Liu was unharmed, only pushed back. The show's MC watched the match intensely. It turns out La Sat Mu had boldly used her weapon to block the previous strike. Too fast, we even thought La Sat Mu had been hit in the face. Pseudo Liu's hands trembled, seemingly a bit fearful. Her reaction almost forced. Without this force, I almost forgot he's the red core power. In her eyes, Cario was a hunting demon. His speed and strength far exceeded hers. This is the five-core warrior. Her eyes gleamed with determination. I understand now, it's not my prophecy that's flawed. He uses high speed with fake moves to deceive. What I saw was just one of the feints. To beat this opponent, she decided to rely on the black core power to defeat him. Pseudo Liu stomped, cracking the ground, forcing herself to attack. She moved like the wind, Cario's eyes full of death. Then, using spatial power to change position, trying to seize the offensive. Saying that, Cario swung his weapon. The woman could not afford to relax. He activated the secret technique, Shadow Step Strike. He moved extremely fast, swinging the staff continuously. The naked eye could not follow. No matter where you appear, my staff will strike. Your moves are useless against me. Spatial power is annoying, but defense is enough. Besides, my defense is also my attack. In moments, Cario created a powerful whirlwind. Oh god, Cario's staff swirled up to the sky. If not on the arena, this building would surely be destroyed. Cario shouted challengingly, come on, let me guess where you are. Then he attacked her like a hammer game. Pseudo Liu's voice rang out. See how powerful my spatial ability is. A strike pierced through, blood splashed. Cario fell back, screaming in pain and collapsed, unable to attack, looking up at Pseudo Liu. Damn leg cut, can't stand. But how could she appear beneath me, not just using spatial movement? She can even pass through. Pseudo Liu looked down at Cario, her aura overwhelming. If your speed isn't enough, you won't stop me. Then I'll limit your speed first. Don't worry, this small wound will heal in a few days at the healers if you beg me. I can also use the 6 core to heal you. Damn, I underestimated the black core power. Her aura is truly strong. Now Pseudo Liu stands fragile. Now you're no better than a dart. The audience in the stands cheers in amazement, marveling at the superior abilities of La Sat Mu compared to Cario. Oh, La Sat Mu's abilities really are different from Cario's. Cario's current attack is completely ineffective against La Sat Mu. 4 core versus 5 core, truly impressive. At this moment, an employee rushes to the gate looking worried. He hears the screams echoing from the arena. The match isn't over yet. Is La Sat Mu being humiliated? His gaze is full of concern, knowing Cario is a lightning master. Cario has been notoriously ruthless before. La Sat Mu must hurry. How can 4 core face 5 core? I must stop this fight even if it risks my life. Just as Tran An arrives at the gate, the MC announces that Lasat Mew is in absolute control. Could today's male fighter champion be replaced? The NC advertises, get your first ever fan badge set of Lasat Mew, limited edition. It will surely increase in price later. Only 1,000 pieces will be released. The employee finally breathes a sigh of relief, secretly admiring, Lasat Mew is truly incredible. The MC turns to the employee and says, this match is definitely Lasat Mew's win. Idiot, why are you still standing there? Come here and help me with the presentation. The MC looks embarrassed. I need to go outside and sell more stock. Every second right now is money. The MC runs to the employee, trying to excite the audience. The employee runs over too. Yes, I'm taking the mic from the MC. Sis, let me witness the moment you become champion. He says excitedly, leave the support to me. He raises the sign and shouts loudly, will Lasat Mew become the champion of the male arena today? Let's watch and see. The crowd cheers along with the MC, who is in high spirits, running around excitedly. The MC calculates to himself, if today goes well, I could make the same revenue as 2-3 months of sale. Lasat Mew is truly my lucky charm. He passes by a little girl, stops, turns back to confirm and growls, hey kid, watch out. Hey little one, don't hang around here. Are you lost? Where are your parents? Little Bean looks up, her pupils black and red. Little Bean is not afraid. The MC is shocked by the girl's presence. You are a demon. The moment she finishes speaking, Little Bean catches the MC off guard. She looks toward the loud cheering for Lasat Mew. It seems very lively over there. Little Bean heads towards the noise, leaving behind the MC's lifeless body. Below the arena, the MC introduces the fight along with the crowd's roar. The atmosphere is intense, all eyes on the arena. Today, the female warrior is about to become the champion of the male arena. She proves that warriors are not bound by gender. Strength is based on oneself. Kala focuses on summoning power. Suddenly, a mysterious frame appears behind her. The frame faces Lasat Mew. Caught off guard, Kala struggles to maintain balance while Lasat Mew quickly readies her weapon and charges at him. He is startled, gritting his teeth. The ring glows red as if it holds immense power. He is tossed around like a toy. He wants to strike head-on to win. He retaliates, swinging his mace at Lasat Mew. She prepares to counter, but suddenly a future image appears, distracting her. She is confused, asking herself, what was that feeling? The unease and the fleeting vision were so real. Kyla quickly takes advantage of her distraction, swinging his mace in front of her. The opportunity arises, the mace passes without hitting the target, but he is stepped on hard by her and lands gently. She places her foot down, reflecting on the scene just now. Over the past month, she had felt a strong demonic presence unexpectedly appear. She wonders why is a demon appearing in the city, but that presence feels familiar. Deep inside her, she knows that feeling was real. That is the demonic aura within her own body. Sensing another of her kind, Kyla becomes enraged, screaming. She tells herself, I'm going to lose miserably today. I will definitely kill that person. In the stands, people are laughing and mocking him. See, the champion, Kyla was kicked in the head and fell flat. Amidst the loud teasing, Lasat Mew pays no attention, instead scanning her surroundings. Everyone is confused by her strange actions. Big sister, what's wrong? What are you looking for? The audience wonders, why is Lasat Mew attacking anymore? Yes, why is she looking around? He angrily yells, Lasat Mew, keep attacking. Her strange behavior is driving him crazy. Doesn't she respect me, this bitch? He has no trace of courage. Though he speaks boldly, inside he's screaming in fear. Ouch, the wound hurts too much. If it weren't for that, I would have charged at her already. At this moment, Lasat Mew is negotiating in a conciliatory tone. No one would believe it, but I just felt the presence of a demon, even if only for a moment before the battle. Anyway, you're still a warrior, right? But hearing her words, he not only didn't believe her, but also laughed mockingly. A demon where? This is Salamanca, a B-rank city. How could there be a demon? In this city squad, there's no demon. Are you pretending to be stupid, or are you really that foolish? Before he could react, a hook stabbed into his chest from behind. What is this? Is it another one of her abilities? Before he could finish speaking, he was pulled away. Behind him, Little Bean was speaking mockingly. How can a 5-core warrior act so foolish? Sensing danger, she stepped back, alert and searching. A child? No, a demon. The audience hadn't yet reacted to her appearance and Kara's death. The MC had to grab the microphone to announce. She turned to look at the MC and saw him falling backward, pale, unable to speak. Damn it, it's a demon. Everyone get out now. The audience panicked, everyone asking, what is she screaming about? Hard to hear clearly, seems like she's talking about some demon. What happened to Kara earlier? Since when did this child appear? Little Bean turned around, causing the people nearby to swallow nervously and flee quickly. A demon? Run, don't push. A demon has appeared in the city center, clear the way. The crowd shoved and trampled over each other, making Little Bean smirk. Just a little chaos and already such panic. Humanity is truly a cowardly bunch. Lasat Mew frowned, thinking about the girl's appearance. How could a demon take the form of a little girl, and she looks like this? Contrary to her suspicions, Little Bean found this task surprisingly easy. The mission to hunt 6 5-core warriors is really too easy. The girl smiled wickedly. The rest of the mission should be finished quickly too. Anyway, Master said that completing the mission would grant a reward. Lasat Mew was startled by this information, reacting very strongly. Fourth demon, why are you in the city? Only now did Little Bean notice her and exclaim, a female warrior, rare indeed. 1 minute. Master said that within a minute the demon would be countered by the B-rank city warriors. If I'm exposed, your warriors will come. Lasat Mew looked at the girl with cold eyes. The ability to freely change appearance and color is not that of an ordinary demon. Little Bean suddenly interrupted her thoughts. This is the arena, right? 1 minute I'll fight you. Deal. Scene shifts to a house. The male lead sitting suddenly jolts, sensing a strange aura from the city center. Since yesterday, the city center has been unusual. How could 2 powerful demonic auras appear like this? He also sensed something was wrong, looked outside and fell into thought. Am I being too sensitive? He frowned but then ignored it, focusing on the main issue. No, now is not the time to be distracted by anything. Around him, orange light shot out, sweat on his face, something is wrong. The stone on his chest glowed, emitting orange light. This quartz contains the pure energy of 5 elements, able to grant elemental power to a warrior. This elemental energy cannot be controlled, but if there is a resonance, it can locate the elemental power needed. He sat on a stone statue shaped like a human hand, like a throne, feeling extremely strange. He focused on the resonance, determination on his face. Once he completes it and obtains the elemental power, he'll have all 5 great elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Next is fusing the 5 elements. He became more determined than ever, his will and spirit strong and resolute, curious to see what would happen. Outside, at the martial arts competition venue, people were rushing to the arena's escape routes. The crowd pushed and trampled, the scene chaotic and tragic. Screams echoed everywhere, move, don't push. In the cramped space, countless voices. Fear controlled everyone, they went mad like rats, struggling desperately. Little Bean raised her hand, sensing the sounds with a satisfied expression. Seems like she wants to dance to show her joy. Screams, cries, strangely soothing. Suddenly she stopped, her demon red eyes wide, giggling and speaking. Master said that humans are lowly creatures, they will fear. Fear is a base emotion, making them lose composure and reason. Little Bean was extremely proud, pointing at herself and boasting that demons like them were not easily swayed by emotions in their actions and judgments. She even asserted, we are a class above. Michael silently observed, not responding, his face slightly furrowed, not exactly hostile but showing a flicker of uncertainty mixed with caution. She reminded herself to stay alert, not to be deceived by its childish appearance. From the start, when she saw the green aura emanating from it, Michael had partially confirmed that this was a high-level demon. Its words and thoughts were completely unlike any demons she had encountered before. Michael tightened her weapon, ready to fight, and loudly asked, who is the one you just mentioned? She continued interrogating, how many of you in total have infiltrated Gen City? Without her noticing, Little Bean had appeared behind her, bringing a gloomy atmosphere. With a sinister gaze directed at Michael, it warned, don't forget, only 1 minute left. Little Bean launched an attack, the green light transforming into countless sharp metal shards, shooting straight toward Michael. Michael reacted in time, using spatial teleportation to evade. Seeing this power, Little Bean appeared slightly surprised. It froze for a moment and said, spatial ability, the aura on you is very strong. Who gave you that power? A dark spatial ability, could it be that one? As Little Bean's words ended, Michael's power erupted with full force. Green energy spread all around, as if an illusion of an immensely powerful and majestic demon appeared. Facing that force, Michael was astonished by the little demon's strength. She nearly staggered, struggling to stand, holding her face. The energy was agile and pure, truly high-level demon power. It quickly deduced that her strength was granted, but who exactly was that one it mentioned? She had to make it reveal more information. After deciding, Michael immediately executed her plan, feigning to probe and said, that's right, it's that one. We're on the same side. What is your purpose infiltrating Gen City? Little Bean scowled, replying briefly, evolution mission. Seeing its guarded reaction, Michael quickly stepped back. She wondered, evolution mission. Don't demons usually rely on same level or higher level allies to level up? What exactly is an evolution mission? Little Bean was momentarily stunned, seemingly confused, then smiled eerily and stepped toward Michael. It said evolution through defiance is only the way of low-level demons. Without notice, it was now directly in front of Michael. We don't just have one path to evolution. Hearing this new information, Michael was bewildered. She slowly replied, that's true. Thinking whether other warriors knew about this, she needed more info than asked, so who exactly is? Suddenly, Little Bean grabbed her hand with a strange feeling, smirking. If we're on the same side, how could you not know this? I didn't expect you to dare deceive me. Sharp spikes shot forward. She silently feared the rhythm broken, unable to deploy space. Fortunately, Michael reacted in time, avoiding a fatal blow. Just escaping, she was still horrified by that force. Before she fully recovered, Little Bean grabbed her hand and directly used Flare Strike, but this time she was faster. She countered, moving behind Little Bean, thinking that her prior arena battles had honed her skills, only needed to adjust her stance properly. Seizing the opportunity, Michael struck the back of Little Bean's neck. The blade was near, but it remained calm and still. Sensing something amiss, Michael immediately stepped back, stopping her swing without hesitation. Amid the smoke, Little Bean's voice echoed, "Your spatial technique isn't bad, forcing me to change form." Hearing its voice still present, Michael was astonished. Hadn't it just struck itself? The smoke faded, revealing a blue flame around its body. It continued, "But it's fine. I originally intended to use my true form for this mission." Little Bean stepped forward in blue flame form. Seeing its true form, Michael was extremely shocked, wondering how many secrets this high-level demon still held. In blue flame form, Little Bean approached and spoke. "I've lost patience. I have a mission to complete. I will tear you apart." Outside the stands, the warriors scattered to check the situation. Just as the captain and vice-captain were absent, the incident occurred. Another warrior spoke up. "Such a coincidence. I also find it puzzling because until now, events involving demons around here always followed a pattern and we've always handled them smoothly." He continued, noting that in recent days the situation seemed entirely different, as if the demons were deliberately causing trouble, with multiple violent massacres erupting around the town. He added that even some supply transport personnel had been inexplicably attacked, including quite a few high-ranking soldiers. Therefore, to maintain the economy and ensure the safety of Salamanca, the captains decided to implement a large-scale sweep plan. No one expected that on the very first day of arrival, a report came that demons had appeared in the city. It was truly bizarre. "Never mind, let's check it out first. With the three of us quarter knights working together, ordinary demons won't be able to defeat us. The three of us are all candidates for vice-captain. Don't underestimate us, damn demons." The demon Shizuo perched on the roof, ignoring their words and smiling faintly. "Strange, huh? Looks like I'll have to make things seem more like an unexpected accident later." It silently remarked that humans are indeed strange, often overlooking what deserves attention but forming weird thoughts about things that don't matter. It decided to see how Xiaojuzi would perform. In the stands, Xiaojuzi and Sidoliu were still fiercely fighting. In her identity as La City Miu, Sidoliu observed Xiaojuzi's attacks transform into blue flames and reminded herself never to touch those flames. Even from a distance, she could clearly feel the terrifying heat radiating from them. Her thoughts were interrupted when Xiaojuzi, in original form with blue flames, shot forward like an arrow, sneering. "Constantly dodging is wasting my time, female warrior." Sidoliu refused to fall behind and immediately counterattacked. "Don't call me sister, I hate it." She then created a separate space to trap Xiaojuzi. In response, Xiaojuzi calmly said, "Trying to push me into another space? Useless. With your human abilities, you can't touch me." Immediately after, they both soared high into the air. Xiaojuzi was surprised to see this female warrior actively push her into the air, wondering, "She can do this to me? What level has her spatial ability reached?" She guessed that an ability capable of pulling the opponent like that wasn't innate, because she had only seen similar power in a few human officers, and wondered if someone had researched spatial powers to this level. She continued to suspect, could her power really come from that great person? Sidoliu looked at the burn on her arm and thought, "Just a touch and it burned like this, but I can endure it. Is it because the demon's energy also affects the body? I must take advantage while its core is in the air, hard to unleash full power." She grabbed Xiaojuzi's arm, smiling internally, calculating that a technique that usually uses the body to launch into the air and grapple with enemies on the ground could now be combined with spatial ability into a decisive move. Immediately, she clamped her legs around Xiaojuzi's neck in original blue flame form, preventing escape, and plunged straight to the ground like an arrow. The violent impact left Xiaojuzi unable to defend, and Sidoliu's mask also fell off. Xiaojuzi gritted her teeth in rage, demanding, "How many more human-like demons have infiltrated here?" She couldn't believe she had been pressured so much by a human warrior. She angrily counterattacked and shouted, "Did the person who gave you spatial power, that great master Haiwenki, one of the great kings, really give it to you? Otherwise, you couldn't possess such advanced ability. Who are you really?" Hearing this, Sidoliu recalled the name Haiwenki flashing in her mind and wondered, is that woman named Haiwenki? She continued thinking, who exactly is that king? Could there be a king level among demons? Isn't the highest rank for demons the 7-core demon? She was unsure of Haiwenki's rank, while Xiaojuzi pinned under her feet still roared in anger. "Damn humans, damn human warriors." She continued cursing, "Using our demon power and still acting superior. Master Shizuo wasn't wrong. Zyuji despised humans as lowly and disgusting, then suddenly twisted her arm, igniting violet flames and flung Sidoliu away. Sidoliu felt her body controlled by a mental strike from the violet core, and wondered how the opponent had detected her reaching the 5th stage. Zyuji stood up and said, "If Master Shizuo saw me like this, she'd be disappointed." She fully unleashed her power, manifesting 5th stage demon form with dual cores. Feeling the 5th stage demon's power fluctuation, the warriors immediately engaged, realizing, this is a 5th stage demon. The warriors approached cautiously under the immense pressure radiating from the opponent, aware that the situation had exceeded initial expectations. The arena became tense as Zyuji's dual cores erupted, shaking the surrounding ground violently. Sidoliu struggled to rise amidst the shock of the mental attack, quickly readjusting to prepare for another confrontation. The battle entered a new phase as both sides unleashed their full strength, signaling an even fiercer clash about to unfold. Don't get distracted by 5 Kai. The 3 of us will work together, it's not our opponent. All 3 warriors entered the territory of the 5 Kai demon. Tudulu weakly called out, don't come closer. The 5 Kai demon sneered, looking up and saying that humanity had become weak. You are not worthy to be the target of my mission. The 3 warriors were stunned. Songhe Zin, the 5 Kai demon, turned and pointed to the 3 of them, who were already enchanted by the hypnotic sound. Then she chanted a deadly spell. Blood splattered from the 3 of them. She turned back to Tudulu and said, "You're different. You are worthy." Lil Doozy turned to look at Tudulu, seeing him trembling as he struggled to stand up, feeling pleased. "You are worthy to be my target, the target of my mission test." She slowly moved toward Tudulu. Through the mission test, one can gain the qualification for evolution. However, her test mission was to kill 6 5 Kai warriors and slaughter the entire city. She remembered how her master had manipulated the entire city to make things easier, helping her lure the strong deputy team leaders out of the city. Some human warriors, if they really worked together, could give her a headache, but there were still a few 5 Hake warriors left in the city, which was enough. Even though you're just a 4 Hake warrior, your strength, she spoke while looking at Tudulu in his tattered clothes. His body was covered with wounds, but he was already worthy to become her target. She gritted her teeth, furrowing her brow, anxiety rising in her heart. What should I do now? I 5 Kai Songhe Zin. Its power is too strong, I'm no match for it now. What should I do? Aki, her thoughts stopped. She reached up to touch her hair, the memories and the hardships they had just gone through resurfacing. How strange, why am I thinking of Aki now? Before she could regain her focus, she raised her hand. A flow of energy spread and gathered, forming a dark orb in her hand. All right, I've wasted too much time with you. The orb grew larger and began to suck everything around her. Thank you for bringing me joy. She snapped back to reality, surprised. The flames spiraled and she slammed them into the ground, cracking it. Tu's hair flew out, dashing toward her with a strike in his hand. She moved too quickly. Tudulu could only widen his eyes in shock, unable to react in time. But she was suddenly pulled into another space. A voice echoed, I can't act too much. Little sister, we're all beings we want to protect, and I have given you the power. She floated in water, barefoot and without any cloth, then suddenly opened her eyes. You've gradually mastered spatial skills. How far you can take them depends on your own realization. Black King Kai appeared right behind her, but she only sneered, realizing it was just a demon, and then unleashed her power. She was charging when she realized something was wrong. Then, a burst of power flung her away. She was surprised, is it really that powerful? It must be Black King Kai who gave you the power. Who are you really? Are you not a human warrior? Black King Kai has betrayed us demons. But she only countered with her own technique. I don't care, she slowly flew up. I must accept this power to protect him. The only way is to become stronger. Green lightning began to gather around her. She kept evolving, gritting her teeth in anger. Don't think that accepting our demon power means you can talk to us. Stupid human warrior. As for Black King Kai's intentions, she conjured the image of a monster with a giant mouth and sharp teeth, seemingly needing to bring back a human head. She remained unfazed, looking down at her. Then try it, even if it means my death. I will kill you. She immediately cast her technique toward her, the 5 Kai demon. When their techniques collided, a powerful shockwave illuminated the entire city. Elsewhere, a person, wearing only a bathrobe, looked up at the sky. The sky he despised so much. Boom, I wish it would just end. While he was still distracted by the sky, someone called out to him. Hey you! A group of people ran toward him. Leading the group was Carmen, who questioned him as she approached. What are you doing? Why are you just strolling around here? It was unclear why the demon appeared in the city, yet he calmly grasped his robe to keep it from flapping in the wind and moved toward the people ahead. A demon in the city? Do you want to go there? Then his expression suddenly changed, eyes wide open. Staring at those people, oh not quite, sorry I misspoke. Do you want to deal with them? The leader of the group angrily rushed forward and asked, are you a resident of the city? Where you live, do you have an ID? A sense of alertness rose in him. He smiled and raised his hand. Though appearing calm, there was a hint of arrogance. I'm just a passerby. Don't get too excited. He searched through his robe and said, Here's my ID, let me show you. He rummaged for a while, making everyone tense, then laughed, shot a heart gesture, and winked. This action enraged the group. Damn, joking at a time like this, someone shouted. No matter who you are, I'll hit you. He smiled. Immediately, a purple aura and images of the monsters he summoned appeared. This is my ID. He stepped lightly toward the group, snapped his fingers, and the aura swept past them before they could react, leaving them to scream as they fell. A drop of blood accidentally splashed on his face. He despised it and wiped it off. I hate blood. If you don't mind, don't attract my attention. He wiped off the blood, flicked his robe, and turned away. Humans are really rude. After a while, he stopped in front of a large building. The training room, he paused as if noticing something. So the strange aura is coming from here. Immediately, he released his aura and stepped inside. Let's see what's inside. Aki was still focused on his training. Energy in his body was constantly transforming. The earth element has begun integrating into my body. He meditated calmly, letting the element merge with his consciousness. Very good, now to consolidate the earth element. The 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, earth are complete. He attempted to fuse all 5 elements together. Energy from his brow emitted, causing him to frown. He hadn't expected introducing the earth element would be so difficult. Even a slight misstep could disrupt the energy instantly. It wasn't simple, it required focus. The earth element slowly integrated into his body. Absolutely no distractions or all effort is wasted. On the first floor of the training room, someone outside called, Big brother, what do you think a kid would do with such a large room? The shop owner rested his chin and sighed. You wouldn't understand the joy of being spoiled. Tell me, would any rich lady like someone like me? Immediately, the TV broadcast an urgent alert. Urgent warning, suspected demon in the city. Residents stay indoors. Suddenly, the shop door opened while the TV continued broadcasting the alert, and a person entered. The shop owner was surprised. Someone approached and shouted, What are you doing? Your appearance doesn't look like a warrior at all. Haven't you heard the city has a demon? The shop is temporarily closed. Please leave. But he ignored the owner and continued walking straight. The shop owner was furious. This is a warrior training room, you can't just enter. Yet he said only one word, making everyone inside turn back. He thought, so this is a warrior training room. Could that aura be from a human warrior? He continued inside. Which room is this? Who are you? He killed. Not you, someone shouted. Where are you from? Get out. He killed. Not you. Every door he passed through bled. Which room is this? Aki remained focused on his training. He was sweating, frowning, thinking. Focus your spirit. The earth element is gradually entering consciousness. Almost there. At that moment, a small bird stepped in front of his room and exclaimed, Just one more room, how splendid. The man smiled, concentrating power into his hand. Human warrior. Then he threw a punch at the door, asking, So what? A hand appeared, blocking his attack and dispersing his power. The door remained intact, leaving him puzzled. Cannot break the door. He looked down and saw a hand pressing against his. The hand gripped his tightly. The Crimson Steed King appeared on the other side of the door. The small bird froze. You, the Crimson Aura. I remember you, you're strange. The Crimson Steed King raised a hand to his mouth, whistled, and with the other hand broke the bird's hand, causing pain. The Crimson Steed King frowned. Keep your voice down, he turned to look at the door. This is the most crucial stage for him. Even I am looking forward to it. A red soundproof sphere immediately appears, eliminating the echo in the area. You're still surprised. You are the legendary king, Red King Chi. He laughed, mocking himself. In the legends, it seems I have become a myth. Those people must be living peacefully. He immediately recognized the identity of the bird. Are you a subordinate of the Purple King Chi? How does their current strength compare to the past? He immediately kowtowed and said, Yes, I am a subordinate of the Purple King Chi. The lords have always been the strongest in our tribe. Of course, including the Red King Chi. He asked again, Now that I am in this situation, it's not looking good. He glanced down at the city below under attack. Your strength is not bad. You're probably one of the capable ones of the Purple King Chi. I sense another demon in the city. Is it your companion? He still didn't dare to raise his head and reply. Yes, it's my disciple. I came here today to test his strength. The higher-ups gave him a chance for testing. If he passes, he will be granted strength and promoted. He smiled. This mission is to reverse slaughter and destroy the city, right? The rule I set before is really interesting, isn't it? He continued. As for this time, it's inconvenient. I don't want him to be disturbed. But isn't he just a human soldier here? Who is the one you mentioned, my lord? Is it the one with the strange aura I sensed earlier? Red King Chi looked down at him and said, Him. He is my secret. You can't return and report to the Purple King Chi. Upon hearing this, his face turned pale and he raised his head to promise. Wait, Red King Chi. I absolutely won't gossip. I am still a subordinate of the Purple King Chi. But before he could finish, his upper half exploded. He smiled, now I feel at ease. He turned around and said, the secret I hide. Then he stepped into the door, no one can ever know. Red King Chi muttered while Aki was cultivating. He has grown surprisingly well, and he can even materialize elemental forces in his consciousness. A human soldier's body can only contain one attribute, yet he wants to stuff 5 attributes into it. He's really greedy. He lay on the central beam and observed him, but I like it this way. After all, he has to endure pain, right? Even so, even when I stand in front of him, he still doesn't sense me. The fact that he hasn't died yet after forcibly forcing 5 incompatible attributes into his body is quite lucky. He clenched his teeth, focusing as much as he could. He encouraged, completely enter your conscious sea of consciousness. For a human, this mentality is already very good. Aki, you guys in the past were called the strongest warriors, right? He thought it seems choosing a person as my vessel was the right choice. He stretched. Then I should return to the human body. To avoid others disturbing, I must reluctantly use the soul state outside, which consumes a lot of spirit. He continued mocking, all of this is worth it. Your physique will improve significantly. Suddenly, from the earth element, lightning flickered and gradually spread to the surrounding elements. He was surprised. Thunder. He still frowned as death rays appeared in the training hall sky. He sensed something and said, could a giant thunder strike the training building? It destroyed the entire building, causing everything to collapse. Red King Chi wrapped himself in the red sphere and stood still, thinking, why thunder? Your elements are constantly merging with each other. He frowned, you still want to force 5 attributes into the body and merge them into one. Can this be done? The attributes were harmonizing together. He gritted his teeth and said, grow. Immediately, he looked up and shouted loudly. Another bolt of lightning appeared, striking the building. Red King Chi watched him float in the light and thought, this human, it seems I underestimated him. He's not just evolving into the 5th stage, he's also controlling and merging 5 attributes. Did he create this unique thunder attribute? This thunder is really annoying, he thought, and slowly faded away. Duoliu looked up at the pillar of light and thought, the lightning energy is flying up into the sky, what is that? Immediately something rushed toward her, you are careless. The collision caused the ground around them to crack. Little Bean was astonished. What surprises me is the 4th stage state. To have such powerful strength, no wonder it's the power of Lord Red King Chi. Duoliu thought while struggling to resist. If this keeps up, I won't be able to hold on much longer, even if I awaken the 4th stage power within me. But this could be a 5th stage dual core demon. She frowned. The city's captain probably received the news and will be back soon. We need to change tactics. Use my abilities to buy more time. Little Bean immediately threw a punch. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. She saw the punch coming toward her, but immediately tilted her body to avoid it. Then cubes appeared around her. She kicked, sending the cubes toward Little Bean, knocking her far away. She spread her legs wide and stomped on the ground, creating more cubes. She recalled her previous master's teaching. When unsure of being able to defeat the opponent, maintain distance and observe to find weaknesses. Observing carefully and finding the opponent's weak points is the only way when a direct attack is not possible. In present, she continued kicking the cubes. Her kicks made the cubes on Little Bean's side defend against her. Little Bean smiled vaguely, and the Space Force weakened, immediately launching an attack aimed at her. She stood still to feel the opponent's spiritual attack, then smiled because it was easy to block her strike. Little Bean pierced through her calf with her hand, then pulled it back. She quickly withdrew her leg and stepped back. She gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, my ankle has been pierced, and even with my healing ability, this injury won't heal immediately. Little Bean laughed coldly, saying that this city wouldn't survive the night. Even if she won, it wouldn't change the fate of the place. She remembered her master, confidently thinking that if she used her magic, she could easily turn this city into a dead zone, with no one surviving the night. So she decided to attack her. She couldn't dodge in time and could only watch as the attack came toward her. When she felt she was about to die, suddenly a shield made of lightning appeared from the sky, easily blocking Little Bean's attack. Little Bean, shocked, shouted, my skill was destroyed, how could this happen? A demon appeared in front of her, causing her to be startled. She immediately recognized, this feeling, you are Aki. Aki stood before her in the divine thunder god's form. Aki looked at the opponent and said, the 3rd-tier form fears my power. Who are you? Zhu Liao recognized Aki. Is it really you, Aki? Aki replied, yeah, it's me. This name is very strong. You've done well. Zhu looked at Aki and noticed her change, also feeling the demon's power. She reminded Aki, be careful, it's a dual-core demon, not an ordinary demon. It's an advanced demon, its power is very strong. He responded, I know, don't worry, an advanced demon. What I'm fighting is an advanced demon. Iki looked back at the opponent and said, you are also a warrior. The aura on you is similar to that of the female warrior. Aki replied, your aura, don't say it like that. We're all from the same breed as you. Aki continued, we are the ones who specialize in killing creatures like you. Aki's words enraged the demon. His lightning made the opponent uncomfortable, and they quickly had to eliminate him. The demon unleashed a powerful attack, saying, die all of you. Zhu Liao stayed vigilant, saying, "Be careful." Aki stopped her by touching the pressure point on her forehead. "Don't act rashly when you're injured. You go ahead, leave it to me." Aki unleashed his power against the demon. The Thunder Serpent, a marvelous move, split the demon's attack into two sides. The light from the two streams of power collided and spread out around where Aki and the demon were battling. The demon realized that its power had been split, saying, "My move can't be divided. What is his lightning?" Aki was so powerful that even the demon feared him. Around him, a protective aura shielded Zhu Liao, while everything was bombarded by lightning. Aki said, "It looks like this time I fused 5 elements and created something quite good." Aki remembered that this lightning was very effective against demons. When he fused the 5 elements in his body, he felt like he was about to burn up, in pain as if pierced through. He thought this was the rejection between elements. Despite the pain, this lightning seemed very effective. Aki wondered, "I wonder how effective this attack will be against your demon." The demon also realized Aki was prepared. The demon said, "You want to kill me? You've only stopped my move. Too arrogant, huh?" The demon remembered earlier, "Master, even though Little Bean doesn't listen, I want to use my strongest power to explode and kill these 2 humans." The demon transformed into its strongest form with a violent surge of power. Aki noticed the change and became alert. Aki realized, "Core potential. This must be the type of power our warriors use to quickly increase their strength." Aki understood that the demon had made up its mind to go all out. The demon spread its wings, pressing Aki to the ground, causing the earth to shake. The spring force from the toes lifted the object, leaving a deep purple bruise from the intense pressure. It seems the core demon doesn't always have the upper hand. Its wings are fast and give it a speed advantage, and Aki took the chance to attack the core demon. It shouted, "Lock it! Are you trying to defend with your bare hands?" "Damn it, the continuous attacks forced me to only defend. Although I haven't mastered lightning yet, its core is too agile to hit. If I keep fighting this one, I'll be at a disadvantage. Even though I can transform my wings, I can only maintain it for a short time." While defending and dodging, Aki asked, "Sutu Liu, right? What is your ability?" The core demon continued its assault from the front lines. Hada had to admit, the power of humans is surprisingly adaptable. It laughed, "But humans are still just humans. Even if you borrow the great power of our kind, you remain only human in the end." To avoid further talk, the core demon unleashed all its strength, making human survival under this power nearly impossible. This is a strange stream of power, space-absorbing force, a mystical universe within, truly demonic. This technique was originally meant to destroy a city. The multidimensional universe collapsed, shrinking into a magical vortex. A dark blue-black storm, the great demon selection flow. Suddenly, Aki ordered Sutu Liu, holding her close, "Run. It's fixated on us, run. You won't escape my whirlpool." Obeying its master, the vortex sucked up all nearby creatures, consuming them. The core demon was almost certain to win. The darker it got, the stronger it became. The core demon high above rejoiced, "Haha, strike them. Let's see if they turn to smoke this time." But it didn't expect Aki had a different plan. A small gap appeared, a space portal could it be. It heard a sound behind. "I remember now." Aki attacked from behind. "Our warriors will never retreat." Aki and Sutu Liu emitted a powerful energy, both shouting down. The energy created a massive lightning strike, tearing the sky, plunging straight at the little bean. She couldn't resist. How strong was his lightning? She gritted her teeth. "Besides, my body is paralyzed." Sutu Liu and Aki jumped, standing on transparent crystal blocks. Aki leaned down, sharp eyes fixed. "Lightning will paralyze the enemy. Movements frozen. Tonight is your death, demon." The little bean glared furiously. "You dare kill me?" Her voice full of defiance. "If you kill me, my master will protect me." "My master is an immortal, extremely powerful." Aki calmly replied to the provocation, "An immortal exists. I don't know what god your master is, but if it comes, I'll kill repeatedly, again and again." Aki's gaze was serious, until it is completely gone. The little bean in dual-core form angrily smashed her hand, cracking it. "How dare you underestimate my master? You don't even know how strong my master is." Aki calm raised his hand, creating a long weapon. Lightning enveloped the arrow, generating immense energy. Aki proud and confident, "No matter how strong you are, I just need to be stronger." The little bean stared at the two figures, struggling, visibly strained. Sutu Liu tried to help. "Let me give you a hand." She extended her hand toward Aki. A powerful push. Aki nodded. She used magic to manipulate space, quickly helping Aki jump from spot to spot, increasing speed so he moved like lightning. Aki held the lightning arrow. Each bolt tore through the air, shooting straight down. 2 dragons emerged from his power. That is the lightning technique, dual core, a powerful intertwined force heading toward the little bean. They descended rapidly, causing a huge explosion, dust and rocks flying, the little bean looking pitiful. She was badly injured, groaning in pain. "Ugh, it hurts, master." Memories of her master and past appeared in her mind. She carried the little bean proudly. "Oh, found a young one of our tribe, dual core. Aha, I'll teach you evolution in disguise later." They had endured hard training together. The little being carried obsessions, joy from slaughtering humans and fear facing the strong. These primal emotions of a low-level demon were natural. Memories of her and her master on the afternoon meadow resurfaced. She was young then, much more carefree than now. But her master, what is sorrow? Her master just looked and smiled, not knowing sorrow is a good thing. I hope you never have to experience this feeling, as the body of the little bean slowly fades away. Master, I've disappointed you. Every time I think of death, I realize I won't see you again. She felt a deep sadness, tears streaming down her face. The little bean finally understood. As soon as she finished thinking, her body completely dissolved, leaving only tiny fragments of energy. He stepped onto the ground and sighed, finally done, while Advisor Lu placed a hand on his shoulder. It was a high-level demon. Although still considered a maturing high-level demon, its strength was formidable. Aki turned to look at her. He smiled with satisfaction, able to fight it using his 4th-tier warrior abilities up to this point. She was already very strong. Lu, Advisor Lu's face flushed. Aki silently assessed that Lu had also gained demon power. Whether good or bad, he would definitely keep an eye on her. He saw the wound on her leg and asked worriedly, "How's your injury?" Advisor Lu looked at her leg and gently moved her ankle. "I controlled the injury using 6th-tier energy suppression. This wound is serious. To fully recover, I need a place for careful recuperation." From her side, a purple energy radiated. It seemed both sensed it. Aki silently confirmed it was the aura of a warrior. Moreover, it was no ordinary power. Advisor Lu grew concerned. "This aura, I know, it must be the returning mature captain-level warriors executing their mission, this ambush." It seemed this demon and its master had planned this in advance. Advisor Lu made her own assessment. Even if all the captain-level warriors fell from the battlefield, it's probably part of their plan. Likely, we can explain the demon's situation to the captain-level warriors and also outline the demon's current plan. Her voice grew serious. The demon is not as simple as they think. Among them there exists great power, possibly 7th tier or higher, with an existence humanity has never encountered before. Aki was surprised. You didn't expect the person in front of you to understand this deeply. This girl had already noticed the problem. Humanity's understanding of demons existed only up to 7th tier, and they didn't know the specific types. For example, this high-level demon, though still maturing, displayed power beyond what 5th tier or even 6th tier warriors could handle. Aki looked at Advisor Lu and said, "But do you think we should stay here in our current state?" Advisor Lu looked at herself, puzzled. Understanding her thought, Aki explained, "You just received demon power, so you can't revert to your original form immediately, right? You probably already realized that. I've surpassed ordinary warrior strength because I borrowed demon power." He seriously added, "Now it seems you are like me. You think ordinary humans or warriors would see us and believe we're human." He reached out to Advisor Lu, signaling her to follow. "Let's go, we should leave here first." Holding her close, he immediately carried her, soaring forward like the wind. "I'll take you to heal, then we'll continue our journey." Through the dense layers of dark clouds, the final survivors finally revealed themselves, appearing in the training room. But at this moment, they lay scattered across the floor. His body parts were disjointed, but his hands began to move. A strange energy enveloped his body at the cellular level. Blood and other organs merged, reassembling into a complete body, and his hands struck the floor hard. His face showed only fatigue. The power he had just used seemed to have drained him significantly. "Luckily, I have resurrection power." The Red King Tier threat was terrifying, forcing him to report this to the Death King Tier Lord. "I must quickly halt the primordial mission and return the little bean." Thinking this, he was startled. It seemed he realized something. Wait, the aura of the little bean had disappeared, leaving him utterly shocked. He looked out the window, seeing a lonely, heart-wrenching figure. From above, he saw a group of people conversing. The other teams had already split up to search for clues, asking the people to make way. Someone carrying a bone approached the armed guard to report. "Captain, this is a fragment of the core we collected. Inside, a few small pieces remain, likely from a 5th-tier demon, but all energy is gone." The armed guard said, "All energy gone? Then it's like a worthless stone. Hand it to the squad for analysis to see if we can extract more information." The person closed the case and followed orders, grinding his teeth, frowning in thought. Truly a strange ambush, as if there was a plan. It caused many high-level warriors to die, and the arena, turned battlefield, still radiates an astonishing demon aura. Looking at the ruined surroundings, he confirmed, "This isn't an ordinary 5-star demon, but the question is, who is this demon fighting? Who killed it and why?" A flood of questions kept arising in his mind. "And this aura, why does it feel like more than one demon is present?" The girl wondered if it's not a demon, could it be a battle between demons themselves? He spoke up, "You mean a demon intentionally defending the city?" Don't say such nonsense. Elsewhere, the blonde man was lining up to carry out his assigned task, walking while thinking to himself. Maybe this is my chance to shine. Lately, the captain seems to have noticed me. There must be a chance for promotion. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the alley, hypnotic. Come here. He immediately stopped. He turned and walked toward the voice. In the alley, only one person wore a bathrobe. He frowned. Tell me what happened in the arena, he asked. The blonde man recounted immediately. The demon attacked the city and was destroyed, but it's unclear who did it. As for other matters, I don't know, he said silently. He thought the little bean has died. Then recalling recent events, it might be the Red faction's doing. No, if it was the Red King's doing, this city would be gone already. He asked again, what's inside the orb? The blonde man reported. Fragments of the demon's core collected. He immediately commanded, open it. The blonde man complied and opened the orb. He looked inside and said, Little bean, let me see who killed this demon. He gritted his teeth. A stream of gray smoke began emerging from the core fragments. It quickly grew larger. From this, he learned more about soul mapping. Conscious energy can enter the demon core and reveal everything its owner has seen. The more complete the core, the more images and information appear, otherwise there's less. Then it slowly rotated back. A small screen appeared in the smoke, projecting images of last night's battle. He was astonished. Two human warriors, one male and one female, were intently observing. He heard one say, I don't know which deity your master follows, but if it comes, I'll kill it, over and over until it's completely dead. He heard Little Bean object. The master thought this sorrow might make her understand. He gritted his teeth, muscles on his face tensing. Then he swung and cut off the blonde man's head, clutching the core fragment until his hand bled, then dashed out. He will report the Red faction's news first. He went completely berserk, killing others elsewhere. Aki was holding the ankle at this moment. He was treating Su Du Liu's wound, saying while treating, this battle drained too much of your energy. You don't have enough to recover. My wood attribute isn't much weaker than your recovery core. Leave it to me. She blushed, thanking him. Inside, she was screaming, Ah, no one has ever touched my feet, let alone a man. She asked, Aki, where do we go next? He thought for a moment, then answered, the purpose of this appearance is to find elemental cores to fuse with my body's attributes. It's successfully fused now. I think I should continue gathering the information I need. She asked, information? What information? In his eyes, her image appeared and he thought, yes, besides Lena knowing my rebirth secret, no one else knows. Liu probably doesn't know that my plan to save Desai, who's trapped outside. He thought about the two opposing factions. The confrontation between Tan King and the new 6 heroes. If Liu's group finds out, will they side with me? Iki bowed his head, avoiding the topic. Nothing. Later, I want to go alone. It might be more convenient. Your current strength is already on par with a 4-star warrior. You can face the extremely strong captain alone. She worried. You want to go alone? He confirmed, yes, but I'll go with you for a while. There's something I want to discuss with the extremely strong captain. All right, your wound is okay now, but once the muscles heal, it will hurt a bit. Don't move violently during this time. At sunset, he said. Let's set off, she agreed. 3 days later at Hesperus City, Grade C. Kamo had just captured a scene of a bird flying in, then lay down before the window, feeling bored. Soon after, she collapsed to the ground, feeling melancholy. She didn't know when Liu and Aki would return. Their absence made her sad. Sina was nearby lifting weights. Maybe they're trying to level up. He glanced at her and smiled. We can't fall behind either. She propped her chin on the floor, looking at the camera. I know already. She felt frustrated when no one was around, tempted to leave for training at Hesperus because progress was too slow. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. Captain, if it's too slow, I can take everyone out to level up. What do you think? She immediately jumped up and looked outside the door, seeing someone standing there. They called her name in unison, Liu. Liu nodded slightly. Sino ran up and asked, Liu, you're back, where's Brother Aki? She announced he went to find captain of the alcohol route and requested to cancel Hesperus' warrior status. Both of them were very confused. Cancel the warrior status. In the meeting room, Captain Jiwoo Root gritted his teeth, slammed his hand on the table and asked, cancel the status of this city. Captain Jiwoo Root sat beside Joel and Zago. He asked loudly, what exactly happened, Aki? Joel propped his chin on his hand and said, he went out to train for a bit and already disregards Hesperus. Aki laughed and waved his hand. No, Captain, you misunderstood. How could I ever be ungrateful? He continued to explain. I just want to do something different in the future, without dragging everyone and Hesperus into it. Zago sat cross-legged, calmly asked, dragging us and Hesperus into what? Aki explained, let me be clear. Canceling a city's status isn't a simple matter. Aki rubbed his head, replying to Zago, honestly, I don't even know how to explain. Nowadays, statements like that are considered a great betrayal. But in his mind, Aki was thinking, headache, I can't just say I've been reincarnated and want to overthrow the current king and new 6 halls. Aki frowned, saying, this is hard to explain, I don't even know how, but I hope everyone understands me. I just don't want to drag everyone into it. The three sat in silence, listening without saying a word. At this moment, Joel also crossed his legs, exclaiming, "The kid's obedient, a bit like I used to be." Zago made a surprised sound, questioning Joel's decision. "Hey, why so vague? You agreed already." Zago turned to Captain Jiwoo-root and urged, "You need to say something too. What if he does something dangerous?" Captain Jiwoo-root frowned, thinking, said nothing. Then he stood up, bracing his hand on the table, and said to Aki, "Aki, it's not that I don't trust you, I just feel uneasy. Here's the deal, if you can defeat the three of us, I'll agree. How's that?" Zago looked at Captain Jiwoo-root. She held her head helplessly. "Sigh, I guess I'll just follow you guys." Aki was flustered. Like that? I'm pretty strong now, or should we do it another way?" Captain Jiwoo-root was firm. "Consider this a test of your strength after going out. Who among the three of us do you want to train with?" Both Joel and Zago eagerly awaited Aki's answer, their aura flaring outward. Aki put his hands behind him. "All right then, for everyone's peace of mind, you all come too." All three agreed and prepared for the upcoming training. In the warriors' training room, Sinnoh is still pondering the words Toodaloo said about Aki wanting to leave Hesperus, not just as a warrior. He also wants to give up his status as a city warrior, right? He lowered his head, as if trying to draw a clear line with us. Tomo also asked Toodaloo if Aki had any burdens. Toodaloo looked down at the ground. He recalled that Aki didn't explain it to him clearly. She remembered the time on the road back, driving on the cracked road. The two of them were sitting in the car talking. Aki instructed, "I want to do something. It might be something that hasn't been permitted yet." He remembered his past, hands still focused on driving. Aki continued about something related to his past. "I want to challenge some higher powers, save an old friend. Therefore, to avoid involving others later on. This time, I came back with you to Hesperus to renounce my current warrior status." Toodaloo listened attentively to Aki. The wind blew and Toodaloo's hair flew back. She turned to Aki, puzzled. "Why suddenly like this? Does it really have to be renounced?" "Maybe we can help you." Aki firmly replied, "No, you can't." Toodaloo's eyes widened in surprise. Aki said, "Even if everyone knows and is willing to help, with the current strength, we can't help." Toodaloo still looked at Aki, confused by his words. She told Shiro and Tomo the story. Toodaloo blinked, confirming it was indeed like that. "As for the rest, I don't know either." Shiro and Toodaloo were silent. Tomo asked in confusion, "Does Aki think we are a burden?" Shiro placed his hand on his forehead, closing his eyes, and said, "Aki has always cared for his teammates since we met. He always saves people. I see many things worth learning from him. If he stubbornly wants to do this, there must be a reason. I trust him." Shiro clenched his fist, veins standing out on his knuckles and arm. But Zero seemed somewhat displeased. "The feeling of not being trusted really sucks. I can't accept it," Tomo asked Toodaloo. "Toodaloo, you're the one who hates admitting defeat the most. So this time, do you want to admit defeat?" Tomo winked at Toodaloo. "Not planning to. Are we going to regain some face together?" Zero said firmly, "Exactly. Captain, we are a 4-member team. We've never done a mission together. How can we disband now?" Toodaloo looked at the two of them. She felt touched. Everyone. Tomo smiled, holding up a photo of the 4 people still on the machine. She said, "That's right, the 4-person team can't be missing anyone." The 4-person photo. Toodaloo stood coldly behind, the 3 in front. Shiro with his arm around Aki, Tomo smiling brightly. Toodaloo parted her lips but said nothing, then she affirmed, "I didn't expect Aki to want to leave the team alone." Toodaloo turned, "Let's go, we need to find him." The 3 walked out to find Aki in the training room. He stood facing the 3, challenging them. Joel spoke. "As expected, after coming back from outside, your perspective has broadened, Aki." Joel stared at Aki, his mouth curling up. "Don't underestimate us. We are the guardians of Hesperus." Kyujiro bent down to stretch. Joel put his hand behind his neck casually, while Yoga rested his hand on his hip, chest pushed forward. Joel introduced the 3 guardians of Hesperus. Yoga disagreed. "That's so unprofessional. Is that the name you came up with?" Kyujiro agreed. "No one would choose such a weird name." Joel groaned. "Aizo, you two are so boring." Aki stood straight, hands behind his back, smiling. "Captains, sorry to trouble you. So how do we decide the winner?" Kyujiro confidently stood beside the others. "The key is to use all our power to defeat the opponent. Do you think we're enough this time?" A power source surrounded Kyujiro, his eyes glowing, his hand clenched into a fist, ready to strike. He said to Aki, "Aki, if you're stubborn about giving up your warrior status, consider this an assessment. Though I know you're a talented warrior, the time spent training here has definitely increased your strength. But to challenge all 3 of us at once, that's too arrogant, Aki." Aki winked. "All right, I'll remember the captain's advice." The energy core on Joel's chest lit up. He said, "Heth, young warrior, you're just too proud right now. Well, we'll teach you a lesson." The 3 of them charged at Aki. Yoga shouted, "If this is an assessment, even though Aki is your subordinate, you can't show any mercy." The 3 of them rushed forward. Kyujiro hoped everyone would fight seriously. "Let's see if he has the strength to act alone." Kyujiro stomped his foot hard, the ground cracked beneath him and said, "I'll take the lead." Sugar Road raised his fist high. His hand clenched tightly while Aki remained calm and stood still. A loud explosion echoed, and a blast of energy sent everything flying around them. Amidst the thick smoke, Aki's hand was blocking Sugar Road's trembling punch. Sugar Road didn't understand what was happening, why he was being held back like this. His hand was tightly gripped by Aki, and the smoke surrounded them. Aki stayed calm and said to the captain, "I told you all three of you should come up." Amidst the smoke, Aki still blocked Sugar Road's trembling punch. Why is this happening?" Sugar Road exclaimed, confused. He was held in place, Aki's hand gripping him tightly, surrounded by dense smoke. Aki remained calm as he had said to the captain. All three advanced together, the other two rushing forward in surprise that Sugar Road was being blocked by Aki. "Yoga, you blocked that blow from Road with one hand. Just how strong is that kid of yours?" The two stomped their feet together, cracking the ground beneath their power. Yoga unleashed core energy. Joel, Fly Up, combined forces, all three attack Aki. Aki reached behind, thinking it wasn't wise to face them head-on, and said, "Transformation." Immediately, all three felt uneasy as Aki hurled them back. A red demon appeared beneath his feet, his fist pulled back. Aki spoke, revealing sharp fangs, "Wood." Then he extended his hand towards the three. Giant tree branches pierced through the steel walls, aiming to knock them down. The branches struck the three's bodies, binding them to the wall. All three were shocked by Aki's attack. Aki stood below, controlling the branches that wrapped around them. Joel was tightly bound by the tree, gritting his teeth, saying, "No wonder the demon last time found you strange." "You are a demon." Aki stood calmly, his demonic appearance clearly visible. He spoke to all three. "I asked the captains to stay calm. I've shown my abilities. Please believe that I mean no harm. I will explain now." The branches gradually shortened. The three captains stood before Aki, listening to his explanation. Captain Sugar Road must still remember. "On this trip, Lou and I set off together to the Bonegard City." Sugar Road confirmed, "That's right. I followed you to ensure there was someone to accompany me." They found a small, bright white quartz, as Aki had said, containing elemental quartz. Due to a mistake in refining the quartz, they received a power beyond imagination. Aki, with his demonic appearance, raised his hand to explain. He remembered Lou also transformed, her face fierce. Horns grew out, her nails changed color like a demon. He added that Lou had received similar power at the same time. When controlling this power, both her and my appearance changed. Aki recalled that on the way back, he had warned Lou, and based on that, he explained their changes. Regarding the elemental quartz, they probably already knew, so this explanation seemed more reasonable. After all, it couldn't be said that they received demonic power. Lou also received the same power as you, so what is her strength now? Yoga asked in surprise. Aki answered, "Her abilities are not fully familiar yet, she still needs more practice. Currently her strength is about that of a 4th grade warrior." The three of them were stunned upon hearing this. "More practice is needed. Her current strength is around that of a 4th grade warrior." The three were shocked when they heard this. "It seems your abilities are much stronger than Lou's. What is your current strength?" Yoga questioned. Iki closed his eyes, focusing on controlling his power. The control orb floated up, and Iki returned to his normal form. He said, "In human form, it's about the strength of a 5th grade warrior." The three were astonished and speechless. Iki's eyes still glowed brightly, small flashes of light dancing. But using demonic power to control elemental thunder wasn't certain. This thought flashed through Iki's mind. Joel excitedly said, "I've heard of that elemental quartz. It requires strength to receive it and must be comprehended individually." Yoga said, "Maybe both of you have received your own respective creation. A 4th grade warrior, a 5th grade warrior becoming Hesperus, that's quite lucky." The two were happily chatting, then turned to see Sugar Road silent and asked, Road, why aren't you saying anything?" Sugar Road remained thoughtful. He looked at Sugar Road and called, "Captain Sugar Road." At that moment, Sugar Road responded, "It's nothing. I'm proud of both of you, but I suddenly remembered that many years ago, my younger brother was around your age." He reminisced about the past, when the castle was shrouded in thick darkness, with only faint red lights glowing like blood. He said that the city of Hesperos had once suffered a small-scale attack by demons. My younger brother was captured by the demons, and when they found him, he was already a corpse. At that moment, Kuk Ryudong held his brother tightly, crying amidst the rubble and the roaring sea of flames. A blood-red power gem appeared, and Kuk Ryudong continued. "From that moment on, I swore to become a warrior strong enough to protect those by my side." He reached behind him, looked at Iki seriously, and reminded him that as a warrior, the greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. After hearing the story, Iki fell silent. It turned out that Captain Kuk Ryudong had such a past. "Surely, when our squad was captured by the demons, I heard that Captain Kuk Ryudong searched for us like a madman. Maybe it was because he remembered his younger brother." Iki imagined Kuk Ryudong frantically running around looking for the squad members. Everywhere he went, he pushed himself to the point of almost losing control. Kuk Ryudong closed his eyes and focused, then said, "Although I don't know exactly why you want to abandon the identity of a warrior here, I see that you not only don't give in to this power, but are also very skilled in controlling and bearing the pressure." He looked at Aki with pride and said, "As your captain and Liu's, I am proud of both of you." Yoga turned to him, hesitating to speak. "Wait, what do you mean?" Before he could finish, Kuk Ryudong confirmed, I agree to let him give up the identity of a warrior." Aki widened his eyes in surprise. With his hands behind his back, Kuk Ryudong stood straight and solemn. "I believe this kid knows what he's doing, no need to ask further. They have their own choices and futures." Aki bowed and clasped his hands in respect. "Thank you, Captain Kuk Ryudong." The three of them stood outside the city, watching Aki's vehicle gradually disappear into the distance. Joga reached up to brush his hair, saying, "That kid actually left like that." The image of Aki from the past came to mind, a weak Aki who had collapsed many times before physical challenges, sometimes even fainting in the hands of the commander. She recalled, "Do you remember when he participated in the assessment in that weak state? It was really heartbreaking. What do you think? How far will he go this time?" The three of them stared into the distance. Joel smiled and said, "I don't know, but this kid, we really can't hold him back. Perhaps I shouldn't have said this. But that kid and the name Aki." In Joel's mind, a strong warrior image appeared. He continued, "Always reminding me of a great existence." Kuk Ryudong watched the vehicle grow smaller and smiled. Perhaps his future achievements could surpass that existence. Under the vast blue sky, Aki drove alone on the road to fulfill his own goals. While driving, Aki thought, "Next, I need to advance to the 6th core power level, so that the plan to rescue Dissao will be more secure. There seem to be more demons recently. I might try probing them. If I collect more core gems, it might make leveling up more promising." As he was driving, suddenly the trunk of the car made a noise. Aki wondered, is the trunk moving? A sudden punch made the trunk lid fly open, and Aki startled and shouted, "Ah, what the hell is that?" Inside the trunk were Liu, Tamo, and Shiro, panting heavily. Tamo exclaimed, I almost suffocated, I couldn't take it anymore." At this moment, Tamo and Shiro kept questioning Aki. Thankfully, Liu told us, "You actually wanted to leave the team alone, Aki, you're really a bad guy." Aki's lips trembled, speechless. Then he shouted, "When did you all get in the car?" After getting out of the car, the whole team gathered together. Aki spoke up. Captain Tsudu Liu's face showed embarrassment. She lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and said, "As the captain, you should respect the opinions of the team members." Aki interrupted, "But we already talked about this on the car." Tsudu Liu raised her voice, "I don't want you to leave." She suddenly stopped, acting like she didn't care, turning her face away. I don't want the team to break up like this. HMPH, you don't understand anything." Aki was stunned, a big question mark seemed to appear on his face. The two opposing extremes appeared in Tamo's frame, her voice full of reproach. "Snow and I were bored to death inside the city, and here you are. You and Liu went out for a trip, then came back wanting to leave the team." She put her hands on her hips, her eyes firm. "I absolutely do not agree." "I don't agree." Shiro raised his hand to explain. "He does have a point, Aki. If we're a squad, your matter is our matter." Tamo agreed. That's right, Liu wants to help too." Shiro continued, "If it's something dangerous, then you shouldn't act alone." Aki rubbed his head, his hair in disarray, and said, "I really don't know what to do with you guys." In his mind, Aki thought that what they said made sense. Since he was a member of the squad, he should inform them about the situation. But as for his revival, that was not something he could reveal. Whether other things are acceptable or not depends on them. Aki regains his composure. With serious expression, Aki says, "All right, maybe after hearing this, everyone will make their own choice." Aki continues, "My situation is not simple. If I involve everyone, I fear for your safety." He continues his story. After a brief discussion, everyone asks in surprise, "You want to rescue the one imprisoned by the new king, illusion image Deuce?" Aki calmly replies, "That's right, this is my secret." He closes his eyes, ponders, then explains, "Now everyone knows." Aki continues, "This is forbidden and yet you still intend to." Tamo interrupts, excitedly exclaiming, "This is so thrilling." Tamo says, "Let me join. Fight against the new king, rescue the former hero." Shino is also very excited, proudly continuing. Shino says, "As expected of Aki, even the secret is this big. Let's set everything else aside, I trust Aki." Suji-Lu approaches from afar, speaking, "I'll join too." Aki is hesitant, unsure how to handle it. Aki says, "Wait, the reactions of the three of you feel a little off. Did you really hear me?" Aki says, "This is about going against the new king." Shino proudly expresses his thought. Shino says, "We, the residents of Hellos, have always been loyal followers of the past king. In fact, it could be said that without that king, there would be no Hellos as it is now." Sujilu's gaze becomes solemn. She says seriously, my grandfather Tsujijai was a subordinate of the old 6-star. The image of a tall man flashes in Sujilu's mind. He must have been very important to her. Sujilu continues her story. The image of the land being built under the evening shadow makes her nostalgic for the past. It was all thanks to the guidance of the previous king. She and a few comrades helped build Hellos. Sujilu says, so I think my grandfather would agree with this action. Aki suddenly realizes something. Oh, Tsujijai. No wonder I kept feeling that Tsuji was a familiar surname. He remembers the first time he heard Tsujilu's name. Turns out it was that kid. Looking at Tsujilu, he immediately associates her with the brave warrior from before, fighting beside him. He still remembers when 6-star brought that kid to meet him, the nervous but honest look on his face. Time flies. Aki thinks for a moment and then makes a decision. All right, but if everyone wants to join, your current strength is still far from enough. He looks at everyone and considers. Aki says, if you want to help me, then I must take you to meet this person. The entire team looks sparkling with excitement, asking in unison, who is it? The scene changes and before them stands Violina. The old 6-star, the warrior of the 6-cluster 7 key. She stands with her arms crossed in front of them, confidently asking, do you want me to train them? The whole team stands frozen. Aki speaks, requesting assistance. That's right, sorry to trouble you. On my own, I'm afraid I won't have much impact. Sujilu, Tamo, and Shino are all astonished. Tamo thinks, I must take so many photos of Lena. Shino says, Aki, how does he know this divine existence? Shino continues, and he can even ask her to train us. Lena turns around, having accepted the request, and says, fine, but how much power I can increase in a short time? Lena says, isn't something I can decide. It depends on all of you. She turns to look at Aki, looking puzzled. Lena says, you intend to bring those 3. They have potential, but their current strength. She hesitates. As if anticipating Lena's thoughts, Aki explains, no choice after all, I'm still the team leader. Lena brushes her hair back with her hand, her face satisfied just like before. More and more people are serving under him, but he cannot leave them behind. Lena becomes even more curious. Lena asks, so you've fused that glass element already? Lena says, you've even researched the thunder element. It seems this body of yours may not be as strong as before, but it's still not disappointing. Aki points to himself, confidently saying, who am I? Aki says, I am Aki. In that moment, Lena's eyes shine. She is greatly surprised, smiling and thinking. Lena says, right, you are still you back then, the one who could do anything. The whole team looks at Aki and Lena, puzzled. What are they talking about? We can't hear clearly. But isn't Violina already very old? Shino wonders, and yet she looks no different from others her age. Sujilu looks at Lena, respectfully explaining it's the 6th cluster. She can restore her body, keeping it in a youthful state. This is something only she can do. Aki confidently steps toward the team. I want to become a 6-cluster warrior too. The target was clear. Before taking action, everyone must at least reach the strength of a 5-core warrior. Otherwise, going there would be nothing short of suicide. The entire squad immediately fell into panic. They had never dared to dream of the 5-core warrior level before. Aki turned his gaze toward Lena. He smiled and said, according to the plan, I leave them in your hands. I will level up myself. He calmly added, moreover, I need to find a way to help boost their strength by 1 tier. Lena smiled, her mind running through various strategies to get them to 5-core. It would truly be a considerable challenge. Lena tossed the round cloth, her eyes full of provocation toward Aki. Arrogantly, if you want to get stronger in a short time, you might have to use the training methods we once employed. It will be tough and exhausting. Can everyone handle it? No problem. The scene shifted to the main gate of Bright City. A large jeep shot out. Inside the vehicle was a strange figure, calculating how to acquire more elemental crystals and dual-core equipment, thinking it could create unimaginable results. Red Emperor appeared, also relying on you to merge that crystal, to lend me some strength at the right time. He leaned back leisurely, resting his feet on the door. The crystal you mentioned, I actually know a bit about it too. Aki drove the vehicle in loops, bright streaks flashing along its side, thanks also to the quartz you merged giving me some energy. Red Emperor stretched out on the seat. The quartz you mentioned, I also know a little. The jeep sped along, the wind whistling, yet Aki's voice was not drowned out. Why have you appeared already? I thought you wanted to sleep for a while. Ha, thanks for digesting that elemental quartz for me. That sudden energy gave me a bit of spirit, but still too weak. Recalling brutal and horrifying images, he added that the last time he helped me deal with that nuisance had drained the hard-earned mental energy. Having said that, he closed his eyes with a smile at Aki's puzzled expression. Well, you wouldn't understand what I'm saying anyway. I'm not scheming against you, the quartz you mentioned just now. If you search in that foolish way, I doubt you'll find a single one in a year. Red Emperor's words left Aki stunned. I can help you find a few with similar effects in a short time. Hearing this, Aki suddenly slammed the brakes. The jeep skidded to a halt, leaving long black streaks on the road. Suspicion flared. Aki asked, "You have a method? What is it? Why do you want to help me? What are you plotting?" The last question came out haltingly, as he saw the large figure curl up in a corner from the sudden stop. Red Emperor gritted his teeth. "Next time you brake hard, warn me first. Who told you not to wear a seatbelt?" Ignoring the reminder, he asked, "You once fought a dual-core demon, didn't you?" A familiar image flashed in Aki's mind. He looked at him. "Yes, that did happen. Seems like being inside me doesn't completely block outside information." Red Emperor crossed his arms. "It was just a dual-core demon, too low a level. Otherwise, you would already have a demon restoration core." In Aki's memory appeared a blood-red stone. He was still unsure. "What is a demon restoration core? Does it work like elemental quartz?" Red Emperor laughed loudly. "Haha, the effect is just as strong." In a teacher-like tone, he explained that ordinary demons evolve by devouring demons of the same or higher level. A clear illustration appeared, and a demon after awakening, that is a high-level demon, can only leap levels by merging with a rare demon restoration core. He thought a moment and continued, "You want to help 3 teammates increase their strength. For your human warriors, if you can refine this demon restoration core, there will be a chance to gain immense power. You said the demon you fought was too low level, so must it be a 6-phase demon? And how do you refine the demon restoration core? Just like I sense core energy and merge it." Red Emperor raised his hand, laughing. "Haha, at least a 6-phase dual-core demon. Only 6-phase or dual-core demons can have a demon restoration core in their body." Aki remained wary. "What are you really plotting? Why tell me this information? Are you planning to suddenly appear, seize the demon restoration core, and absorb the energy to control my mind?" He broke into a sweat, continuing to question, "Aren't you also a demon? Betraying your own clan, is that all right with you?" Red Emperor suddenly laughed loudly. "Haha, the 9 demon kings include me as well." His laughter echoed arrogantly, as if completely unconcerned by the questions just asked. He still stared, not letting his guard down. Red Emperor kept that smile, his eyes showing an unpredictable glint. "The other demons are just chaotic products of the ancient stone tablets," Ziki King pondered. "Sai, you fundamentally don't understand the situation of our dark insect. You don't understand. Moreover, you've underestimated me too much. Only the demon sealing stone comes close enough to make me desire it." Ziki King spoke mysteriously, his large hand gripping the chair beside him. Ziki King lunged toward the side. "Didn't I already tell you?" Ziki suddenly lunged forward, slightly surprised. "What are you doing?" A flash of light and Ziki King grabbed both of Aki's hands with one hand. Ziki King looked down at the person below him. "I told you, there's me inside your body and there's you in my heart. In this life, you are me and I am you." The two wrestled in the car. Ziki King said, "If you want to evolve, I will follow your wishes. If you evolve, I will evolve too. If you grow stronger, I will grow stronger." Ziki King's face became serious. "So don't doubt my goodwill, just evolve and level up in peace. Do you understand, Aki?" Gritting his teeth, drenched in sweat, "This is the power of King Ziki. Even if it's weak, it's enough to pin me down with one hand." Aki breathed heavily, showing off his firm 6-pack abs. "Get off me, you bastard." The feeling was almost nauseating. Ziki King sneered. Aki repeated, "Let go." Ziki King sighed and sat on the car's roof, biting his lips. Aki became serious. "So where should I go to find the double-core 6th stage demon?" "You don't know, these high-level demons come and go without a trace." Very mysterious, Ziki King's eyes lit up. "Tusk, tusk, tusk, humans, why is everyone so impatient? I can't help you find them to avoid attracting beings you can't handle. It's troublesome." The wind blew hard, making Ziki King's hair flutter, his voice warm. "I will give you a method. How to achieve your goal, that depends on you." Aki thought deeply, a double-core 6th stage demon, like a high-level demon. After thinking for a while, feeling a little bored, he said, "I get it. Though I don't like that place right now. Moreover, it's very dangerous to go there, but if what you said is true, then the risk is worth it." "Blue sky, white clouds," the voice of a young man echoed. "Hold on tight, we're leaving." Ziki King grumbled, "Where to?" The car started to move far away. Aki replied, "To the city of Shuguang." Ziki King remained silent for a moment. "What's with that seatbelt you mentioned?" The sky was getting dark and the car's lights appeared from afar. Aki stopped the car. "We're here, stopping here for now. It's just the blind spot of the city of Zhen." Aki sat in the car with his arms crossed. "So before you get the demon sealing stone, I won't show up. When I do, it will consume a lot of my energy." Aki coldly got out of the car. "Got it." Shiki King glanced, "I don't know your specific plans. But let me remind you, after you get the demon sealing stone, don't think of forcing your teammates to experience and refine it. That will only cause them to lose their sanity and die." Aki grumbled, "Nonsense." Suddenly he slipped and stopped, turned around, looking guilty as he scratched his head. "Hey, help me a bit." Shiki King unexpectedly hugged. "You two want to ask me for help, go ahead." Aki blushed, biting his finger. "Can you change my appearance?" This time, when I go to the city of Xuguang, I want to think of a way to join a few high-level demon hunting missions. I can't use my old image after all in the demon hunting competition. Oh, right, if possible, give me a new weapon. A large mirror appeared. The current greatsword still works, but it feels a bit weak. Ziki King proudly glowed, arms crossed, looking up at the sky. Ha, if you and I are indistinguishable now, this small matter is naturally no problem. Ziki King's body turned into a small beam, entering Aki's body, causing him to fly backward, his eyes turning completely white. The small Ziki King wrapped around Aki's hand, covering it. Ziki King's eyes inside Aki's body emitted a loud laugh as he looked at the new appearance. A sword appeared. This sword is for you to borrow. It's called the Crimson King's Wave. Aki looked at the new sword that appeared, surprised. Aki pulled up his hood, drew the sword. Thanks, you damn demon. His hand gripped the sword's hilt tightly. Good. Aki walked proudly with style, trying to join the demon hunting team. In the northwest, at the city of Xuguang, the army's commander appeared. Welcome the foreign warriors to register and join the assistance. This purging operation requires a rank no lower than 4 cores. If the demon hunt is successful, a huge reward will be given. Please, all foreign warriors, enter the training grounds in order. They discussed. I heard the team will be led by a strong warrior from Xuguang City. Who is it? They heard the announcement. Please proceed in order. Aki followed, thinking, there are all kinds of people coming to register, just like the demon hunting operation. The more people, the better. The leader arrived. He had a solid body, muscles bulging, and was in charge of the purging operation. The commander, Yan Yang, a red 6-core warrior, said, thank you all for assisting in the purging operation. I'm the one in charge of this purging operation. They followed the instructions. This time, the commander himself is leading the charge. It seems like a dangerous situation has arisen. According to rumors, Captain Ning Yang once faced a 5-horned demon and a 4-horned demon by himself. He severed the head of the 5-horned demon, an achievement that terrified many. 2 warriors from the city of Shengguang were known for their superior strength compared to other cities. They were top elites. Ning Yang said, this week, our squad is in charge of investigating the whereabouts of the demon. The warriors went missing in the decayed forest 3 kilometers north of Shengguang, and the entire 6-member squad has not returned. He also mentioned that the squad leader was Wu He, a longtime teammate of his with no weak skill. Other squad members were top-tier 4-horned warriors who had never encountered any incidents over the years. According to the latest news from the investigating squad, it's highly likely they encountered a demon with superior strength. At least a 5-horned demon, possibly a dual-horned demon or a high-level demon. In any case, it's a threat to the transportation around Shengguang. Ning Yang added, due to the lack of many warriors in the city, we will need support from foreign warriors. Aki thought silently. It could be a dual-horned demon, at least 5 horns, so it might be a 6-horned dual-horned demon. Coincidentally, the banner of the Snake King said that at least a 6-horned dual-horned demon would be needed to support the demon horn. Ning Yang also emphasized, though we are warriors and prepared to sacrifice when awakened, survival must recognize both death and killing intent. He said, I must eliminate the demons, and gave orders to everyone. He continued, all right, everyone knows the situation. If you agree to stay and help step forward, let's organize and leave immediately. Let's return before sunset. At the northwestern gate, the warriors donned their battle armor to protect the city. Before them were the citizens hoping for victory and peace, hoping that the squad would completely eliminate the demon. They shouted, let's go, wishing the squad success in exterminating the demons. Eliminate the demons. When they arrived, it was a scorching desert, and Ning Yang reminded them. The journey was about 3-4 kilometers, with many demons along the way. The warriors had to stay close to the squad. They had to remain silent. If they separated from the squad, they would be surrounded by demons, with catastrophic consequences. Aki thought the warning was not wrong. After leaving the city gate, the squad attracted the attention of demons. An arrogant warrior said, I tell you, Captain Ning Yang, don't treat us like rookies. Our squad has many strong warriors. If demons come, won't they just offer their lives? This angered Ning Yang, but he only sneered inwardly. But unexpectedly, that warrior was suddenly attacked through the heart and kidneys, leaving everyone in shock. The Sand Demon clan is a race that lives in the desert wasteland, often ambushing and attacking suddenly. They are yellowish in color and attack quickly in the sand, disappearing after their assault. The teammates shouted, Demon Clan, we've been ambushed. The warriors had to fight together, but it was difficult to catch them as they were skilled at hiding. The desert environment is the ideal stage for the Sand Demon Clan. Ning Yang was concerned. Behind the squad, the number of demons was nearing small-scale 3rd-horned level, so he shouted and continued to fight. He reminded warriors, don't fight alone. Form teams and fight with everything you've got. Everyone charged forward, fighting with all their might while maintaining high spirits. Ning Yang released hidden killing intent as he attacked, but only encountered a group of Sand Demon Clan 3rd horns. He enhanced his body through the system embedded in his body. He easily broke through the crowd and attacked each sand demon individually, never losing sight of them. The sense of victory made Ning Yang smirk wickedly, and the teammates cheered in response. One person shouted, "Captain, our squad is being scattered. This isn't good. Gather up." He replied, "If the squad scatters, they will die one by one. Some warriors have already been separated. If they can be saved, save them. If not, we can only hope for luck." The demons were getting more dangerous as they fought, easily harming the warriors. But a key appeared, creating red fire to push the demons back. The teammates realized that the black-haired, yellow-skinned guy appeared like a savior, even though he accidentally broke something. The key instructed, "Hurry up and stick with the squad, stop standing there." They asked, "What about you? Aren't you coming with us?" The squad was getting farther away. He just smiled lightly. "The Sand Demon clan is getting stronger, let's go. There's no time to worry about others." Then he activated the destruction mode to wipe out everything in his line of sight. Acting alone was much more convenient. As the squad got farther away, the Sand Demon clan became denser, and Iki focused on exterminating them effectively. He activated the destruction mode, destroying everything in sight, and acting alone was much easier and more convenient. At that moment, the entire team focused their efforts on counterattacking and fighting the demons. They were rescued by Enhim Duong. He said, "Stick close to the formation, don't fall behind." The group panicked. "Captain," a soldier reported. "Captain, the team is fully assembled." He replied, "Good." A noise came from behind. "Captain Enhim Duong, a lost warrior, has returned." Enhim Duong immediately went to meet them. "You were the most scattered group. Is anyone else?" They answered, "Yes, a foreign warrior saved us. To block our retreat, he stayed behind to face the remaining demons alone." Hearing this, he was astonished. "Stayed behind alone? That's foolish. Why not retreat with everyone else?" The soldier said, "Brave, yes, but that's exactly what an inexperienced warrior does, walking straight into death. But this ambush is massive. If he stays alone, he'll face more than 10 desert demons. I advised him to retreat with us, but he didn't turn back, just said one line and went straight ahead." Enhim Duong asked, "Hung, what did he say?" The soldier replied, "It seemed like I'm more efficient alone." The man behind sneered, "Ha, truly reckless. If he comes back in one piece, it'll be a miracle." Even so, Enhim Duong's intuition warned him that facing more than a dozen demons, even he would struggle to come out unscathed. He said if he hadn't stayed to distract the demons, our losses would have been worse. He ordered, "Alive or dead, he's still our warrior. Let's check it out. There may still be scattered demons. Be ready to fight anytime." So the group moved forward. "Captain, ahead is a strong wind zone." Visibility was limited, so everyone had to stay alert. At that moment, our team was being chased the farthest by the desert demons. The swirling sandstorm made us even more vulnerable. Before them raged a fierce sandstorm, difficult to penetrate the demon territory deep inside. A teammate shouted, "Ah, Captain, demons incoming," Enhim Duong said. "Everyone prepare for battle." Through the dusty haze appeared a key with a sword on his back, exuding a cold and mysterious aura. Seeing him, Enhim Duong couldn't believe his eyes. A teammate pointed, "It's him. The one who stayed behind is him." He saw everyone and spoke, "Hung, why is the team here? I thought you had moved on. I was going to catch up." Enhim Duong observed him. The aura emanating from him was extremely dangerous, unclear if it was due to demon blood on him. A teammate asked, "Are you okay? I heard you stayed behind. Where are the remaining desert demons? Weren't there more than 10? He thought silently, "Demons? I've killed them all." Only scattered demon skeletons remained on the desert floor. That revelation stunned the team. "You defeated over 10 desert demons alone. What rank have you reached?" "Impossible." "Captain, this guy is unusual. If he weren't higher ranked than the captain, how could he take on a whole pack of demons alone? I, Akidep, am a 5 Halo fighter, as you know, even though my current potential strength. My strength exceeds that of typical 5 Halo or 6 Halo warriors, and even facing a 7 Halo warrior would be no problem, but I'm being honest here." Upon hearing this, everyone saw me as equal to a 5 Halo. Generally not bad, but even Enhim Duong did not expect this. "Didn't expect you to be just a 5 Halo. Even though I'm a 6 Halo, facing more than 10 desert demons alone is still quite difficult." "How did you manage it?" Iki calmly replied. "I simply excel at flexible combat. I avoid them, gather them together, and then take them out one by one. Doubting me is useless. I was prepared. They were surprised, so that's how it was. Fighting by constantly moving, facing them one by one to avoid being surrounded. Truly a talented warrior." Then Enhim Duong said, "Young foreign warrior, you did well. Thanks to you, the formation was able to regroup in time. All right, everyone shift direction, continue advancing." They moved forward, "Captain. We've finally reached the place where the exploration team disappeared." He asked, "The map only shows 2 entrances, right?" "There are 3 entrances. They went deeper into the decaying forest." The soldier replied, "Captain, if we explore each entrance, we won't have enough time. This forest isn't too large, but it's not small either. We also need to search for people, so it will take more time than usual. The team's size is only enough for 2 entrances, based on the fighting strength of the team. I suggest splitting the team into 2 groups, ensuring combat strength, but no more splits than that. Enhim Duong was hesitant. I understand that splitting into 2 teams is the safest, but there's still one more entrance. What if the exploration team is there? While everyone was confused, Aki said, "Let me scout the remaining entrance alone." He seemed determined with this choice. He went alone. A terrifying scream came from the forest. Everyone in front was panicking. "Captain, this sound doesn't feel right. Time is tight. We need to immediately organize the team to enter and investigate." The person next to him continued, "From my experience, this sound. There might be more than just 5 halo demons inside." Aki approached from behind. "Captain, do you know the size of this forest?" The other person asked, "Why are you asking?" "Follow orders," the captain interrupted, his gaze firm. "I don't know the exact size. I didn't measure it precisely. One of the tasks of this scouting team is to measure the forest's area. Normally, a scouting team of 10 people needs 3-4 hours to finish." He lowered his head, his hair covering his eyes. With the current number of people, 3 entrances wouldn't be enough. He gestured with his finger to indicate his idea. "If I scout one of the entrances alone, I'll make it back before sunset." He looked confident. "If I didn't have this ability, anything uncertain wouldn't affect the progress of the 2 other teams." "What do you think?" From a distance, someone mocked. Probably just showing off after performing well earlier." Someone agreed. "Captain, this kid's words sound arrogant, but he's also somewhat right." The captain silently agreed. "Who says it's wrong? Besides, with the previous situation, who wouldn't know if what he said was true or not?" 2 more scouting teams appeared behind Aki. "Captain Enhim Duong, so if we split the teams, some of my brothers must be in the same team." The whole group became noisy. "If that's the case, I have an idea. Don't group me with those self-righteous hunters. Look down on the hunters. You guys are a bunch of lone beggars with no team of your own." Before he could take it back, someone jumped in. "Any problem with independent soldiers?" They disagreed, getting ready to fight. "You think I won't beat you? Come at me." Aki looked on helplessly at the scene before him, powerless just like before. The chaos of the foreign warriors was uncontrollable. Enhim Duong was annoyed. "If you want to fight, wait until the mission is over and then come back to fight. Right now in the team, you must follow orders." The captain's voice was stern. "If you really want to fight, I'll be your opponent." Everyone fell silent. Enhim Duong organized his thoughts. After all, they are foreign warriors. Discipline eventually showed. In conclusion, quickly find the scouting team and return. The longer we delay, the more problems will arise later. He agreed with Aki. "All right, but I'll remind you, kid, you're acting alone. If anything dangerous happens, no one will help you." He glanced sideways at the captain. "I know, maybe I'll finish scouting before those guys." The noise continued from behind, the brat still acting high and mighty despite performing well earlier. Although this situation is quite dangerous, he still decided to continue with the mission because in this area, there is at least one level 5 demon, and Enhim Duong has already prepared himself mentally. "All right, let's see who completes the mission first." He divided the tasks very clearly, and there has been a change in the extermination mission. After considering the demon's rank, the rescue mission will be handled by the reconnaissance team. The remaining team members are divided into 2 groups. They prepare to enter with the energy from the forest growing stronger. Everyone is in a ready stance. Aki is the first to step in. He walks slowly, with everything clearly visible before his eyes from the high branches above. A creature is lurking, ready to pounce and attack him. Aki remains calm, as if he had anticipated everything. He draws his sword and strikes hard at the creature. Immediately, greenish liquid splatters everywhere from its body. Aki's expression softens, filled with heroism. From deep within the forest, thousands of red dots light up like eyes watching him. The demon falls to the ground, motionless. Aki turns around, scanning the area, looking toward the vast open space. "Surely you will group up. You won't be able to hold back when facing the enemy alone, right?" He chuckles softly, full of self-satisfaction. But the reason he goes alone is so he can unleash his power without any concern. Having said that, he unleashes the demon's power. Aki's eyes grow deep, and 2 red horns appear on his forehead. His power surges and he stomps the ground, causing cracks to appear. "Come at me, I will kill until the strongest among you shows up." Aki's voice is full of power, brimming with energy. He moves toward the lower-level demons. They rush out from the forest, around 1,000 of them, and the scene shifts to the squadron. Although 3 days have passed in the thick forest filled with light, darkness still prevails. The guide leads ahead with a flashlight. His voice is full of worry and the silence is terrifying. He glances around, whispering, "Stay alert in all directions, never let your guard down. As long as our team stays united, the demons won't be foolish enough to attack. There should be no major issues." The people behind mutter, "Do you think the arrogant one is dead yet?" Aha, even if he's not dead, the demons will hunt him down until there's nothing left. Ha ha ha. The guide shines the flashlight on someone's figure. SHH, be quiet, look over there, what is that? The figure and silhouette are familiar and he quickly recognizes it. That's the uniform of one of our reconnaissance team members. He is surprised and incredibly happy. Lucky for us, our team found them. The whole team behind him rejoices. Ha ha ha, we didn't expect to find it first. It's not in vain. Does this mean we'll get a reward? Ha ha ha. He quickly grabs the flashlight and runs toward the figure, eager and delighted. Brother, are you from the reconnaissance team? We came here to find you. Where are the others? Where's the team leader? Brother, are you all right? Come with us. The figure in front of him remains motionless, emitting a sound like grinding teeth. He doesn't understand what's happening, so without hesitation, he shines the flashlight on the body. Brother, what are you digging? It seems he realizes something, and his eyes show clear shock and fear. A demon is eating the body in front of him, the same teammate he just saw. He jumps back in shock, dropping the flashlight and shouting loudly. The demon moves closer, its voice threatening. Its voice is bizarre. The one just now has already been eaten completely. The whole team behind him is terrified, their voices weak. Six-core dual-core heart. The demon growls, blue six-core heart. Its eyes glow and there are two different colored cores on its head. It is a six-core dual heart demon. The six-core dual heart demon grins wickedly. Its mouth is full of blood with two fangs ready to fight directed at those in front of it. You arrived just in time. A red light shines from its left eye and its mouth gives off a terrible stench, as if it has already discovered its opponents. The demon's purple-blue core, two six-core cores. Outside the dark forest, between the large trees, a voice echoes back, six-core core. It's a two-core, six-core demon. The green-haired guy looks in fear at what's before him. It is a demon with a dark, shadowy face and red, bloodshot eyes. He is holding something in his hand. He quickly makes a panicked sound. The situation is becoming dangerous. He quickly informs team leader Enhim Duan. He hears the message from his teammate and quickly presses a button on the device he is holding. A signal flare shoots into the sky in the dark forest. A bright flash of light erupts from the device he's holding when he receives the alert from his teammate. However, right beneath where the demon was sitting, there was a figure exactly like a human kneeling, completely shrouded in darkness. A brilliant blue light radiated, illuminating a small patch in the forest, while the area behind remained unchanged. But in front, the demon's lower body completely blocked the view, making it impossible to see the kneeling figure. Only their shoes were visible. The light was so blinding that the demon, in pain and discomfort, had to shut its eyes tightly and screamed, "Too bright, I don't like it." At this moment, a red-haired person kneeling became clearer, looking strange as their entire body was covered in solid black. The demon's silhouette disappeared, and behind him, a quick flash of light streaked. The blue light shot upward at an incredible speed, and suddenly, two hands with three long, sharp fingers snatched it. It turned out the dual-core demon had leapt up, reaching out to grab the light, eyes red and teeth bared, wincing in extreme pain as the light shone directly on it. It resolved to crush the light. Everyone looked up with him, astonished and horrified. He clenched his teeth and looked up at what the demon intended to do, face full of fear and eyes wide in disbelief. What the hell? At that speed, a few of his teammates ran up to him, looked at the demon and exclaimed, "I didn't expect it to catch a signal flare with bare hands." He looked terrified, planted his hands on the ground, shouting warnings, "Don't freeze, run." Then, in a ready stance, he glanced over. No match for it, quickly regroup with Captain Enhim Duan. Pierce through and retreat first. As he finished, something slid across the branches, making him look up. The demon landed on a branch, looking down at the two people below through the gloomy atmosphere. The two below looked around the forest with faint purple lights in fear. The demon stared at them, voice eerie, eyes flashing purple, teeth bared in a sinister smile. "You won't escape." The dual-core demon bared sharp fangs, licking its upper lip as if in intense desire. Please subscribe to our channel to support us. Please subscribe to our channel to support us. Sword sliced through the air and at the girl's feet lay a body just finished in battle. He observed and muttered, "Something's not right." The man silently turned and walked away. The ground was littered with monster corpses after the fight. The girl's teammate cautiously said, "This decayed forest isn't large, but since we entered we haven't heard a sound as if isolated." The girl, still engaged in combat, didn't notice the oddity, replying, "Huh, really, I find it normal." Saying that, she turned back to continue fighting, thinking that having a commander made coordination with external fighters very smooth. They then delivered finishing moves, progressing quite well, though it was unclear what the stubborn one who wanted to act alone was up to. He appeared with cold eyes, warrior-like. A flash of light and loud noise erupted behind him, startling him. He turned to see the ground filled with demon corpses, but the two red-haired and blonde allies were collapsed. Suddenly the girl behind spoke and gradually revealed herself. "Are you the leader of the Haji?" He spun around, extremely alert. The girl slowly transformed into a demon. Half her face remained human, the other half monstrous, smiling wickedly in delight. The demon, eyes blazing red, asked with pleasure, "Do you enjoy this view?" Then added, "Next is your turn." He swung his sword forcefully at it, "Die for me." While he fought the fierce demon with all his strength, from behind it, a person in black holding a red sword charged. The clash of blades created a deafening sound. Strange. Half the forest was dyed red, the other half blue. He widened his eyes in shock. "It's you." It was Aki, sharp-eyed, the red sword in hand, exuding commanding allure. He angrily scolded, pointing his sword at the demon. "Why protect it?" Yet Aki remained calm in response. "Stay calm, Captain Enhim Duong." The charge helped dissipate some of the fog. By now he had caught the sword. The girl had returned to normal, no longer a demon, holding her sword defensively. He said, "Look, the one you wanted to strike is a demon." He froze, looking back. Then everyone, he turned to the teammates behind. Each leaned against a tree, clutching wounded comrades, screaming in pain. He realized everyone had been tricked by the demon's illusion. He snapped and continued. "This place has a purple core demon affecting human minds." Aki pondered, hands on his knees. "Yes, and it's much stronger than normal purple core demons." He glanced at the blonde boy clutching his shoulder in pain. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have cut his teammate in half. The boy shouted in horror, Captain, just now I saw everyone was already dead. A demon wielding your weapons swung at me." In the silent night forest, everyone stood frozen. He spoke, "It seems everyone will see their worst illusion. Confusion in the mind can make humans massacre each other if driven by ambition." He ordered everyone to assemble. All had to listen and report their possession status. He was about to leave but turned back, seeing you standing still, staring at a spot, and asked, "How did you notice that? Didn't you have another path?" "Luckily you appeared just in time, or I might have killed." You turned your back, holding a red sword radiating immense power. "Fortunately, my body possesses an ability that nullifies enchantments." The flames surrounded you. The red energy and elemental assault created a strong defense, preventing me from being breached despite the attack. You carefully held the sword behind you, wary of the demon above, preparing to leap down and fight. Your red sword swept through the demons. Even though you kept killing them, they never ended, and you realized something. I realized that no matter how many I killed, it wouldn't stop. Then I noticed a loophole caused by the fog's trick. This fog creates illusions that people don't notice, causing disorientation in the area. He turned to you in black clothes, holding the red sword. "What exactly is your power? I didn't expect you could resist enchantments." "Are you really a 5th-class warrior?" You said. "I'm willing to help, but everything of mine." "Don't ask, Captain Enhim Duong, I am not your warrior." "Perhaps this demon is the 6th-class dual-core demon I need." His face flushed red. A loud scream echoed through the forest. "Captain Enhim Duong, save me." Everyone searched around, trying to locate the source of the voice. Bright Eyes quickly called out to others, signaling that this was another squad. All warriors followed me. The warriors, and he hurriedly flew off, but Aki remained, holding the red sword, observing everyone. The 6th-class dual-core demon pressed the young man down, causing him pain. He gripped the demon's hands tightly. Unexpectedly, there was someone immune to enchantments. Fascinating. The ability that just activated is even more special. The 6th-class dual-core demon gritted its teeth, its red eyes gleaming with delight. In the night forest, among the towering trees, he was pinned down by the demon sitting on him, unable to resist. "Who exactly are you?" Iki's eyes saddened, thinking, the purple 6th-class core demon is no simple foe. If so, Ella will fall into its trap. You turned and ran, unable to abandon them, tiptoeing swiftly forward with your teammates, adapting to the situation. The teammates rushed toward their allies. Many warriors had already fallen here, and the guiding light weakened. Keeping close to the squad, this was no ordinary demon. He looked ahead, eyes wide in shock as everyone followed the call of their teammates, shouting loudly. Veins in his eyes bulged in disbelief. He slowly said, That's. Looking up, he saw members of the other squad unconscious, hanging from tree branches. He pointed and shouted, the squad, the captain is from another team, they're all dead. Aki stared at him coldly. The warriors, firm in mind and remembering Aki's words, said to him, Don't do that, stay calm. Everyone forgot this demon is a core star. Surely the enchantment disrupted our mind. Calm down, it hasn't fought yet and already lost. Then we can act. Aki calmly approached him. This is real. Move forward, this is truly another squad. He looked at you in surprise. Suddenly, a demon appeared. Eyes rolled white, tongue out, saliva dripping. Everyone stayed alert, drawing swords in defense. The demon approached. In the silence, a man's voice just finished fighting, mouth bloody, weakly called out. Squad captain, save me. He looked at the young man, slightly panicked. Save me. Enhim Duong rejoiced. Quick, rescue them. Not dead yet, his teammates hurried over. Yes, but as the teammates approached, Aki swung the sword past them, then set it down. His face showed slight surprise at Aki's action. The teammates gasped and fell backward. The warriors yelled angrily. You, what are you doing? He frowned, eyes shining. Everyone looked closely. The captain is the one who just screamed for help, now trapped between the dual-core 6th-class demon's legs. One of the demon's hands clutched him, the other pulled his head back. It hid behind him with a cunning laugh, slowly revealing its face, arousing curiosity. Unbelievable that someone discovered my existence. Truly strange, my techniques cannot affect you. Then these corpses are worthless. A beam of light shoots up from the ground, everyone is alert and fearful. He is furious at this situation. Damn monster, suddenly a huge red light beams down from the tree trunk. He swings his sword ready to fight. With furious expression, he swings the sword down at the monster, shouting, die. A powerful strike cracks the ground. The sound echoes through the forest with a blazing red light. The forest is partially destroyed, smoke rising high. The previously tree-filled area is now chopped down, leaving only debris. Dust fills the air. Amid the quiet forest, a young man speaks. Did it work? After a few seconds of silence, another voice comes from a different branch. Oh my, humans are so crude. He flinches at the voice. Both turn around and are shocked to see the demon still alive. The monster sits on a branch with a smug look, adding, but you are still weak. Little warrior, green core. He is furious, face darkening. Tried everything but still couldn't kill the demon. They just fight until someone gets hurt. Green, red, yellow, and leaf green lights shine down on the ground, illuminating part of the area. Wait, he hears him say, looking awkward. He thinks silently, this demon is very strong. Damn, too many people can't stop them in time. Their anger has clouded their minds. Everyone attacks the demon still calmly sitting on the branch. The monster's eyes flare red with a wicked smile, as if challenging them. Then let's play a game. The red sword pierces the monster. He is shocked, red eyes flashing, slicing through the smoke. He lands, shielding his eyes with his hand. Surrounded by purple smoke, but the demon disappears without a trace. Someone shouts, the demon vanished. The demon disappeared into the smoke. Quickly, find the song core heart demon. A dazzling white light shoots from behind. The young man turns to look. At this moment, he sees Aki with the demon's white aura. Half of Aki's body transforms into the demon. He shouts, damn it! Aki's body gradually turns into the song core heart demon. The demon's face turns dark, forming a terrifying smile. The young man points at Aki and yells. Everyone looks where he points. The demon is over there. He stands still, everyone looking at him. Aki realizes he is no longer himself. Now the demon making everyone fail to recognize him. Now in everyone's eyes, Aki is just a demon. So that's it. I'm immune to the demon's illusions, but from the start, they were mentally disrupted. They've been deceived. The illusions made them mistake me for the demon, while the demon sits above, watching and exploiting the opportunity. The demon sits on the purple smoke, legs crossed, looking down at him with amusement. Behind it is a large purple eye. Below, his teammates are psychologically manipulated by the demon, ready to swing their swords at him. But he does not flee, standing still with the red sword, watching everyone. Above, the demon sits, its purple eye watching its opponents about to harm each other. Haha, interesting. Enhim Yang and Aki advance, facing life-or-death combat. Demon die. Aki glares in anger. Captain Enhim Yang didn't expect to fight him. From above, the demon blankets the area below with red light. The demon laughs excitedly. It's been a long time since such a spectacular massacre. Aki is extremely furious, feeling mocked. You think this is a game? Fine, let's see the true power of the thunder attribute. A red energy blast strikes the demon, but it hurriedly attacks the two others. This demon didn't expect to block Captain Enhim Yang's red core attack. Aki transforms into the Thunder King. If the thunder attribute can counter the demon's power, then the Thunder King uses the power from the glowing sword. Enhim Yang roars in anger, charging again to avenge the other warriors. The Thunder King dashes with sword power. Captain, I'll have to trouble you with a short break. Energy from the Thunder King's sword spreads, pushing the soldiers away. Enhim Yang is shocked. Another thunder attribute. What is this power? Not only a massive demon power, but also makes me extremely uneasy. The Thunder King stands among those lying on the ground. As predicted, by adjusting the intensity of my special thunder attribute, I can erase their negative states, including the demon's illusions. Thus he can now remove all negativity in them, including the demon's influence. King Shiki looked up at the purple eye, the demon still hovering in the sky. The demon was also shocked by what had just happened. The thunder had broken the enchantment, and now it was unclear what he planned to do. The Crimson King shouted from below. Aki's voice carried a bolt of lightning. The demon in the sky began to lose balance. His voice unexpectedly carried the destructive power of thunder. The giant purple eye began to crack and eventually shattered, and the demon fell. The demon attacked the Crimson King from behind, shouting, "Die, human soldier." The Crimson King turned around, his eyes glowing red. "Either you die." He swung his sword at the demon. The demon was sent flying backward. Luckily, he acted in time, but it struck us first. The Crimson King carried his sword on his shoulder and moved closer to the demon. Indeed, it's a 6-core demon with 2 cores. This was certainly worth the effort. Not only does he possess the strange power of the thunder element, but he shows no fear or tension when facing me. On the contrary, he seems quite interested, as if he were the demon and I were the prey. The Crimson King jumped up and charged at the demon, who stood dazed. The ground around him was torn open by a large hole, but the demon was not hit. The demon swiftly dodged his attack. The demon began to summon its power. A group of demons appeared, surrounding the Crimson King and attacking him. Summoning multiple demons was not just a simple enchantment. The Crimson King attacked each one in turn. From all sides, the demons taunted him one by one. It was a combination of the enchantment and the flexible movement of the 2 cores, but there was only one entity. The Crimson King's sharp eyes slowly observed the actions of each demon. Suddenly he spoke. "It's you, isn't it?" He quickly drew his sword and struck at the demon. The summoned demons began to disappear. "This one's power is indeed my nemesis. My techniques are completely ineffective against him." A light appeared above the demon's head. The Crimson King charged down from above, swinging his gleaming sword at the demon's head. "Offer your core's soul energy to me." The scene shifted to Guangcheng Manor, with thunder streaking across the darkened sky. Tu Duoliu stood high above, looking down at the towering buildings. She gently bit her lip, not saying a word, but soon after a piercing scream rang out. It was Tomo. Liu pulled her hand back after striking out with her palm. Tomo slowly sat up. She looked up at the person next to her and softly spoke. "Liu, what are you doing?" In response, a casual voice replied, "Nothing, I'm just sensing Anne's aura." As she spoke, Tu Duoliu moved forward. Tomo asked in surprise, is that it?" She continued to wonder, "Is that the thunder? Why is that?" Before Liu could answer, they heard Sino's voice. He tilted his head and asked, "What are you guys looking at?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tomo quickly pointed at the flickering lightning. "We're looking at it." The 3 of them sat down, looking thoughtful. That's Manhwa," Tomo replied. "I don't know either." Liu said that you can sense Anne's aura there. Hearing this, Sino immediately countered, "What are you talking about? Isn't that just thunder? There's probably a storm over there." Before they could argue further, a loud scream suddenly came from behind, startling them all. "What are you 3 doing standing there?" Win stepped forward with a dark expression, walking toward them. As she got closer, she yelled directly at the 3 of them. "If you don't get stronger before Anne returns, you'll just be a burden to Anne." After saying that, she recalled Anne's instructions before leaving. "Before I return, you must strengthen these 3. I need them to be strong." Anne's face slowly became clearer, along with his heartfelt request, "Please, Lena." At that moment, she thought to herself, "I must complete Anne's request at all costs, as long as you can return safely." When Lena continued shouting, her tone becoming more fierce. "Keep fighting for me. Now I'm going up. This time you have to withstand my attack for 10 seconds. As soon as she finished, Tomo sighed at the difficult task. 10 seconds. We barely survived 5 seconds earlier. At this moment elsewhere, King Shiki continued to hunt the 6-core demon. The demon showed no hesitation in unleashing its fury. "Damn it, only I can strike from behind." Before he could finish, the Crimson King swung his sword forward. He grinned with delight. "Faster than lightning, Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Why are you so stupid, 6-core demon?" Now the demon began to tremble with fear. Why do I sense such deep, unfathomable presence from him? Is he really just a human warrior? Facing the overwhelming presence of the Crimson King, the 6-core demon seemed to falter. Swiftly, a sharp sword carrying a chilling cold pierced the demon's body. In the act, he said, "Stop here, demon is dying." The demon Luki barely blocked the sword in front of him, shouting in rage, "Damn it, because of your bizarre lightning. My dual core cannot unleash even half of their power," he continued to threaten, "but do not presume to claim them either." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon's dual cores emitted a strange light. He prepared to explode himself. His eyes shone with a bizarre light, but his plan failed. Ziki Wang threw him high with a sword. Ziki Wang smirked. "Want to explode yourself? Let me help," and summoned the lightning control. Soon after, beams appeared in the sky. The beams kept shooting down on Luki's body. He screamed in agony. Are you human or demon?" Ziki Wang didn't answer, just calmly said, "A warrior." His body exploded, smoke rising endlessly. Finally, the dual cores appeared, slowly falling into Ziki Wang's hand. He held the cores tightly, then slowly released them, thinking, "Is this the demon suppression core?" The sky gradually darkened. Tonight's moon was full and bright. In the forest, an unconscious figure leaned against a tree. Nian Yang slowly opened his eyes, let out a cry, then held his head wondering, "Am I in a coma? Since when?" He looked around and saw others also unconscious like him. He thought, "Everyone is here. Are they all unconscious too?" His chaotic thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. Captain, you're awake. He responded with surprise, it's you. He looked like he just woke up, one hand on the ground, slightly leaning against the tree behind him. Nian Yang intended to grab his sword and charge forward. While moving, he asked, is it night already? So where's the dual-core demon? Killed already and all surrounding demons are dealt with, rest assured. Nian Yang paused at Aki's response. He took the water bottle that Aki handed over and said, calm face, Captain, drink some water. Aki said he had handled the dual-core demon alone. Nian Yang asked in shock, you handled it alone. Aki leaned against a big tree, sword beside him. We did our best. He was surprised, that's a level 16 dual-core demon. What exactly is your strength? Aki lazily stood up. Let's just say I happen to have the ability to counter this demon. The important thing is everyone survived. Right, I'll go check if any demons remain. It's already midnight. You should rest a bit more with the others. Hearing this, Nian Yang looked around. Everyone is lying scattered on the ground, probably not awake yet. He explained, this demon's illusions are really hard to guard against. Even I was subconsciously invaded. A dual-core demon of this level is considered top tier in combat. Two cores are different, their power is not just double. Aki encouraged, you woke up so quickly, that's already strong. But Nian Yang sighed, I'm a powerful 6-core warrior. Top combat force of Shuguang City, yet this demon underestimated me. I couldn't unleash full power. Frustrating, he frowned, as the one in charge of the city purge, also as the captain. Because you saved us, I won't question your identity further. But as a warrior, I can't overlook this. Nian Yang clenched his fist. I'm extremely curious. I, a 6-core warrior. And you, an outsider warrior, can single-handedly defeat a level 6 dual-core demon. Who's stronger? Who's weaker? He proposed, let us have a duel so I can witness your true strength. Aki firmly refused. No need. Captain, I believe your true strength is certainly not lacking. This time, the special situation and lack of information about the demon misled you. Before he finished, Nian Yang interrupted. Don't refuse, consider it my extreme curiosity about your power. He pointed his sword at him, please duel with me. Aki silently assessed, aggressive and competitive nature makes sense. If a warrior lacks these traits, how can they be strong? Then he revised his words. I don't mind, there's a nearby open area. The moonlight shone brightly, illuminating every corner of the forest. They moved to the nearby clearing. Nian Yang began moving. He entered a combat-ready stance and said, don't hold back, if you are truly strong, let me see it. Aki responded. I used to be as aggressive as you, so I'll take this duel seriously. You draw your sword from your back and prepare to strike. I feel satisfied, truly amazing. Like a gust of wind, he lunges at Aki and executes a brutal strike. The red blade appears repeatedly, but then I can't see him anywhere. I look around but see no one, only traces of the recent attack. I glance upwards. A dark figure jumps down from above, aiming to strike me. I react quickly, only to realize he's behind me. I raise my sword to block Aki's. He does something unusual, stepping on my hand. A huge explosion occurs. Dust fills the air. Aki takes my weapon, suddenly speaking, you've lost. Aki is pinning me down. No matter how many times I try, I'll find an opening to counterattack and reclaim my weapon the moment I strike. A cold, emotionless gaze, wanna try again. I tremble slightly, he's right. No matter how I prepare, I lose my weapon. This is the strategy of real strength, his power. The pressure from him, I've only felt this from the Xin Liu Hao family. Like he reaches out to help me up, come on. His expression softens slightly, come here. I'm still dazed. This feeling is completely different from before or with Xin Liu Hao. Even like a refined elder. Sometimes cold, sometimes warm. He smiles and I silently conclude, truly a mysterious warrior. I shake Aki's hand and cheerfully say, fine, I admit defeat. After a moment, I rub my arm and can't help but ask, with your strength, why join a temporary team like this? You're certainly not a regular 5-star warrior. You might even be the strongest I've ever met, second only to Xin Liu Hao. Aki frowns slightly. He mumbles, Xin Liu Hao second to them. I continue. A 7-star warrior is the pinnacle. The gap between 6-star and 1-star may be even larger than between 1-star and 6-star. The strength of Tan Luke Hao is beyond the comparison of warriors like me, who are 6-petal. No one has ever witnessed their full power. I heard that one of them single-handedly infiltrated a place called the Ancient King Card and returned safely. This is truly unimaginable. Aki unexpectedly entered the Ancient King Card. What exactly did they do? Remember, that was the Ancient King Card, the place where you faced so many difficulties. He grew serious. No, they're still hiding something. Enhim Duong pulled him back to reality. It's almost dawn. The other warriors will probably wake up soon. Will you return with us to Thuk Quang City? Aki calmly responded, Yes, I'll go back, I still have some things to do. Dawn arrived, illuminating his mind. It was time to see the effect of the demon suppression heart. So both of them returned to Thuk Kwang City, currently in the command room. Hein Tungdia called Enhim Duong and said, "Double heart, six-petaled death heart. This is something very formidable. I heard some warriors saying that there is an outsider with great power. How strong is he?" He lowered his head and answered sincerely, "He's just a five-petaled warrior." After the mission ended, he left the team on his own. During the mission, he did all right, but the other warriors were very weak, especially the ones who sacrificed. The strategic team leader of Thuk Kwang City, Tine Tungdia, a seven-petaled warrior, was surprised and asked again, "A five-petaled warrior? I thought it was a stronger outsider. If that's the case, I need to meet him and think of a way to persuade him to join our team. If there's nothing special, you may go rest. The detailed report can wait." After saying this, he turned and looked outside. Enhim Duong quickly responded, "Yes." As he walked out the door, Enhim Duong's teammates started saying one by one. Team leader Enhim Duong just walked out from the strategic command room. Team leader Enhim Duong just walked out from the strategic command room. He didn't answer, only thinking deeply. "As required, I have finished it." Besides, Enhim Duong recalled the words Aki had said earlier. Team leader Enhim Duong, "I hope you can downplay my strength. I joined Thuk Kwang City's temporary team, but I don't want to attract the attention of the higher-ups. That was my request." At that time, he was surprised and asked again, "You saved a member of our team. If it's something I can do. But don't you care about the mission's reward? Who helped you?" He sighed, "Phew." Then he looked up at the sky and calmly said, "I'm not sure either." At that moment, in Thuk Kwang City at a hotel. After he finished his shower, he walked out, wiping himself while saying, "Finally, I've cleaned the blood of the demon off me." After reaching the bed, he looked at the demon suppression heart. Immediately, Aki gently sat down. He held the demon suppression heart in his hand and muttered to himself, "Next, it's this thing." A second later, Aki had a thought. This demon suppression heart is truly completely different from the typical evil demon heart, especially the demonic aura inside. If an ordinary warrior forcibly absorbs it, the consequences will be extremely severe. At this moment, the Red Kai King suddenly appeared, and the consequences would be unimaginable. "Very good, you've already obtained the first demon suppression heart so quickly." Aki was startled. "Why did you suddenly appear?" He calmly said to the other, "Since you've obtained the demon suppression heart, do you know how to use it? But this is something only you can use." Upon hearing this, Aki was surprised and asked again, "Why?" Then the Red Kai King nonchalantly answered, "Because you're special." After that, he turned Aki into his own appearance, which made Aki angry. "Hey, what are you doing?" The Red Kai King just instructed, I like this look of yours." Even so, Aki still tried to ask, "Just what do you want? Don't act so familiar with me," he happily said. "Heh heh, human nature really is bad. Just a reminder, this form of yours is very useful. The demon suppression heart is a unique product inside the body of an advanced evil demon. The power inside it is not something that an ordinary human body can withstand. Through its frenzy, it's enough to drive an ordinary warrior into madness, even causing self-detonation and death. But your body has two things that can suppress this power and violence." The Red Kai King continued to explain, "This is not something anyone can use, but for you, it's different if you know how to use it properly." Aki immediately asked, "What are the two things?" The Red Knight quickly replied, "The first is your demonic physique is influenced by my existence, so you are completely immune to any corruption from demonic energy." He continued about the second, the lightning attribute that Aki evolved himself. But Aki, not fully understanding, hesitated and asked, "You mean this?" before creating a bolt of lightning in front of him. That action made the Red Knight frown in irritation and shout, "Exactly, no need to show me," retracting. From that reaction, Aki accidentally realized his weakness and thought, "Clearly, he can't withstand my lightning." He clarified further, "Your lightning attribute is extremely effective against demons and can suppress their power. Additionally, it can almost purify demonic energy generated from the demon core." He concluded, in other words, combining these two powers, you can help other human warriors merge with the demon core. However, the prerequisite is that they must have sufficiently strong physique and spirit. If the spirit isn't strong enough, the merging process can easily affect their mind. Other details can only be known during the actual process. Then he asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" After returning to his original state, Aki asked, "So specifically, how should the merging be done? How should I help them?" The Red Knight answered decisively, "One-on-one nude bodies merge energies." Aki panicked and shouted, "What? Nude bodies merge how?" He began explaining step by step. "Why are you agitated? This is just the method to maximize resonance between the two." He continued, "Merging means harmonizing and resonating energy. You just need to transmit your energy into the other's body." Aki followed along while feeling changes in his body, thinking to himself, This is truly terrible." He thought of his teammates all being girls, worried they might misunderstand him as a pervert. then imagined the nude scenario with the words, "Now, I'm done undressing, let's start." That imagination terrified him and he held his head screaming, "I don't want to do anything with a man." Seeing Aki overreact, the Red Knight sighed and said, "What exactly are you doing?" He completely didn't understand human embarrassment, and Aki was still frozen when the apartment door suddenly opened. The door swung open when Lena entered with an excited expression and said, "You're back." Aki replied calmly, "Yeah, I'm back. Where are the other three?" The other three appeared behind her, and when Lena said, "Here they are, I took care of them carefully." As soon as they saw Aki, all three ran over. Tamo asked, "Aki, why have you changed again?" Liu said, "I'm used to it, his energy is easier to detect now." Seeing the three of them, Aki hesitated and said, "Regarding cultivation, I have something important to tell everyone." He looked extremely serious as he prepared to reveal the secret to them. After some discussion in the room, Winlina suddenly stomped on Aki's sensitive spot, making him jump and cry out. She angrily growled, "Are you serious?" Tamo covered her mouth in shock. "Oh my god, did I hear that right?" nude merging. Winlina gritted her teeth. "In your past life, you ignored all my hints. In this life, you know how to play like this." She looked at Aki with disdain. "Do you, a perverted master, believe that one stomp from me would end your lineage forever?" Afraid of losing heirs, Aki tried to calmly explain. "What nonsense are you talking about? I already said this is a mandatory situation. Cooperation is required to merge with the demon core. If I'm not there to assist, they'll be corroded by the demonic power inside the demon core." With trembling voice, he looked at the threatening foot and said, "Also, could you put your foot down? It feels cold down there." Hearing this, Winlina didn't know how to respond. She angrily flicked her sleeve and said, "You all discuss this, I'll take a nap. Call me once you've decided." After saying that, she slammed the door, startling everyone. The room fell silent and Tamo hesitantly asked, "What's wrong with Senior Lena?" Aki became serious and explained further, "This method is not only unusual but also dangerous. If it really works, I'll quickly fetch the other two demon cores. For now, this one is only enough for one person to advance." Among the three who will go first, Tamo sat on the bed deep in thought. Even among allies, being nude in front of others is embarrassing. She thought of Tsunak, assuming he wouldn't have a problem, imagining all sorts of positions, while in the corner Liu hesitated to speak. Ed blushed, awkwardly suggesting that since her body already contained demonic power, it might be easier for her to try fusing it, so maybe she should go first. Zeno immediately interrupted her. "Of course, I'll be the first," his face showing strong determination. "Such a dangerous thing should be left to me first. My physical strength and spirit are best used in situations like this." He was happy to be trusted. "Okay, thank you for believing in me." Tamo excitedly chimed in, "I get it, I support you." In contrast to everyone's excitement in a corner, Liu remained silent. While in the room, the two were taking off their clothes one by one. "Your physical strength has improved significantly since Lena trained you. You feel even more solid than before, not bad." Zeno slowly took off his shirt, revealing a well-toned body that many male viewers probably wished they had. The narrator interjected, saying that if anyone wanted a body like that, they should leave a like and subscribe to the channel. After taking off his clothes, Shino asked Aki, "Do I need to take off my underwear too?" Which startled Aki, who quickly turned around. Aki quickly held Shino's underwear. "No need to take it off, no need to. It might only have a slight effect, just a little bit." Outside the door, Tamo and Liu were secretly taking photos of the two, whispering that this was the best angle. The camera captured the two of them motivating each other, with one nervously asking, "Is it okay for us to be peeking like this?" When Lena suddenly appeared above them, "It's fine, we're just worried about them. In case something happens, we'll be able to help." Hearing her voice, Tamo looked up. "Senpai, what are you doing here too?" When Lena gestured for silence, "SHH, keep it down." She said she came to study, and the three of them silently watched from outside. Inside the room, Sino held the demon stone and said, "If it's like you said, it contains extremely powerful demonic energy." The demon stone in his hand emitted a dim light, and a stream of black energy spread from it. Just holding it caused goosebumps to rise. Aki began channeling energy into him and reminded him, "Hold the stone in the palm of your hand, relax, close your eyes tightly, use your power to sense and establish a connection with it. It will hurt a little later, but don't worry, I'll be here to support you." Sino closed his eyes tightly, his voice firm, "All right," then began to enter his subconscious. In his subconscious, a vast space surrounded his vision with a faint golden light slowly appearing. "I can see it." The golden light spread further, like the core power of his being. He wondered if the demon stone could recognize any power that was a good match for him. The space inside began to warm from the heat emitted by the golden light. He looked toward it and wondered, "Do I need to get closer to it?" Thinking this, he slowly walked toward the light, but suddenly paused for a moment. Looking up, he saw a massive, mysterious creature holding the glowing sphere in its embrace, leaving him stunned by the immense power. This is primal demonic power, it's enormous. He shakily reached out for the sphere. Is this the powerful demonic energy? Suddenly, the sphere cracked with a snap, and a massive force surged out from within, causing the surrounding space to shake violently. The power quickly engulfed him, gradually infiltrating his body, causing pain. When he hit his limit, he roared out. Is this the primal demonic power? How can a human possibly have the strength to resist it? Suddenly, the massive creature opened its eyes, tightly holding the sphere that surrounded him. Damn it, I was fooled by the primal demonic energy. It's invading my mind. Damn it, will I become a mindless monster? Behind, the Crimson King observed from above and said, "See, I told you to listen to me. Otherwise, the chances of your friend dying from bodily rupture are high." He loosened his hand, revealing a different form holding a sword. Now it's your turn. His eyes widened, creating a strange sense of pressure. Then he flew up high to face his opponent, the Golden Demon. The Golden Demon looked at him and said, "I didn't expect to encounter the Crimson King here." The Crimson King looked at the demon, with a miniature human version in his palm, with long, sharp nails. He bent down. Does this thing have consciousness? I thought it was just an illusion. The Crimson King looked down at the miniature human, while the demon still held the massive glowing sphere. This thing, you can understand it as a primitive form of demonic energy, and I am the purest existence, closest to the primal power. That's why it resonated with me. The Crimson King's eyes gleamed with brilliant golden light. I can't make a move against it. If you want to help your friend, act quickly, or your friend will turn into a mindless monster, and you can't blame me. The young man controlling the snake was thrown into the air in pain. He slowly took a step forward, his body floating and then leaping high, releasing a bolt of lightning from his palm that struck the opponent, causing him to convulse as if shocked by electricity. You can't fall here. The Golden Demon curled around the light, looking at him, and its instincts sensed something strange about you. It smelled an extremely unpleasant odor. The Golden Demon detected a strange scent rising with a bright golden light, pungent and overpowering. Such a disgusting smell must be eradicated completely. His eyes suddenly brightened when he also recognized the strange odor. A person fully clad in golden armor from head to toe blocked the Golden Demon's fierce attack while holding the glowing orb. The tiny figure in his palm leaped up, pointing its sword toward the opponent. What is that? The Golden Demon curled around the glowing orb with another demon. Why is there another evil demon here? The Golden Demon stared at the opponent, the primordial evil demon Luki. In dark space, he floated high above, looking down in his shrunken form. It won't be that easy. He shrank, and below both had already assumed battle stances. If you want to help your companion, you must deal with the demon in front of you first. This is the illusion demon of the Demon Suppression Corps. The Golden Demon actively charged forward, getting close to the opponent and extending its hand. He stood with his arms crossed, observing the Golden Demon. Behind him was a red chair full of eyes, with a goat's head and long, sharp horns on top. He sat down, crossing his legs and arms. You turned around, showing discomfort with your master's urgency. The two demons stared at him in silence. Don't act so domineering, don't give me orders. The Golden Demon left the golden light and quickly flew toward the opponent. The Golden Demon closed in, lifting its leg to crush the opponent. But suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted with a loud explosion. His eyes glowed with hatred. After a fierce battle, slightly fatigued, he panted and said, "Come here, let me see your strange power." As soon as he finished speaking, the Golden Demon charged. He drew his sharp red sword to block the attack. Because his soul core had transformed into the Golden Soul Core, his power had significantly increased compared to before. He dug his sharp claws firmly into the ground, with electricity spreading everywhere. He delivered a powerful kick to the Golden Demon's stomach, shouting, "Get lost." Despite the immense force of the kick, its abdominal armor remained almost unharmed, not taking any damage. His eyes glowed red, staring intensely at the Golden Demon. Using just fists and kicks would be exhausting, as expected. Indeed, the famed defensive power of the Golden Soul Core. The Golden Demon touched its abdomen with its sharp hand, beginning to gather power. The Golden Demon's massive body pressed close to him, causing him to panic and drop his sword to the ground. Creating a body with both offense and defense, do you have the confidence to compete in martial arts with me? His eyes flashed brightly. Then let's see. The Golden Demon trembled slightly. What strange power is this? Combining demon power and lightning power is this strong? He used all his strength, dashing toward the Golden Demon like a flash of lightning, shaking the rocks in his path. He focused his strength on the sword handle, pulling it back to gain momentum. Then he thrust through the Golden Demon's abdomen, with a blinding light erupting from behind the evil demon. Two snakes appeared beside him, with sharp fangs and fierce eyes. as if they had come up with a way to handle both paths. Below, a figure cloaked in black with long fingernails performed a move combining demon elements to create a lightning-enhanced version. He continued delivering a powerful blow to the golden demon, creating a massive flash of light. The golden armor on the golden demon shattered into small pieces, mixed with blood. The sword was embedded deep in the abdomen, causing the golden demon to collapse in pain. Its eyes widened, trembling as it looked at him. He had stolen the demon suppression core illusion of the demon and used the sword to deploy it, even though he himself also had the power of the demon suppression core. King Siki glanced behind. Even the primitive strength of the demon made him feel terrified. What kind of strange power have you evolved into? Maybe you really can use his resources. He licked his upper lip as if thinking of something exciting, which might make his plan go even more smoothly. If so, continue evolving, human. A bright white light shot up into the sky. Continue evolving, Aang. From somewhere, a call to return sounded. A giant white beast with sharp teeth rushed toward him while he spread his arms wide. Of the intense white light, he gritted his teeth, evolving in his 5-demon form. He reached down to his feet, smoke rising around him. He opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs and exhaling puffs of smoke. You looked furious, your eyes glowing golden, asking, "Is there anything else? Bring it all out, the evolution stage 6 is complete." Kuryu remained silent, watching you. Then, you observed the guy from earlier, seeing Kuryu's sword and armor slowly being covered by a large round light and disappearing. He flew toward you, the great power of the demon core not only helping you evolve but also. Both witnessed everything being sucked into the golden light. The remaining part was just enough for your friend to smoothly awaken the demon power. One person slowly opened their eyes, shining brightly. Your friend was about to awaken. In the large room, the group sat around the bed. Uki sat on the bed with Shino, placing a hand on his back as golden light radiated around Shino. Tudulu rested his head on the bed's edge, Tomo holding a camera, snapping pictures of the two friends, seemingly delighted, while Winlina, still drowsy, sat on the chair yawning. "Still holding a book, you ask? Isn't it done yet?" Tomo startled, realizing something, eyes wide, replying, "Wait a second. Sunak seemed to have noticed us." Hearing this, everyone tensed up and breathed lightly, gazing at the golden light surrounding Shino. Everyone's face showed astonishment. Shino narrowed his eyes, his pupils glowing golden. Lena looked at him, thinking about Sunak's eyes, realizing they belonged to a demon. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. The tremor, like an earthquake, shook the building. The golden light flashed, the three girls screamed in fear. Shino's body had changed. The light formed a swirling golden vortex, then exploded into the sky. Your body flew upwards with the light and everyone watched. Suddenly, many objects emerged from your back, trembling, then shot out, transforming into arms with clear bones, flesh, and tendons. The three girls were startled, realizing 4 arms had appeared. Black smoke enveloped your body, clinging to you. You now had 4 arms and 4 golden halos appeared above your head. Your face darkened and you sighed. Sunak had evolved into the demon form of stage 4. Lena widened her eyes in disbelief, thinking, how is this possible? The demon power had integrated with the human without passing through the core. Aki's eyes widened, wearing black clothes, raising a hand and speaking plainly. This is not the time for astonishment. Sunak's ascension has unleashed an incredibly powerful force. The warriors of Shuku City will definitely detect it. We must leave here quickly. Before anyone could look toward you in the sunset, Tudulu stepped forward quickly, saying, "Then think of a way to go, I'll guard the door." Before finishing, Shino's large hand grabbed her. Your 4 arms held each person, saying, "Sorry, everyone." Aki smiled, holding your hand, replying, "Do you have a plan? Then we're counting on you, Tsunak." Suddenly, golden wings appeared on your back. A loud explosion echoed. You flew out of the building holding 1 person in each hand. Tomo smiled brightly, admiring, thinking, Tsunak is really impressive. He flew off. The group flew away, leaving a large hole on top of the hotel. The next morning, everyone gathered in front of the hotel. The letters on the building fell and people murmured, "Why did the sign fall down?" There was a voice trying to maintain order. One person spoke loudly, "It's just an accident, everyone don't crowd around." He continued, "Report to the captain. Other than the hole in the roof and the broken sign, no other traces were found." The captain listened to the report, recalling, thinking to himself, that was definitely the aura of a demon. I only spent a few minutes here. Suddenly, he looked up and spoke loudly. "Captain, look over there." Then both of them knelt down. A mystical green light appeared. A figure slowly descended. The person spoke, "Why did you come here yourself, Lord Diculin?" He looked down, his expression unreadable. He was Tan Lihao, the strongest warrior of the Song Core recovery system, Bam Diculin. Meanwhile, Sino landed on a mountain with a warm waterfall touching down. Tomo admired, asking, "While Tsunak, how do you feel?" Sino frowned, stretched out his hand to look, a little contemplative. He vaguely replied, "I feel my body filled with demon power." As soon as he landed, the power dissipated and he returned to his original form. Tomo complimented, "You can switch back to human form at will." Lena still had doubts, but ascending to stage 4 might have been due to Anne's assistance. Sino recalled previous instances, responding, "When I wasn't fully conscious and still helped me coordinate the demon core's power." He continued, "Due to the demon power being too strong, it requires time to adjust, so I only ascended to stage 4. Otherwise, I could have reached stage 5. Lena remarked, "And has hidden a lot of secrets, huh?" Aki remained silent for a while before replying, "We can't return to Shuku City now. It will definitely attract attention." Lena sighed, "Why apologize? That place is no longer the Shuku City it used to be. If we can't go back, then so be it." No additional content. Master Liu smiled at Iki and said, "If that's the case, then try to win, and at the same time help Tomo and me level up." Tomo happily agreed to Master Liu's proposal. She said she also wanted to become stronger, while Lena folded her arms, looking puzzled. He said that next, they needed to act together and eat, asking for the other's opinion. He turned to Shino and asked if he needed time to adapt to his power. Shino admitted, "I feel there's a source of power in my body that I can't sense yet." He smiled and said, "Very well, I also want to see how strong you are now." He came up with an idea, suggesting they hunt twin-core demons together, while Shino reluctantly transformed and posed for Tomo to take various photos. Tomo excitedly and cheerfully said, "That's exactly right." Lena, sitting by the hot waterfall, heard footsteps and turned to look. Iki approached and asked what she was looking at. He continued, saying she was usually straightforward, so why so quiet today? Then crouched beside Lena and asked about Master Na. Lin A also looked in that direction, feeling awkward but eventually replied with a slightly troubled expression, unsure what to say. Seeing the combined power of human warriors and demons, he felt something strange inside. If this had happened before, it probably would not have been accepted. There was also demonic power in Anne's body. He wondered how humans and demons would eventually coexist. It became increasingly incomprehensible. Iki thought for a moment, then said, "At first I also couldn't accept demonic power in my body," recalling the past. He said he hated it, even felt disgusted, but it was also like the origin of a warrior's power. By synchronizing with the demonic core, they gained a power that without relying on it, victory would be impossible. At least I think I couldn't defeat stronger demons. Demons were no longer the only enemy. He imagined many other enemies, their gaze fiercer. Lena replied that besides demons, the new sixth core and the new king were much stronger than before, especially the new king. Even just a glimpse, the new king made me feel terrified by his power. She recalled the previous scene and the new king's strange power. She said it was absolutely not a power a human warrior could possess, and at that time, someone willing to risk their life like me also wanted to give up resisting. Her body trembled slightly as she continued speaking. He tapped her head and laughed, reminding her that she was a sixth core yet scared like that. He said silly, then smiled reassuringly, "What's there to fear with me here?" A familiar figure appeared in Lena's eyes. She looked at herself in the water and whispered, "Brother," then suddenly heard a loud call, "Brother, we're done resting." He called back, "Okay," then stood up and told Lena they should go too. After hunting the twin-core demon, they would definitely obtain the remaining 2 demonic cores. After all, there was a legendary warrior like her here. Lena bowed her head, shyly replied, "Okay." They continued until the sun was nearly set. They discovered a demon chewing on something, its mouth stained with blood. Shino approached and asked, "Eating rotten meat?" Then remarked, "The first-rank demons can be found everywhere." He said that based on what he found, it seemed to be an extremely large demon lair. Aki threw his sword at the demon's mouth, producing a loud cry, "Attack, attack, ambush." Aki stepped forward fiercely, saying they had searched from daylight to sunset, finally finding this rare large lair, hoping to find twin-core demons here. "Don't make me disappointed." A red aura radiated from him. The demons whispered among themselves. A tall figure stood behind them. Shino grabbed 2 demons by their heads and smashed them together, causing massive damage. Their heads fell off. He said, "Done," and Tomo was amazed and impressed. Aki sensed something inside the lair, saying he could feel a source of power deep within that was not weak. They might find the demonic cores inside. Master Liu suggested, "I want to fight too, I can as well." However, she hadn't finished speaking before Aki rejected it. "No, I know you also have a demonic form. But now is not the time. Fighting consumes too much energy and stamina. You and Tomo cannot fight before fusing the demonic cores. The fusion process is extremely taxing on both energy and stamina, because the subsequent fusion must preserve absolute stability." Finally, he ventured deeper into the lair and told Lena. Among the 2 of them, she agreed, "Okay," when suddenly 3 demons attacked from within the lair. They screamed loudly, yet humans still dared to come here to risk their lives. Shino reached out, "Let me try it myself." He dashed forward, swinging his sword. Shino faced the demon, gritted his teeth, and unleashed a punch straight to its head. The other two demons hesitated, confused about whether they were facing a demon or a human. Finally, they spread their legs and shouted, "Whatever it is, it must die." They charged more fiercely, determined to take down Shino. Kamo saw this and asked Aki, "Will I become like this after demon transformation too?" She imagined herself with 4 arms. Aki frowned and replied, "Not sure." Then he fell into thought. After demon transformation, Tunak became more aggressive and combative. He wondered what Liu and Tamo would become. Shino grabbed the heads of the 2 demons again and twisted, breaking their bones. He said, "I used to be weak, with only a defensive core within me. But against the low-level demons led by the first demon, I could only stand aside and watch the captain protect the town against the fire demon second. I could only escape under the captain's protection. Now I'm different, I have strength. From now on, I will make all demons fear me." He stepped forward with full confidence, instantly attracting the demons. He frowned. The energy is gathering here. Indeed, this is the demon nest. Seeing them swarm forward, he grew a little worried. The demons were multiplying. Lena asked tensely, "Do you need my help? I'm afraid if this drags on something might happen." He quickly replied, "Then please quickly retrieve the demon core, that would be good." Hearing this, Lena planted her hands on the ground, gathered energy, and prepared to leap. Kamo stood behind, thrilled. "Can we witness the true power of a 6th core?" Lena stomped, denting the ground, then soared dramatically. She sped forward like a blade, taking down the demons. Liu was stunned by that power. "Is this the speed and strength a 6th core can reach? I never even imagined it." Kamo looked disappointed. Idle video failed. Too fast, nothing captured. Tunak, even in his mundane form, was stunned. "Wow, what skill is that?" The demons ahead were wiped out in an instant. Aki grinned with excitement. She didn't even use a skill, watching Lena move at incredible speed. He continued, "She just activated protection and ran through." Voices echoed in the cave. Tunak said, "Then we follow too." Liu and Tamo didn't act, letting Liu conserve his energy and stamina. Even though Lena moved fast, she noticed. The cave seemed to open into a wider space, and the demons had rushed out from there earlier. She successfully entered and immediately braked. Lena cautiously observed when suddenly a sinister voice rang out. Exhausted, the demon, appearing as a leader, sat imposingly on a stone throne. "Yet you've reached here. Your power level is unlike any warrior I've encountered." It was the twin-core demon, 6th phase. Lena ignored it and charged straight. It narrowly avoided her and the throne shattered. The demon roared in anger. "Throne, how dare you destroy my favorite throne, my throne." Lena scornfully stepped on the rubble, lifting her head to look down. "Throne." Her gaze full of contempt. "You're not worthy." The demon immediately went berserk, punching the ground repeatedly. "Nonsense." From the ground, countless thick, dark tentacles shot toward Lena. Tunak arrived, attempting a heroic rescue. "Let me." He landed a thunderous punch, effortlessly smashing the tentacles. The demon froze as if petrified. It sensed a dark aura from behind. "More," Aki appeared, raising his sword and threatening, "Hand over the core." Then he charged, eyes blazing. Blood rained down. Aki looked at the fallen corpses with satisfaction. "Got it, demon core, still missing one more." He suddenly remembered, turning to ask Han, "You okay?" After the intense battle, she was exhausted, holding her injured shoulder. "I'm fine, just a bit drained." This meant she couldn't fight shoulder to shoulder every time. Lena glanced at the core on her chest from the old core. Her energy was nearly depleted. 7th phase cores are hard to find, especially after the new king took office. Old 6th phasers like us were explicitly forbidden from using cores anymore. Aki silently watched her. Lena hurriedly spoke to ease the tension. "But I'm old too, no need to force myself into some 6th core role." "And you, Ngang," she looked at him with a gaze full of hope, entrusting all dreams to him. "You must achieve a miracle again so we can witness it." Aki trembled, clenching his fists, and looked up resolutely. "Yes, I agree. I will reclaim everything that was lost." In another part of the hotel, the atmosphere was quite modern. Aki stood in the hallway, holding a tube of solution and speaking. "Finally, I got these two. Now I have to start helping them merge the demonic force. Did you remind Lena and Suna? Make sure they keep a close watch." Lena confidently replied, "Don't worry." Suna nodded in agreement. "This is a small C-rank city, it should be fine." She suddenly asked, "What about you?" Lena's cheeks flushed, trying to avoid answering directly. Aki, irritated, responded, "What did you just say?" Inside the room, the 2 girls heard sounds coming from the hallway. Kamo hesitantly asked, "Liu, do you feel tense?" The door opened and Aki entered. He turned on the light and asked, "Are you two ready? Who goes first?" There was a hesitant reply, "Ready." Liu stammered, "Or should she go first? Let the little one go first." He coughed lightly and said, "So you two decided to let Tamo go first." He lowered his head in embarrassment, secretly thinking, "Damn, I don't know where to look anymore." Tamo hugged Liu, creating an awkward situation. In fact, Liu really wanted to go first, but she wasn't used to being the one to speak up. Liu's face turned as red as a tomato and she shouted, "I understand, I'll do it." she quickly explained. I didn't say I wanted to go first. To ease the tension, Aki quickly agreed. Of course, it's fine. He looked at Liu with a gentle gaze, then let Liu go first. Tomo quickly left, taking the camera with her and smiling brightly. I'll go to the next room and rest. I won't peek. Liu sensed something was off and shouted angrily, put the camera down. After dealing with the troublemaker Tomo, she immediately sat on the bed, her eyes fixed on Aki. Aki took off his shirt, revealing his toned abs. What's wrong? Is there something strange about me? Why do you keep staring at me? Liu's face turned bright red and she quickly denied, no, nothing. In her head, she was about to explode. Ah, help, and he's even smiling. Liu lowered her head, stammering, unable to say anything. That. She shyly asked, her ears turning bright red. Do you have to smile about the underwear too? No need, I can't focus like this. I mean, you don't have to smile. Tomo and the people in the next room looked flushed for reasons unknown. Inside the room, the lights shone brightly. Aki and Liu sat neatly on the bed. He opened the box, slowly twisting the lid off the demon suppression orb. Aki handed the demon suppression orb to Liu. She took it, her expression gradually darkening. Does the demonic energy inside it resemble the demonic energy within me? Even now, I still don't know where the power in my body comes from. Liu lowered her eyes, both yearning and fearful of that power. She recalled her demon form and began to speak about her dream. Sometimes I dream of being enveloped by a figure both familiar and strange. It's an immensely powerful but utterly dark, evil, and unpredictable force. After hearing her confession, Aki softly said, I understand. Then I'm curious too, so this time we might find the answer. He carefully guided Liu step by step. So this time we might discover the answer. Hold the demon suppression orb in your hand and let your spirit enter it. All right, Aki slowly placed both hands on her trembling shoulders and signaled, I'll start now. Liu closed her eyes, memorizing Aki's words. Let your spirit penetrate it and forget everything. Before long, she entered the mental state of the demon suppression orb. Liu opened her eyes and realized she was slowly falling into another space. In front of her was a demon clutching a glowing orb, the demonic energy. That is, the demonic energy known as the primal demon core. Liu approached step by step, pondering as she walked. Absolute power representing the restorative system converges here, an aura both immense and evil. The demon sensed her presence. It opened its eyes and radiated a massive pressure that made her flinch. In an instant, Liu's whole body stiffened, her gaze becoming hazy. Though evil, possessing this power would make me even stronger. Drawn like a magnet, she reached out toward the glowing orb. This way, I can protect him, protect more people, and become a servant of the great demon clan. You will gain immense power. Liu's hand trembled just inches from the orb. Accept the primal demonic power, humanity. At that moment, a hand grabbed her wrist. Another demon suddenly appeared. Oh no, that won't do, my lovely warrior. Liu immediately regained clarity. Shouted in panic, you are the demon from my dream. The demon stared at her, then smiled in satisfaction, wrapping her arms around Liu's waist, exuding primal power. She is the Black Queen, one of the 6 great queens who control time and space. Sorry, but this girl is mine. I claimed her not long ago. The other demons seemed to realize something. One of the 6 great queens, the Black Queen, no wonder something felt off. Why does this human body contain such a familiar power? So it's you. You gave her a part of your primal power. The Black Queen tightened her grip on Liu and said, she also helps me care for another human. I have my own plans. Moreover, I'm very interested in this child. Then she coldly warned, so don't trouble her anymore. At this, Liu hesitated before speaking. The demonic energy in my body, that form, is it a person? She stared at her without looking away. She asked bluntly, you are one of the 6 great queens, the Black Queen. Liu's face turned pale, a being higher than the 7 demon lords. The Black Queen slowly explained, for you, this is indeed our first meeting. She touched Liu's pink lips. But I truly feel nostalgic for these lips. It really is you, truly troublesome. A familiar voice echoed. The demon watched this scene and blurted out a rare exclamation. Aki and the Scarlet Queen appeared with full presence, causing it to exclaim, twin queens assemble. The Scarlet Queen looked sternly and said, didn't I tell you not to meddle in this, Black Queen? Aki looked doubtful. The power in Liu's body comes from the Black Queen. The Queen and Liu both covered their faces, calling out, Scarlet Aki. They made the same gesture and spoke in unison. You have arrived. The Scarlet Queen and Aki descended to the ground one after another. The Black Queen rushed over, smiling and calling, Scarlet. Blushing like a maiden in love, she pouted, oh dear, don't be mad. Then she winked at the Scarlet Queen to explain. You said not to meddle with this kid, and I obediently listened. I just arranged a human female warrior as my assistant to help gather information. Aki observed the 2 powerful demons, who seemed to have a close relationship. In her mind, she thought of Dark King Kai, the strongest demon who controlled time and space, wondering what plans she and Red King Kai had in the end. Red King Kai gently stroked her head, both helpless and frustrated. Dark King Kai's heart raced when treated like this. He rarely spoke gently but softly told her, Once you interfere with anything around you, it increases the risk of exposing me. Once you interfere with anything around you, it will only increase the risk of exposing me. It will only bring more hidden dangers. Dark King Kai felt a little upset after hearing this. She only cared because if that brat ran into trouble, she would be worried. Red King Kai asked seriously, "You don't trust my decision?" Knowing she couldn't say anything more, Dark King Kai had no choice but to accept it. She smiled alluringly. All right, I understand. If you don't like it, though, it's a bit regrettable." She suddenly reached for the scroll, speaking firmly, "But never mind, let me kill that human woman." Aki immediately sensed something was wrong, his eyes burning with anger. He unleashed his power, transforming and evolving, his voice fierce. "You dare." Without thinking much, he charged and struck at Dark King Kai. "Then I'll kill you first." He rushed forward with incredible speed, but Dark King Kai showed no fear or panic. She stood calmly, raising her finger and deflecting Red King Kai's power away from him. Seeing him easily knocked back, Liu was extremely surprised. Worried, she called out his name and Aki flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He lay motionless, clutching his stomach. Clearly the blow had been severe. Liu rushed past Dark King Kai, panicking as she ran to his side, repeatedly calling his name. "Are you all right?" His body trembled, his eyes were glazed over, and he couldn't speak at that moment. This only made Liu more anxious and worried, while Red King Kai stood with his arms crossed watching. A warning, don't let him get hurt. Dark King Kai knew she shouldn't have struck too harshly. "Don't worry, I just stopped his time so he could feel the pain. I was just playing." She hadn't expected him to dare to strike at King Kai. She blinked and dissolved the time control. At this point, Aki's body was free from time control. Liu patted his back. She asked gently, "Are you still okay?" His upper body collapsed and he leaned on his hands on the ground. Breathing heavily, Dark King Kai teleported right in front of him, putting immense pressure on him. He realized he was no match for Demon King Kai, and he no longer had the strength to resist. This was the power of King Kai. Dark King Kai smiled. "I like this girl, I wouldn't want to kill her." Then she raised her hand as if about to do something. Liu suddenly moved, confused, not understanding what was happening. She was like a metal rod drawn by a magnet, panicking and shouting, surprising Aki. Liu had returned to Dark King Kai's side, while Red King Kai turned his back, preparing to leave. Aki quickly stood up. "Let's go, Senza doesn't need you to act anymore." He turned back, shouting loudly, "No, I can't trust that evil woman." He stopped, looking at Aki with a tone of disdain. "I'll tell you, don't you know? She's Dark King Kai, the one who controls time and space, one of the strongest." He was always cold, never allowing anyone to argue, the strongest, the supreme demon. Looking back, he saw. Dark King Kai signaled for silence, and he simply said, "If she truly harbored murderous intent, you would breathe your last. Before you even realize what happened, besides, she has never thought much of humanity. To put it plainly, this is your honor." He said so much, Aki couldn't refute. Red King Kai didn't want to waste any more time. He reminded Aki, "Just leave it to Dark King Kai, don't bother them anymore, let's go." Before leaving, Aki still worried about Liu, glaring at Dark King Kai, warning, "Don't do anything unnecessary." With that, the two of them slowly faded from Liu's spiritual world. After they left, Dark King Kai didn't want to linger, speaking to the demon Liu. "All right, Red King Kai has left. There's nothing fun left here, it's over." Narration. With no other choice, after agreeing with a simple yes and coming to an understanding, both demons turned their gazes towards Liu. Dialogue. Narration. She pointed at the center of her chest, transferring her power to her. Her body slightly changed and her gaze now resembled that of the Dark King Kai. Dialogue. Narration. In her mind, Mingma felt the awakening of the emerald energy as well. Dialogue. Narration. Immediately after, her entire body erupted with power and wings appeared behind her, signaling that the transfer had likely been completed. Dialogue. Narration. Outside, Aki paced back and forth anxiously, wondering why Liu hadn't reacted despite having successfully awakened. Dialogue. Narration. The Crimson King advised Aki to remain calm. Dialogue. Calm down. As soon as he spoke, the powerful energy from Liu startled Aki. Narration. A thick cloud of smoke rose and Liu broke free from the mental world, placing one foot on the ground. Dialogue. Narration. Before everyone stood an unexpected form of Liu, incredibly alluring in the sixth form with a core of black and emerald. Dialogue. Narration. Aki couldn't believe her eyes. The Crimson King smiled approvingly at the sight. Dialogue. This is Liu. Narration. The energy provided by the Dark King Kai clearly had a significant impact on her complete awakening. Dialogue. Narration. This was inevitable. She extended her hand and a powerful energy pulled Aki forward. Dialogue. Hey. Narration. Aki screamed as she flew toward Liu, her hand lightly touching his chest. Dialogue. Narration. She leaned in close, asking, surprising Aki. Dialogue. I've always wanted to know Liu. Narration. She looked him straight in the eyes without any embarrassment and asked boldly. Dialogue. Do you like me? Answer me, don't stammer. Narration. The question left Aki bewildered, thinking that Liu in her complete form certainly had a carefree personality. Dialogue. Narration. The Crimson King sighed in exasperation. Dialogue, what the heck? Narration, the Crimson King continued to sigh, thinking to himself how strange humans were, still caring about these things despite having immense power. Dialogue. Narration, a knock came at the door and it opened abruptly, causing Tomo and Zynak to fall over. The Crimson King vanished. Dialogue. Narration, she turned to scold Zynak. Dialogue, it's all your fault for being so heavy and pinning me down. Such a good opportunity, too. Narration, Tomo looked up and discovered something terrible. Lu was sitting on the table. Dialogue. Narration, Lu's hand tightly grasped Aki's collar, causing her to blush. Dialogue, Lu, what are you doing? Narration, she covered her flushed face, hastily explaining, but Tomo didn't believe her. Dialogue, don't misunderstand. It must be the influence of the demonization. Narration, Iki silently rejoiced, coughed, and then spoke. Dialogue, now it's Tomo's turn. Narration, Tomo raised the glowing demon core in her hand, realizing it was light. Dialogue. Narration, her body felt warm. Aki was puzzled and sternly reminded her. Dialogue, Tomo, you should take this seriously. Narration, if you don't focus, the demon core could backfire. Dialogue, this isn't a joke. Narration, Tomo raised her hand, obediently taking the stance seriously. Dialogue, yes, I understand. Narration, Aki sighed in frustration at her attitude. Dialogue, honestly. Narration, he placed his hand on Tomo's back, giving her detailed instructions. Dialogue, remember, stay calm to sense the demon core. Narration, when entering the demon core space, she would face the primal demon power. Dialogue, you must endure both physical and mental attacks, but I will enter with you. Narration, Aki transferred energy and continued to remind her. Dialogue, you must stay focused. Don't let it control you. You are the one who must control it. Narration, she slowly closed her eyes, Aki's words still ringing in her ears. Dialogue. Narration, the key was whether she could sense the power of the demon core before entering the space. Dialogue. Narration, he didn't forget to reassure her, while Zynak and Lu also took time to prepare. Dialogue. Narration, seeing that Tomo hadn't moved, Aki was startled, realizing she had already entered the space without him noticing. Dialogue, she's already entered the space. Narration, he closed his eyes tightly, focusing his mind, preparing to enter the space immediately. Dialogue. Narration, when Aki opened her eyes, her appearance had changed. Shiki King looked on and praised her. Dialogue, as expected. Narration, this friend was truly strange, unaffected by attacks and standing tall in front of the demons, absorbing spiritual energy. Dialogue. Narration, Shiki King marveled, she absorbed the entire power without any hindrance. Dialogue. Narration, the demon looked towards her. Tomo gazed up and returned the demon's stare. Dialogue. Its gaze didn't seem aggressive at all. Tomo had successfully absorbed all the energy from the high-level demon. Akiha was speechless with surprise. Even the primal demon smiled in response, seemingly fond of her, as if even the primal demon energy enjoyed her presence. Yet she received all the energy it had accumulated at its core. Tomo slowly absorbed the energy, spreading it around her. Her body emitted a mystical blue light. The light grew stronger, almost taking up the whole space. Two small horns appeared on Tomo's head, and she was also adorned with new accessories. The most remarkable feature was the beautiful wings on her back. As the light condensed into a sphere, Tomo disappeared inside it. Shiki King couldn't believe what had just happened. She didn't need our help at all. Truly strange, this friend of yours. The immense energy from the explosions earlier emanated. Tomo emerged from her cocoon. Now she had a new title, Demonized Six-Steered Lamb by Mage Tomo. Tomo was still astonished by her own achievement. What is this? It's done in just a bit of time. I thought it would be much more troublesome, she muttered, then flapped her wings and thought to herself, wait a minute. This could increase my speed, right? She tiptoed and flew as fast as idle Lena. Tomo shot in front of Aki, surprising him. So fast, she praised herself. Wow, you're really strong now, Aki nodded. Oh right, you're much stronger than before. But in his heart he had doubts. Tomo, she might be a super genius just about to level up. A voice rang out, all right, let's go. Suddenly, someone appeared on the roof, sending 4 rays of light upwards into the sky. People saw the rays and began to talk in confusion. Look, what are those lights in the sky? Is something flying up there? Though people were talking, Aki's group paid no attention and flew past. The 4 rays of light were Aki's team. Lena reminded everyone, it's time to find a suitable place for us. We need to be careful, adapt, and adjust our team coordination. Lena suggested, to the west, in Shangguang City, there is a demon cave. A vast place even the warrior team of Shangguang City dares not approach. Aki asked her, so there must be many strong demons inside, right? Her eyes gleamed like stars. But I think we can try going there now. Aki thought to himself, the demon team would soon take down the newcomers. Our power should be able to handle the new 6th-tier demons soon. The next morning, Aki and Lena stood by the stream, hesitating. Aki was stunned. Aren't you coming with us anymore? His voice wavered. Did I make you upset? She lowered her head. No. It's not that, it's just that the energy in my core is almost depleted. Theoretically, I can't help anymore. If I go with you, I'll just be a burden. Aki angrily tapped Lena's forehead, causing her pain. He quickly explained, what burden? What are you talking about? How could you not be helpful? You're one of the 6 tier. Didn't you remind us about the demon cave nearby? I'll just get you a new 7th tier core. Aki gently rubbed Lena's forehead. Just one new core. Lena still refused, no need. She turned away. Actually, I can't keep up anymore. Lena didn't want it to be like this, but her steps were heavy. He questioned, what does that have to do with not keeping up? Once you're back in your gear, you can still keep going, right? With your combat experience, surely, Lena cut him off. You just forgot I'm old now, I can't be by your side for long. She continued, thanks to the recovery power of the green core, I've been able to maintain this youthful appearance. Otherwise, I'd already be an old lady. Seeing Aki remain silent, Lena added, you're just young now, so you forget that I'm actually what could be called an old woman already. A little bit of fighting, and I'm already exhausted. You compare yourself with the others. You and the other 3 are at your prime, especially now when you've mastered the strength of demons. I no longer have the strength to understand and guide. If I stay with you, I'll just be a burden. Lena pulled Aki's hand closer. So, I just want to watch you from afar. Being by your side right now only makes me more sad. Do you understand? Aki couldn't agree. Lena, even if you can't help anymore, I don't mind. Lena smiled, all right, don't say any more. When you go to rescue Deja, look for me, take this. Lena handed Aki something. She handed something to Aki. Aki looked at it but didn't understand, so she explained. This is a locator compass. Through this, you can find me anytime. Lena pointed to a spot on the compass. The blinking green light there is me. It immediately gave a when Lena notification, status good. She continued, it also has a voice reminder feature, very convenient, right? I've prepared everything for you. From now on, if you need, you can find me anytime. Lena also handed Aki a rolled up paper, and this too. Inside, I've marked the locations of some places with many demons and a few useful notes for you. He carefully tucked the items into his coat. So where will you go? Can't you return to Sunrise City? Lena replied calmly, don't worry, ordinary soldiers can't do anything to me. After all, I am Winlena, and there's still much work to be done. I have a treasure in Sunrise City. I'll go back to Pack and then move to a smaller town further away. He looked at the 3 others happily chatting. What are you saying about healers? Stop saying things like that. Are you leaving right now, not saying goodbye to them? Lena thought for a moment and said, well, I'll leave quietly. I've gotten used to living alone. Your presence makes me feel awkward. Oh right, that girl Liu. Aki turned around in surprise. Liu was standing a distance away, but she sensed people talking about her. Her face involuntarily turned red. Liu tilted her head. A soft light radiated from her, as if she had just stepped out of a novel. She turned back to continue talking and laughing with her 2 friends. Lena reminded Aki, she clearly cares about you. Don't ignore her feelings. Aki remained silent, just thinking. After all, you've always been foolish about these things. Lena's words were full of meaning. The evening light reflected on the river. It was time to say goodbye. Lena turned away. All right, I'm leaving. There's a small town nearby. I'll go there and then return to Sunrise City. He watched her silhouette, calling after her. If I find the new elusive green core, you can't refuse, all right. Lena smiled gently. You really are an idiot. What girl would want to act distant in front of the one she likes? Not to mention, the falling dry leaves seemed to comfort her mood. There were already better girls beside him. Liu, Tamo, and Shino hurriedly ran over. Hey. Senior Lena left. Yes, she didn't even say anything to us. Aki turned his head to watch Lena's figure gradually fade. She just came back to take care of some personal matters. Liu regretted not getting a chance to thank her. Senior Lena has helped us a lot lately, Sunak asked. So are we heading to the demon cave now? Aki nodded. According to Lena, this cave is vast with many powerful demons. This is a good opportunity to test our combat strength as a group of 4. Aki turned around and started walking, also looking for something while at it. Sunak wondered, looking for what? Aki exuded an air of danger. The new elusive green core. Next time we meet, Lena will receive a gift. The night sky of Sunrise City glittered with lights. The 2 noticed a strange shadow and became alert. It seemed someone was nearby. Hurry, let's go check it out. If it's a demon, we must eliminate it immediately. The shadow was Lena. She had returned to Sunrise City, standing hidden in an alley. Patrols here have gotten stricter. The feeling from the snow awakening still makes them cautious. Lena found a safer entry point. Luckily, the window in the house was still open, and she activated her extraordinary speed. In an instant, Lena climbed through the window into the room. She silently calculated, must hurry, get the items, and leave quickly. Lena carefully searched. It should be here, right? Why can't I find it? It can't be. Dai Lan appeared behind her, didn't expect her to come back here. Dai Lan looked at her with a calm expression. Tell me, will I let you go this time? Dai Lan crossed his arms, his gaze at Lena full of suspicion. Can you explain this? Lena angrily replied, I've just had some errands to run. Do you have the right to barge into my house? Dai Lan didn't respond, silently taking out something from his pocket. He held a small box in his hand and smiled lightly. Did you come back for this? Lena was surprised when she saw the box. Why is it with you? Dylan smiled lightly and opened the box. Memories of her flooded back as she ran with everyone to defeat the monsters. Lena ran while scolding Gang, that man's name. Why are you lazily running here? Many people are waiting for you to organize things. Aki turned and replied, Lena, great, I have something to show you. He then held an object in front of Lena. It was a sparkling necklace. I just made this necklace, it's for you. Lena took the necklace and praised its beauty. Returning to reality, Dallin spoke, shattering her memories of that moment, mocking her for being careless with everything. He emphasized that only the necklace was kept carefully, nothing special. It was actually handmade from stones, old and unattractive. Lena's hands clenched in anger. Don't tell me some man gave this to you, he continued to mock. As soon as Dallin finished speaking, Lena lunged forward. Give it back. She grabbed the necklace tightly. Dallin kicked her hard in the stomach. The kick made Lena spit blood uncontrollably and slammed her straight into the floor. Lena escaped outside, but Dallin pursued relentlessly like a leech. He struck fiercely, sending Lena crashing against the balcony wall. She used her legs to slow the impact. Finally, she stopped. Damn it, Lena thought, her energy depleted. One of her arms was broken beyond healing. Your energy is almost like a normal fighter's now, Dallin mocked as he approached. A smirk curved his lips. In that case, you're going to die. Lena, pretending to be older, gritted her teeth, clenching the necklace and screaming in rage. No matter what, I was once a 6th-level champion. The new king also agreed with me. If I willingly give up my identity, I won't interfere with your life anymore. Can't you even obey his orders? Dallin was suspicious of her previous surge of energy. He sensed a trace of her aura, doubting her connection to the suspicious character. Moreover, tell me, would the king care about an old, pretentious woman like you? He spoke and produced a sword. Lena turned to look at the bristling cat. Die! He raised the sword and shouted. Facing danger, Lena turned to shield the cat. She pulled the cat closer but accidentally frightened it. Dallin's sword strike caused a massive explosion of smoke and dust. Lena, in torn clothes and wounded, still petted the cat and instructed it. Next time, keep some distance in fights. The cat, scared, ran off when suddenly Dallin lunged and grabbed her tightly. He sneered, truly naive. If you struggled a little, only you could avoid this attack, but the commotion seems rather loud. Dallin dragged her forcefully. Let's get out of the city. He dashed with her past the buildings. Lena was thrown toward the forest, pushed out of the city, and slammed into the tree. The dust cleared. Lena sat under a tree, necklace still in her mouth, too exhausted to move. Dallin stood above, looking at her pitiful state without pity. When Lena, your core, I can hardly sense any energy now. He looked at her broken hand, recalling it once saved over 600 people in battle. Truly remarkable. Dallin lifted his leg with a wicked smile, regretting that only memories remained for the future. Lena's scream echoed through the forest. Scene shifts to the demon cave, Aki's group searching for something, with the demon Shiki and Chuo-na joining. They needed teamwork to defeat it. They weren't fully coordinated yet. Aki held Shiki's core, smiling brightly. But it's great, Shiki's core, we've got it. Suddenly a scream echoed, brushing through his mind. Aki turned to look at the store. Seeing his unusual expression, Chuo-na asked softly, Gang, what's wrong? Aki answered worriedly. It seems the direction of the city light suddenly made my heart race. He pulled out a compass, thinking, let's check the compass Lena gave me. The compass showed when Lena near death. Seeing her state, all four were shocked. Du Liu summoned wings, suggesting, Gang, depart immediately, return to the forest. Where Lena was tormented, Dallin continued releasing bursts of power. Aki's group rushed in at incredible speed. Aki shouted, the display is nearby ahead. The four immediately found Lena. Aki angrily, damn it. Seeing Lena so weak, all four paused for about 2 seconds. In front of them, Lena leaned weakly against a tree trunk, her arms severed and scattered on the ground, blood flowing from her wounds. Lena sat there, eyes tightly shut but still clutching the necklace in her mouth. Seeing her like that, the whole group was shocked. Tomo couldn't hold back emotions, covering her mouth with her hands. Lie, Lena, she. Tears began streaming down her face. Zunek looked at Lena's scattered arms on the ground, his body trembling. Liu shouted, Lena's arms are broken, she's lost too much blood, save her first. With that, she immediately activated her healing powers. Tomo wiped her tears and looked at Zunek. We need to stay alert, this aura isn't from a normal enemy. Zunek and Tomo spread out, preparing defenses. He shouted, I'll handle the perimeter protection. Aki was thoughtful, watching Liu heal Lena. His gaze shifted to the necklace Lena was holding in her mouth. Aki recalled the moment she received the necklace. Thank you, I really like it, Lena had said. I'll cherish this gift. Aki knelt down, softly murmuring, foolish, you came back just for this necklace. He gritted his teeth. It's just a necklace I made years ago. It has no real value. Suddenly, Liu turned around, her face serious. The situation is extremely bad. Not only are Lena's arms injured, but her internal organs are also severely damaged. And Lena's core energy is depleted. She can't heal herself anymore. We'll try, but without restorative power, we won't be able to save her. Lena began to move slightly, struggling to speak. Aging, she whispered weakly. Liu's eyes widened, her youth-sustaining power is gone. Lena started crying, her breath and heartbeat weakening. Liu's tears continued to fall. She sobbed, "Lena, she's dying." Everyone focused on Lena being healed. A thought flashed through Aki's mind. Do we need a special core? Aki bent down, gently asking Liu, "Is there any way to save Lena?" Liu replied, "With my current power, I can only delay her death using the time and space abilities granted by the Time King. Or I could seal Lena into a space I create, slowing the flow of time for her. This also means I won't be able to move, and I'd have to use all my strength to maintain the space's stability. But even then, I can't sustain it for long," she said worriedly. "If we don't find another way before sunrise, Lena won't survive." Kamo asked anxiously, "How could there be a demon near Dawn City that can defeat Lena? Even if her strength isn't what it used to be, it shouldn't be this bad." Suddenly Iki spoke, giving orders. "Liu, follow the plan, keep Lena alive." She nodded and he turned to Tom. "You stay, protect Liu and Lena, don't let any demon disturb her recovery." Then Aki moved to Zunak. "Zunak, follow me." Zunak asked in surprise, "What's the plan?" Aki didn't answer, remaining silent. The image of Vandaland appeared in his mind. Suddenly Aki shouted, "Vandaland, the new 6th Lord." He declared confidently, "The remaining aura feels familiar, I've fought him before. It's definitely him leaving that strong aura. He has no intention of sparing Lena." Hearing the name, Liu worriedly said, "Our demon form is strong, but it can't match Vandaland. And what if there's another 6th Lord in the city? That's too risky." Aki reassured, "Lena said the remaining lords have their duties, they aren't in the city. Trust me, we have no time left." Liu looked at Aki in surprise, thinking, "We can't stop him." She turned away, angrily saying, "Damn, and they're turning Lena into bait." Liu watched Aki walk away, anxiously asking, "So what's your plan?" Aki clenched his fists. "Vandaland, I'll kill him, take his core." The scene shifted to the castle Aki mentioned, light beams striking violently. Zunak looked toward it, disapproving. "Going after Vandaland now? Too risky. Fighting inside the city would endanger innocents. Besides, Dawn City isn't somewhere you can storm recklessly. It's the strongest human-grade S-level town." Aki added, "Especially with the energy defense shield there." Zunak kept looking at Dawn City worriedly. "We can't do this." Aki looked straight ahead, determined. "We have no other choice." Formed from the energy extracted from demonic nuclei, this object has extremely powerful defensive capabilities. You explain in more detail, confirming that it is strong enough to stop a full-force attack from a high-level demon. From the inside out, there were no obstacles, and because of the default safety system, we were able to fly out without any issues. Sunak looked at him in surprise and asked, "How do you know so much about the City of Dawn?" Aki rushed toward the city and said, "If that's the case, let's lure him out." Sunak looked toward the city and replied, "Understood." A loud explosion rang out. The people in the city saw it and immediately asked, "What just fell?" The curly-haired man asked, "What the hell was that?" The woman replied, "It can't be a soldier." As the smoke cleared, Sunak and Aki's faces were revealed. Someone shouted, wait, those are 2 humanoid demons." The curly-haired man shouted loudly, "Quick, activate the city's defensive laser cannons." He cursed inwardly, "Damn it." When dealing with humanoid demons, the automated counterattack system doesn't always work accurately. The Vipfia's 2 rotary gun, and all the laser guns were aimed at them. Aki looked at it for a moment and thought to himself, "I can't believe something I once built is now aimed straight at me. Truly ironic." He gritted his teeth, now fully regarded as a demon. Aki shouted loudly, "We didn't come to invade the city, nor do we intend to harm anyone. Send a message to Van Dalen, tell him to come out." The curly-haired man heard the name Dalen and was stunned. He shouted loudly, "The name of Lord Dalen is not something you can call out casually, just a bunch of low-class demons. As long as I am here, don't even think about getting close to the city tonight." He thought about Lena's condition, feeling angry inside. "If you stop me, you're dead." The curly-haired man shouted, "Fire!" Laser bullets shot toward Aki. He used his hands to block all the laser shots. Everyone around began to stare in disbelief. Someone stammered, "He blocked the defensive laser cannons." They looked at Sunak blocking the shots and screamed, "Help! How strong is this demon's body? Quick, call for reinforcements." Sunak urgently advised him, "Calm down, were you trying to kill them just now?" At this moment, Aki had completely lost control. In his mind, a loud voice laughed, "A bunch of ants, just kill them all." Aki thought to himself, staying silent, "They are just ordinary guard soldiers. I don't want to harm the innocent." A crowd rushed over, shouting, "Assemble, the demons are attacking." Soldiers near the wall hurry to assist. Suddenly from inside the city, a blue light shot up. Tunak asked in surprise, "Something is flying up there." Vandalen's figure appeared in the moonlight. A blue spear flew straight toward Tunak. Tunak defended, raising his shield to the maximum. Dylan charged and smashed the shield. A loud noise rang out. Tunak was thrown backward. Aki immediately caught him with his hands. Tunak's eyes widened in panic as he looked at the person in front of him. He exclaimed, "It's Van Dylan." Dylan stood there, one leg raised, wearing a cold, faint smile. Unexpectedly, he could withstand the previous blow. Impressive. The people on the wall saw him and shouted, It's Luke Hao, it's Lord Dailan, the city is safe now. The crowd yelled to activate all laser cannons, ready to support. Van Dailan looked at the two. Aki spoke. Two humanoid demons appeared. Unbelievable, that old woman really brought those spawn demons here. You are her subordinates, so when did the demons and old Luke Hao start cooperating? What shady service is this? He stepped down. Dailan smiled cruelly, his voice full of mockery. Did that old woman deliberately rejuvenate herself to offer herself to satisfy you demons? He laughed loudly, truly a disgrace to the human warriors. Luckily, I've already disposed of her. Aki was filled with anger at these words, his eyes flashing with intensity. He cursed silently, thinking of fate. He could no longer hold back, directly unleashing his power in front of everyone. Dailan thought, thunder, the energy is too strong. Moreover, why does this feel so familiar? Are these two demons related to Lena? The city gates gradually opened. He called for help. Tunak, I just need you to do me a favor. Tunak replied, go ahead. Hearing this, he continued, hold back all reinforcements. Soldiers stepped out from inside the city. Everyone shouted, support Lord Dailan, attack, kill the demons. Tunak asked, what about you? Iki pointed to himself. Oh, he drew his sword and moved toward Dailan. I will personally kill Van Dailan. Iki's steps remained powerful as ever. He charged directly at Dailan. He skillfully used his shield to block the strike. But it seemed this shield was fragile, unable to withstand Iki's sword. It quickly shattered into pieces. Dailan had to step back several paces from the attack. A worried subordinate shouted, his name Lord Darren. Dailan furrowed his brows, thinking this situation feels familiar, while he was still deep in thought. Iki used momentum to swing his sword and attack. Dailan's entire body glowed as if blessed, his hands behind his back standing calmly. As Iki frantically swung his sword, Dailan's spiritual energy lightly deflected each strike. It allowed him to stand relaxed in harmony with nature. Suddenly, Dailan's mouth twisted into a smirk. He seemed pleased with himself. Aki, swinging relentlessly, let out a shout. Ah, you've just taken the enemy's counterattack. The counterattack released a bit of Shirozo, freezing Aki for a few seconds. After regaining composure, he firmly grasped the attacking energy, gritting his teeth, tightening his hold. He bore the pain, pulling the spiritual energy, dragging Dailan slowly back toward him. After bringing the enemy over, Aki added a sweeping kick, almost massaging Dailan's stomach. Making him grimace, a few drops of syrup fell from his mouth. Dailan had to take a breath afterward. After exhaling, he suddenly smiled dangerously. He launched a surprise strike, catching his opponent off guard. The binding energy holding Aki lifted him into the air, controlled by Dailan. Dailan laughed triumphantly. Garbage demon, this is how you fight. You, a blast roared through the sky, the ground shattered along the light. Dailan was thrown high along with his unfinished words, planning to strike me. A red sword appeared, spinning through the air. It quickly plunged into the ground, breaking the earth. It stood alone, unshaken. The distant group rushed toward something in a hurry. They couldn't reach Lord Dioran. At least we must deal with this demon. This demon keeps disrupting our formation. Surround it quickly. A golden beam of light poured down from above, causing the group of people to be thrown backward with a horrific scream. They used their bodies to slow their fall. One of them looked at their legs in surprise and said, "Huh, I'm not injured." The other looked at their hands and sighed, continuing, "Strange, it just threw us away." Suna thought deeply about the question, wondering why this demon didn't unleash a powerful move, his eyes flashing with irritation. The numbers were overwhelming and they couldn't afford to get injured. They needed to quickly move sideways. Suna was knocked forward from a surprise attack from behind. He managed to shout, gritting his teeth and saying each word slowly, "Damn," from behind. Suna looked behind and saw two unfamiliar figures and realized they were on the city wall. One was tall, the other short. They held bright tools of the trade and a voice called out. The two dark figures from earlier appeared, one male, one female. A voice from afar explained that they were the team leaders of the attacking team. The woman with the large hammer looked ahead and said, "Though it's a bit far, I can still block the attack. This demon's strength is at least at the 5th tier. The man, showing the distinctive mark of a 7th tier fighter with a sharp and mocking gaze, said, "Where did this dog's courage come from to make Lu Hwa appear?" The woman with the hammer was also a 7th tier fighter. She appeared devious but excited, saying, "It's been a while since I've encountered an unruly demon, and it even initiated a sneak attack." Then both 7th tier fighters simultaneously shouted from Dawn City. When they turned around, only the beam of light remained, the people had vanished. At the foot of the city, a man with a serious face appeared. He controlled the city's defensive firepower. Aki's golden pupils flickered, thinking to himself, "Damn, two 7th tier fighters." A golden protective circle appeared on the ground. he silently said, then I must also help with the defense. He stood alone inside the circle, and enemy attacks hit like rain. In an instant, his body lay flat on the ground, showing helplessness. He sighed, his face exhausted and lifeless, eyes filled with deep thought. Damn, 2 7th-tier corps still can't win. Dailan saw Aki in a losing position. He quickly flew up and threw several attacks toward him. Aki remained motionless, staring at the enemy, muttering, "Tusk." Finally, the protective circle was shattered by a giant golden egg, and the people around them were also injured. Suna shouted in pain, "Snow!" A spot on the golden egg glowed. Someone's voice echoed, "It's almost dawn." Everyone around was gravely injured, some covering their mouths, fearing they might cry. Aki was not afraid, looking triumphant, yelling, "Chain King flag, lend me your power." Dailan gathered all his strength and yelled, "Die, demon!" The ground below exploded. After the attack, he laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha, still daring to come to Dawn City doesn't know its own limits." As his mocking words were spoken, his hand was physically impacted, and the syrup was spilled outside. Dailan looked at the wreckage in front of him, thinking, what's going on? That move should have been enough to kill it. The king of the 7th tier emerged from the rubble, pointing, thinking to himself, how long will I have to wait for them to rely on me? A sense of self-dignity, tired of wasting time. Dailan gritted his teeth in frustration, noticing that his power had increased several times over since earlier. No, the aura was 10 times stronger. The image of the dignified king appeared, emanating immense strength. His figure stood proudly, with a red sword firmly planted in the ground. Gently, he raised his hand and retrieved the sword from a distance. The king of the 7th tier held the sword, his face grim. A slightly mocking greeting rang out, "Long time no see, Chain King." The king of the 7th tier held the sword, his face friendly, saying, "Let me teach this kid how to use you. What do you think?" The soldier looked stunned, stammering, the demon core in the chest. The scene unfolded, the man holding the sword exuded an aura of lethal energy. Everyone stepped back in fear, whispering, "What is that?" "That aura is a demon's." Leaving everyone behind, the dying soldier ran forward, not looking back, leaving only the words, "Quick, retreat to the city." Seeing him run, the woman turned her head, her face fierce, yelling, "Let me see who dares to run. I'll kill anyone who moves." Some people stood looking at the scene around them, reflecting, sensing something was different from before. Aki boldly moved forward, the energy spreading, thinking and marveling at the strange aura. Aki's face was cold. In the sky, Vendala looked down, unwilling, sneering and saying, "I didn't expect you to hide your strength. Not bad, you're a 7th-tier demon." Even if you are a 7th-ranked demon, Dylan still clenched his hands tightly, pouring all his strength as if channeling an endless source of energy. He unleashed a swirling green energy around his body. The steel cables snapped, his hands gripping the chain tightly, smiling provocatively as he said, "Don't forget, I have 2 7th-rank cores." No sooner had he finished speaking than they both charged at each other, ready to fight. Suddenly, Dylan paused, caught off guard by Aki's strike, which was too fast and precise to react to. The force and brutality of the blow sent Dylan flying. Seeing this, the soldiers panicked and shouted, "Lord Dylan has been thrown back." They tightened their grip on their weapons while he observed closely, lost in thought. His body began to crumble, his mind flooded with thoughts, even though he had forced his spirit to control this body. In the end, it was still just a human body. Moreover, his spiritual power was too weak, limiting the strength he could exert. The ground beneath had been carved into a jagged scar. The deep pit left behind did not satisfy him, and he silently thought, HMPH, power in this state is truly weak. Everyone was horrified by the scene, and one person rushed forward shouting, "Lord Dylan." Everyone thought he had collapsed from exhaustion, but in reality, he remained in his defensive stance upon landing. Dylan tensed, trying to respond, realizing the previous strike had speed and force far beyond a 7th-ranked demon's level. Seeing him standing ready, he chuckled inwardly. "I didn't expect to face such a formidable opponent. I can't keep showing this pathetic side, and if the town gets destroyed, it would ruin my image." He stepped out of the pit with a resolute gaze, preparing to fight again, as the demons had now reached the town. Clutching his weapon tightly, his face hardened with killing intent, silently deciding, "Let's change the battlefield." A loud explosion erupted, sending rocks flying everywhere. A blinding flash lit up the area, while Iki calmly stood waiting for the deadly battle. He lunged at his opponent, shouting provocatively, "Fly away obediently from me." Iki remained bowed and still, not responding, only the sound of violent impacts exploding, the light blazing between them like a life-or-death struggle. The space suddenly fell silent, then Iki dashed forward, the flash of light throwing the opponent away. Exhausted, his hands trembling, Vandellin's anguished screams echoed. Below, the soldiers shivered watching the battle, stammering, "Lo, Lord Dylan." From above, he fell straight to the ground, the previous triumphant look gone, replaced by panic and fear during the fall. Energy surged from all directions, forming a blinding beam of light. Aki began to act, everything happening in the blink of an eye. Ear-piercing screams accompanied the devastating attacks, blazing brightly in the air. That moment felt like everything was torn apart. Dylan, exhausted, had lost his left arm from the previous strike, only the right remained. He pointed forward with his remaining arm, weakly saying, I didn't expect to block it. Aki stood tall and replied, daring to use such a dangerous move straight at me, have you lost your mind? Don't care about the town anymore. His expression turned fierce, voice serious. A demon like me is actually protecting the town. Before he could retort, a cold command cut him off, cut off his remaining hand. Inside his body, the muscles were still stretched tight, connected. Aki said coldly, just like the way he treated Lena, cut it all off. The terrifying voice continued, I'm fine, but can your body handle it? Aki's body creaked as if about to break. Dylan clutched his wound, looking at him with satisfaction and said, the one before me is also considered one of the strongest warriors. A rare chance. Fine, kid, before your body collapses. He approached, still holding his sword firmly, softly saying, let me teach you a few moves. On the horizon, the sun was slowly rising. In the forest, a flash of light streaked through, instantly slicing 3 or 4 monsters in half. One monster suddenly lunged at Tomo, but she quickly twisted and jumped onto its back, evading the ambush. She stomped hard on the monster's back, cracking the ground, sending rocks flying, its blood splattering everywhere. Blood splattered on her face, making Tomo frown in irritation. Standing on the slain monster, she coldly said, keep going. Under a tree, Wenlina lay gravely injured and unconscious, while Pseudo-Lu held up a shield to protect her from monster attacks. Her face pale, thinking urgently, damn it, time's almost up, I have to quickly return the 7th rank core. Elsewhere in the city sky, 3 streams of energy clashed, sparking fire. A massive explosion erupted in midair, throwing 2 people away. Dylan gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into his hands, shouting each word, die for me. Instantly, multiple green crescent-shaped energy waves shot toward the red-rank king. He barely swung his hand and easily deflected all of Dylan's attacks, even reflecting them, making the strikes sharper and more sinister. The repelled force spiraled back, retaining its original power but becoming even sharper and more dangerous. The strike forced Dylan to struggle to dodge, but he was still injured, silently assessing the opponent's strength. He unleashed his strongest attack. A terrifying force slammed into the ground, shaking it and tearing a long fissure. Dylan's expression suddenly changed as he realized Siki had circled behind him without him noticing. Dylan panicked and turned around, but the opponent showed no mercy, stabbing him straight in the stomach. He looked down at the wound, blood gushing out, eyes wide with horror, gritting his teeth and enduring while silently evaluating this demon's current power. That power likely exceeds 7th rank and might even use sword energy to extend attack range. Dylan's 2 subordinates witnessed this and cried out in terror, Master Dylan, how could Master Dylan be at such a disadvantage? The red-haired man shouted anxiously, we need to reinforce him. Sino, knocked down, still grabbed the 2 men's legs, muttering from the ground, no, you mustn't interfere. Seeing him persist, the old man angrily drew his sword and stabbed Sino, making him cry out in pain. He gritted his teeth and endured, face growing darker, thoughts fleeting. Is this moment of failure what separates me from a 7th rank warrior? Is this my current limit? He lay motionless, the stab in his back widening, but for Master Lena, he had to awaken a higher power he had previously set aside during his demon transformation. Suddenly, a massive force descended from above, astonishing both witnesses. The demon's will is unexpectedly strong. The red-haired boy shouted, it's evolving, a 5th wing. Sino planted his hands on the ground, forcing himself upright. He stared ahead with a cold expression, silently determined to protect those he wanted to. On the other side, Dylan was blasted away by Siki, one arm already severed. He gritted his teeth, using his remaining arm to control his new power to barely halt, then stabilized and focused energy to create a shock bullet. Shouting, go! The shock bullet immediately shot towards Red Emperor. With just one strike, he sent Dylan dozens of meters away, the explosion leaving a deep crater. Inside, Dylan was soaked in blood, both arms gone, panting helplessly. Unconsciously, he muttered, they cut off my arms, then forced a smile, speculating, is this to mock what I did to that old lady? Interesting. Iki inside the palace, looking distressed, blood flowing from nose and mouth, weakly reminded, no time left, kill him, extract the core. Red Emperor's golden eyes still watched coldly. Lying on the ground, Dylan saw him raise his sword, gathering red power, and confidently said, killing me, isn't that underestimating me? A sudden blue force enveloped Dylan, regrowing his 2 arms from his shoulders, the recovery force pounding the ground. Other wounds slowly closed, Dylan steadily resisting to stand. He smiled devilishly, muttering, I once agreed with the Emperor never to use this form. Dylan's body was still not fully upright, but 2 green wings suddenly sprouted from his back, coldly saying, looks like I must kill you now. Both Red Emperor and Iki were wide-eyed in shock, demon transformation. In demon form, Dylan lifted his head with a dangerous smile. Red Emperor studied him, lightly smiling, careful mind as well. High above, Red Emperor calmly analyzed, fighting while quietly moving away from Dawn City. Even with a demon transformation here, he wouldn't be detected, right? Dylan closed his eyes and laughed loudly. That's why I praise you. How long has it been since an enemy forced me into this state? He continued confidently. Though I dislike this form myself, it's truly invincible. Dylan's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only a faint afterimage. In an instant, he appeared before Red Emperor, smirking arrogantly and striking, his voice still taunting. The blow sent Red Emperor crashing into the ground, shattering it. Dylan spun, one hand firing a black rope to pin Red Emperor to the ground, the other swinging, shouting, "Not done yet." The explosions shook the ground, cracking it from multiple slashes. Dylan stood above, looking down grimly, his whole body still brimming with power. He furrowed his brow, intently observing below, not letting his guard down. Amidst the crater and long slashes, smoke and dust cleared, revealing a figure. Red Emperor remained still, sword held before him, coldly watching Dylan. He frowned, thinking, the power after demon transformation truly exceeds my expectation. Dylan still looked down from above, smug, his words betraying admiration. He slowly continued, as a humanoid demon. He laughed maniacally, his sarcastic voice echoing, "You did well, but you can't defeat me." The Crimson King showed no fear, instead replying mockingly, "Oh, this is the first time someone dares to speak to me like that." He clenched his sword tightly as a blazing red power poured down upon him. The shockwave spread outward, distorting the terrain. The energy continuously surged toward Dallin, leaving him astonished. Impossible, what level is this? The Crimson King's eyes suddenly turned icy, glaring at Dallin with anger. "Let me show you the full extent of my power." But at that moment he faltered, tightly closing his eyes to suppress the pain. Blood flowed from his entire body. He thought, this kid's body has endured my power for too long. The tiny drops of blood fall to the ground. Almost at the limit, he thought. Covered in wounds, he bit his lip. If I don't withdraw in time, he won't just die from his body shattering, even my spirit will. The Crimson King glanced at Dallin, standing above. He sighed inwardly. Unexpectedly, I find some interest in this one. How ridiculous. HMPH, maybe I've slept too long, getting bored. Though his eyes were filled with reluctance, he forced a bitter smile in resignation. So be it. Suddenly, the Crimson King's eyes widened. Dallin was surprised as his aura surged as powerfully as before. The Crimson King drove his sword into the ground. His face was angry, questioning himself with difficulty. What's wrong, Crimson King? Why not kill him at a critical moment like this? But he quickly regained composure, letting out a long sigh. Yes, don't be foolish. The Crimson King's voice still echoed in his mind. At the same time, Aki hovered in the air. The red strands around his body began to fall away. If I don't pull back in time, this body will explode and you'll die, and I will vanish too. The Crimson King's voice remained full of concern. He had become a demon, and now his power could not win. My comrades are still waiting to retrieve the core. His body trembled, his face grim, calculating silently. Inside the Crimson King lies my power. You just haven't tapped it yet. Try transferring your consciousness into the weapon. The Crimson King's hand still gripped the sword, sensing it. It will show you what to do. It will guide me. You mean it can talk? The red sword appeared in Dallin's mind. The Crimson King was my most loyal subordinate back in the day. The battles it fought in are unimaginable. Kid, awaken it. Facing Aki, the Crimson King only said, if you can't kill a piece of trash like that, then you're worthless. I must admit I chose the wrong person. Seeing the Crimson King collapsed on the ground, motionless, Dallin laughed mockingly. I see now that previous state wasn't you. There's another powerful force within you, but now you're too weak to summon it. Dallin laughed loudly, full of pride and arrogance, then died. The Crimson King only looked on, his gaze heavy, unresponsive. He closed his eyes, waiting silently. But if you can hear me, respond. Suddenly, the Crimson King's eyes opened, cold and piercing, his aura surging suddenly. In the forest, Tamo's power streaked through swiftly. She moved too fast to see the figures, only feeling the power sweep, killing many monsters, blood splattering everywhere. After the massacre, Tamo stopped, trying to control her strength, frowning and biting her lip. Though they are low-level demons, their numbers are overwhelming. A loud rumble echoed from the dark forest, and a dense group of monsters appeared. Suddenly, a monstrous foot appeared, forcing the smaller monsters to yield. 2 6th-ranked demons and a 5th-ranked demon strode forward. They spoke with delight. Humans, the scent of your blood is truly enticing. Tamo saw these 3 demons, terrified. Sudu Liu, standing behind, noticing her reaction, asked, Tamo, what's wrong? Tamo, sweating, smiled faintly. Liu, focus on protecting Lena. Don't worry about me. There might be a fiercer fight than earlier. The 6th-ranked demon licked its hand, grinning wickedly. Not like humans, also a humanoid demon. Better to keep one for study. Facing the vast group of monsters, Tamo showed no fear, firmly saying, but I won't let any of you survive. She assumed a combat stance, readying her attack, thinking, cannot let them take the initiative. Hamo dashed forward, knocking a 6th-rank demon away. At the same time, she plunged her weapon into another monster for a fatal strike. Her face cold, thinking, take care of one first. Suddenly, her expression changed as the remaining 2 demons rushed from behind, excitement on their faces. Fast too, they struck her back twice forcefully, catching her off guard. She lightly jumped, skillfully dodging. Hamo gathered her strength, spinning. Her cold gaze swept through the air like a whirlwind, unleashing the one dance move, striking back the 2 demons. They braced on the ground, astonished. Yet she reverses position so smoothly, forcing us to retreat. The red 6th-rank demon grew even more excited. He formed a sphere of energy in his hand, ready to counterattack. If you have used your skills to stop us from surviving, I will retaliate immediately. Hamo charged forward, jumped high, and put all her force into a downward strike before the enemy could react. The red 6-armed demon quickly used its hands to block the massive energy wave from Matt, struggling, which angered Tom. Hamo thought, damn it, my body is nearing its limit. Her face changed when the brown 6-armed demon she had killed earlier slowly stood up. The fatal wound on the demon's heart healed quickly. It mocked Tomo and said, "Did you think I was dead? I'll deal with the one I can overpower." It laughed loudly and charged straight toward Pseudo Liu, who was healing Lena. Pseudo Liu panicked and raised his hand to block the blow. Tomo struck hard, sending the Gam demon crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of green blood. She gritted her teeth angrily. "How dare you?" Seeing Tomo successfully block the attack, Pseudo Liu felt relieved. Suddenly, Tomo was attacked from behind, screaming in pain and being thrown away. Monster blood splattered, causing Pseudo Liu to widen his eyes in shock. Her scream echoed through the vast forest, her mouth and lips stained with blood, panting heavily. Looking ahead, she gritted her teeth. "Damn it, my body can't hold out much longer, but you bastards." She turned and swung her hand, striking the nearby 5-armed demon on the head and angrily shouted, "Must die." Hamo spun her weapon in her hand and used the chaotic blade technique, decapitating the 5-armed demon and cleaving the red 6-armed demon in half. The monsters, terrified, retreated, Hamo's hands shaking uncontrollably. Hamo shouted loudly, ordering, "Keep going, you bastards, come on." The monsters trembled in fear, not daring to advance. They stepped back slowly, retreating deeper into the forest until they disappeared. Seeing this, Pseudo Liu happily spoke up. "They retreated, Tomo, you did it. Are you okay? What happened to you?" Tomo stood still, not responding. The armor pieces on Tomo's body disappeared, and she collapsed in a fighting stance. Tonight she had killed a total of 2 red 6-armed demons, 1 5-armed demon, 6 4-armed demons, 16 3-armed demons, 22 armed demons, and 45 1-armed demons, successfully protecting her teammate. Returning to Aki's position, a voice rang out, and the image of blood-red eyes appeared in his mind. Aki thought to himself in surprise, "You're not from the Crimson King class, how could you awaken me?" He placed his hand on the sword he was holding. Aki realized that the Crimson Dynasty could still communicate through the mind, even though it was a life form. Nearby, Vandaland, with poisonous vines surrounding him, ready to attack, continued to watch Aki without stopping. He wondered with a puzzled expression, "What the hell is this guy up to?" Not waiting long, Vandaland took the opportunity while Aki was deep in thought and launched a full-force attack. The poisonous vines from Vandaland shot toward him, accompanied by the words, "No matter what, if you lose the power you had before, you will absolutely not defeat me." Aki calmly raised his sword, his gaze firm, ready to fight. He spoke to the red eye on his sword. "Crimson Dynasty, let's first kill the one in front of us." The red eye on the sword responded with a single word, "No." Aki was stunned, not expecting the Crimson Dynasty to reply like this. Aki gasped as the vines rushed down toward the ground where he stood. The poisonous vines from Vandaland hit the ground with a loud explosion, sending debris flying. The force of the blast scattered rocks and dirt, making the scene desolate. The vines stopped on the ground, leaving a deep, long scar. The dust from the stones filled the air, clearly showing the destructive power of Vandaland's attack. Aki couldn't counterattack in time against Vandaland's assault and was forced into a passive position. The poisonous vines wrapped around him, his face showing pain and suffering. His limbs trembled from exhaustion, but he still clutched the sword tightly. Red energy streams from his sword arm, Aki's energy, were being absorbed by the vine. He realized the energy was being drained, his face reflecting pain and suffering. It seemed he could feel his energy being drained by the vines surrounding him. He thought to himself, his face showing clear signs of pain and suffering as he realized his strength was waning. Zilio is absorbing energy. At this moment, Vandaland, having already immobilized Aki with the venomous vines, looked at the scene in front of him with satisfaction. He said, "If you're caught by my venomous vines, just wait to be turned into blood water." Vandaland looked down at Aki, who was in pain, restrained by the venomous vines. Aki's body was hanging, suffering from Vandaland's attack. Aki thought to himself, the energy is slowly fading away. His determined gaze was fixed on the vines that were entangling his body. He spoke to his sword in his mind, Crimson King's strike. Why are you refusing to fight with me? The vines tightened around Aki, while the sword in his hand emitted a strange red mist. The voice of the sword echoed in Aki's mind. Only the Crimson King's strike is worthy of fighting alongside me. Who are you? As soon as the voice of the sword ended, the energy inside Aki's body began to erupt violently. The vines were still wrapping around Aki, but from within, his fiery red energy began to burst out, shattering the ball of vines that Vandalan had created. A loud explosion rang out as the ball of vines was destroyed, and pieces of vines scattered through the air. A massive energy column erupted, sending red lightning bolts out from the center of the explosion. Everything around them was shrouded in dust. From the smoke, Aki appeared, still holding the glowing red sword, surrounded by red lightning and fragments of the vine. Aki looked around, his eyes shining, and white smoke was coming from his mouth. He said firmly, even in defeat, I will rise and fight to the death. As Aki emerged from the explosion, Vandalan began to defend himself, a green light surrounding his body. His face showed signs of worry. Vandalan thought about the strange lightning he had been using from the start, but he couldn't understand why he had lightning elements. He continued to think, his gaze dangerous yet filled with worry. Vandalan thought to himself, I must deal with him quickly. Crimson King's strike seemed to be contemplating something. The sword suddenly let out a loud laugh, as if it had figured something out. Electricity surged through the sword's body. Aki looked at the sword in his hand, surprised. Crimson King's strike spoke again. Crimson King's strike said, so this is the power, turns out you're worthy now. Aki tightened his grip on the sword, making a clear, determined sound. Aki raised the sword to the sky, red light and lightning surrounding it. He thought, then let's fight together, Crimson King's strike. Just as Aki finished speaking, the sword in his hand suddenly shattered, leaving him speechless in surprise. Aki stared in shock, his eyes wide with horror. Then, the fragments of the sword gradually reassembled in his hand. The fragments formed a solid red armor, just like Aki's original sword. The armor was completed to Aki's astonishment. At that moment on his arm, there was a red eye similar to the one on the sword. The eye spoke, then I'll let you see the true power of my Crimson King's strike. Aki smiled after his surprise faded. He looked at the armor, smirking triumphantly, thinking, as expected, you are strong, Crimson King's strike. Vandalan had lost his patience by now. Green cracks appeared on his face and he thought uncomfortably, I still can't understand who he really is. The green aura around him suddenly erupted, turning into a serpent that slithered around him. Vandalan thought, I have to kill him immediately. The serpent created from Vandalan's energy bared its fangs and charged at Aki. His thoughts rang out, I will use my strongest skill. Vandalan stared intently, his eyes glowing, his face nearly cracking. He extended his claws, creating a large surge of energy towards the ground. The snake rushed quickly toward Aki. Aki stood firm as though nothing had happened, preparing to face Vandalan's attack. Aki jumped, stamping his foot hard on the ground, using the momentum to charge directly at the serpent. A red beam shot from the spot where Aki had stood, heading straight toward the fierce serpent. Aki extended his fist, his eyes glowing brightly, wind swirling around him as he charged forward and shouted, come at me. The clash between Aki and the serpent was underway. The red beam struck the serpent, creating an explosion that lit up the entire sky. Vandalan, horrified, thought, my skill was destroyed by him, how could this be? Aki's energy beam surged toward Vandalan. Aki extended his fist, charging straight at him, and the confrontation grew increasingly tense. The power of both merged together, erupting brightly, lighting up the sky. Immediately after, a loud explosion sounded, shockwaves from the center of the blast radiating in all directions. At this moment, Vandalan struggled to fend off Aki's attack. His face cracked, his eyes bloodshot, and green energy radiated throughout his body. He yelled in deep frustration, impossible, you can't defeat me. Hearing this, Aki calmly replied with indifference, to me, you're just a counterfeit of Luke Hao. Then Aki put all his strength into a punch aimed at Vandalan. The energy around him blazed and he shouted loudly, I was once a king. Vandalan still tried his best to block the attack, but his arm trembled, seemingly about to give way. The green and red beams continued to clash violently. Vandalan began to shake and ask, once a king? Impossible, didn't you die? Before he could finish, Aki charged forward, delivering a punch that pierced through his body, determining the outcome. When defeated, Vandalan still couldn't believe it. His eyes were filled with shock and resentment. Aki flew past him at high speed, and the surrounding green energy gradually dissipated. The sound of Vandalan's body falling from the height echoed throughout the air. Aki looked back at the battlefield and spoke as if speaking for himself from before. Correct answer, you fool. Two energy spheres raced through the air over the vast mountainside. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on their trajectory. Aki immediately rushed forward and grabbed the two green spheres with lightning speed. Immediately after, he sped off, leaving only a red streak across the sky. Aki spoke, got them, let's head back. On the outskirts of the city, the ground was littered with traces of devastation from the battle. At the bottom of the deep pit, Sino struggled to hold on and looked up at the two of Dalen's followers standing above. The old man with white hair covering his face looked at him in disbelief and said, "What's wrong with this guy? We've attacked together so many times and he still got up." The red-haired kid replied in surprise, "Not only does he have incredible defense, but this demon-like man's aura grows stronger with every hit, as if he will never fall." Sino's whole body was enveloped in a protective shield, while the two others continued to comment. "Yes, it looks like he's protecting himself to prevent us from advancing. Truly a terrifying man." He gritted his teeth, his face full of discomfort as he struggled to speak. "I can't let you through." The red-haired kid angrily shouted, "I don't care what he is, we must kill him quickly. It's been too long already if this goes on. The other warriors will lose faith." The old man with white hair immediately added, "All right, let's focus all energy together." The ground beneath their feet was already crushed. They both shouted in unison, "Final strike, kill him." In the blink of an eye, two streams of energy shot straight into the sky. They quickly merged into a full-force attack, charging straight at Sino. He couldn't react in time, standing frozen in place. A feeling of helplessness flashed through his mind. "I probably can't withstand this attack either." He closed his eyes and let go. "Iki, I hope I've bought enough time for you." Suddenly, a strike from the sky came down, stopping the two attackers' assault. Iki and the body of Siki Wang charged forward, delivering a lightning-fast blow that sent both opponents flying. Neither of them could withstand it and immediately fainted. Seeing Iki standing in front of him, Sino sighed in relief and softly called, "Iki." He gently turned his head, smiled reassuringly, and explained, "Don't worry, they just fainted. We've already taken the core. Let's go." Iki and Shino smiled, reverted their demonic forms, and quickly ran off to find their teammates, while he wore a worried expression, lost in thought. "Why does the blood smell so strong? We must be close to them." They suddenly stopped, seeing monster corpses scattered everywhere. While Iki and Shino were still in shock, Tamo charged, delivering a powerful strike at Iki, forcing him to struggle defensively. A sudden gust of wind blew past, and his eyes widened in astonishment when he saw Tamo unconscious. Iki hesitated before speaking. "Are you Tamo?" Seeing her expressionless face and vacant eyes, he guessed. "She's passed out." Still holding her hand tightly, he couldn't believe it and asked, "Did you do all this?" His lips trembled, heart aching, as he gently reassured, "We're back, Tamo, it's okay." Hearing this, she paused for a moment and then slowly fell forward. Seeing her fall, Iki quickly caught her in his arms. In the distance, Tutor Liu continued treating Lena, anxiously calling out, "Tamo, she's unconscious but still protecting us." She sighed in relief, her face relaxing with a smile. "Finally, you two held on until you came back." In Tutor Liu's hands were the 2 nano-K cores that Iki brought. She asked in surprise, "Nano-K cores? I didn't expect you actually defeated the new 6 claws." She gently brought the cores close to the comatose Lena, which were immediately absorbed, releasing a powerful surge of energy from her body. The force was so intense it spread across the vast forest. Lena's pale face gradually regained color before everyone's eyes, while she still clutched the necklace tightly. Her complexion returned to rosy, green energy radiated from her shoulders, enveloping her body, and her arms slowly regenerated. Iki cheered with joy. It worked, Lena's body is recovering. Just as they were still amazed, Tutor Liu suddenly collapsed. Both shouted in panic, "Liu." Iki lifted her and placed her in Shino's arms, who examined her carefully before sighing in relief. Fortunately, Liu just fainted from overexertion. Shino looked at Tutor Liu and Tamo, smiling fondly before speaking. They must have exhausted their last bit of energy and spirit. Iki stood nearby looking at them and smiled with relief, praising, "They are truly amazing warriors, wonderful girls." He kept smiling but then paused, looking at Shino with curiosity and called Shino. Opposite him, Shino had dozed off without him noticing. Iki exhaled softly, smiling gently, thinking, "Did you also use up all your spirit?" "Rest, brother." Warm sunlight enveloped him and the 4 teammates, filling Iki with a sense of relief. "I'll watch over everyone until you wake up. Rest well, thank you all." On a hill covered with swaying green grass, Lena lay among the grass as if in a deep sleep. Suddenly she opened her eyes wide, propping herself up with her hands, looking puzzled. Confusion was clear on Lena's face. She wondered, was it a dream? A sudden voice brought her back to reality. "Lena, why are you spacing out?" Before her stood a group of people in red cloaks, framed against the open sky. One of them turned around. It was Iki in his alien warrior form, gently asking Lena, "You fool, you looked lost in thought." She responded awkwardly, "I think I just had a very long dream. A very, very long dream. And in the dream, finally, my hands were gone." In Lena's mind flashed a horrific scene. Her body drenched in blood, both arms severed tragically. Iki laughed, still soothingly. "Silly girl, you must have been too tired recently, dreaming strange dreams like this." Another girl quickly stepped forward, took Lena's hand, and said, "My dear little sister." She knelt before the bewildered Lena. "Relax a bit, it's just a dream." She was Celine, the Mist Queen, with the strongest purple core, smiling gently. "Don't overthink it." Iki pointed ahead. "Look, the new main city is almost finished. It might be the first S-class city in history." Before her stood a massive, solid fortress, the new city of hope for humanity. Carlo's face beaming with a bright smile, the red flame, second strongest red core at the time, spoke excitedly. Besides, I'll be honest, the people in the city even volunteered to build a giant statue right in front of the gate to honor you. In my mind, I pictured people gathering around a large statue, and it was Aki's statue. Aki stood next to it with an awkward expression, sighing in resignation and saying, I've already refused, but no one would listen. Yasunari, the most powerful golden core in that era, spoke up. You are our king, the one who brought hope and a future to the survivors. Therefore, you truly deserve this. A young man with green hair and a kind face agreed. Of course, you deserve it. Everyone shouted in unison. Aki didn't say anything, just helplessly murmuring, you guys really talk too much. However, he couldn't hide his joy, quickly turning and heading towards the city, urging, all right, let's head to the city. Xavier, the strongest at the time with the void nuclear power, spoke sternly. I've heard that some old royal cards have been undergoing mutations lately. Xavier continued, I'm thinking of sending troops to investigate. Hearing this, Aki also began to analyze seriously. Aki said, there are still many important projects in the city that need to be expedited. I plan to dig tunnels to connect all the towns for easier resource sharing. Aki continued, saying there was also a sword symbol engraved according to the description, and there were rumors of a rising religious force. Lena still sat quietly, listening to everyone discuss, her mind stuck in a misty rain. Then suddenly, a voice called out. Lena, hurry up, she happily responded. Yes, I'm coming. As her hand touched the ground, a strange sensation passed through her. She collapsed in pain, her arms disappearing with only blood flowing endlessly. She collapsed on the ground, helplessly looking at the others as their figures blurred before her eyes, crying out in pain. My hands! Everyone wait, Aki. Suddenly everything pulled her back to reality. In front of Lena were Aki, Tomo, Tsudulu and Shino sitting there. Aki opened his eyes wide in shock, then gently laid Tsudulu down on the ground. Then he quickly ran to Lena and asked urgently, Lena, you're awake. She looked around, silently thinking that her body was now full of energy. Lena thought, is it because the two lost cores have merged and attached to me? She shivered, staring at her hands and hesitated. My hands have regrown. Aki suddenly rushed to hug her, excitedly saying, this is amazing, Lena. Lena stared in shock at the battlefield behind Aki, with monster corpses scattered everywhere. Lena's eyes reddened, her voice trembling with sobs, her words broken up with each gasp. Lena asked, what's going on? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I've troubled everyone so much. I almost hurt everyone. Aki hugged her tightly, gently reassuring her. Don't apologize, Lena. We all willingly did this for you, no matter what. Teammates are teammates. Aki continued, we would even sacrifice our lives without regret. A series of events were retold through Aki's words. Lena shouted in shock, Van Dalen is dead. This is a big problem. Lena said, when the new king and the 5 members of the 6 of Cards find out, they'll surely act immediately. Michael frowned and said worriedly, we need to leave here right now. Michael said priority is to recover immediately. Aki agreed, yes, everyone is exhausted now. In Aki's mind, the image of Yasunari appeared. He remembered that although 3 members of the old 6 of Cards had died, he continued remembering. Desa had been imprisoned, but one person, Yasunari, still carried the golden core after he was seriously injured. He voluntarily gave up his identity and hid in a secret town. The memory recalled his lone figure walking through the sandstorm, and Aki pondered, we can go there to find him, it should be safe. Aki's face suddenly brightened, his voice full of excitement, and he confirmed that it was Yasunari, his old friend. Aki said, all right, let's go immediately. Lena also agreed. All right, I'll treat them first. Then she focused her energy to create a protective layer around the 3 teammates lying down to begin healing. As she continued healing, Lena said seriously, Van Dalen's nuclear energy is truly terrifying, so strong that my hands regrew on their own. Lena continued, I didn't even have to exert force to heal them. Looking at Tsudulu lying there as if he were sleeping, Lin En expressed her gratitude. Lin En said, this is also a reminder from Lu that we need a very strong green core. Lena smiled, her eyes filled with reassurance and admiration. Aki, now you have another strong companion by your side. Aki asked, is this journey far? She continued healing and replied, it's not about the distance, it's whether Yasunari will help us. Lena continued, her voice hesitant, he might not agree to help us after he died. Yasunari fell into despair, even harboring resentment against him. A hint of sadness flashed across Aki's face, as though he wanted to say something but held back. Aki thought they hated him for abandoning them, which led to everything that happened after, but he didn't dwell too long in negative thoughts. Aki's gaze quickly became determined again, and he firmly said, I must meet him and explain everything directly. In a dry valley, the ground was scattered with cracked soil, barren and lifeless. There was a giant cave with a grim and ominous atmosphere. Lyot, dressed in red armor, stood inside, holding a mysterious bag, coldly sneering. He showed a look of contempt, snorted, and said, Truly a disgusting and foul bunch. The watch on his wrist suddenly vibrated. With a flash of surprise, he murmured, "A urgent call. It's been so long since I've received one." Inside the dark cave, spherical energy blocks floated, reflecting faint light. He spoke in a low voice, "Answer the call." A cold voice came from the watch. "Have you retrieved the item?" He replied impatiently, "I've got it. Is this really what you call an urgent question?" He snapped into the receiver. "I've been here so many times to collect the item, do you still doubt me?" The other person was silent for a moment before speaking. "Dylan is dead." The shocking news left Lyot frozen, his face pale. The voice on the other side calmly explained to the new sixth Hao. After the red core and red crystal cores were taken by Hongxi, Lyot, and Shuku, some said that two extremely powerful demons had appeared and launched an attack. He angrily asked, "Once I return, I'll investigate." The other person avoided the question, "We can discuss this later." Killing intent rose in his eyes, veins bulging on his face. He coldly said, "I will investigate. I'm not asking, I'm telling you all." The voice on the other side remained silent for a long time, considering the matter. Lyot, meanwhile, stared intently at the watch, waiting. After a few minutes of waiting for a response, he softly said in a pleading tone, "Please." Finally, the other person lowered their voice in submission. "I understand. I'll inform the other three and send you the current investigation results shortly. It will be useful to you." The other person regretfully comforted, "Lyot, you must stay calm. I know you and Dylan grew up together. We are also very saddened." The sound of the call ending echoed and the space fell silent in that moment of stillness. Lyot remembered their childhood playing together. He trembled with pain, desperately calling, "Dallin," he yelled in anguish, full of fury, "Dallin, why did you?" His anger exploded and he shouted, "I will definitely avenge you." The cave was shattered by his power, a massive force shooting straight into the sky. The sound of his furious scream echoed, as if crushing bones. In another place, two beams of light tore across the sky. Ahead, Aki was carrying Lena, and behind them were Shino, carrying Tomo and Tu Du Liu. Aki asked with concern, "Are you tired? Want to take a break?" Tu Du Liu gently replied, "Tomo and I are fine, it's just hard on Shino, who has to support both of us." Shino calmly said, "Don't worry about me, I'm fine, just keep going." In Aki's arms, Lena encouraged, "Let's try a bit longer. Killing Van Dalen is a monumental task. I'm afraid the remaining sixth Hao has already begun investigating. Our current situation is extremely dangerous. We need to reach the town where an Enham is before sunset to be safe." Noticing her worry, Aki softly reassured, "It's okay, we'll be safe." Tu Du Liu quietly watched the two ahead for a while. Soon the group arrived at a lush green town nestled in the forest called Luke Chaozio Zhen, a sea-level city, peaceful and serene. Aki landed outside the city. He ordered to transform and change colors, then looked at the city excitedly, saying, "I didn't expect a sea-level city like this to exist in this area." The group stood before a city gate surrounded by lush greenery and simplicity. Lena quickly introduced, "Lu Chao Zio Zhen. Many years ago when an Enham left, he told me he would come to this place. I didn't expect it to be such a beautiful place. Let's go." The others nodded and followed behind. Tu Du Liu spoke up, "Aki, did we come here to find the old sixth Hao? An Enham did die, right?" Aki answered plainly, "That's right, Lena advised us to come here. Given our current situation, if we are surrounded by the remaining sixth Hao, it will be very troublesome." Tu Du Liu lowered her head, embarrassed, "I know about that. What I mean is..." Aki hesitated and then asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" She suddenly stopped, her eyes full of curiosity and scrutiny. "Who exactly are you?" Seeing the closeness between the two behind her, Lena walked ahead, her expression slightly disappointed. Aki also stopped and seriously said, "Who am I? What do you mean, I'm Aki?" Aki and Aki outside the body both simultaneously confirmed, "I am the king named Aki who died half a century ago, honored as the strongest warrior." He openly admitted, leaving Shino and Lena in front stunned. He continued, "I reincarnated and crossed over to the present, existing in this body." Tu Du Liu was shocked and trembling, unable to believe. Shino asked with a stiff expression. Tomo stammered, "Aki, what did you say, you are?" Aki calmly said that if they wanted to know, there was no need to hide anything anymore. Aki, the foreign warrior, appeared and said he would tell everyone what had happened to him, along with the secret inside his body. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, as Aki began recounting everything about himself. Lena was pensive, not showing much surprise, while Shino and Tu Du Liu widened their eyes in shock, trembling from astonishment. Shino could hardly believe his ears and said to Aki, "Brother Aki, what you're saying is hard to understand. Aki, are you joking?" Shino wondered about time travel and reincarnation, saying, "You're saying you were the king 50 years ago, the strongest warrior, Aki." Aki had led humanity to build the Bright Citadel, which was hard to believe. Aki continued, explaining that due to certain reasons, he didn't arrive 50 years later, this present moment, but was living through this body. He hesitated, then continued, There is the red King Chi residing, the demon 8 Chi, one of the 6 strongest King Chi. All 3 were shocked and panicked. Shino repeated in disbelief, King Chi, and Northern Chi. Lena spoke up. Lena said, an existence stronger than the 7 Chi. Aki, you mean there are demons stronger than the 7 Chi demons in the world? Tudulu frowned and asked, 8 Chi, King Chi. Aki replied, Lu, your body also contains similar power. Your ability to control space and time comes from the Black King Chi. Aki explained, that is another King Chi representing the Black Core. Tudulu was startled and said, so it's the Demon Kai King. Lino exclaimed, Ba Chi, Black King Chi, though I had guessed it early. She continued, what is this King Chi? Why is it parasitizing both of you? What is its purpose? Aki frowned and replied, I'm not sure either. Aki said the Red King Chi had never revealed its full plan. He continued, I only know it seems to have cooperated with other King Chi before. The scene of Red King Chi and Black King Chi appeared as Aki affirmed, especially the Black King Chi, and he recalled. Aki recounted his previous life, entering the ancient king's domain and discovering the existence of Ba Chi. He remembered his body covered in blood, but their power far exceeded his ability to resist. Aki admitted, I don't know why it chose me, nor do I know its true purpose. He closed his eyes and continued, but I can feel it has its own plan. Aki continued, it might even relate to humanity's fate, but right now I have something more urgent. He said, the appearance of the new king and the new 6th How, I need to save Deja, ma'am. I have to meet the one called the new king. He looked up at the sky and said, see where he intends to lead the survivors. Tudulu worriedly asked, Red King Chi, Black King Chi, what is their purpose? She asked, Aki, will you coexist with Red King Chi forever? What is my ultimate fate? Aki replied, I don't know. Aki murmured, the power of Red King Chi makes me stronger, but its existence is like a double-edged sword. He continued, I can feel it watching me, waiting for something. He looked at everyone and said, but now I have no more secrets. Aki said, you are my comrades, I think you need to know these things. Whether for you or me, perhaps it's for the best. Shino scratched his head and said, Brother Aki. Shino looked sideways with a forced smile. Your secret is terrifying. If Tama were awake with her personality, she'd be utterly shocked. Tudulu looked into Aki's eyes and said, but whatever king you are, I trust you. You are my brother. Tudulu said, Aki, thank you for telling us. But all of this is so huge, what can we even do? He smiled and replied, no, it's me who should thank you. You've done enough already. He turned to Lena and said, keep leading the way. Once we find an Enhim, we heal first, then plan the next move. She looked at Shino and Tudulu, still uneasy, thinking this must be hard for the young warriors to believe. She turned and walked, knowing they needed time to adjust. Everyone continued when suddenly a loud shout came from afar. Don't go any further. Lena startled and turned to see the fortress soldier. He held his weapon and shouted, sorry, outsiders are not allowed. This fortress has never entertained strangers. He continued, you must leave immediately. Lena stood below shouting, we are not enemies. She continued, we just need a place to recuperate. My comrades are injured, please allow us into the fortress. We have an old friend inside. The disbelieving soldier said, you claim to be injured, but how do we know? Old friend, who knows if you're actually disguised demons? No outsiders have ever come here before. We don't need any. Lena replied irritably, these people are completely unreasonable. Sino continued pleading, we really need a place to recover and heal. We come from Hello City. A man with magical power descended straight to Sino's feet. The soldier raised his bow and shouted, enough, leave now, or do you think I won't kill you? Red magical energy swirled around Aki. He stepped forward and repeated, try killing me. He grabbed the arrow that had been shot at him and snapped it. His face radiated murderous intent as he said, do you believe I can level your stronghold? His eyes bulged and sharpened. The soldier panicked, yelling, Aki, what is that look in your eyes? He's the enemy, you really are demons. He lowered his stance, preparing to fight. People below tried to calm Aki. Sino said, Aki, calm down a little. Lena gasped, Aki, what are you doing? The opponent is a first-class soldier. An advisor thought silently, this murderous aura, the Red King's energy, it's corroding Aki's inner self. Suddenly a figure appeared, leaping down to the ground with a heavy impact, shaking the earth. Aki's murderous aura vanished when he saw the figure. He stammered, and Nihim. The figure appeared, muscular and clad in a round yellow coat, dust flying everywhere. And Nihim declared, such intense aura, let's see who dares cause trouble in our stronghold. The soldiers exclaimed in surprise, Lord Nihim. The soldier from earlier said, Lord Nihim, these people insist on entering and even threatened us. Everyone cheered, this is great. Lord Nihim had arrived. He stared at Aki, they looked at each other. Lena ran up, calling out, wait, it's me, Lena. And Nihim's eyes lit up. He removed his hat, revealing an aged face marked by time. He said in surprise, Lena, you. Why are you here? Lena hurriedly explained. Lord Nihim, we need a place to recover. My teammate is severely injured. She pointed to Tamo and continued, we mean no harm, just a safe place to stay. The old man thought a moment and then ordered, open the gates. The soldier panicked, but Lord Nihim, magical power surged around the old man. He He said, "Don't worry, I'm here." The soldier obeyed yes and commanded, "Open the gates." The brown wooden doors opened, revealing a beautiful scene inside. A large man wearing red entered, carrying a suitcase. In the large room, a young woman was waiting. Seeing him, she said, "You're here, Liat." This sister was Tarina, the first new generation with twin purple heart cores. Then she hesitated. "Liat, about Dylan, I'm very sorry." Though she spoke, he didn't respond. His expression darkened. He placed the white suitcase on the table. Liat remained silent. He slowly opened the suitcase. Once Tarina saw the neatly arranged colorful heart cores inside, he spoke. "I've safely returned with the new batch of heart cores." Liat's hand brushed over the colorful stones. It paused at the green one, yet he decisively grabbed the red one beside it. He then turned and walked away, saying coolly, "Send me the battle information of Dalen, whether it's demon or otherwise." But Tarina quickly stopped him. "Wait." Hearing this, Liat stopped and asked gravely, "Go on." Tarina calmly said, "This time someone will accompany you. This is a directive from our superiors." She sighed. "You may not like it, Liat, but there's no alternative." Hearing this, he was startled and asked, "A directive from our superiors? You mean the king or—" Before he could finish, someone from the corner of the room interrupted. "This is also my first time acting with humans, right?" The voice made Liat very displeased. His face darkened, showing anger. The mysterious person wore a loose round coat and sandals, slowly approaching. He was Triudao. A demon with a handsome, delicate face appeared, smiling brightly, with enthusiasm that seemed both real and fake. "Hope we cooperate well." Then the two set off together. Liat disliked his teammate for this mission and didn't wait, striding ahead. The one following calmly knew the other disliked him, yet he still teased provocatively. "Seems like you're not very happy I'm with you, huh?" Liat snapped. "If it weren't for orders from our superiors, I wouldn't even glance at a fifth-class demon like you. Just don't block my path. I have no goodwill toward demons." Every word he said didn't escape, only making Han frown and ask in a deep voice, "Is that so?" Liat continued in his tone, "A 5-tier demon. He could crush a person with just one hand." Right after those words, he was suddenly stabbed in the chest by a giant sigh. Could it be that the demon killed a colleague in anger? Liat howled in pain. "You dare to sneak attack me?" His whole body was veined, eyes rolling white, his body contracted, and he screamed in anger. "This damn substance." But the scythe on his chest suddenly disappeared with her indifference, leaving Liat confused. Not knowing what to say, he stepped forward and said, "Let's go." Looking at his chest, he saw it was completely healed. Liat remained silent, thinking it was a healing technique. Moreover, this was not a low-level healing technique. Even I didn't notice it right away. His suspicious gaze turned to the other person, silently affirming, "This guy is definitely not a 5-tier demon." At this moment, the other person smiled and spoke. "You just said I am a 5-tier demon. That's just what I want you all to see." He turned around, his eyes filled with hatred. "Let's go, Liat. I also have enemies I cannot ignore." The scene shifted to a small wooden house. Inside, an astonished scream shook the house. Hugh was chewing and curiously asked, "Is our food? Is this the food this? Wow, amazing." The boy's excited attitude made Liu laugh and say, "I knew Hugh would react like this." Sino, beside him, was also amazed to see the little one eat as fast as a machine. Hugh, that spiritual core shouldn't be used for that purpose." The boy kept stuffing his mouth. "It's so delicious." The three inside talked. Outside in the yard, the other three were also conversing. This seemed important as the atmosphere between them was tense. After Aki finished speaking, he softly said, "That's how it is." And Enheem Lena excitedly spoke up. "In short, our current goal is to save Deja. The team and gang, their strength is good. If they coordinate well, we can." At this moment, an Enheem stepped forward, approached Aki, said nothing, and punched him hard in the face. Lena was stunned, not understanding why an Enheem did that. Aki was knocked to the ground. Lena rushed to stop him when she saw him about to strike again. "Hey, what are you doing?" But she couldn't do anything as her hands were uncontrollable. Her hands shook and were slowly pushed away, and Lena could only curse. And Enheem's anger was so great that he lost control. His eyes shone with golden light as he lunged to throw a punch. And Enheem yelled while punching, releasing the frustration inside. "Do you know, back then you didn't listen to anyone's advice and went alone into the old king car. Then we suffered so much, do you know? Do you know what I had to do to get through it?" Iki didn't dodge or strike back, just lying there taking it. The three young people inside were very puzzled when they heard the loud noise. Liu quickly jumped out the window and shouted, "What's going on?" When she saw Iki being beaten, she panicked and screamed, "Let go!" And Enheem used his power to control, shouting, "Stop!" No one intervened. He yelled, preventing anyone from coming near. After throwing 1,000 consecutive punches at Iki's face, and Enheem finally stopped. However, he grabbed Iki's collar, using all his internal energy, and shouted in his face, "At that time, your teammates died and you were injured. We couldn't even hide, and you, our king, just left like that. and now you suddenly appear. Then say something about rescuing what the hell? In response to the reproach, Aki only lowered his head and apologized. And Enhim, let's walk this path together again. In this life, this time I will repay you 100,000 times over. These words made him cry. The loud noise made his wife and son rush out. She was very surprised to see her husband beating someone. His son angrily shouted, "Who are you? My father doesn't like you. Leave here now." Lena was shocked and anxiously said, "That's an Enhim's family." Hearing that, Aki looked back. The space suddenly became quiet, only the wind could be heard. After a moment he released Aki, softly saying, "She, our queen, forgive me. I am no longer the Enhim I was before. I ran away to this small town, met the person I love, and lived with them. I cherish them and I am satisfied with this current life. I no longer have the strength I once had. Here, I only protect them, protect this small town." As an Enhim's words ended, a strong gust of wind blew through, lifting his robe and revealing his severed arm. Iki saw the sorrowful look in the old general's eyes, who was crying helplessly in front of him, unable to do anything more. And Enhim placed his hand on the ground, unclear of what he intended to do next. Suddenly, he bent forward, surprising Aki. His voice pleaded urgently, "Please, after you recover, leave this place." The scene shifted to Lyot, who was lying sprawled on the ground. He seemed to have just fought a tough battle, struggling to get up. Lyot threw a cold glare at the person in front of him, his face filled with anger at the man who killed his elder brother. About 3 hours ago, Lyot and Tridia were resting on a rock ledge. The scene transitioned to a peaceful wooden house under the brilliant sunset sky. Inside, Tomo smiled happily and said to Frank, "Little brother, we're not here to cause trouble. We just need a safe place to rest for a while." She winked and playfully stuck out her tongue before continuing, "We absolutely don't want to ruin your family's happy life." Frank blushed, awkwardly turned away, and stammered, "I understand, it's fine, I know." He blushed again, glanced at Tomo, and called out, "Sis." Suddenly, Sino appeared, patting Frank on the shoulder. "We're the good guys, we specialize in eliminating evil." Frank looked away, responding indifferently, "Yes." Inside the kitchen, the food in the pot started to bubble and boil. Valia was slicing vegetables while saying, "Having 2 people helping is really great. It's the first time in the house that we've had so many people eating together." She continued, "I was really afraid I couldn't manage everything by myself." Valia turned and smiled at the 2 women. "Honestly, for all these years, not just our house but this entire desert town has rarely had outsiders come. So at first, we were a bit tense, even distrusting with bad attitudes. I'm really sorry, I hope you can understand." Lena looked at Valia and replied, "It's fine, we understand. We suddenly barged in, so we should apologize for the disturbance." She smiled and continued. Lena spoke up, "Please don't mind it, we're very grateful for having a place to rest." Valia happily smiled, no problem, no problem. Once the food is done, let's all enjoy a nice meal together." The scene shifted to a green meadow. Aki sat alone, gazing at the giant sun shining on the horizon. He pursed his lips, silently observing the scenery before him. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Aki, and Enhim spoke up. He pressed his lips together, sadly staring at Aki before stepping forward. Aki looked up at an Enhim who looked at him, and without realizing it, thought of someone else. And Enhim widened his eyes in surprise, looking at the person in front of him, blinking, and spoke earnestly. "Earlier, I was forced to admit it, even with Lena as a witness. What you said about reincarnation and time travel is truly unbelievable. At first, I couldn't accept it at all." And Enhim recalled the past, his emotions slightly stirred. "I even hit you a few times, looking back now that was rude." He stepped forward, treading on the soft green grass. Then an Enhim knelt on one knee on the dark grass, bowing respectfully. "Demon King, an Enhim formally pays his respects to you." After a while he sat down on the grass, recalling, "Back then, I was severely injured and fled to this town, thinking I wouldn't survive." He reminisced, "It was her, my current wife, who treated my wounds and took me in." And Enhim lowered his gaze, speaking sadly, "She never asked about my past, just quietly stayed by my side. Later, we grew close. I decided to throw everything away, the old ways and Enhim of the earth." He remembered her gentle smile. "I just wanted to be her husband. And protect her, protect this town. After we had children, I had another person to protect. Life here, peaceful and simple, is the greatest treasure of my life." Aki smiled warmly at him. "And Enhim, I truly rejoice that you have found a place to belong." Aki's expression suddenly turned sorrowful. "I never dared to dream of a life like that when everyone called me the strongest warrior. In the end, they called me king. I am very clear that I was never the one who wished for that life. I am the one who created that life for others, so I never dared to stop." Aki remembered the past and recounted. Back then, despite everyone's advice, I stubbornly entered the ancient king's tomb to search for the truth, those cursed ancient king's tomb. They brought endless disaster. What secret were they hiding? If I didn't go, who else could? He furrowed his brow and continued. Holding onto that so-called temporary safety is just deceiving oneself. As long as the ancient king's tomb still exists, there will be countless deaths and unknown tragedies. I had no other choice. And Enheim suddenly spoke. King, the war against the demons brought a temporary victory, a temporary safety. Aki remained silent, looking at an Enheim without saying a word. And Enheim continued. But now, I feel like none of that matters anymore. Iki lowered his head and sighed. It's all just a part of life. The people who are terrified, including myself, are all mesmerized. He looked at the boy intently and then explained that this is exactly why he is the king and not someone else. Aki raised his head and looked at the sky, where there is now a new king. I too am curious where he will lead humanity. But after fighting Pham Dich Luen, I realized that what is called the new Six How might be susceptible to demonization, which worries me greatly. The boy hesitated, curiously asking about the secret that the new king is hiding. And Enheim panikedly shouted, stopping the king, advising him. I warned not to confront the new king, for I had witnessed his power firsthand. This is an absolute ability, unbeatable, a power that instills fear. His face was marked by veins. No matter what, I must meet him once. Moreover, the boy smirked and asked, how do you know I don't have the power to defeat him? And Enheim widened his eyes. I was stunned by Aki's current appearance. The scene shifted to a small room. Everyone gathered around the large table. Valia brought out a bowl of salad and shouted, let's eat, deliberately moving to that large table. And Enheim smiled happily. It had been a long time since he spoke like this. It felt good. In the crowded space, Aki's sword suddenly hovered in the air, emitting a dark energy. The boy turned, gazing at the sword, and called out, Chiu Hong Wang. The sword surged with power. Aki silently thought that danger was near. The entire space seemed to be enveloped in a dull gray. Sino looked on in fear and confusion. Sino asked, what's going on? In the sky, a bird appeared, radiating powerful energy. Aki shouted, be careful. The bird immediately dove straight into the house to attack. A huge explosion sounded, causing the house to collapse into ruin. Everyone managed to escape from the house. Dust from the rubble filled the air and nearby birds flew around. A figure emerged calmly from the rubble. Indeed, hiding here, the bird that had just attacked the house was now small and perched on his finger. With just a sly smile and a little time, he could easily recall details from the memories of the birds along the way. A deep voice asked, are you human? Lyot bowed his head and slowly stepped out of the rubble. His sharp eyes looked up. It was the one who killed Dylan. Lyot felt utterly puzzled by Dao's proposal. He asked Dao, why did you tell me to bring someone to this place where Dylan fell? Dao listened calmly and replied. Dao gave a reasonable explanation. Perhaps this will help us find the one who killed Dylan. Lyot still had many questions and continued. Earlier you said our goal is the same, so why say that now? Dao quietly answered, perhaps our goals are indeed the same. Hearing this, Dao answered herself. It was a painful past for him, but instead of giving details, Dao summarized briefly. It's just a personal grudge. Lyot carefully took from his pocket an item he believed was what people were looking for. Along the way, I found some clues about the person I'm searching for. Finally, the trail leads here. Lyot looked ahead. The ground and rocks here have been destroyed. All signs of destruction, definitely the site of a large-scale battle. Lyot pointed to the sky and explained further. Unlike other places, he could not have been unaware. Lyot continued. Regarding cooperation with you, that's an order from above. Lyot ignored Dao's words. He focused solely on tracking down Dylan's killer. You said earlier there's a way to locate Dylan's killer, so why waste our time now? Dao interrupted Lyot, as if he needed absolute silence. It turned out Dao wanted to communicate with the birds. He raised his hand to welcome one. Don't scare them. Then Dao spoke with the bird. He was very mysterious. Tell me, what have you seen? The bird told a long story, but in a language Lyot could not understand. But Dao could understand this language, and translated for Lyot. Oh, you mean there are 4 of us, human warriors like us demons, all injured and fleeing. Lyot got the information he needed and urgently asked, warriors, which direction did they go? The bird continued talking with Dao, who translated. They went that way. Is that so? Very well. Dao released the bird back into the sky, then continued forward with Lyot. Soon they arrived and found Aki's group. Lyot was furious, his face showing tense veins. Yan warned, Lyot said, this is unacceptable. Human warriors could kill Dylan. Lyot stared directly at Aki to confirm the information. Are you human? Dao could sense Aki's strength. He judged Aki from that, Lyot continued. His aura must be like this, seems like demon power. Though I don't know where you got this power, your strength is intriguing. Like he knew nothing about his opponent. He asked Chiyu how strong are these two. Chiyu analyzed the situation for a few seconds, then assessed. Stronger than the previous six-core brat. Chiyu emphasized about Dao. He's a tough one, especially that one who keeps his eyes closed. His aura is very strange, Chiyu observed. Liat could not wait any longer. He decided to strike first, dashing at Aki like an arrow. Liat's eyes were resolute, the one who killed Dylan. Liat's power was immense like a lion. Aki's teammates could not withstand this strength. All unconsciously defended or were thrown aside. Liu was very worried for Aki. She called Aki's name to check if he was okay. Liat's attack was powerful, but Aki used Chiyu to evade. Liat was shocked to see his move blocked by Aki. Yet it could block my gun, Lion. Aki continued to use Chiyu to repel Liat's attack. Liat witnessed Aki's endurance and could only grit his teeth in anger. Relying on Aki's power, Liat accused hastily. He stared with a gaze full of hatred like a snake, and he himself was the one who killed Dylan. Liat immediately rushed to attack Aki directly, and a bloody battle began. When his teammates saw Aki injured, they were extremely worried and hurried to check on him. Liat released an enormous amount of power, gradually overwhelming his opponent, and declared that he would kill them all. Aki saw the monstrous power in front of him and commented with his experience. This guy is like Van Dylen. He has the aura of a demon, and if that's the case, he will also become a demon. Liu had no knowledge of these people. She turned to ask her teammates, who are they? Lena answered shortly, and upon hearing her response, the whole group was shocked and couldn't move. Liath Hong, Lena said seriously, her eyes full of rage toward the group in front of them. He is the most powerful of the new six. At this moment, Nyan was trying to protect his family, while Frank and Valia had just witnessed the scene and were filled with fear. And Nyan was determined not to become useless, and he tried to think about how he could help. So fast, with my current strength, how could I possibly help? Everyone in Aki's group was ready. Tomo began to cast his technique, and Shino didn't make his teammates wait long, quickly recovering his strength. Liu was also ready to support Aki in fighting the two enemies right in front of them. When everyone was ready, Liu took the lead and decisively commanded, "We move forward." Lena didn't want to be left behind. She was determined to join in and said, "I'm in." Aki heard the resolve in Lena's voice. He ordered her, "Lena, take in Nyan's family and get them out of here." Lena seemed unwilling to accept the order. She tried to explain with her reasoning, but Aki, that's Liath Hong, the most powerful new six. Aki explained to Lena the danger of these two. The other one is a high-level demon. Did you forget what I said before? Aki, high-level demons never appear alone, Aki reminded, helping Lena recall their danger. They usually travel in groups of demons. Finally, Lena made her decision, turning to Nyan and ordering, "Nyan, get your wife out of here first." Nyan was silent, not knowing what to say, as he still wanted to stay and fight. Lena was firm. Lena cannot let Nyan's entire family fall into danger. She grabbed Nyan's hand, then Frank's hand as well. Afterward, Lena led Nyan's family away. "Go," she commanded. On the other side of the battlefield, Liu's group advanced. Their target was Liath. Liath easily blocked the attacks from Liu's group. Liu looked at the opponent in front of him and commented, "Seems like this will be a tough battle." The reaction speed of this guy, I didn't expect him to be Liath Hong instead of Lam Hong, Liu commented. "The more I fight, the worse it feels. Liath hits harder. And why do I have this indescribable feeling of discomfort?" Liu wondered. On the other side, Sister Dio remained very calm, enjoying her delicious meat. "Looks like we've interrupted your happy dinner." Liath stood below, looking up at Sister Dio and reproaching, "Why don't you help me surround him?" Sister Dio seemed unconcerned, still leisurely eating her meat. "Mr. Liath Hong has terrifying strength." Aki remembered the warning from the Crimson Kingdom. "You must have a plan for yourself," Aki thought to himself. "Be careful, that guy has a strange aura." He looked at the enemy in front of him. Aki sensed the strange aura from Sister Dio and silently muttered, "Extremely dangerous." Sister Dio still stood on the rock. In front of Sister Dio was a massive surge of power. Tomo, Liu, and Shino continued to attack Liath, hoping to defeat him. Liu voiced his encouragement to his teammates while also emphasizing, "Don't let him escape the encirclement, even if he is the new six. But we just need to unleash the demon power to suppress him," Liu said, not too worried. Liu looked toward Aki and Sister Dio, silently thinking of a plan in his mind. "I need to create space for Aki to deal with the other guy." Liu quickly launched a strong attack at Liath, but Liath was able to dodge it in time. Shino continued attacking Liath with his bare hands, but Liath easily blocked this strike as well. Even though he was the one attacking, Shino still felt pain from Liath's powerful defense. This guy's physical strength is truly terrifying. Liath showed no emotion, still using his hands to block the attack, while Liath was focused on Shino. Tomo decided to strike from behind, hoping that Lyeth wouldn't be able to block this blow. Taking advantage of his opponent's missed strike, Lyeth lightly shifted like a feather, gliding to Tomo's back. Lyeth's gaze fixed on Tomo, cold and emotionless, revealing nothing. Seeing his attack fail, Tomo was utterly stunned. Was this real or an illusion? Observing from a distance, Lu analyzed the situation and concluded that Lyeth clearly belonged to the Hong Hatch. Yet he possessed the speed of Lamb Hatch and defensive abilities like Hong Hatch. That is the true strength of Master Lyeth. A slight disadvantage would not shake Lu's group from continuing the assault. Even so, Lu sensed the situation slipping, feeling unease rise. The three in Lu's group simultaneously coordinated an attack on Lyeth, but all efforts proved futile. Meanwhile, Tridea and Aki remained inactive. Aki stared at his opponent, seemingly losing patience after waiting too long. Gathering his strength and maintaining his guard, Aki decided to strike first. If the opponent won't act, then I will. The ground beneath him immediately cracked. He lunged at Tridea, delivering a powerful punch, while Tridea executed a strange technique. As he passed Tridea, Aki realized his punch hadn't landed, striking only an afterimage. He tried several more times but still couldn't reach Tridea, who flickered like an illusion. Tridea stood calmly, chewing on a reed, sighing, "I'm really not good at fighting warriors like you." Suddenly, Tridea vanished from Aki's sight. Aki focused, seemingly sensing his position. Aki spun around, intercepting an attack from behind. After an exchange, Tridea still seemed unsatisfied. Too fast, yet not enough. Understanding his opponent's intent, Aki continued to exert his strength. "So that's it, you want to test speed." Aki immediately tapped into the immense power of the Sich dynasty. "Then let's have a match." He shot forward like lightning. The speed made Tridea freeze for a moment. In an instant, Aki appeared before him, casting a multi-strike thunder attack. Tridea was hit and sent flying far away. But Aki quickly caught up, closing in on his opponent. "Got you." Aki struck Tridea's chest directly. This time, he could not defend and took the hit head-on. His arms trembled in intense pain. Tridea praised Aki while holding on to the Sich dynasty. Impressive, truly unexpected. Behind Aki, Tridea reappeared, attempting an ambush but unfortunately struck the wrong target. Aki seemed trapped in an illusion. The person he aimed for was actually Lu. Lu uttered his final words with reproach, "Aki, why?" Even Aki didn't understand why he mistakenly struck Lu. He stammered, "Lu, why?" The Sich dynasty seemed to perceive everything now. The Sich dynasty warned, "Kid, look closely, it's an illusion." Heeding the warning, Aki snapped out of the trance. Before him, neither Tridea nor Lu could be seen, not a trace of anyone. On the other side, Lyeth struggled to fend off attacks from all three of Lu's group. His immense strength made the battle extremely tough for them. During the fight, Lu noticed something unusual. She and her teammates landed, deciding to pause the prolonged battle. The reason was simple: Lu could no longer see the opponent. Lyeth was nowhere to be found. Tridea stood atop a high cliff. He smiled contemptuously, emanating a terrifying aura. He said nonchalantly, "You've lost your way." Lu gritted her teeth, sensing the danger in Tridea's power. The truth was revealed: it was all his illusion. Tomo realized it but couldn't accept it. The one who fought us never truly existed. Sino couldn't accept it either, yet admired the power of the one before him. We were toyed with by his illusion for so long, yet it felt so real. Aki witnessed everything. He realized his mistake. At a certain level, illusions are indistinguishable from reality. Unexpectedly, this was a high-level demonic illusion. Upon regaining clarity, Aki shouted, demanding to know Lyeth's whereabouts and insisting Tridea answer. "Was that Lyeth?" Tridea listened, still calm, not leaving the cliff. He just smiled sinisterly, his words carrying a dark meaning. He had already gone to find the person who had left earlier to play together. Upon hearing this, Aki's group became worried, all of them thinking about the remaining teammates, Lena and an Enhee. He simply sat leisurely on a rock, telling the story to Aki's group, who still did not understand the situation down there. "I told him that if they had come here, none of them would survive. And as for you all, I had confirmed that in the end. That day I sensed your presence," he said while looking down from above. His gaze was implying Aki and Liu. Liu seemed not to understand what he was saying. She angrily shouted, "That day our presence, what are you talking about?" In Jai Daio's memory, a dark past resurfaced, a memory he wanted to forget. "That day I sensed your presence." He showed a hatred for his past enemy. Killing Zio Du Zai, he had planned to take revenge with Lyeth Xiansheng, and he was determined to kill you all. Jai Dio seemed impatient, emitting a strong aura, making the air around him ripple, but I could not wait any longer. Immediately, a loud noise echoed, the ground shook violently, and the surrounding space was disturbed. Someone screamed, "What happened?" The ground shook, and another person guessed, "Could it be an earthquake?" Someone shouted, "Be careful around you. Move to a spacious area in an orderly manner." And Enhim and Lena tried to move quickly forward. A voice shouted, "We're here." Someone angrily yelled, "Don't pull me." The sign in front fell down and someone shouted, "Be careful," but still yelled, "Don't go." And Enhim said to Valia and Frank, Everyone stay here, don't run around. All right, someone looked towards an Enhim. He shouted, wait, is that Lord an Enhim over there? Valia clenched her fist, her voice trembling with worry. You need to be careful, Frank reminded, his voice full of determination. Father, I will protect Mother well. An Enhim turned and ran behind, speaking to Lena. Lena, follow me to the city wall. There's something wrong with this sound. I need to check it out. The scene shifted to a city where countless soldiers were gathered. A wave of dark energy spread through the space. Wei Ying looked forward, his voice trembling with fear. What is this? How can this happen? We have never seen this scene before. Suddenly an Enhim and Lena appeared, landing right next to Wei Ying. An Enhim looked up. He softly said, why are you standing there? Report the situation. Wei Ying pointed ahead, calling softly. Lord an Enhim, he realized something. An Enhim's eyes widened, his gaze filled with astonishment. In front, many demonic creatures were gathering. Their eyes glowed brightly like the light of the setting sun. The demonic creatures looked toward an Enhim's group, letting out a furious scream. Lena looked down. Her face was filled with horror. Lena exclaimed, demonic creatures. An Enhim furrowed his brows, assessing the scale. The lowest rank was the third-tier demon. A map appeared in an Enhim's mind. His voice rang out, Zhao Zhen Liu Chu is in a fairly distant location, far from where the demons are gathering. These demons were intentionally summoned this time. Lena squinted, thinking for a moment. She recalled the two people who had appeared earlier. An image appeared in her mind. It was the shape of Liat and Jai Dio. Suddenly, a red shadow flashed by, startling an Enhim and Lena. They looked up to the sky. A person flew over the city wall, diving straight down to the ground. Someone exclaimed in surprise, what's flying out of the city? The person who landed was Liat. The ground cracked from the impact, dust rising in a thick cloud. An Enhim and Lena opened their eyes wide, astonishment clearly visible on their faces. An Enhim murmured, it's Hongshi Liat. Liat rested one hand on his knee, his eyes scanning an Enhim's group, the demonic creatures behind him charging forward. They stood behind Liat, constantly howling threats. Lena furrowed her brows, muttering, so the new ruler of the 6th district is now collaborating with demons. So this new king, he hasn't disguised himself and appeared right in front of us. Looks like he's already made his decision. Liat stretched his arms behind him, speaking as he walked. The dead cannot speak. An Enhim tilted his head slightly, whispering, we'll see today if Zhao Zhen Liu Chu can survive. The demonic creatures all advanced, pushing toward the city wall. From a distance, Liu was observing the situation near the city wall. She exclaimed, this feeling, the demons are here. Aki stood still, calmly ordering, everyone go support Lena and an Enhim. Liu raised her voice in frustration, realizing Aki's aura and magic indicated a high-level demon. Aki coldly cut her off. After Aki's response, Liu gritted her teeth, remaining silent for a moment in helplessness. Liu turned back and shouted to her teammates. She said, all right, let's go. Only Jidi appeared with a sinister smile, his voice echoing, Kai Kai. Aki lightly stomped, cracking the ground beneath him into pieces. He said, not allowed. Aki dashed toward Jidi, calling out, fast as lightning. He commanded, leave this to me, then swung his hands forcefully at Jidi. In an instant, his body seemed torn apart. Jidi stayed calm, a faint smile on his lips. Jidi vanished and darkness enveloped the surrounding space. Aki stood still for a moment. Aki looked around with a vacant gaze, a thought forming in his mind. A dark area signified a magical space, with 3 dim points of light appearing in the distance. The 3 points of light raced toward Aki. In one, Liu's image appeared. She looked around in panic. The surroundings have changed, where is everyone? Liu rolled her eyes and shouted, Aki, are you here? Kamo's image appeared, her expression clearly confused. Kamo rolled her eyes, her voice anxious. Where is this? Another illusion. The view shifted to Sino, who nervously scanned his surroundings. Sino stood still, eyes on the ground, wondering, is the ground cracked? Aki observed his teammates, thinking, is everyone caught in the illusion? The magical space was overwhelmingly strong, exceeding any known limit. Suddenly, Jidi approached from behind Aki, his voice echoing, I said. Jidi stepped forward, his body gradually transforming, a warning in his voice. This is dangerous. Jidi said, I've been eagerly waiting for you to watch them die, one by one. A sparkling armor appeared, covering Jidi with the words, Supreme Demon Jidi. Jidi grinned wickedly. I enjoy toying with those who have some skill like you. He continued, I won't let you die immediately. Witnessing your torment, that feeling is exquisite. A lightning strike touched Jidi's finger, his eyes flicking down, a sound echoing. Hook. Aki swung his hands, the lightning striking Jidi directly, his voice echoing, swift thunder. Aki turned, asking, when did he disappear? Jidi's voice rang out, truly a magnificent strike. Jidi reappeared, smiling coldly, taunting, no matter how strong you are, it's only my afterimage. Aki looked at his opponent and concluded, indeed, attacking you head-on is useless. King Sich appeared, saying, Kid right, conserve your energy. This kind of illusion has no tangible target. Jidi crossed his arms and remarked, calmer than I thought, as if seasoned in real combat. He continued, wasting energy here is foolish. After all, this is still my illusion. Jidi added, I can even manipulate the flow of time, however. Jidi raised an arm, stepping toward Aki. Don't waste the stage I prepared any longer, you'll enjoy it. Pausing briefly, he observed his 3 teammates, trapped here for 2 days. Aki turned to look at the reflected images of his teammates, stunned. He was startled when Liu's image appeared, her body restrained by vines. The vines wrapped around Liu as she slightly moved her hand. Liu slashed through the vines, shouting, get lost. The vines fell into the swamp. Liu placed her hands on her knees. She panted, thinking, how can I escape here? Every attack is useless. Liu opened her eyes, inspecting her wounds, her breathing still rapid. She sighed, casting a healing spell on herself, a voice sounding, recover. The voice startled her. A powerful healing energy surged, massive vines sprouted from the swamp. Jidi suddenly appeared and spoke. However, the swamp here will drain all the life force from a translocator. In another space, the blazing sun casts its rays down onto the barren land below. Sino dashed forward with all his strength. Questions raced through his mind. Where is the exit? How can he dispel this illusion? And how can he escape this damned situation? Suddenly, 2 tornadoes appeared from afar, charging straight at Sino. He immediately raised his hands in front. He directly collided with the 2 violent whirlwinds. Just as he dispelled them, more tornadoes surged toward him from a distance. Sino couldn't react in time and was thrown backward by the 2 tornadoes, pain briefly crossing his face. Only Bird suddenly appeared. Observing Sino, he spoke, your defense is as firm as a mountain, but in this desert your soul will slowly erode. It has been 2 days, Sino. Are your teammates still alive? Sino slumped, breathing heavily. Only Bird's voice echoed again, you should give up too. Die with them. The space instantly changed. Tamo fought alone, standing in the midst of an endless void. Around her, identical clones of herself began to appear. In a blink, they lunged forward. Wave after wave of clones relentlessly attacked Tamo. She struggled to fend off the continuous onslaught. Tamo frowned, filled with frustration. Damn, these clones keep rushing at me. I must have been fighting for 2 days straight, right? Only Bird's voice suddenly echoed. Your speed is infinite, but in this mirrored space you will lose your sanity. Only Bird appeared abruptly, colorful feathers floating in midair. He smiled, spreading his arms to both sides. He spoke, can you escape from yourself? Behind Tamo, the clones continued to appear. A voice rang out, stand up. The space shifted again. Aki quietly observed his teammates, thinking, their bodies and minds have been trapped in this illusion for 2 days straight. If we don't break this illusion soon, they will be tortured until their spirit and body are completely exhausted and die. Aki gritted his teeth. He tried to find a way, but all his attacks were useless. They were the same. Despite knowing the situation, there was no other choice. Aki's hands clenched, trembling. He felt powerless because this illusion could not be broken from within. Suddenly, Aki's eyes widened as he realized something. Wait, it can't be broken from inside the illusion. Aki's hands glowed and he wondered, what if I try to break this illusion from the outside? The scene shifted to the castle wall. Lena's voice echoed, we must stop him, there's also the Demon Legion. And Enheim looked straight and said to Lena, Lena, we must fight. Lena turned to him. She hesitated briefly, but your hand, and Enheim replied, even so I have to protect this place. And Enheim shouted with determination, besides, we were all once 6 heroes. Hearing that, Lena frowned slightly, then broke into an excited smile. And Enheim and Lena simultaneously jumped, causing the castle wall to shatter into pieces in an instant. They leaped from their position, eyes fixed on the Demon Legion below. Both dived down, leaving a long streak of light in the air. Upon hitting the ground, they immediately eliminated several waiting demons below. And Enheim and Lena stood firm, eyes on the enemy, ready to fight. In the distance, Lyot raised a hand to signal, making the Demon Legion pause. A voice rang out, stop, Lyot said, and Enheim of the earth wind Lena. The remnants of the old 6 heroes, the former kings, all of them are already history. Lyot gritted his teeth, spikes briefly growing on his face. He stood still, his power spreading. His hair gradually turned white. Lyot's body was clad in blazing red armor, his eyes shining with courage. Lena looked at Lyot, eyes wide, thinking, demon transformation. Lyot slightly bowed his head. He challenged, old 6 heroes, come together if you lose. Tens of thousands of Demon Legion appeared behind him. Lyot stepped forward, quietly saying, the Demon Legion will devour this place. Aki watched his teammates being tormented right before his eyes. Only Bird spoke provocatively. Your 3 dear teammates don't have much time to quietly linger here with you. Come on, unleash your power. His hands trembled violently, veins bulging. He laughed madly while strangling himself. Go insane to help me, what I want to see most. Your desperate madness as you watch those you cherish being tortured to death one by one before your eyes. Then Only Bird laughed ecstatically. You can only cling to me in an illusory world, your strength depleted. In the end, I will take your life. The scene is beautiful, Little Bean will surely like it. Nguyen, with his 2 rows of teeth, exclaimed, Could it be that you underestimated my teammates? He stood still, eyes fixed on the floating images, a look of surprise on his face. Liu struggles in the swamp, vines wrapped tightly around him. She feels tense, thinking that as the team leader she cannot give up. She must find a way to save her teammates. Meanwhile, Sinnoh faces powerful whirlwinds in the barren land. He tries to resist, telling himself it's just a desert and a storm. A fierce battle unfolds as Tomo confronts consecutive attacks, her face full of determination. Everyone must persevere, witnessing the warrior's endurance, only wondering why. Surely everyone would collapse before my illusions, Aki said calmly. You don't understand, do you? Demon, haven't you ever considered? All these years, why has humanity not perished? He laughed, pointing at him mockingly. Simply because we still have some use. Lowly creatures like you. His legs twisted 90 degrees, Aki said. Is that so? A gentle energy radiates from his hand. Then I will use humanity's resolve. Aki raised his hand to eye level, his face cold, declaring, defeat you. Immediately his body emitted a powerful light spreading throughout the space. The surroundings trembled in fear. Why do I feel fear from his aura? Aki's hand shot out a brilliant light and he clearly said, trust, courage, and hope. This is why humanity will never perish. The sky turned crimson, clouds forming a massive storm eye. The ground beneath began to crack. He panicked, attempting to shatter my illusions from outside. Aki raised his hand to the sky, clenching it tightly. Then he swung his fist powerfully downward, shouting, break this illusion for me. Instantly, from the giant storm eye, a violent strike descended, hitting the pheasant's illusion. His teammates, trapped in the illusions, also witnessed lightning strike. From the swamp holding Liu, light began to emit. Light also emanated from beneath Sinnoh. The ground cracked, releasing beams of light. Around Tomo, the space also began to fracture. Light pierced through, Liu's eyes suddenly shining, revealing joy within. Shino and Tomo were stunned, a thought flashing in their minds. Aki became furious, his body radiating dark energy. He growled, impossible, what power do you possess? Why does my illusion remain? A terrifying explosion occurred. Light spread throughout the space. Lena and an Enheim saw a blinding white lightning outside the walls. Lena looked at the crimson sky, exclaiming, it's a key, and Enheim said. This aura is completely different from the demon's before. The minor demons also looked up, confused. Layet stood still, observing as the minor demons panicked and withdrew, his eyes thoughtful. Could it be that the demon called Pheasant has been defeated? Could his illusion spell be useless? Immediately he became enraged, his body radiating fierce energy. Indeed, demons cannot be trusted. Layet rushed toward the other two at the speed of light. An Enheim sensed the approaching danger, stepping forward to protect Lena, blocking Layet's attack. Layet's punch roared like a lion, blowing everything away for hundreds of meters. An Enheim's golden shield began to crack under the powerful blow. Layet threw a powerful punch through the golden shield, striking an Enheim directly. A warm hand gently touched an Enheim's back from behind, using healing power to mend his injuries, even though he had been thrown far. Lena stood behind, healing while trying to restrain, transferring strength and energy to an Enheim. Lena asked an Enheim, how are you? An Enheim replied, his last punch cracked my chest bone. It pierced through the land's defense, something that could previously block 100 minor demons. She recalled, frowning again. A thought flashed in his mind that this demon's power surpassed even Van Dylan, his deep voice resonating from his throat. You really are the trash of the old era, you can't even withstand one of my strikes. He unleashed overwhelming presence, speaking with disdain. It's boring. After his furious attack, the illusion completely collapsed. Aki and his teammates landed slowly, their eyes wide with fear, all thinking the illusion had shattered. Aki looked back and asked Han, are you okay? Lu saw Kaidia standing boldly atop the rubble and shouted, be careful. Her breath heavy from exhaustion, she said, that one is definitely not simple. That demon's illusion makes all 5 senses unable to distinguish reality from fake. Feels exactly like reality. Lu pressed his hands to his knees, head bowed. If I hadn't trusted you all, I would have fallen long ago. Sinnoh spoke, everything in the illusion feels terrifyingly real. Every time I fall, I think it's the last. You still have the fighting spirit, and I know Aki will find a way to break it. Tomo nodded in agreement. Exactly, we have Aki, an unbeatable warrior. She looked at him and added, if Aki hadn't broken the illusion, perhaps we would have been lost in the illusion forever. Kaidia hovered over the rubble, having to admit, his power far exceeded any 7 trials demon they had encountered before. His face showed clear resentment. Thunderbolt power was his unique ability. He raised his arm, channeling power into his palm. The source of Thunderbolt was terrifying and repulsive, and he wielded it fully. Then Kaidia launched a direct attack toward Aki's team, shouting, you want to kill Little Bean, right? Aki was equally formidable, concentrating all his Thunderbolt power into his fists to counterattack. He blocked Kaidia's fierce strike, the impact generating a horrifying pressure. Lu worriedly asked Aki, "Are you really going to fight him alone?" He calmly replied, "Trust me and follow the plan. Go support Lena and an Enheem." A violent explosion with immense pressure erupted between them, dust swirling everywhere. When it settled, only a wasteland remained. Debris littered the area. Aki's team had seized the chance to retreat right in front of Kaidia, leaving him unprepared. He gritted his teeth, and they still got away. Behind him, through thick white smoke, a deep, provocative voice echoed, "Tough luck for you." Aki emerged from the smoke. "Seems my thunderbolt power counters your demon." Soft silver-white lightning spread throughout his body with immense force. Lightning began wrapping around Aki's arms, turning them pure white. Kaidia trembled, realizing the thunderbolt forming on his opponent. Every step Aki took left white streaks on the grass, having entered demon thunderbolt form. He taunted, "Come at me." Hearing this, Kaidia became enraged, spreading his leathery wings in intimidation. In an instant, Kaidia appeared behind him, ready to strike a lethal blow. He swung both arms forward at incredible speed to cast an illusion spell. Two giant arms extended toward Aki. Illusions surged, but Aki calmly swung his arm behind his neck, roaring thunder, and then a white dragon formed from powerful thunderbolts shot out following Aki's swing. Kaidia's face turned serious and shocked at the display of power. The dragon immediately shattered Kaidia's attack and hurled him away. Thrown far back, Kaidia roared angrily, "Damn thunderbolt!" He didn't stop, continuing to cast heartbreaking demon shadow. Sharp-beaked beasts formed from darkness surged toward Aki like a pack of starving predators. Aki slammed one foot down on the ground covered with white grass, causing rocks and dirt to scatter around in large chunks. At that moment, he had jumped high to dodge the blow, creating distance and launching an attack. His entire body shot out, creating waves that knocked away the surrounding monster. Jai stood still, completely stunned, unable to react to the scene unfolding before his eye. He quickly moved to avoid the silver-white lightning bolts continuously shooting from Aki's body. Then, Jai charged toward Aki with terrifying speed, regardless of the lightning around him. The two began a fierce battle right in the blazing red sky. Jai was pummeled by Aki, sent flying hundreds of meters into the air. Jai trembled in pain, his body almost torn apart after Aki's attacks. Aki's face was cold as he spoke. "I can break the illusion from the outside, my abilities will counter you, and your martial arts can't match mine. Don't struggle. Do you want me to hold back some strength to kill your teammates?" An eye appeared on his head, releasing dark energy. A giant gate appeared behind Aki. It was the ultimate illusion. Jai floated in the air, confidently speaking. "Are you ready to face the most painful death?" Aki, angry, his eyes sharp, gave a sinister smile, then spoke. "Wait a moment, a black hole-like illusion has appeared on my body. What kind of power is this?" Jai reached out forward. Black energy radiated out, consuming everything, then replied. "The black hole that sprouts from your body maximizes the damage. This is an unavoidable attack." Aki's body was full of worry. This move was indeed powerful, just like a demon using extremely advanced illusion techniques. Aki's body began to be sucked into the black gate. He looked angrily at his left hand and said, "I didn't expect it to affect my energy-gathering process." Jai laughed maliciously, stepping into the endless black hole, saying, "You can only slowly enjoy this." Aki was pulled into the endless black hole, and the gate began to shrink. Jai laughed arrogantly, saying, "The painful black hole is where endless suffering gathers. You will experience endless torment, only stopping when you die. No living creature can survive and walk out of there." Aki was sucked into a strange space, screaming in pain as he felt his strength being drained away. His body was slowly drained of energy, as if an invisible force was siphoning the strength inside. The white mirror on his chest emitted a faint lightning bolt, trying to resist the energy loss. The silver mirror glowed and he shouted, "Scatter!" He floated among hundreds of skulls with various expressions. The skulls with hollow eyes and gaping mouths seemed ready to devour him. From those skulls, terrifying white energy swarms emerged, trying to invade. The white energy slowly entered his chest, beginning the process of torment. Aki trembled from excruciating pain, screaming helplessly as his strength was drained. The joints in his body felt as if they were being broken by an invisible force, making a haunting, cracking sound. The skulls continued to fight to invade his body. These spirits were not physical beings. They were the essence of pain, condensed by illusion techniques. Aki screamed in agony. The pain is like a knife, burning like fire, freezing like ice, and also despair. Fear and regret intertwine in my mind. Images of my teammates flash in my mind. Aki screams in the void of the black hole. Aki's consciousness seemed to be imprisoned in an endless cycle. His life was being drained away, sensing his swift departure. His skin was deteriorating, bones stiffened, hair turned white, strength weak like dust. But then everything reversed. He returned to the form of a child, carrying the painful memories of his previous aging. He continued to scream. His hair gradually turned black and he matured into a teenager, experiencing countless lifetimes. There was a time when he was an ordinary child, hugging a teddy bear in his arms, innocent and carefree. But then he witnessed his loved ones suffer one by one, attacked by evil beings. He saw his relatives pass away one by one, and at one point he became an ordinary soldier with a handsome face. He matured but was then seen as a failure on the battlefield, torn apart by monsters. At times, he was a lonely king. In the body of a powerful king, holding a sharp sword, he fought in the midst of a brutal battle. He was the only one who survived among the corpses of his fallen comrades. The weight of guilt pressed heavily in his heart. Each time the memories shifted from the past to the present, Aki's body transformed from young to old. Each cycle of reincarnation brought new pain. The long cycles of reincarnation had torn his body apart. His spirit crumbled, his emotions shattered, only the sound of feathers falling to the ground. He stood before the black sphere, arrogantly saying that for him, it seemed like he had spent countless years in a black hole, with no end in sight. Every second that passed was unbearable pain. He smirked and continued speaking. Even if it were Liu Hao, it would be difficult to escape from here. His wings spread, he flew up, causing the sphere to open. He looked up at the fiery red sky outside and sank into thought, as if remembering distant moments. He remembered the beautiful memories of the past, the happy moments with his loved ones. Little Bean, the black sphere that imprisoned Aki, suddenly cracked with a large tear. The sphere gradually disintegrated. He raised his hand, standing before Aki's weak body, and said, "Consider it the master avenging you." He calmly stood with his arms crossed, looking at Aki's frail body with a look of disdain. He smirked and asked, "How much suffering must one endure before death?" Aki slowly opened his eyes, revealing the terrifying gaze of an evil thunderbolt. Aki turned into the form of the thunderbolt demon, full of power that made him tremble. He shouted angrily, "Impossible, no one can fight against this." In a split second, Aki vanished before him with incredible speed, leaving no trace. He suddenly appeared behind him, delivering a deadly strike. A gust of breath rushed out from his mouth. Aki exclaimed, "Fool," he declared confidently, "I am the strongest human warrior." 5 years ago, the sky opened wide, and torrential rain poured down like the wrath of nature. City C was destroyed. Blood stained the rainwater, flowing across the cold ground. A figure silently walked through the pile of corpses, blood splattered everywhere. He stood still in the rain, his hair soaked. Each heavy drop of water fell. He slipped his hands into his coat, thinking, "This place has been completely destroyed. Even rebuilding a base here is impossible." He smiled faintly. "I told them already, go easy. There's no need to be so brutal." His eyes were cold. Sure enough, those subordinates haven't evolved fast enough. A hand suddenly shot out from the rain, forcefully pulling him back. The sudden motion froze the air, and he turned to look. Before him was a girl lying motionless on the cold ground. Her breath was weak, nearly stopping. Seeing her face, he was surprised. He knelt down, his eyes full of surprise, but she clearly lost consciousness. She was about to die, yet still tried to hold onto the hand of a stranger like me. He couldn't resist gently touching her cheek. Instinct, the instinct to keep living. He slowly spoke, "Humanity is truly fascinating, both strong and weak." His voice was cold and slow. At that moment, a massive force surged from him, strong enough to make the surrounding space shatter. "You will forget that you were once human." A purple stone suddenly appeared before his chest, shimmering in the rain. He slowly lifted the purple stone in his hand, gazing at it, and softly said, "Little girl, the rain still hasn't stopped." Each heavy raindrop struck the purple stone in his hand. The wind began to howl, a vortex swirling through the damp space. "From now on, I will call you Little Bean." The purple light erupted violently, tearing through the rain and darkness, spreading throughout the deathly space that enveloped them. A faint butterfly appeared, fluttering delicately in the air, trembling as it lightly beat its wings. Aki suddenly charged from behind, striking quickly, leaving Kaide no time to react. He spoke with a trembling voice. "The rain was pouring heavily back then, covering my whole body just like now." As soon as he finished speaking, Kaide's body froze and then collapsed. "Sorry, Zio Doozy." He crumpled in the torrential rain. His wet hair covered his pale face. Kaide gritted his teeth, his jaw clenched as he tried to swallow the pain and rage surging within him. In front of Aki, the green stone still hovered, continuing to emit a bright light. Strange symbols gradually appeared on the surface of the stone, twisting like living creatures, glowing faintly under the rain. Aki slowly reached out to take the stone, his fingers gently closing around the fluctuating light. The stone suddenly shook, its light flashing violently, then unexpectedly veered to one side as if trying to avoid his hand. Nonetheless, Aki managed to reach out and grab it, clutching it tightly before it could escape. He looked at the stone in his hand, the core at its center strange. If not for the lightning force that had just neutralized its true nature, I wouldn't have been confident about winning this battle. Aki was astonished. Even here, the powerful combat force of the new sixth prince can be felt with my current strength if I went head-to-head with them. In his heart, Aki made a silent vow. In the future, I may face even more powerful demons, enemies, new kings, or other royal factions. There might even be hidden conspiracies behind. I need to become stronger to protect everyone. Immediately after, Aki decisively placed the stone on his chest. Then only by continuing to grow stronger can I continue searching for answers. As soon as the stone touched him, it latched on tightly. The light exploded violently, the pain piercing deep into his heart. A terrifying surge of power followed, rolling like a fierce wave, causing the space around him to tremble. He screamed in agony, his body trembling as the power within him erupted violently, tearing through the rain. On Aki's face, veins bulged violently, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. The chaotic energy within him was released without restraint, spreading like a tidal wave. The sky under the rain suddenly began to shake violently. Strong gusts of wind began to appear, howling relentlessly. From the sky, a massive tornado suddenly formed and roared downwards. Aki's eyes trembled before slightly shifting, his eyelids twitching as if in a daze. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze empty yet profound, reflecting a strange gleam. Aki Hector, yes, continue evolving, directly evolve into the complete eightfold. Immediately after, the entire space trembled violently, the air screaming as if torn apart. The wind howled deafeningly, sweeping dust and grass from the ground and pulling them into the sky. Aki's hair whipped wildly in the howling wind, each strand striking the air fiercely, blending with the torrential rain. He calmly walked through the torrential rain, each step steady, without hesitation. Aki had fully completed the 7th-tier form of the demon seal, with a sinister aura enveloping his body. The massive wings on his back slowly folded and then descended to the rain-soaked ground. One of the wings was replaced by lightning. He burst forth, speeding like an arrow through the wind. Everyone, I'm here. At the same time, the battlefield outside the city had turned into a scene of blood and wind. Before the extremely powerful enemy, our side was almost exhausted or wounded. At that moment, Lyot coldly advanced. One person raised a shield to cover the city wall, while another healed and restored the 5 people. You old men are quite something, huh? His voice suddenly deepened, but even with these 3 Ruchin here, you still can't break through my armor, aren't you ashamed? Lena focused on strengthening her defense. Damn, what is that defense on him? It can't be broken. Even an Enheim can't do anything about it. Not only that, his punches are extremely heavy. My defense won't hold much longer. At this point, Lu's gaze never left Lyot. She told herself that there had to be a weakness somewhere. She focused on the red membrane, determined to figure it out. Thinking that, she quickly jumped and lunged behind Lyot. Just as Lu was about to strike, the force surrounding Lyot blocked her. Not only that, Lu was also thrown back by the force. But thanks to that, Lu was able to confirm, everyone, be careful. No wonder we're finding it harder to fight. That red membrane on him is absorbing the damage from our attacks, not only growing stronger, but also. She warned that his power was still increasing, making him stronger and stronger. Perhaps this was his unique ability. Hearing this, the 2 nearby teammates immediately prepared, wrapping power around their bodies and charging toward Ryo together. Shino shouted to Tamo, let me take the brunt of his frontal attack. She looked for a chance to break through his red membrane. But before they could react, 2 streaks of power appeared before their eyes. Shino was struck by Ryo, while Tamo managed to dodge to the side. Without time to think, she had no choice but to use her ultimate, the Swift Beast Sting. As the sharp stingers were about to pierce Ryo, Tamo suddenly stopped, recalling Ryo's warning. Direct attacks would be absorbed by his shield, making him stronger. Ryo had just finished dealing with Shino and turned toward Tamo. He unleashed a full-force strike, a blinding light appearing where Tamo stood. The light was thrown back by the overwhelming force. Witnessing this, Shino was helpless and screamed her teammate's name, Tamo. Everyone thought Tamo was in trouble. Unexpectedly, Ryo spoke up to reassure them. It's okay, I managed to pull Tamo out of that attack, don't worry. Before they could rest, Ryo, filled with killing intent, charged again. In front of them, the red light transformed into a giant beast. He roared, keep dodging, die before me. Shino rushed forward, using all her strength to block the 2 with the steel shock god, even though they knew Ryo would absorb the energy from this attack. After absorbing it, Ryo became stronger, kicked Shino, and leaped high. Seeing Shino in danger, Lena's eyes were filled with intense tension. She called out to Shino. Luckily, Lena still had energy to heal, regaining composure. A gentle green light enveloped Shino, restoring health. Lena remained vigilant, watching Ryo, managing to heal Shino. He was getting stronger, his fists extremely heavy. She couldn't move and had to focus on healing if he attacked her. No sooner had she thought this than Ryo's deadly gaze fell on her. Without hesitation, he turned and charged straight at Lena. She realized Ryo's plan. To exploit the shield that dispersed the formation, the initial target was her, the one carrying the core for recovery. As Lena and an Enheim were still frozen, a sudden light shot down from above them. The trajectory aimed straight at Ryo, who was charging at extreme speed. With just one strike, Ryo was hit and thrown backward. Moments later, amidst the dust, a blazing red sphere appeared, visible as the smoke cleared. The power surrounding Ryo dissipated. He could not understand how his unbeatable shield was broken. Ryo glanced at the people opposite him as if seeking answer. There at some point, a figure with flowing white hair had appeared. It was Aki, the perfect defensive shield. Seeing him, everyone was astonished. Aki was incredibly imposing, his sturdy back giving everyone confidence. He slowly said, "It's me. Leave the rest to me." Ryo was still observing, not yet realizing Aki's power. In an instant, Aki's figure transformed into a red whirlwind. Within seconds, a hand with golden claws reached toward Ryo's face. Without hesitation, Aki pressed Ryo forcefully into the ground. His feet anchored to the earth, ready to unleash. Indeed, Aki used his tremendous force to drag Ryo along. Friction scorched the ground, and Ryo could not resist. His power was so great that the red core couldn't escape, and the surrounding space blurred. Only a long red streak remained. When Aki reappeared, he was dragging Ryo like a toy into the sky. Aki threw Ryo with full force onto the cold ground. Upon impact, the explosion of earth and rock was so massive it seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. Liu was stunned and exclaimed that the opponent had evolved once again. It was truly incredible. Tamo urged everyone to attack him and help us. On Aki's side, he still stood still in the sky, seemingly admiring the fruits of his labor. On the ground, Liat had just endured several blows and was able to stand up. He gritted his teeth so hard that blood was visible on his face. After killing Van Dalen's men, he still managed to evolve. Having broken free, Liat felt a surge of power throughout his body. He spoke with determination. "Then I will do my best to tear you apart piece by piece." Immediately, a tremendous force enveloped Liat's body. Against the dark sky, a colossal pillar of power appeared. Even Lena was horrified to see it. Is this his full power? He hadn't used this kind of power before because we weren't worthy of it. In the center of the light pillar, Liat placed both hands on the ground, seemingly preparing to strike someone. Without warning, he exhaled, hot breath emanating through his gritted teeth. Liat had reached his maximum power, with the crimson core manifesting as armor and fury. However, Aki's expression remained unchanged throughout. Unable to wait any longer, Liat pushed off the ground and charged towards Aki, all his strength enveloping his body. Aki did not stay still either. He unleashed his power and moved forward. Soon the two powers clashed in the air, seemingly on equal footing. They had fought for a while but remained evenly matched. Now, Aki quietly began to calculate. With the dual crimson core and demonic transformation, a bold plan formed in Aki's mind. Then, the power you're about to use is. Only the new power can be used for fusion. Immediately after, a flash of light appeared before Aki from the illusionary core. The light grew larger, forming a powerful energy shield, and from the illusionary core emerged a sudden energy sphere. The figures of the two vanished. Liat was pulled into a strange space. This place contained fragmented memories of him. Liat, unprepared, instinctively exclaimed, "Van Dalen." Outside the massive energy sphere, cracks appeared after a thunderous roar. Liat broke through the sphere. In the process, Liat's pupils dilated, showing he was entering an extremely powerful state. Not only that, in the blank space, Liat gritted his teeth, his white hair flying in the wind. Aki lunged forward with a gusting kick, catching Liat off guard with the blow. Despite this, his gaze remained cold, showing no emotion. Next, Aki spun in midair, attacking Liat again. A long streak of light appeared in the sky, descending to the ground. Liat's fall accidentally caused a tear in the magical wall behind him when he lay amidst the rubble. Liat wondered, didn't he only have a crimson core? How does he have the power of the core now? While Liat was confused, Aki slowly flew towards him. Something strange happened. Aki's figure transformed into Van Dalen. In a moment that seemed like a dream, Van Dalen called out, "Liat." Liat was swept up in the emotion, calling out loudly, "Van Dalen." Around them, only pure white remained. Van Dalen ran towards Liat and upon reaching him, embraced him tightly. He whispered next to Liat, "Liat, it's okay, it's time to go, let's leave." Though unwilling, Liat's body trembled from the chaos in his mind. After a moment, he calmed down and made his decision. Liat gently trembled and spat out a mouthful of green blood. "Okay." Feeling the pain overwhelm his body, Liat realized the pain was coming from the place he once thought was Van Dalen. As the blade was pulled out, still dripping with warm blood, Liat's body was completely powerless, collapsing in agony. Now he understood everything. Liat realized what he had just seen was an illusion, and in his fading moments he still whispered, "That's why I hate illusions so much." Liat slowly fell to the cold ground after a silent breath, and before Aki, only Liat's now lifeless body remained. The red core crystal fell from Liat's body, its distinct pink color suddenly rising into the air as if sensing something. It hovered in midair, but Aki did not retrieve it. Instead, he turned and walked away, a move that astonished everyone. Everyone was surprised. Aki coldly moved the magic core aside and said, "Lena, please hold on to this for me." Lena, surprised to be called by name, instinctively took the palm-sized magic core. As soon as she touched it, she felt the energy. She sensed its aura, the special core of light. The energy source was deep, like two hearts. At that moment, Aki explained that it would be useful for their next upgrade, reminding her to keep it safe. Then he moved toward his two teammates, Enhim and Lena, two top-tier warriors who had struggled quite a bit. Aki thought, only with everyone here can I be at ease helping them. Lena was still worried, but the battle wasn't over. The demons were still not far away, and they had lost their commander. Aki looked toward the demon horde and they seemed unsure whether to attack or retreat, and Enhim spoke. "This is troublesome. Although they've lost their commander with this many demons, they might easily lose control and go into a frenzy." Despite everyone's fear, Aki remained calm, reassuring those around him. "Don't worry." Shino interrupted, "Wait, Aki. With this many demons, they may not be as strong as the two we just fought, but there are really too many of them." Hamo said, "We will charge together." Lena suggested, "Let's make a plan." Aki glanced behind him, as if thinking about something. "You're not just facing one, but an entire demon army. Leave it to me," he said. After a brief moment of thought, Aki gathered strength on the tips of his toes. Several stones broke free from the ground and flew up at his command. The vortex they created surrounded Aki, its power reaching the heavens. The sky above turned gloomy. A brilliant red light appeared, and the demon horde below trembled. The light from Aki's vortex pushed the demons back. A giant beam of light descended from the sky, striking the demon horde as Aki appeared. Around him, a white dragon circled, and Aki's body turned into two distinct colors, his eyes filled with forceful energy. The power radiated enough to engulf the vast land and sky. Aki opened his mouth, revealing two sharp fangs like those of a beast. At Aki's command, the dragon opened its mouth and roared loudly, forcing the demons to retreat. They clutched their arms in pain, and with just one strike, they withdrew from Aki's base. Within moments, the demon army vanished. The enemy withdrew completely, leaving the battlefield devastated after the fierce battle. Aki's teammates hadn't recovered in time. "Good heavens, this! I can't believe it," just from one roar. And Enhim stood stunned, as the demons retreated in fear. His eyes grew dim, his body tense, as if he had just witnessed something. Before Enhim was the straight back of Aki. "Aki, our king, how terrifying is your power now." The battle here was over and the sky began to clear. At the mansion in the Light City, in the meeting room, a figure stood gazing into the distance. It was Terrana, her eyes filled with deep sorrow. Suddenly, a rift in space appeared behind her, quickly turning into a massive spatial hole. Inside, spherical objects emitted strange colors. Then Luzin led Barrows and Hustle out from the black hole. Luzin arrived and immediately questioned, "What exactly happened? Why is Lyot dead too?" Barrows, standing beside him, remained silent, seemingly waiting for an explanation. The most unpredictable one is probably almost everyone, since even his face is unclear. Hearing footsteps, Terrana slowly turned around. She said, "So, I think the four of us need to focus and take action." Aki turned back and an Enhim spoke up. "Do we really need to leave right now? I thought you'd stay a few more days." Aki explained that they couldn't delay. Staying longer might trigger a battle in the town. Aki silently looked at the others, his gaze and tone sincere. "Thank you for providing us with the war chariot." He continued, asking Lena, "What about Duke Ha's location? Do you have any specific information?" She handed over a small object and said, "I can't find the exact coordinates of the new king. Information on the former 6 Hao is strictly sealed," Lena said. Aki understood and roughly identified the location. Lena continued, "Just go to the nearby area. This compass will react because that's where Duke Ha is held. It's a tall tower called the Twilight Tower." The name surprised Lu greatly. Lu repeated softly, "Twilight Tower." Lena added, "Based on the information I received, it said that a mysterious and terrifying creature guards it. Because of its existence, the land hundreds of miles around the tower has become a deadly zone. Even demons dare not enter." Shino and Tamo exclaimed in unison, "What? Even demons are afraid." Lena didn't respond, but her gaze suggested that perhaps this was why the Twilight Tower could imprison a powerful warrior like Duke Ha. From her look, one could understand that this is why the tower can hold a warrior like Duke Ha. There's a creature that can repel even demons. Moreover, surely it's not only Duke Ha who is imprisoned there. Are there other creatures? Are they allies or enemies? After a while, Aki calmly reached for the compass. "All right, I understand." Lena pulled her hand back. "It's okay, Aki, I'll hold it." She rolled up her sleeves, ready for action. Combined with the demon transformation, it's much stronger than I expected. I was planning to continue studying the combat data of Pham Dich Luen and Lyot along the way. analyzing how the new 6 How fights. Hopefully I can help you in the upcoming battles. However, Aki decided, Lena, you should stay here. Immediately, the atmosphere became tense. Aki knew Lena was shocked and explained, I want you to stay here to help an Enheem protect this place. With you here, I can feel more at ease. Hearing this, an Enheem said nothing, silently observing Lena's action. Lena remained silent and still from before. Finally, she said, I understand. I'll follow your arrangement, Aki. As soon as Lena finished speaking, the atmosphere at the city gate became awkward again. Deep down, Lena knew, I can't help Aki anymore. Indeed, I can't keep up with their combat level when facing a strong enemy like the new 6 How. I really can't help. On the contrary, I would only become a burden to them. While immersed in feelings of helplessness, Aki reached out and gently patted Lena's head. Thank you, Lena. Then Aki got on the vehicle with his teammates and left an Enheem's base. Left alone, an Enheem spoke. Is that really okay? I thought, given your personality, you'd go with the king anyway. With your feelings for the king, Lena was thoughtful, her gaze falling again. He bears a responsibility none of us can understand. Yes, he carries a responsibility we cannot imagine. And I'm no longer a girl who can do whatever she wants. Lena sighed, follow him. And Enheem, this era no longer belongs to our generation. My feelings for him are fully supportive, not to become a burden. Then she fell silent again, watching Aki's vehicle gradually disappear. Lena stretched and turned away. Let's go, there's still a lot to handle in the city. Aki checked the compass. The compass shows that the route ahead is still very long. On the way, we'll pass 3 A-grade stronghold cities. One of them isn't far, we can rest there. Tamo's eyes lit up, really, a great stronghold city. She couldn't hide her excitement, that's great, finally reaching a major stronghold. My camera hasn't been serviced in a long time. Among the group, only Sino looked visibly restless, clutching his growling stomach. Sino awkwardly scratched his head. To be honest, I'm really hungry too. The battle started before I could even have the dinner my sister-in-law prepared. Thinking about that lavish meal, his stomach growled even louder. After a battle, both his stamina and strength had taken a hit. Honestly, I could eat an entire beef head right now. Saying this, Sino suddenly paused as if realizing something. He just wanted to correct himself. No, it should be 2. Tamo laughed heartily. I believe you could eat that much. Sino replied gently, thanks, I could share a piece of steak with you. Sitting in the driver's seat, Aki focused on driving, then suddenly asked, Liu, how about you? Liu's cheeks flushed slightly. She said candidly, I want to soak in a bath. It was unclear when Tamo heard this, but she immediately went over and hugged Liu's neck. All right, I'll help you scrub your back. Liu blushed and refused. No need. Tamo asked in surprise, why not? Sino immediately got excited. Aki, I can scrub your back too. He was startled and replied, I don't need that either. A moment later, while driving, Aki quietly calculated that it was time to raise their abilities another level. After some time, before the 3 of them appeared a bustling city as night began to fall. The car stopped in front of an A-class hotel in the town. At the reception desk, Morty's was busy tallying the hotel's revenue. After a while, he stopped and thought to himself, today's revenue is pretty good. At dusk, 4 new guests arrived to rent rooms. They looked like warriors from elsewhere, rugged and hard to gauge in strength. For a moment, Morty's remembered Aki's group with their powerful gold card, including a young woman who spent money lavishly. She had booked 2 rooms on the top floor, the best and quietest part of the hotel. It seemed she was just a rich young lady traveling with 3 friends. Just then, Sebat approached to report, Boss, isn't the captain of the town's second tournament also staying on the 3rd floor with some subordinate? They're so close to the new guests, is that okay? Mentioning this person made him tense. The captain was a very strong core warrior but notoriously lustful. Among the 4 new warriors, 2 were beautiful, adorable girls. Morty sighed quietly and applied some eye drops. He just hoped the 4 foreign guests were smart enough not to provoke the wrong people, or they would get into serious trouble. The scene shifted to outside room 308. Inside, Aki's 4 companions sat cross-legged, focused on training. Between Liu's hands was the core stone Aki had given her earlier. Cracks gradually appeared on the core stone in her hand. Soon, under Liu's absorption, it slowly disintegrated. Aki exhaled deeply. It seems you're feeling relieved. His face remained unchanged, his voice gentle as a breeze. It's over. Across from him, Tamo had also absorbed her demon core and slowly opened her eyes. Aki continued, in this battle, we obtained a total of 3 7th rank core stones. I also guided the energy flow to increase everyone's energy level. He explained further, the foundation might be a bit shaky, but with some practice, you'll quickly master it fully. He also shared good news. Everyone is probably now 7th rank warriors. Sino, still in disbelief, looked down at his hand. In such a short time, they had leveled up multiple ranks, now becoming 7th rank warriors. Yet Aki reminded the group, you are my teammates and most important companions. Using this special method boosted your power, but on the path ahead. Even in the long journey ahead, Countless difficulties and challenges likely await us. He emphasized, so this is the only thing I can do for everyone. Liu immediately interrupted Aki. Don't say that, we are warriors, having the power to protect humanity is our purpose. If not for you, Aki, the three of us wouldn't have reached this level, especially not in such a short time. Sino added, I haven't even had a chance to be grateful. Honestly, back in Heroes City, I thought becoming a second-rank core warrior in my life would be amazing. Tomo nodded in agreement. That's right, and moreover, we're a team. Then she touched the camera and said, all right, don't help anymore, everyone come and capture this important moment. Liu stood with Aki, feeling her face flush with embarrassment but quickly regained her confidence. She tilted her head and looked at Aki. A photo was taken with 4 people full of passion and sincerity. A moment later, a sudden scream echoed from the women's room 307. Tomo grimaced and said, this is bad, it's so sweaty inside, I can't stand it. Liu was also sniffing the gloves she had worn throughout the past few days. She spoke up, fighting these past days has been exhausting, it's been so long since I've had a proper bath. I heard this hotel has a special natural hot spring for soldiers. Liu looked at her with anticipation, her eyes sparkling. And they even have beautiful clothes. Tomo's eyes lit up at that, a hot spring. I only read about hot springs in the old books of Hero City. I never thought I would get to experience it here, it must be so relaxing, Tomo exclaimed after a moment, her lips curving into a smile. Finally, it's all settled. Let's go tell Shino and Aki that they can come to the hot spring. Liu agreed, okay sure, we'll pass by there anyway. A moment later, a loud knock echoed outside Aki's room. Shino carefully cracked the door open and looked outside. Who is it? Immediately, a look of astonishment shone in Shino's eye, as if she couldn't believe what she saw when she saw Tomo and Liu. At this moment, Aki also began to notice the strange attitude of Shino. Liu looked towards the door. Liu stepped closer to the door and asked, it's so late, where are you two going? The other two hesitated and answered, we're going to soak in the hot spring. There's a free hot spring here, Tomo said to call you both. Tomo cheerfully suggested, Aki, Shino, do you want to come along? Both answered in unison, no, no. Liu blushed, hesitating. Wait, Tomo, what are you saying? Tomo innocently replied, I thought everyone would play a water battle with demon transformation together. It must be fun. Despite that, they still went to the hotel's hot spring room. Tomo wondered, why are they separating men and women? The book said we could soak together. Liu couldn't take it anymore. She immediately pushed Tomo gently and reminded her, stop messing around, demon transformation is not for playing. Liu quickly pulled Tomo inside and said, let's go in, Aki and Shino will come down here soon. Just then, the curtain of the men's room next to the women's room was pulled up. Bok stepped out and froze when he saw Tomo and Liu. His gaze was captivated by the beauty of the two girls. Bok couldn't hold back, licking his lips and saying, where did these fairies come from? A dark thought flashed through Bok's mind. Looks like there's some fun to be had tonight. He stared at the two girls and continued in a low voice. These two are truly exquisite, I've never seen anything like them. From the looks of it, they're probably tourists from another place. Soon after, Viper also looked towards the two girls in front. The group moved towards the two girls. Oh, you two are so beautiful. Liu coldly glanced at them and asked, is there something wrong? Tomo stepped forward and said, sorry, you must have mistaken us for someone else. Bok smirked, no, there's no mistake. You two, I'm the captain of the 2nd Battalion of Moon City, the nuclear warrior of the 5 Kai. My name is Bok, he smiled at the two girls. So, how about it, you two beautiful ladies want to go out for a drink with me tonight? Bok thought to himself, there has never been a woman I couldn't conquer. As long as they see my status and power, no one can resist. Everyone falls for me, and then it's easy to conquer them. Bok grinned slyly, secretly pleased with himself. Too easy, it will be the same tonight. Liu coldly replied, 2nd Battalion, 5 Kaiu nuclear warrior, so what? That just reminds me of some lowlight. Tomo smiled and said, if there's nothing else, don't block our way. Liu's face turned serious and continued, we're going to the hot spring now. Upon hearing this, Bok's face darkened and his whole body trembled with rage. Immediately, Bok stomped his foot on the ground and growled, do you dare disrespect me? He stood in front of the two girls, banging his fists on the wall. Bok grinned savagely and said, then tonight I'll have to catch you two to have some fun with you. Bok laughed loudly, do you hear that? You little brats don't know your place. Liu stared at him coldly and asked, what if not? Bok asked with a sly smile. Han licked his lips in a twisted way and replied, of course we'll use force. Suddenly, two figures approached. In 3 seconds they appeared. Those two were none other than Aki and Shino. His sharp gaze fixed on them. Both women immediately changed their expression and shouted, Aki, Shino. Shino suppressed her anger and stared at them. Bok angrily roared, do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? I am. He clenched his fist, his deep voice started counting down. 3. Viber shouted angrily. Hey, are you disrespecting the city captain? Ignore his noise. Aki continued counting. 2. Bach turned around and cursed. Damn it, what's with the counting? What's with the theatrics? So what if you finish counting? I'll count for you. 3. As soon as he finished, a burst of power shot forward. Bach froze, eyes wide in disbelief. In less than a second, he had taken Aki's punch. The overwhelming power sent Bach flying, and he crashed hard into the wall behind him. Aki's face was filled with veins, counting the final number. 3. Bach's subordinates, witnessing this power, were terrified. They hurriedly ran toward Bach. Bach slowly got up from the pile of rubble, coughing uncontrollably. Captain, Captain. Bach's face was now covered in blood, stuttering. Your speed. You're also a soldier. But you're not wearing combat gear. How can you still? A regular soldier must wear specially made black combat clothes, especially the special conversion device on the chest to safely channel energy from the demonic nuclear core. Only with this can the demonic nuclear power be safely channeled and used. The higher the synchronization, the stronger the soldier is in receiving power from the demonic core. This is something everyone knows in this era. Aki thought to himself, but the 4 of us seem to have stopped needing external devices. Bach was stunned, looking at the 4 of them, his eyes full of fear. He continued thinking, no longer relying on combat suits. Immediately after, all 4 of them released a source of power that shocked everyone. Bach sweated, his whole body trembling. After witnessing this power, they ran for their lives. Bach shouted, "You wait for me." Lu turned to speak but stumbled in place. Before her was Aki's muscular body. Aki looked confused, glancing at Lu curiously. He noticed her face turning red and asked, Lu, why is your face red? Are you sick? Lu shyly ran away quickly. No, just going to the hot springs. Tomo smiled, seeing right through her. After the ruckus, the day was about to end. A strange but warm hot spring trip began. In the women's bath, a small hot spring pool was set amidst nature. Lu's fair legs slowly stepped into the pool, feeling the warm water, and she let out a comfortable sigh. On the other side, Tomo, with a towel wrapped around her full hips, stood in the water, stretching with delight, and let out a satisfied sound. Tomo exclaimed, "This feels amazing. My whole body feels like it's melting." A voice from over here admired, "Look at those 2. They commented, "The female warrior's skin is just as beautiful, truly admirable." Another person added, "Not only that, I also saw their abs in the locker room. They look even more impressive than my damn husband." Suddenly a girl approached and asked, "Are these 2 girls warriors from outside? Looking at their demeanor, they are perfect. Want a drink?" she said as she placed 2 fragrant cups of tea down. As she handed one, she introduced, "This is a specialty from our Silver Moon City. Lei Zhu Ding tea. When soaking in the hot spring, sipping a little is very soothing." Lu quickly replied, "Thank you." Another girl came over with a tray of tea to offer Tomo. "Here, the other girls around also want you 2 to try." "We do too." All the women, enchanted by Lu's beauty, quickly invited her to drink their tea. She smiled and replied, "All right, try mine first." "All right, thank you everyone." Lu didn't know how to respond. Tomo enjoyed the tea she was offered. Her eyes sparkled, praising how delicious the tea was. After finishing, Tomo happily said, "Please give me another cup." Lu thought to herself that she should smile as brightly as Tomo. Meanwhile, behind the screen was the men's back. The men, eyes wide, stared blankly in the same direction. They looked at Aki and Shino, whispering to each other, "Look at their muscles, they must be warriors, right?" The group exchanged glances, whispering, "They seemed much stronger than regular warriors, perhaps elite warrior. Look at the scars on their bodies, they are marks left from fighting demons. Speak softly, don't offend them. They seem hard to approach, don't speak nonsense." Masino stared ahead, then suddenly spoke in a low voice, "Aki." He glanced over and then responded in a low voice, "Shino." Shino spoke first, "I have a question." Aki replied, "So do I." "You ask, why are they standing so far from us? The group over there has their heads lowered, worried and fearful. Wait, it seems like they're looking this way." Aki and Shino appeared very intimidating to the others, as if threatening them. After a while soaking in the hot spring, the group finished their bath. All 4 of them stepped out at once, seemingly speaking together, "The people here. They seem lifeless, they are too easygoing." Tomo pointed and said, "How could that be? Let me tell you, while soaking in the hot spring, those girls were very enthusiastic, not only offering us tea, but also showing us many fun places in Silver Crescent City." The 2 boys were surprised and could only look at each other. Aki rested his chin in thought, recalling the strange reactions of the people inside, then said, "On our side." Tomo exclaimed in surprise, how could that be?" At this moment Liu turned and said, "Let them be, let's go." Tomo stopped and asked, "Where to?" Liu Ming smiled and replied, "Let's go help Tomo buy a new lens." She cheerfully said, "I love you." Tomo held the camera, excitedly said, "This lens you're giving me is so expensive." She smiled brightly, thanking, "Thank you, it's wonderful." Liu replied, "As long as you like it." The group ahead whispered, "Look, those 4. They are Lamhatch Barrows, Honghatch Luzin, and Tarana." Aki walked straight ahead, not caring about them. Suddenly, Aki and Tarana stopped at the same time and said in unison, "Stop." Both fell silent, nobody spoke. Liu turned and asked, Aki, why did we stop? The three of them were startled, their eyes wide in surprise as they felt the intense energy from the four people. Tarana glanced at them, her gaze sharp, then ordered her subordinates, turn back. The group of Aki silently watched them. Everyone now seemed very serious, staring at each other. Both sides said nothing, only staring at each other. The atmosphere around them felt very cold. Aki and Tarana remained silent, nobody said a word. Tarana raised her head and smiled, her beautiful face revealed. Aki was surprised, not knowing what to say, just staring at her. Afterward, Tarana turned and ordered her subordinates, let's go. Liu asked, Aki, do you know them? That girl, it seems like she's smiling at you. Aki froze, then replied, no, I have no impression of her. He thought to himself, why is the energy from the core near my left eye reacting like this all of a sudden? Sino seriously analyzed. The aura of those four is very strange, their strength is unpredictable. Moreover, when they stopped, their energy felt like a solid block, unbreakable. Hamo couldn't help but ask, could they be an elite warrior team from some level a city or a mercenary battalion? Liu worriedly thought, could they be demons? Then she loudly called out to the four people ahead, wait a moment. Immediately, the sound of fireworks rang out. The scene before their eyes was magnificent. Tamo's eyes lit up when she saw the fireworks from the Moon Crescent Festival. She excitedly raised her camera to capture the moment, saying, I'd only heard the elders talk about these fireworks before, I never expected them to be this beautiful. Aki and Liu were both stunned, admiring the beautiful sight. Aki closed his eyes and thought to himself, life like this is truly wonderful. Liu looked back at the four people, feeling confused. She was surprised to see that the four of them had disappeared without a trace. Liu thought to herself, the four of them are gone. Suddenly, a voice called her name. Aki looked up, admiring the beautiful fireworks, praising, it's truly beautiful. Liu also looked up and replied, yes, this firework display is mesmerizing. The group of Tarana stood on the rooftop, silently looking down at the city. Liu so asked, Tarana, were those four the ones we've been searching for? She tilted her head and replied, although I'm not sure I can confirm it. Those four are all top-tier warriors possessing extraordinary strength, truly astonishing. Tarana recalled Aki and continued, especially the leader, that guy makes me feel intrigued. Burrows asked, if you're not sure, it's better to kill them all than risk letting one slip by. She sighed helplessly, you men so hasty. Our mission is to follow up on the information we've gathered earlier. From the traces collected, they deduced that the group who killed Dichai and Lyeth most likely passed through this area. Tarana closed her eyes and continued analyzing. But most likely doesn't mean they can't make mistakes and massacre indiscriminately in an A-tier town, understand? After all, we are warriors of humanity, the great six heroes, not mindless demons. Hoso looked at her suspiciously and asked, so, are you planning to use the warrior resurrection technique? Tarana just responded with a meaningful smile. Exactly, tonight, find the right moment and turn that handsome guy into my perfect puppet. She raised her hand and continued. By then, if the person we seek isn't them, we'll already have clear evidence. And if they are truly our target, then use him to infiltrate that circle of close friends. A sinister smile crossed her face, her cold voice echoing. Let him kill each one himself, wouldn't that be more entertaining? Only then did Luzin speak. The power of the warrior resurrection technique is indeed terrifying. Silently invading the opponent's mind, then completely occupying their consciousness and extracting all secrets. With just a single thought, it can erase the target's consciousness entirely, turning them into a mindless body, the most loyal resurrected warrior. Her core 6 banner warriors had all been transformed into an entire legion of resurrected warriors. He coldly said that the last group of demons, with their astounding power and fearless spirits, when united could kill a 7th banner warrior as easily as turning a hand. Burrows glanced at her with interest. Convenient, isn't it? Hoso added, her warrior essence skill is truly impressive. Tarana couldn't help but laugh aloud. You flatter me. Hoso lowered his voice. Dichai Lyeth, we will definitely avenge you both. Tarana placed her hand on her chest and declared, wait for me a bit, handsome guy. Tonight I'll uncover all your secrets. The festive atmosphere had spread throughout the bustling town. During the Silver Moon Festival, people flooded the streets from every corner. Everyone joined in the lively celebration. Tamo cheerfully glanced around. It's really bustling. Is this the festival the sisters at the hot spring mentioned? Liu was also overwhelmed by the crowd. Indeed, truly befitting an A-tier town. At that moment, a stall caught Tamo's attention. She quickly grabbed Sino's hand. Sino, let's go play the ring toss. Seeing them so close, Aki and Liu couldn't help but laugh together. Just then, a strange light flashed on the roof of a distant tall building. Tarana had followed them there, her eyes tracking every move of Aki's group. Truly a fond attachment. Tarana's voice sounded eerie. so good it makes one want to destroy it with their own hand. While observing, she also noticed something interesting. After careful observation, it turned out that the beautiful girl named Liu was actually the team leader. Yet Tarana still suspected that in reality, the true center of this team was that handsome Gaiaki. Thinking of that, her lips curled with excitement. Same name as the former king, interesting. Magic began to radiate from Tarana. It was time to start. As she finished speaking, her figure vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. At the same time, Sino was holding a pile of all prizes from the ring toss. He couldn't help but praise. Didn't expect Tomo to be so good at ring toss. Within their group, only Aki seemed to notice something unusual. He suddenly froze. In front of him was Tarana, who deliberately released magic to lure him forward. Tarana appeared extremely confident in her plan, even seemingly taunting him on purpose. Her pupils glowed, eyes radiating extreme danger, signaling an imminent threat. Sensing the danger, Aki immediately froze while everyone else was still playing. Tomo was the first to notice something was off. Why did he suddenly stop? Aki cautiously said. I saw a fourth banner warrior earlier, but her gaze and aura have completely changed, right by that tree ahead. Hearing this, the other three immediately moved closer to Aki, their faces full of vigilance. However, unlike Aki, they saw no sign of Tarana, nothing at all. Not wanting to worry them, Aki changed his tone. Must have been my imagination. But he had no idea that a hand silently reached out behind him. Tarana stretched out her hand as if to touch Aki, the movement teasing, just as he realized her presence behind him. Aki immediately turned around. This time, Tarana was bolder, directly reaching out and touching him. She then subtly moved her lips, murmuring two mysterious words to activate the Death Knight resurrection technique in an instant. A magic seal suddenly appeared under Aki and his companion's feet. In the blink of an eye, Aki was pulled into the subconscious world and sealed by Tarana inside. In reality, he was momentarily stunned, almost lifeless. She added, this is my trick. In this dark spiritual world, it's just you and me. Then Tarana gathered magical power into her palm and said, from now on, you will have no secrets from me. I'm very curious about your work. It seemed that Tarana was extremely curious about Aki. After all, this was the first time she'd seen such a big key. As soon as she finished speaking, she tightened her glowing weapon and lunged forward. She charged straight at Aki and shouted, become my Death Knight. Tarana, full of confidence, declared, my technique has never failed. As long as I force open the mental defense chains of my opponent, I can completely take over their spirit and consciousness, controlling their inner self thoroughly. But just as she was reveling in her success, a giant hand suddenly reached out from behind Aki, grabbed the chain binding him, and yanked it hard. Full of confidence, Tarana froze, completely caught off guard by the turn of events. In front of her, Aki had transformed into a giant demon. That is, at the same time the Chain King appeared. He was in a combat stance, wearing red armor with striking white hair. Half of Tarana's face was engulfed in shadows, and her eyes were filled with terror. The Chain King coldly looked at her and said, you picked the wrong target to hunt. In the dark space of the mind, the Chain King had complete control. Tarana was stunned. What is this? Is this his mental defense skill? I've never heard of a mental defense skill this powerful. She continued questioning herself. Impossible, this can't possibly be something created by human will. No, this image isn't his will. What is it that has parasitized his body? It was then that Tarana really wanted to know who Aki truly was. A moment later, the Chain King slowly spoke. You think you can probe the mind of this body? In front of a trembling Tarana, the Chain King sneered. What kind of ridiculous skill is that? How laughable. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his long sword and shouted, get lost. Immediately in the spiritual world, Tarana was struck by the Chain King's sword. Back in reality, Aki was still trapped in his subconscious world. At this moment, the other three noticed something was wrong with Aki and kept asking, what's going on? Tarana's figure also disappeared from reality. Aki suddenly snapped back to his senses, looking around and muttering, there's nothing, could I have mistaken something? Aki had no idea what had just happened, as he clearly remembered seeing Tarana. He had definitely seen her moments ago. After observing for a while, he couldn't find anything unusual. Aki quickly told everyone, it's fine, let's go. Tomo nodded in response, okay. Even though he no longer saw Tarana, Aki remained suspicious, thinking that it couldn't have been a coincidence that he saw that high-level warrior. But his illusion detection ability showed that he wasn't affected by any illusion magic. No matter what, he had to be more cautious. Thinking this, Aki put the matter aside for now and decided to continue the festival with the other three. He had no idea that Tarana was hiding behind a nearby stall. After what had happened, she dared not show herself. What was that just now? What was it? Recalling the scene, she thought that a mere swing of her hand could break her most powerful illusion magic. She still couldn't calm down. Thankfully, she had managed to escape in time, or her head would have rolled off her neck. Just then, the stall owner returned and said, I was only gone for a moment. He saw Tarana and asked, hey, what are you doing hiding behind my stall? He also noticed her odd complexion. Damn, my aura is all messed up. Tarana quickly used magic and said, "Pretend I don't exist." The source of power immediately affected the shopkeeper, causing him to turn and walk away. It was only then that Tarana had a chance to check her own condition. She felt frustrated when the hidden skill she always relied on was disabled, unable to escape the temperature traps that had been set. Tarana immediately realized that everything happening was caused by the parasitic figure in Aki's consciousness. Tarana knew that her life deception technique could not have been so easily neutralized. After reconsidering, she regained her composure, stood up from behind the stall, and resolved to continue. "I cannot fail again. I will annihilate you from the inside out, thoroughly and ruthlessly." Her plan was complete. This time her target was Liu, the white-haired girl next to Aki. She was playing street games with her friends, especially Tamo. Perhaps among the four, only Tamo could truly enjoy herself. "Is she like him?" Liu smiled gently, unaware that Tarana had singled her out in the crowd. Immediately, Tarana used magic to move closer to the four in Aki's group. This was part of Tarana's plan. She had to keep her distance from Aki to avoid interference this time. Although Tarana knew that long-range maneuvers would consume more energy, she decided to proceed anyway. As Liu walked, a shiver ran down her spine. This feeling came with a strange lock appearing on Liu's body. Tarana thought using the captain as a breakthrough point wouldn't be a bad choice. Tarana had no other choice, she had to appear. Though not as strong as Aki, her secret key was crucial. She gripped the glowing weapon in her hand tightly. She recited the spell again, "Unlock the secret for me and become my puppet." With Liu, Tarana had no difficulty, easily inserting the key into the lock. Light from the key began to flow along the cracks of the lock. The chains beside her began to move, and a victorious smile appeared on Tarana's lips immediately. "The lock is open, I will not fail again. I am the new sixth harmony." Suddenly, a blue light illuminated Tarana's face. The once black space of the mind shone brilliantly. She sensed the presence of Hak Vuong behind her. "What the hell is this?" Hak Vuong approached Tarana, exuding an extreme chill. Hak Vuong demanded, "How dare you use a mental skill on my little one?" She passed Tarana, her skirt fluttering with each step. She looked at Liu, restrained, and raised her hands, her voice full of exasperation. "You really are a treasure that makes me worry. You really are a treasure that makes me worry," she said, looking at the motionless Liu head bowed. Liu's eyes were vacant, and Tarana's key sealed her. Hak Vuong stepped closer, placing her hand on the key embedded in Liu. She gently pulled out the key, breaking the seal on Liu. Hak Vuong squinted, pressed her face close to Liu, then whispered, "I shared a part of my power with you so you could surpass human limits. The purpose is for you to stay by the vessel of the sixth king and protect him." Hak Vuong lowered her head slightly, her voice soft. "Don't disappoint me." Hak Vuong turned to Tarana, motionless. "Although I don't know what that little worm intends with my darling," she raised one hand. Her voice resonated, "but it surely isn't anything good, right?" Hak Vuong pointed at Tarana, energy gathering rapidly. She murmured, "I don't like this at all," in an instant. She shot a stream of energy from her hand, piercing through Tarana's head. Tarana remained motionless, feeling the pain, and let out a cry. Hak Vuong turned to Liu, then spoke. "I've helped you vent your anger." Hak Vuong approached, gently placing her hand on Liu's cheek. Hak Vuong lightly kissed Liu's forehead, then softly said, "Protect the vessel of the sixth king well." Hak Vuong placed a finger on Liu's lips, her voice resonating. "Of course, I trust you'll do your best. I understand your heart, but goodwill alone isn't enough." Hak Wang let go of his hand and gave a faint smile, saying that the Personicky was still an important part of their plan. Hak Wang's body slowly disappeared, and she gently said that she would go ahead and next time nothing should happen. The space around her shattered into pieces. Hak Wang slowly vanished. Her voice echoed, reminding that it wouldn't be so easy to invade their home anymore. The sound of cracking filled the space. Light filtered through the newly appeared gaps. Liu and Tarina stood still. A blinding light appeared between them. The scene returned to reality as if waking from a dream. Liu jolted awake and exclaimed. Aki stood next to Liu, curiously asking, "What's wrong?" Liu placed his hand on his head, confused, and replied, "I just feel strange." Sino turned his head. A bright smile appeared on his face. He called out, "Aki, why are you two standing there?" Tamo eagerly added, "That's right, come over here, there's more fun over there." Aki gently bowed his head, eyes on Liu. He whispered, "Let's go, our honorable captain." Liu nodded slightly, his face blushing, gently replying to Aki. Liu and Aki walked towards Shino and Tamo. Their group gradually disappeared into the crowd, leaving Tarina standing motionless behind. Tarina stood silently, her body unmoving. People around seemed not to notice her. A voice echoed, maintaining the invisibility effect. Tarina's eyes suddenly lit up, her body began to move. The invisibility effect wore off, and people around turned to look. People recognized Tarina. One person approached, asking, "Look at her, what is she doing?" A message appeared, notifying that the invisibility skill was no longer active. Someone shouted excitedly, "She looks sweet. Is she performing something with that pose?" Suddenly red blood flowed from Tarina's hand, spreading down her face. Tarina didn't wake up, she started coughing up blood, Blood spurted from her mouth and nose. As if losing all strength, Terina collapsed, both hands pressing on the ground to maintain balance. The people around her were terrified. They all stepped back. Someone said, "She's bleeding." Terina raised her hand to her mouth. Trying to stop the blood from flowing out, Terina muttered, "No, it can't be a direct mental attack. Who is it?" In the illusion, she sat still. A magical circle appeared under Terina's feet, and in an instant she completely disappeared. The people around were panicking. Dust rose from where Terina had vanished. Someone shouted in confusion, "What's happening?" Another person continued, "Lost her mind." The scene shifted to the top of a building, lights flashing. Terina appeared, her body slumped, and in front of her stood Hoso, motionless. A magical circle appeared in Hoso's hand. He had just teleported Terina back, and a message appeared. Spatial teleportation. Barros, Hoso, and Luzhin ran towards Terina. Luzhin asked, "Terina, what exactly happened?" Terina opened her eyes wide, her voice trembling. I was directly hit by a powerful mental attack. My core mental state severely damaged. My head feels like it's going to explode. I need to immediately start mental recovery." The images of Shi Wang and Hak Wang appeared in Terina's mind, her voice still filled with fear. "Whether it's that Aki guy or Liu, they. It seems they both have divine guardians. I couldn't even analyze it. What exactly happened earlier?" Luzhin, Barros, and Hoso remained silent, watching Terina tremble on the ground. One person in the group muttered, "What kind of gods are those in that team?" The scene shifted to the summer festival. Photos that had just been taken appeared. They captured the moment of fun for the whole group. Aki and Tamo held the camera. She hugged Liu, and a soft voice from Tamo echoed. Tamo said, "I just complained about the new camera. Liu, you're my god. It works much better than the old one. Thank you for the new camera." Liu gently patted Tamo's head. She softly replied, "You're overdoing it. I'm glad you like it." Liu told everyone, "Let's head back to the hotel." Tamo's voice became a little whiny. "Don't hug me like that." From above, many people gathered in front of the hotel door. A sign appeared. "Traveler's Dream, Hot Spring Hotel, main entrance, hotel entrance." A voice filled with anger rang out. "Follow me, pull them out. The woman you're looking at, no one will escape from your hands." Bach appeared, his body surrounded by shining armor, shouting, "What is this day? There might have been a problem with my core before. This time I changed my gear and core. Now I must teach them a lesson properly." A person behind muttered, "Isn't that Captain Bach? Which unlucky guy provoked him?" Someone spoke up, wondering which poor girl had fallen into his hands, and a small voice reminded everyone that he had once earned fame by killing demons. He truly possessed formidable power. Morty smiled coldly and rubbed his hands together. "Are you Chan Anbach, Captain Bach? What brings you here? Did we fail to welcome you properly?" "Please forgive me, sir. Don't get angry here, all right." Bach frowned and shouted, "Get out of here. Too many words. Don't waste your breath in front of me or hand over the ones who provoked me." Bach glanced at the hotel and growled, "Or I won't hesitate to give you a chance to rebuild it in a new architectural style." Morty's quickly regained composure and flustered. "Captain Bach, please don't get angry. Those guests went out to see the fireworks festival and haven't returned yet." Bupper stepped up beside Bach and whispered, "Captain, look, they're coming back." Upon hearing this, Bach paused, seemingly waiting for something. From afar, Aki's group approached, chatting animatedly as they walked. Bach and his subordinates quickly closed in on Aki's group. He shouted, "Right on time, you damn bunch." Bach's guards immediately surrounded Aki's group. Someone yelled, "Encircle them." Aki stood still, a hint of surprise on his face. Aki glanced at the man in front of him. Bach stood blocking him, radiating an unpredictable aura, his core glowing. He roared, "Open your eyes wide and see clearly. I am a core warrior of the 5th Order, captain of Company 2 of Silver Moon City." Bach grabbed Aki by the collar and sneered, "You worthless trash. You don't even dare wear combat gear, yet you dare to make a move against me. Have your dogs regretted it yet? Kneel down and apologize to me immediately." Aki remained calm, unmoving, silent for a while, his face showing clear confusion. He asked with curiosity, "May I ask who you are?" Laughter came from behind. A citizen quietly remarked that they didn't even seem to respect Bach. Bach gritted his teeth and roared in anger. "You," Morty's rushed over, urgently intervening. "Wait, Captain Bach, don't get carried away." Morty's clasped his hands pleadingly. "They are still young and inexperienced. Please do not act here. I've brought out the fine wine. Please come inside and drink." Bach brushed Morty's aside. He nervously said, "That last time you accidentally destroyed a building," and Bach pointed at himself and shouted, "You dare to play dumb with me? You damn scoundrels, you were at the hot springs." Recognizing the people in front of him, Liu, Shino, and Tamo immediately became alert. Their eyes lit up, readying for battle. Aki smiled, resting his hand on his chin, and calmly replied, "Sorry, I thought you were someone important, so I didn't pay attention. Now I remember." Memories of Bach's encounter with Liu and Tamo at the hot springs flooded Aki's mind, and he mocked him. "You are the ones from the hot springs. speaking rudely and attempting to harass my two female teammates. He clasped his hands behind his back, stepped forward, and coldly concluded, "Bastards." Bok's eyes turned bloodshot, rage clearly on his face. Bok swung his arm violently at Iki and shouted, "Prepare to die." Morty squeezed his eyes shut, clutching his head, despair screaming in his mind. "It's over." Aki remained calm, standing still as the enemy charged. In an instant, Aki swung his arm forcefully, striking Bok straight away. Viper froze, turning to look at the fountain where Bok had been thrown. The fountain cratered, shattering into countless pieces, water and dust filling the air. Bok lay motionless by the pool. Viper panicked, shouting, "Brother Bok." A deep wound appeared on Bok's face, and from afar, Iki spoke coldly. "You look like you've been itching for a fight." Iki turned to Viper, quietly saying, "Sorry, went a bit too far. You'll have to compensate for this damage." Bok's bodyguards charged at Iki together, one shouting angrily, "Do you want to die?" In a blink, the guards launched a flurry of strikes at Iki, but he remained unmoved. With a single punch, Iki sent all opponents flying. Witnessing this, Mortys and the onlookers were stunned. He stood firm, shifted slightly, and turned. Behind him, Bok's guards had been lifted into the air by his strike. They fell straight into the pool where Bok had landed. Aki looked at Mortys and asked gently, "You mentioned having a prediction." Mortys paused silently, sweat streaming down his face, smiling with excitement, then bowed. With a formal tone, he said, "Indeed, along with some delicacies, please join us inside for an early morning meal." At another hotel, a guest appeared to have just completed the automated checkout. Iki forcefully pushed open the door, followed by Tomo, Liu, and Shino. As they quietly left, an announcement suddenly sounded. In front of Iki stood Mortys and the staff bowing respectfully. "Good morning, 4 distinguished guests." Mortys carried a bag of unknown contents, past the bowing staff, and walked straight to Iki. He bowed respectfully again before handing the bag to Aki. "This is a premium wine for you, please accept it." Aki and his team were momentarily stunned by the unexpected gift. Mortys offered no further explanation, remaining bowed and repeating, "Please kindly accept it." Though he said nothing, Mortys knew well how much Aki had helped him. Thanks to Aki's group, he no longer had to deal with Bok. In his mind, that damned Bok had no face left to return and cause trouble. Aki still felt awkward receiving such a valuable gift. "Why would you give us such a precious gift?" Liu whispered to Aki. She seemed to understand Morty's intent. Refusing would make the hotel owner embarrassed. After reminding Aki, Liu closed her eyes, a hint of admiration rising in her heart. She thought he seemed unconcerned about yesterday, having just taught Bok a lesson and helped the hotel, clearly accustomed to such small tasks. With quiet respect for Aki's composure, Liu stepped forward to take the gift and said, "We accept, thank you very much." A car was already waiting to pick up Aki's group. Liu called out, "Let's go, Aki." At an undisclosed base, the large doors slowly opened. Aki guided the motorcycle inside. Shino and the team rode in the back as Aki drove fast, honking to alert pedestrians. Aki checked the radar, noted the destination, and informed the team, "Next stop is here, coordinates set northwest." Frowning, Aki calculated the time while steering the bike at high speed. At full speed, they could reach the location in about 2 days. Tomo in the back grew excited knowing they were close, blurting out, "Finally, is it time to rescue Uncle?" Seeing Tomo's joy at the mysterious mission, Liu immediately reminded her. "Tomo, according to Lena, the Lost Sun Tower is a key base where the new king holds senior Desha." Liu turned to clarify for her. She brushed her wind-blown hair and added, "The challenges and dangers there are unknown, so we must abandon any playful mindset. Switch to combat-ready mode." Realizing this was no leisurely trip, Tomo immediately became serious. "Luz, Captain," Tomo glanced at Shino, as if to signal that we'll put all our effort into helping Iki. Tomo turned fully to Shino to confirm the information just asked. Shino, since when has Iki been wearing those glasses? He silently pondered Desat. The motorcycle roared across the empty desert. Iki drove while thinking, "My old friend, I've come here." Half an hour earlier, at a base in the sandy desert. Iki's group had passed through there half an hour ago. At this location stood a towering structure, and at its base, a group of people. It was the Silver Moon Signal Tower. Luzin's group was supporting Tarana, who stared into the distance. The location of Iki's motorcycle was toward the Sunrise Tower. This could seriously injure anyone. Tarana was furious upon recognizing the destination. She remembered Lyot and Dai Lan. Her anger grew, gritting her teeth, thinking the damn team had killed Lyot and Dai Lan. It was them. Suddenly, Housel seemed to notice something and made the first move. Housel maintained his energy aura to ascend, then signaled to his teammate. Barrows received the news and prepared. He couldn't wait any longer. "Then let's act. How so? Teleport us right in front of them." Seeing the two hurrying ahead, he reviewed the current situation. "Hurry, don't you see Tarana's condition?" She's injured but trying to speak a few words to reassure the team. She needs at least 1-2 days to recover. Terana encouraged her teammates and emphasized their advantage over Aki's group. Don't worry, I've locked their route with my spatial coordinates. They are vehicles. And we are space, Hao So agreed with Luzin. Once Terana recovers, we'll pursue them very quickly. Luzin was increasingly pleased, knowing his group had the advantage, and the squad probably hadn't noticed yet. At Sunrise Tower, Luzin's face darkened thinking of something terrifying awaiting them. In that empty desert, traces of ruins appeared, while Aki's group sped along the road. The sun gradually set, no one knew how far Aki's group had traveled. When the sun disappeared, night fell. Aki's group entered a dense forest, then the sun appeared again. They passed a coastal area full of seafood. 2 days passed, and according to Aki's plan, they had arrived. 2 days later, Aki checked the bike's control screen, annoyed. The energy crystal was depleted. Since the bike was unusable, Aki decided to walk. Liu's group agreed. It's not far from here, we'll walk through. Before going far, Aki's group saw a tower ahead. Everyone recognized the tower's name. It was Sunrise Tower. All 4 sensed something wrong. Aki was cautious about the Trotford Tower. This aura is not ordinary. Full of violence, deadly energy, Liu added, eyes showing subtle worry. With the ancient tower around, no one in sight, Liu activated her power sensing danger. Red energy radiated around Liu. Her hair gradually turned half black, half white with a blue aura. Tomo also prepared and activated power. Shino did the same. The group clearly sensed danger. The 4 of Aki's group stood close together. Each watched a direction to avoid ambush, observing carefully. Shino spoke. This atmosphere is truly eerie. Tomo added, I feel the same as Shino. I sense countless malicious killing intense, densely packed. Liu also felt the same. Tomo had no clear purpose, seeming to have existed here for a long time. Aki felt this more clearly than anyone. He said, insane, a type of chaotic will. Then he lowered his gun, touching the ground as if searching for something. Aki acted while adding, and beneath that frenzied hatred lies suppressed sorrow. Liu's group stayed alert around Aki. Even if the enemy seemed invisible, Aki still felt the suffocating aura of Terana's group here, as if lost among high-level demons. Tomo felt confused by this invisibility. She wondered why it was happening but could see nothing, nor sense the presence of any demon. Aki seemed to understand the situation clearly. He calmly explained it to the Liu group. Didn't everyone notice this? Not only could we not see the demons, but since entering here, has any living creature appeared at all? The Liu group then noticed their surrounding. Looking up, they saw birds flying. In addition, on the cliffs, there was a mutated termite snake. Aki asked an important question. Did they see any living plants? Aki concluded that they were likely being observed from above. The Liu group finally understood Aki's meaning, and the 3 of them were shocked and astonished. Aki calmly continued his unfinished sentence. Around them, the rocks and soil were shattered, leaving only a silent space. Even small stones were affected by tremors, slowly rising from the ground. Aki radiated an unprecedented, powerful aura. Aki realized this, but by the time he did, it was too late. A sudden, powerful energy surged from all directions, as if awakening from a long slumber. In the violently shaking space, Sinnoh remained alert enough to notice the anomaly. Seeing something strange, he immediately warned his teammates to watch their footing. Then, a surge of red energy erupted forcefully from the ground. Shino pushed Liu and Tomo back, his speed astonishing. Aki also reacted quickly, retreating to avoid the attack after demonstrating his own abilities. The flow of energy gradually receded and vanished. Immediately after, a groaning sound emerged from below the ground, and power surged strongly along with it. Aki observed the scene and, based on experience, assessed that this energy intensity was no weaker than the elite warriors we had faced before. Aki felt the situation growing increasingly serious. This sense became more pronounced. He noticed that in terms of quality and subtlety, the energy was even superior. The groaning seemed to tear through the silent space, and the red energy disrupted the gloom. Tomo witnessed an unprecedented scene. She felt both worried and amazed. A radiant figure appeared. What was it? It turned out to be the scream of Deja. When Deja appeared, the red energy gradually dissipated. It seemed Deja was enduring something. He screamed continuously. Eventually, he stopped and the red energy vanished. Deja appeared with a fierce expression. His face seemed pieced together from fragments. Hino saw Deja and worried about the future. He stared at Deja, wondering who this person was. Liu also realized that Deja could change the course of the battle. Tomo was anxious, her eyes reflecting confusion. She understood the current danger. It was immense. Sensing the threat, Liu warned Aki, who was alone ahead, that this humanoid demon could not be underestimated. Aki, his energy is immense. We must combine forces. However, Aki seemed disoriented, continuing toward Deja. Seeing Aki acting strangely, Shino and Tomo rushed to stop him. What's wrong with you? Snap out of it. Tomo called Aki's name loudly, hoping he would regain awareness upon hearing it. Aki, it seemed Deja was thoroughly satisfied. tilting his head back and laughing loudly. Then Deja prepared to launch a powerful strike at Aki. The Liu group behind was also affected by the blow. Liu and Shino shielded themselves with their hands. When Liu opened her eyes, she witnessed a horrifying scene. Deja advanced toward his target, Aki. Aki did not stop, seemingly unafraid of Deja's formidable presence. Why is Aki moving toward him? As he approached, Aki suddenly spoke as if wanting to call Deja's name. Aki got close to Deja, spreading his arms as if to embrace him. His gaze looked at Deja like an old friend. Deja, it's me. Only then did the Liu group realize who he was and why Aki acted this way. He was Deja. The Liu group witnessed Aki facing Deja. They slowly realized this was one of the old elites they needed to rescue. Under the shocked gaze of his teammates, Aki was struck and thrown back by Deja. The blow distorted the ground and Aki fell in pain. He stood outside, seeing his friend being attacked. He anxiously shouted Aki's name. Desa didn't let go of Aki. He charged towards where Aki was lying. Desa's arm was about to pierce Aki's neck, but Aki lay there unable to fight back. At that moment, Shino rushed over quickly, shielding Aki with his hand. Desa unleashed a terrifying force, causing the ground beneath his feet to shatter. Shino's armor was shattered, but Desa's sharp point still pushed down. Shino thought about the power behind this. Unexpectedly, Tomo and Liu flew in to attack Desa, saving Shino. Liu immediately took a fighting stance, resolutely saying, "We will protect you." Tomo did the same, frowning in anger. Worried, she called Shino. Shino stepped back, realizing what his teammates wanted, and replied, "Okay." Now it was 3 against 1, the trio attacking together, but their opponent was very strong. Liu was agile, flying and dodging attacks midair. Tomo seemed to be struggling, unable to defend properly. Shino was covered in blood, gritting his teeth and enduring without retaliating. Liu noticed the dangerous situation and warned everyone, "Don't hesitate, he's no longer Desa." Liu looked at Aki, lying motionless, shouting loudly, "Aki, wake up, he's just a killing machine now, no soul left. Only the evil core drives him now," Liu added, strongly encouraging everyone. "Look around, why don't you see any insects or plants?" Liu continued. "Because he has devoured all the life here," Liu said with anger. Aki heard Liu's words clearly but remained motionless, showing no reaction. Liu was suddenly attacked by Tendesa. Luckily someone warned, "Be careful, Liu, move aside, Tendesa is very aggressive." Desa suddenly remembered something, using his ruthless red eyes to search. He quickly spotted Aki slowly getting up, his face dark and lifeless. Desa locked onto his target and turned to charge at Aki. This time he ignored the 3 standing outside and slammed into Aki, causing a massive explosion. Shino, Liu, and Tomo anxiously rushed in, shouting in unison, "Aki," while Desa continued charging, screaming, determined to kill Aki. Liu looked at Aki in pain, trying to hold back, saying, "Turn around." Desa had pressed his sharp point against Aki's neck, but Aki didn't fight back. Suddenly, Aki avoided the attack. He punched Desa hard in the stomach, causing Liu to widen his eyes, thinking Aki couldn't escape. But no, Aki retaliated strongly, sending Desa flying into the air. One punch was enough to finish Desa. Shino and Tomo were relieved, shouting, "Aki," because he had started fighting back. Aki gritted his teeth and spoke slowly, "I knew it. Ever since I saw his eyes, I realized." He cried, his heart aching as he said, "But how could you expect me to accept this? The man who once vowed to become the strongest demon hunter is now like this." Aki clenched his fists, determined. The only way is to stop him from continuing to live as a monster, Aki decided, while the other 3 remained silent, possibly still uncertain. Desa, who had been struck, turned back. He stood right behind Aki, and the 3 quickly flew in to attack. At the same time, they shouted in unison, "Aki, go!" Aki, in pain, closed his eyes, feeling regret. "I'm sorry, Desa." Aki turned around, looking at Desa being struck, and said again, "I'm sorry." Then the 4 of them attacked Desa together, aiming to destroy him and end this suffering. After the final punch, Liu landed, his face full of disbelief, asking, "Is it finally over?" Tomo and Shino appeared worried about Aki's condition. Tomo hesitated before calling, "Senpai." Aki was still drowning in the pain of having to take Deja's life. "Rest in peace, Deja." But immediately after, a huge explosion rang out from beneath the ground at the distant levee, where it had just been struck down. Aki widened his eyes, surprised by the scene before him. He silently called out in his heart. A massive object appeared. The object carried 3 orbs, red, gold, and green, and slowly stood up. Deja had not died. He had come back to life, carrying the 3 orbs, standing up, and the levee emitted a roar. The onlookers were shocked. Everyone had their answer. This was the triple heart core. The entire group trembled. She thought to herself, even though his body structure might belong to a demon, this was still hard to believe. Moreover, it wasn't just an increase in numbers, but the energy emanating from Deja's body was incredibly powerful. Liu panicked, realizing that Deja's energy density had exceeded the critical level. Deja was now stronger and more brutal than before. He roared and charged toward Aki's group. His enormous feet stomped on the ground, causing large cracks, showcasing Deja's immense power. Deja transformed into a whirlwind of 3 colors, charging towards Aki. Everyone was panicked and Shino quickly volunteered to be the first fighter. He said, "I'll handle it." Shino recalled an Enheim's battle. He thought about how an Enheim fought in the 6th prefecture small town. Without hesitation, Shino decisively used the technique Earth Armor. Shino was trying to maintain a protective shield for the whole group, but it seemed Deja's power was breaking. Immediately after, Deja struck Shino, sending him flying. His strength was truly formidable. Unable to stand by, Blue Wings immediately stretched out, preparing for battle. Tamo moved swiftly, constantly using the skill Illusory Slash. But the sharp spines on Deja's body shot red orbs. When Tamo saw them, her eyes widened in shock. The red orbs continuously flew towards Tamo. She had to dodge constantly, but couldn't escape because Deja's attacks were too dense. Liu, standing outside, was unintentionally hit. The ground beneath her was destroyed. Liu recognized this technique as very familiar. It seemed to be spatial magic. Liu didn't miss the opportunity. She stood before Deja and unleashed the spatial slice. Though she used all her strength, Deja remained unaffected, surprising Liu greatly. She gazed at Deja's massive form and sighed. She hadn't expected him to wield the power of the heart core without any harm. Another person rushed towards Deja, but he quickly noticed. Tamo, with a determined look, charged straight at Deja. Deja immediately spotted her. He gritted his teeth, turned his head to look at Tamo charging at him. He conjured a red orb from his mouth, which began to grow. Then Deja threw the orb towards the approaching Tamo. Tamo was somewhat taken aback. A massive explosion occurred, and it was unclear if Tamo managed to dodge. Deja's power was indeed terrifying. Deja turned each time he rotated. Another explosion occurred. It was very difficult for Tamo to escape. Dust filled the air and everything around became obscured by smoke. Liu saw Tamo in danger. She yelled anxiously, "Tamo, be careful." Tamo, with her agile body, continuously rolled to avoid the attacks. After escaping, Tamo responded, "I'm fine, damn it, this guy is too strong." Shino also realized the issue. The attacks were not only powerful but relentless, almost suffocating. He didn't care about the pressure on his body. Even though his muscles were torn due to overexertion and blood flowed out, his bones cracked from the pressure, yet his attacks continued without stopping. At this moment, Deja charged towards Liu. She was startled with fear, but Aki rushed forward. He swung his hand, pushing Deja back, saving Liu from danger. Aki landed on the ground. Just as his toes touched the earth, something else happened. Aki charged directly at Deja. The two, with their immense strength, caused the ground to shatter. Aki and Deja were evenly matched, fighting endlessly without determining a winner. As Aki fought, he silently thought, "Am I being tortured here, living a life worse than death?" Deja stood there tall, but his eyes were filled with sorrow, as if he were enduring unimaginable pain, unable to stop himself. He thought decisively, telling himself that he would make him stop and end it all. He then shouted, ordering everyone to act. Tamo and Liu looked at Aki with determined eyes, as did Shino. All three responded in unison. Understood. Yuang and the three charged forward. Seeing Shino risking his life, Liu reminded him, "Shino." Shino hesitated not at all, giving the order, and metal shields appeared. He reassured, "Leave it to me." Shino pushed the shield toward Deja. This was the 4-shield technique, Soul Severance. Liu and Tamo recognized the opportunity and spoke together, "Right now." Liu immediately jumped up, launching an attack through the space layers, while Tamo coordinated smoothly from the other side. Seeing Deja attacked from both sides, Iki flew in front of him and delivered the final blow, striking directly at his heart without hesitation. A single strike from Aki shattered 3 jewels on Deja's body. Deja, attacked from multiple directions, couldn't counter and immediately collapsed. 2 hands quickly caught Deja's head to ease his pain. The ugly skin on Deja's body slowly disappeared, revealing a familiar face. In blurred vision, Deja was unsure who stood before him. He whispered, "View on." Desa opened his eyes, the ugly skin only clinging to one side of his face, whispering, "Have you come to take me?" At that moment, his head cracked open, the cracks spreading like a spider's web, and Deja's body shattered into dust, vanishing with the wind. The sky turned murky, leaving no trace behind. Iki collapsed to the ground, his arm trembling, dark red blood dripping onto the cold floor with a dry, hollow sound. Realizing the danger, everyone around shouted in shock and worry. Vuong, Aki spoke, his voice trembling but trying to stay calm. "Don't come here." He gritted his teeth, staring directly into his opponent's eyes, his chest heaving violently, trying to steady himself. "Let me calm down first." Liu stood not far off, his eyes filled with concern, but he held back. Shino silently observed, his hands clenched, his body tense to the maximum. Tamo bit her lip gently, her face clearly showing deep unease and worry. No one in the group spoke further. They silently watched Aki in the heavy atmosphere. Hundreds of miles away, in a remote region, a massive water stain appeared suddenly in the once calm sky, as if something had torn through space from the other side of the world, expanding from inside the crack. Small white sparks appeared and shot out like shooting stars from the sky. A bird flew across the sky, panicked, calling out when it noticed the anomaly. But before it could evade, a beam of light pierced through its body. Immediately afterward, Tarana, Luzin, and Barrows descended from above, shaking the ground. He spoke in a low voice. Are you sure the squad that killed Lyot and Dylan is in this direction? He coldly replied, are you doubting my deduction skills? They are nearby. Their aura has surpassed that of the guard dog, Kaomai, the three-hatch heart monster after its modification. Even if we join forces, it will be hard to deal with them. It seems we underestimated that rat. He laughed loudly. Isn't that great? If they can destroy that monster, it shows they are worthy opponents for me. Tarana coldly reminded, tone down that madness. Don't forget we are waiting for Vuong to come out of seclusion. She whispered, if the murderer of Lyot is found and Dylan is still alive, you all know the wrath of that great one, right? No one replied. The group fell into a terrifying silence. Tarana ordered, then use the squad leader's head to calm Vuong's fury. The sky was dim, the sound of the wind rustling through Deja's grave. He spoke, his voice steadier but still resolute. Let's go. Lu asked directly, Vuong, Deja Sr. is gone, why are we still heading towards the tower? Is it for some investigation? He answered slowly, initially thinking the strong aura in this area was caused by Deja. But doesn't everyone find it strange? Aki's gaze darkened. After being defeated, instead of dissipating, the aura in the air grew denser and more distinct, for now only that presence remained. In the silent atmosphere, the three remaining people were all stunned as they faced the truth before them. Aki continued to speak, reminding everyone that Lena had said the king was in seclusion. She shivered slightly. Could it be the new king? He replied in a low voice, that's right. The new king was present at the top of this tower. Under the gloomy sky, all four looked up in astonishment at the enormous tower before them. Just at that moment, four giant stars suddenly appeared in the deep night sky and plummeted straight to the barren ground, creating a blinding beam of light. As the dust settled, Tarana's group stood towering right in front of them. Luzin spoke, trying to disturb the king in seclusion. As he finished, he angrily flung the coat off his shoulders. Luzin roared, the mongrels killed Lyot and Dai Lin. Sixth core, dual core of Luzin. Recognizing the familiar aura, Liu, Tamo, and Shino all thought silently. Dual core, the four in the small town earlier. Seeing this scene, the three couldn't help but fearfully think it's the sixth core, in a rage beyond measure. Aki could no longer maintain his usual calm. His face went icy, then he said, just in time, seeing the dire situation. Liu immediately reached out to stop Aki from advancing. She quietly said, King, your target isn't them. Tamo firmly added, exactly. Aki, these four are just gatekeepers. Don't stop, go handle the new king and drag him from the throne. Shino said, King, go, focus on the more important task. The group surged forward together, shouting, leave these four to us. Aki roared in silence. His body shook violently, his aura completely transformed. From his back, a pair of massive black wings tore through the air. In an instant, Aki shot up, cutting through the wind straight toward the towering structure. Watching his figure, Luzin roared in rage, come down here. He raised his hand, energy converging wildly. Meteor cannon, the terrifying power surged violently, shaking the space around him. Before it could launch, the space ahead twisted suddenly. Reflective space. Standing in the way, Liu coldly extended her hand, her gaze calm and terrifying. Her eyes locked onto Luzin and his group. Your opponents are us. On the other side, Tamo stomped forcefully, making the ground quake as if it were collapsing from within. The body's limits today will no longer hold. Transform. She dashed forward at explosive speed toward Tarana. However, her attack halted before Tarana, as if stopped by an invisible wall. Tarana tilted her head, cold and indifferent. Begone. An invisible force erupted, hurling Tamo across the stone floor. Tarana glanced coldly behind her. Watching the swirling power, she braced herself and stood up. Her face darkened, lethal intent evident as she faced Tarana. Her legs gradually transformed into sharp, non-biological structures, radiating dangerous aura. Observing the transformation, he spoke in a low voice, not just amplifying energy but changing the body's structure. He smirked slightly. Did the recent battle enlighten you? She lowered her voice, each word heavy as if driven into the ground. Want to pass? Then Liu shouted, only if you step over our corpses. Hearing this, Luzin laughed loudly, shoulders shaking with uncontrollable excitement. He shouted, interesting, very interesting. What seemed like ordinary insects slightly stronger than humans turned out to be a pack of young wolves bearing claws. Hao Su spoke slowly, emotionless. If that's the case, Barrows nodded slightly, his aura bursting violently, then we handle you first, immediately. All four enemies stomped hard, power erupting violently, and the great battle outside the tower began. Screams mixed with deafening explosions shook the space, causing even the strongest stone walls to crack. Aki cursed silently, damn it. The entire tower was reinforced with special metal. He focused force on his feet, stomping hard on the ground but still couldn't destroy the tower's peak directly. Aki then decided to change his attack, thinking, thinking, then find a breakthrough at the base. A devastating strike hit the foundation. Smoke billowed thickly. When it cleared, the base remained intact, towering defiantly against all power. Seeing this, Iki frowned, gripping the hilt tightly, thinking, not a scratch. At that moment, his sword emitted an ancient sound. This is the rule of power. It explained that an extremely vague and chaotic energy was surging inside the tower. This gate is reinforced by that energy and fully sealed. The sword continued. Seal, rule, in this world nothing. You remain silent, observing the huge gate in front of you, your gaze becoming sharp. Aki lowers his voice, strong enough to seal before us. The sword laughs loudly, almost as if responding to that madness. Aki raises the sword high and shouts angrily, delivering a powerful strike, slashing at the gate. The tower emits its first sign of reaction. Terana changes his expression. Your comrades want to break the main door. How foolish, that is a seal set by the king himself. The smoke clears and Aki stands before the gate, surrounded by a swirl of black lightning. A small crack forms, spreading like a spider's web, the door emitting a red lightning bolt, creating a magical shield. You focus all your strength into the second strike, preparing to destroy the gate. Gravel stretches, accompanied by a powerful pressure from within. Seeing this, the other four are astonished, standing frozen, terrified of that power. Terna cannot hide his panic. He really can break the seal. Liu laughs coldly, blocking the blow while saying loudly, "Your king is nothing more than this." She raises her sword, her momentum undiminished. "Don't worry, everyone, if the door has opened. We definitely cannot allow you to pass through and cause trouble," Liu says while attacking. Barrows frowns, clearly feeling the pressure increase. "These people are not weak. We need to resolve this quickly." She grits her teeth, her gaze cold, exuding a chilling aura that envelops everything around her. Karina shouts, "I will not allow anyone to disturb the king in seclusion." In front of the dark cave entrance, Aki stands for a moment, then slowly steps inside. You stand quietly observing, not able to hide your surprise. Around you is a vast space with strange symbols. You speculate that the peak could be hundreds of meters high. There must be some special spatial technique here. The actual area inside is dozens of times larger than the outside. The sword speaks, "Be careful, kid, this aura is unusual. Even I feel strange and uncomfortable." The voice suggests that something is forcing many chaotic powers together in one place. Staring into the darkness, you murmur. Then sharp-clawed feet appear. A mass of demons surrounds you, at least 40 of them. You assess the monsters. The lowest are 4th-tier demons, some are even 6th-tier demons. They bare their teeth at you. You angrily shout. This is the new king. A king must come to save the world. Protecting humanity is the hero's duty. Demons must be exterminated, no lingering threats allowed. Aki questions, and yet you keep these demons locked up in your lair, just to guard this so-called seclusion. Your eyes widen, then a fierce red light flares up. The demons begin to tremble. Aki has made his move. You place your hand on the ground, taking a defensive stance, dark armor enveloping your body. The demons immediately charge forward. You shout, "Don't be afraid, charge." Aki smirks. Each floor of this tower has the same welcoming ritual, doesn't it? He stomped hard on the stone floor, cracking it. "All right," Aki charges at the demons and I'll handle the rest. The scene shifts elsewhere. Beings glowing like lightning streak past, their power relentlessly attacking. The scene becomes chaotic. Kamo anxiously asks Shino, "Are you okay?" Liu quickly steps forward saying, "I've absorbed all the damage for everyone. Shino, let me heal you." Shino firmly replies, "I can still fight." He glares up, angry. "Even if you're a rookie hero, I'll tear some flesh from anyone who gets in my way." Karina exclaims in shock, "The strength of those three isn't weak. They can push their bodies to the limit, forcing 4 of us to fight together up to now." She orders irritably, "We still need to drag those pestilent bugs over there. Deal with them quickly and fight with all your strength." Their power accumulates, growing stronger and stronger. Once enough force has gathered, the waves of energy immediately crash down on Shino's group. Liu widens her eyes in amazement at the energy. The new 6 heroes were already terrifyingly strong, now amplified manifold. In front of them is Terana, the new 6th hero. She hovers above, horns appearing, the dual-core demon form. Next is a massive mace, the ferocious horse battle mace, weapon of the new 6th hero, Luzin, in dual-core demon form. He appears with sharp horns. Then comes the Raging Fang, weapon of Barrows. He is Barrows' new 6th hero dual-core demon form. Finally, the Spacetime Staff, weapon of the dual-core demon form. Liu worries, the additional demon core enhancement makes their danger density extreme. She silently thinks, "Aki, we can only go this far with you." Nguyen Rang resolves to risk it all. Aki's squad launches the final attack. Both sides clash fiercely, blood splattering everywhere, explosions overlapping in brilliance. 3 monsters gather energy to strike, but immediately they are blown away by a surge of power. He strikes down each one with lightning speed. His eyes widen in white, frustration erupting, too slow. Iki stomps forcefully, his voice cold. "So you like welcoming rituals, huh?" As he speaks, Iki uses overwhelming speed and power to annihilate them all. I'll use your lives to cleanse this tower's floor. The room is now soaked in blood. Red beams and white flashes burst violently, dust filling the air. The smoke clears, Ikki plants his sword in the ground, the surroundings are pure destruction. Floor 1, demons all wiped out. His eyes gleam with death. The scene shifts to another location. Golden lightning streaks across the sky. Shino battles fiercely in the air, extremely intense. He gathers his strength and strikes the ground, sending rocks flying. The scene shifts to Ikki, who has already cleared the demons. Floor 2, demons all annihilated. Elsewhere, Liu looks at the rubble, shouting surrender. Behind her, a crack appears in the air. A surge of power attacks her, and Liu quickly blocks it. Ikki has cleared the demons on floor 3, total annihilation. The scene shifts to Liu, who grits her teeth in cautious suspicion, sensing something odd. She suddenly feels her body heavy and slow. Turning back, she thinks, could it be? Karina smiles, holding her side, finally realizing the poisonous bones are causing illusion. She glares at Liu, warning, don't be easily fooled. No one can move freely in this formation. At Ikki's side, he continues sweeping the demons on floor N. The scene shifts elsewhere. Energy explodes, swirling lights blazing. A small figure stands amidst the overwhelming power. Tamo is pushed back, breathing heavily under the opponent's might. He points his weapon at her, teasing, little sister, your speed has slowed. On the final floor, Ikki thrusts his sword deep into a demon. He thinks the last guard is a 7-finned black core demon. Ikki raises his hand, channeling inner power, a dark energy surge appearing. Stones with special markings on the demon fall and fly toward Ikki. He thinks red represents power, yellow defense, blue speed, green healing, purple illusion ability. He holds 2 stones in his hand. And now black was added as well, symbolizing the red dimension. Yellow, blue, green, purple, and pure black all had converged. He suddenly clenched the stone in his hand. A cracking sound echoed, then he placed it against his chest. A surge of power erupted violently, dark energy swirling around him. Ikki closed his eyes slightly, thinking, hold the power of space. His eyes widened, revealing dual-colored pupils, fierce and intimidating. Ikki raised a finger, thinking, is this the power of all attributes? He poked his finger into the void, tearing open space. Another layer of space appeared, where the flow of space could be clearly felt. He looked toward the door, thinking, beyond that lies the tower's peak. He startled, eyes wide as if sensing something. He turned around, it was the one called the New King. Switching to Sino's location, Luzin raised his hammer, ready to strike. He grinned, saying, now you can't raise your shield anymore, can you? Immediately, Luzin slammed the hammer down, roaring, die. The space turned gray, time seemed to stop freezing time within the darkened dimension. Suddenly, green circles appeared in the sky. On this side, Ikki focused, eyes closed, quietly saying, sorry to keep everyone waiting. He sent a message to his team. I have collected all types of cores, broken through the barrier, and fully fused them. Pausing briefly, Ikki continued in a deep voice. I will make you all evolve once more.